In this world, women must give birth to 58 children after coming of age and find several husbands. Otherwise, they will be driven out of the tribe. This girl, for instance, is half a month away from coming of age, but she still hasn't found a mate. To secure one, she went so far as to drug the male she liked with a love flower. However, he grabbed her by the neck, refusing to become her mate even if it meant death. The rejected girl was met with extreme hostility. In despair, she ate a poisonous mushroom. When she woke up, her soul had become that of a programmer from the 21st century. Not only does she possess the vast knowledge of the 21st century, but she has also magically obtained an item identification system. The system even comes with its own inventory space. It turns out to be a program she wrote, working herself to the bone, before she transmigrated. If I'd known this would happen, I would have made the inventory infinite. The girl can activate the system to identify food simply by touching it. Ding! Unknown wild grain detected. Contains mild toxins. Inedible. From her memories, life in this beastman world is hard because food is extremely scarce. Here, females are too weak to hunt. The greatest contribution they can make to the tribe is to bear offspring. Therefore, if a female doesn't mate on the day she comes of age, she is exiled from the tribe. Now, with this system and her 21st century knowledge, Inju feels she can finally survive in this beastman world. She decides to contribute to the tribe in other ways to ensure she won't be exiled after coming of age. She finds Tung Xiao, the male she had drugged. She tells him she's no longer interested in him, so he won't have to go to the land of divine punishment for harming a female. Then, she volunteers to take care of the cubs. But she's mocked by the others. Don't you only know how to eat? She thinks to herself, I'm truly despised by everyone. Just then, Tung Xiao and Xiao Nuo are carrying some entrails and animal bones. The system quickly identifies them. These entrails and animal bones are edible. Deliciousness level, 3 stars. Inju stops them. Excuse me, are you going to throw all this away? Tung Xiao frowns. What are you up to now? Inju thinks it's a shame to throw them out. This is all edible. Su Fei, who has always disliked Inju, steps forward that you're just making up excuses to pester Tung Xiao. This stuff is filthy and smelly. It's completely inedible. If you can actually eat it, I'll give you my entire salt ration for the month. Confident in her system, Inju replies, you said it yourself. Just you wait. Xiao Nuo helps Inju carry the items back to her hut. Wiping away her sweat, Inju thanks Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo smiles at her. I don't know if you've truly gotten over it, but I believe in you. Inju's heart flutters. He's the first person in this world who has been willing to trust her. Thank you for believing in me. Just then, the next-door neighbor sweeps a pile of mushrooms out of her hut, complaining, it's only been a few days, and so many of these Sanson have grown. Gotta get rid of them. An idea strikes Inju. She anxiously lunges forward. The moment her hand touches the mushrooms, the system's identification message pops up. These mushrooms are indeed edible. Inju quickly asks her neighbor if she can have them. The neighbor looks worried. Danny died from eating poisonous Sanson before bleeding from all his orifices. You absolutely must not eat them. Inju assures her neighbor she won't do anything reckless. After getting the mushrooms, Inju asks Xiao Nuo to crack open the animal bones, and she simmers them together into a fragrant mushroom and bone broth. She's amazed by the flavor after just one taste. But before she can have another sip, Su Fei bursts in with a group of people. Chief, look, Inju is trying to kill herself again. She knocks the spoon from Inju's hand. Inju, Tung Xiao will be mine even if you die. Stop trying to latch onto him. The chief also says anxiously, you shouldn't try to kill yourself over a male. If all else fails, I'll have my son marry you. Inju is both embarrassed and exasperated that I've seen my aunt eat these Sanson before. They're really not poisonous. Xiao Nuo, who had been silent, says, I believe Inju. She is not the type to throw her life away. Besides, the soup smells delicious. It doesn't seem like it's poisoned. Inju nods vigorously, seeing that the others are still unconvinced. Xiao Nuo picks up a bowl of soup and drinks it all in one go. The crowd waits nervously for a long time, only relaxing when they see that he's unharmed. Seizing the opportunity of having earned credit for finding a new food source for the tribe, Inju cautiously says, Chief, please retract your son's marriage proposal. Otherwise, your son would surely be unwilling to marry me under these circumstances. The chief, however, turns to Xiao Inu Is that right? Are you unwilling? It turns out that Xiao Nuo is the chief's son. He smiles gently. Father, I am willing to marry Yingzhu. Do you know how romantic beast men can be? The men can transform into giant beasts, carrying the girl they love as they soar through the sky. Not only did he gulp down the poisonous mushroom soup the girl made, but he would also occasionally bring a cute, furry beast as a gift for her. I hunted a lot of beasts today. You should eat more. You'll be cuter if you're chubbier. Chubbier is cuter? Are you serious? Yingzhu, deeply influenced by 21st century beauty standards, was aghast. It turned out that food was scarce in winter, and it was hard for beast men who were too thin to survive. Yingzhu hugged the furry beast, reluctant to let it go. Bunnies are so cute. How could you eat a bunny? Seeing Yingzhu hesitate, Xiao Nuo thought she disliked it. He grabbed the furry beast, about to prepare it. Let me help you, so you don't get yourself messy. Yingzhu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Beastmen can't survive the winter because of food scarcity. So, what if we could store food until winter? Xiao Nuo was thrilled. Any kind of food that can be stored until winter is a treasure for the tribe. If this is real, you'll become the hero of our tribe. He happily lifted Yingzhu, not doubting her words at all. Let's go. I'll tell the chief the news right now. Yingzhu told the chief, these sansan, after being dried in the sun, can be stored for a long time. You just need to soak them in water before eating. The chief keenly realized this was an opportunity. Other tribes don't want these sansan. We'll collect as many as we can. Yingzhu then contributed the method for preserving cured meat. Unfortunately, it required salt, and in the tribe, salt was even more precious than meat. But the chief was overjoyed that if this is true, I will handle the matter of the salt. However, the cured meat is a serious matter. We can't tell anyone else for now. Next, the chief had Xiao Nuo accompany Yingzhu on a trip to the forest to see if they could find more ways to store food. Yingzhu was a little shy and also a bit confused. How is Xiao Nuo going to accompany me? Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly in concentration. His figure suddenly transformed into a giant eagle. This scene made Yingzhu realize that she had truly come to a world of beastmen. What are you standing there for? Get on, I'll take you. The giant eagle spoke with Xiao Nuo's voice. This is so cool. Who would believe this if I told them? I'm actually riding an eagle. The wind whistled past her ears. She faintly heard Xiao Nuo ask, do you like it? Yingzhu happily shouted, I love it. Who knew the giant eagle would turn its head and say to her, I like you too. A beastman's original form can only be ridden by their mate. So by that logic, does that mean you? A stampede of horses ran through Yingzhu's mind. I guess it's too late for me to get off now. A moment later, the two of them landed on the outskirts of the myriad beast forest. Yingzhu took one look and was dumbfounded. The species here were completely different from those on Earth. Luckily, I have an identification system, so I won't be caught off guard. Isn't this big thing a bamboo shoot? Xiao Nuo, come help me move this zizizi back to be dried. It could be preserved for several years. Upon hearing, it could be preserved for several years. Xiao Nuo immediately used all his might to carry the mountain-like zizizi on his back. Wow, this is edible. This is edible too. Yingzhu felt like she had entered a treasure trove. In a moment of carelessness, she got too close to a gugu beast's egg. This angered the fiercely protective gugu beast. Fortunately, Xiao Nuo shielded her in time and retreated to a safe distance. The gugu beast sat right down on its egg and gave the two of them a look that said, figure out yourselves. Just as Yingzhu breathed a sigh of relief, she found herself leaning against Xiao Nuo's chest. An ambiguous atmosphere surrounded them. She instantly felt her face burning up. Xiao Nuo, however, looked happy. He said to Yingzhu with a goofy grin, are you shy? This is the first time I've seen a female blush. So cute. Yingzhu thought, wow, the young men of this primitive society are so innocent. To think this is his first time getting close to a girl. Can you believe it? Not only did 3 moving leaves grow on the girl's hand, but she was also told it was a sign she was pregnant with cubs. And not just 1, but 3 at once. More importantly, these cubs were her ex-boyfriend Tang Xiao's. She was devastated. The one who drugged Tang Xiao was the original owner of this body. She herself had never even been in a relationship, let alone wanted children. Xiao Nuo grabbed her and told her solemnly, to any beast man, Cubs are a very precious gift from the beast god. A female who doesn't cherish her cubs will be expelled from the tribe. To comfort the distraught Ingju, Chao Nuo swept her up into his arms and flew up, wanting to take her to the land of the beast god to see the cubs. It turned out that before any cub is born into this world, they first form into an egg in the beast god's sanctuary. They arrived above the land of the beast god, and Chao Nuo carefully brought Ingju into the sanctuary. Before them was a vast expanse of colorful eggs. The priest said that 3 new eggs had arrived today. He knew that new parents would come to visit. Ingju hugged one of the eggs that belonged to her. This little one even had a leaf on its head. The feeling was quite magical. Chao Nuo took the opportunity to persuade her. The baby and its mother have a spiritual connection. If you're happy, it will be happy. If you get hurt, it will get hurt too. The baby is in your hands now. Can you really bear to break it? Perhaps frightened by Chao Nuo's words, the leaf on the baby's head instantly drooped, not at all as perky as it was moments ago. But Ingju felt she had no feelings for Teng Xiao. It would be even more pitiful for the baby to be without a father after it was born. Chao Nuo held Ingju and tentatively asked, perhaps, I could be the child's father. Ingju was very surprised. Why would you? Chao Nuo was nervous and a little excited. Ingju, I really like you. I hope you will choose me as your mate. I would say this 10, even 100 times, and I will never change my mind. Such a passionate and sincere confession left Ingju flustered. She used to pester Teng Xiao, losing all her dignity and earning everyone's contempt. Was someone like her truly worthy of Chao Nuo's affection? Chao Nuo only knew that he loved the Ingju of today, and he looked forward to a future with her, eating, hunting, and having babies together. He pleaded with her again, let me be your mate. Let me take care of you and the baby, okay? Ingju thought it over and over. Her fondness for Chao Nuo and the way he moved her heart overshadowed everything else. She awkwardly agreed, as long as you don't regret it. Overjoyed, Chao Nuo scooped her up, spread his wings, and soared straight into the clouds. Ingju screamed in terror, Chao Nuo, I'm from the Bear Clan. I'm afraid of heights. Put me down quick. But Chao Nuo was already planning their new home. It seems our new home can't be high up in a tree. After they returned, Ingju was still berating herself. How could I have agreed to let a beast man be my mate? But Chao Nuo had already shown up with his bags packed. He announced that until their new home was built, he would take care of her and the baby. He even decorated Ingju's house to make it sparkle, following his avian aesthetic sense. The other tribe members were all talking about the two of them moving in together, congratulating Chao Nuo on getting his heart's desire. This left a bitter taste in Teng Xiao's mouth. He went to find Chao Nuo and ask what was going on. Chao Nuo, however, warned him to stay away from Ingju. Because Teng Xiao was the baby's biological father, a leaf mark would also appear on his arm. Once he discovered the mark, he would surely want to be Ingju's mate as well. An unknowing Teng Xiao assured Chao Nuo that he wouldn't go near Ingju again. Their argument was overheard by Su Fei, who was standing nearby. Su Fei, who considered herself the most beautiful female in the tribe, grew to hate the popular Ingju even more out of jealousy. Our heroine would never have dreamed that she would attract 5 ardent admirers in a single day. Not only did a sweet young boy hold her hand and act cute, a handsome man also casually fed her wild fruit and leaned in to whisper in her ear. This made her new mate so anxious he was spinning in circles. He pulled her into a kiss, staking his claim. And this was all Su Fei's doing. It turned out that Su Fei, who was intensely jealous of Ingju, had secretly tipped off the Giant Sparrow tribe, revealing that her tribe had food stored for the winter. The Giant Sparrow tribe was the most powerful and domineering in the Moonfall Mountains, and they were always desperate for food. Upon receiving the news, they paid a sudden visit. Chao Nuo gritted his teeth and angered Su Fei, that traitor. The tribe leader needed Chao Nuo and Ingju to go and negotiate, to buy him time to move the food supplies. They were to face Aya, the mate of the young chief sent by the Giant Sparrow tribe. Chao Nuo proudly introduced her. This is the future matriarch of our great marsh tribe, Ingju. Ingju was both surprised and touched. At the feast, the visitor, Aya, criticized the food for being plain. She hinted around, pushing them to bring out the new delicacies they had found. Chao Nuo had someone serve stir-fried offal and a mushroom and bone soup. The visitors from the Giant Sparrow tribe looked displeased, mocking them for only eating bones and innards. It seems your male beastmen are too weak to catch any only real prey. Inju smiled and invited them to have a taste. It's impolite to judge something you haven't tried. The two had already discussed their plan. The methods for preparing mushrooms and bamboo shoots weren't complex and would get out eventually. It was better to use this opportunity to make a deal with them for the salt they desperately needed. When it came to negotiating, Inju's inner haggler was instantly activated. This time, she was determined to fleece them for all they were worth. As expected, they were stunned by the food. This broth made from beast bones is incredible. Inju seized the opportunity to set a trap for Aya. This bone soup may look simple, but it's not easy to get it right, especially the mushrooms and the offal. Without proper instruction, eating them can make you sick. Aya, as expected, asked her how to get the method for processing scattered salt and repairing hides. Seeing her take the bait, Inju slammed the table and gave the old friend a good deal, 100 bamboo tubes of salt. Aya agreed immediately, but she had her own designs on Inju. The method wasn't important. The person who invented the method was the precious one that I must bring such a talent back to the tribe. Aya's younger brother, seeing his sister wanted to take Inju, was very anxious. Didn't we agree to take Su Fei? Aya smiled faintly. Baize, you're still too young. What is most important right now? Talent. There's only one spot to take someone away, so of course, I must choose the most useful one. What is Su Fei? The Juk tribe has as many females like her as we want. After speaking, she thought to herself, Ingju seems very satisfied with the day's tribe. She won't leave with me easily. She devised a plan and sent out the various handsome men of the tribe, requesting that they learn from Ingju up close. But in reality, she wanted to use a honey trap to entice Ingju to go with her. Before Ingju could even speak, Qiao Nuo flew into a rage. He held Ingju tightly. Aya, what is the meaning of this? A handsome young beast man said provokingly, we just want to learn from Sister Ingju. Why is this big brother being so fierce to us? You're hurting her with your embrace. Qiao Nuo exploded on the spot. What did you say, kid? I would never hurt my female. Ingju hurriedly pacified them. They're only learning for 2 days. For the salt, let's just endure it and not get angry. Aya slowly reminded Qiao Nuo. We exchanged 100 bamboo tubes of salt for this. My tribesmen must learn it. Qiao Nuo suppressed his anger, not wanting to argue. But this group of flirtatious vixens was too good at stirring up trouble. One moment, they wanted to be alone with Ingju. The next, they wanted to get closer, and they would even feed her sweet fruit from time to time, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Ingju was so scared, she kept backing away. Qiao Nuo's heart was churning with jealousy. Finally unable to bear it, he revealed his original form and loudly declared, Ingju is my woman. Tung Xiao, who had witnessed everything, also had a grim expression. Aya thought he was envious of others having a female. She had always admired handsome men, that if you're envious, why not come back with me and be my male? Tung Xiao walked away without a second thought. Also displeased was Su Fei. She was informed by Aya's brother that there was only one spot for the Juk tribe, and his sister had decided to take Ingju, so Su Fei had to be abandoned. The furious Su Fei decided to get revenge on Ingju. She deceived her friend, Miao Ni, saying that her crush, Mu Xing, had fallen for someone else, Ingju. She secretly directed Mu Xing to send flowers to Ingju under the guise of apologizing on Su Fei's behalf. Miao Ni, watching from distance, fell for the trick. She was in agony. Su Fei hinted to Miao Ni that if Ingju disappeared, Mu Xing would return to her side. Miao Ni, having lost her senses, took advantage of a moment when Ingju was alone and took out a wooden knife, wanting to kill her. The heroine, pregnant with 3 children, was driven into the jungle. A handsome man came to her rescue, only so that she could lay another 10 eggs for him. Just a moment ago, Miao Ni, incited by Su Fei, was chasing and trying to kill Ingju like a madwoman. Ingju resisted with all her might, but still got her arm cut. She endured the sharp pain and asked Miao Ni why. Miao Ni was overcome with anger. You promiscuous female, I saw you seducing Mu Xing with my own eyes. And you dare talk about the flowers Mu Xing sent you? You deserve to die. Ingju dodged left and right, but unexpectedly fell to the ground. She tried to explain. Mu Xing sent the flowers to apologize on behalf of Su Fei. It's not what you think. Meow and I stood there stunned. Could it be a misunderstanding? But Su Fei's instigation flashed through her mind again. Only when Ingzhu disappears will Mu Xing like you. She ignored the strange feeling in her heart and argued. But I saw it all with my own eyes. Then she raised the knife in her hand and swung it at Ingzhu. Mu Xing is mine. No one can take him from me. Ingzhu had already gotten up while she was stunned. Meow and I, you will regret killing me. Ingzhu fled into the Wansho forest. Meow and I didn't dare to chase her into the forest. She threw down the knife in her hand. The fear of her attempted murder made her burst into tears. Ingzhu, run. Anyone Su Fei wants to kill will definitely be killed. If not by me, then by Mu Xing. In her heart, she apologized to Ingzhu that I'm sorry. I already tried my best not to hurt you. Ingzhu, having fled into the forest, realized she was lost. The sky was slowly getting dark. The forest at night was fraught with danger. It was a place that even adult males dare not enter. Ingzhu bandaged her wound while thinking. Her system backpack still had some reserve food. It should be fine to spend one night outside. At this moment, a pair of eyes in a tree was staring intently at her, a pregnant female. How did she end up in the Wansho forest alone? Although Ingzhu tried her best to stop the bleeding, the scent of blood still attracted a strange noise from behind her. A hungry wolf pounced on her. Ingzhu took a knife from her system backpack and fought desperately with the wolf. A sense of crisis arose in her heart that I'm injured. If this drags on, I will surely die. Meanwhile, the master, who had been observing her, clicked his tongue in wonder. This little female hadn't cried at all. Weren't all females supposed to be delicate? Under the tree, Ingzhu's strength was failing, and she was about to fall prey to the wolves. But a silver-haired man descended from the sky. He swiftly protected Ingzhu and fiercely kicked the wolf away. Who gave you the nerve to touch my prey? The wild wolf yelped and fled. Ingzhu was still shaken. She saw that the man under the moonlight was incredibly handsome. His upper body was human, but his lower half was a snake's tail. Clutching a wound on his hand, he calmly asked Ingzhu if she was all right. Ingzhu had never seen anyone like him and was too shocked to speak. The silver-haired man frowned. Just as I thought, all females are shallow. He turned to leave, but Ingzhu noticed the wound on his hand. Could he have gotten that injury just now while protecting her? She hurriedly called out to the silver-haired man. The man turned his head and asked her what was the matter. The giant snake's powerful, oppressive aura sent a wave of panic through Ingzhu, and for a moment, she couldn't speak. The silver-haired man sneered. These females are all as timid as mice. I bet she's about to start screaming her head off. Ingzhu spoke up, wanting to bandage his wound. The man gave a cold glance, about to refuse, but she grabbed his wrist. Ingzhu insisted, "It will get infected if you don't treat it." She made the silver-haired man sit down. The man verbally accused her of putting on an act, but his body obediently sat down. His snake tail, however, betrayed his agitated mood, slapping the ground here and there. Ingzhu's face turned pale with fear, but she insisted on finishing the bandaging. The silver-haired man found it strange. "Since you're afraid of me, a half-beastman, why did you still approach me?" Ingzhu was startled. He was actually a half-beastman. Legend has it that half-beastmen are born sinners. They were punished by the beast god, causing certain parts of their bodies to be unable to fully transform into human form. They are capable of any evil. Plunder and tyranny are in their nature. The presence of a half-beastman means a living hell. Ingzhu broke into a cold sweat as she recalled these tales. The silver-haired man was a half-beastman. She stared at him blankly. She really hadn't known he was a half-beastman. The silver-haired man gave a scornful laugh, and "Oh wonder you were foolish enough to approach." Half-beastmen have a white crystal mark between their eyebrows. Next time you see one, remember to run. Despite his words, she remembered he had just saved her. How could she, someone from the 21st century, be superstitious? She mustered her courage and told him that she didn't think half-beastmen were a cursed race. The white crystal between your brows is also very beautiful. Recalling various news from her past life, she believed that judging good or bad based solely on one's race was definitely problematic. Good and bad depends only on one's character. And this silver-haired man, despite being a half-beastman, was kind-hearted or he wouldn't have saved her. The silver-haired man's heart softened, but he put on a tough front. "I was just planning to take you back to bear my cubs. But since you're already carrying cubs, I won't hold it against you." Ingzhu smiled, seeing through his bluff. "What I see is a brave warrior who saves females." The silver-haired man tried his best to maintain his composure on the surface. but inside, he was ecstatic. The noble female actually called me a brave warrior. After his pregnant wife went missing, her husband went completely insane. Not only did he run deep into the jungle overnight, he also brutally beat his best friend, revealing that the child in his wife's womb was his friend's. A short while ago, Xiao Nuo returned home from hunting. He pushed open the door to find Inju gone. He discovered bloodstains on the grass outside the house. His face changed drastically. Inju must be in danger. He anxiously mobilized all the tribe members to search for her. But as the sky grew dark, he became more and more anxious. It's all my fault. I didn't protect Inju well. Seeing his anxiety, Teng Xiao, who was beside him, comforted him. Don't be too anxious. Maybe Inju just found something new and was delayed in coming home. Who knew this would hit Xiao Nuo's breaking point? He punched Teng Xiao. Don't be too anxious. Inju is carrying your cub. You better pray she's okay. Otherwise, you're coming with me to the land of divine punishment to confess your sins to the beast god. Teng Xiao was stunned, even forgetting to fight back. Su Fei and Miao and I, who were nearby, were also shocked. Miao and I muttered to herself, I actually harmed a female who was carrying a cub. I deserve to die. Su Fei saw her wavering and grabbed her hand. This is all Inju's fault. She only has herself to blame. Miao and I was about to retort when Su Fei moved closer and said threateningly, Miao and I will never tell anyone else that you were the one who killed Inju. At this moment, Inju had been invited by the half-beastman she had just met back to his cave. The half-beastman's name was Lei He, a handsome man with silver hair and green eyes. He wanted to share his food with Inju. Inju was distressed to see that the meat in the cave had gone bad. Is this what you usually eat? She asked, shocked. Leahy felt a pang of anxiety. She's not going to despise me for being a beast man, is she? After some thought, Ingju decided to teach Leahy how to preserve food. Leahy was stunned. Isn't this a secret of your tribe? Won't your chief punish you for telling an outsider? Ingju said earnestly, these methods were a revelation from the gods. I don't think they're meant to be monopolized by one people. They should belong to the beastmen as well. Besides, you're my savior. Please let me repay you. Warmed by this rare kindness, Leahy felt a little shy. Since you've told me this secret, let me tell you one of mine. He told Ingju that he had discovered a salt mine in the forest of 10,000 beasts. Ingju was overjoyed. Salt. That's wonderful. That means you can cure enough meat for the winter. Leahy smiled, correcting her, Nais. He said happily, you taught us a precious method for preserving food, so I'm willing to share this salt mine with you. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuo and Teng Xiao were still anxiously searching for Ingju. Teng Xiao suddenly heard an unusual rustling in the bushes. He quietly motioned for Xiao Nuo to come closer. Teng Xiao parted the bushes, and they came face to face with a pair of beastmen. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Teng Xiao and Xiao Nuo were instantly on guard that we're looking for a female. If you've seen her, hand her over to us, and we'll pretend we never saw you tonight. The beastmen glanced at each other. They drew weapons from the containers on their shoulders and charged at the two of them. Xiao Nuo and Teng Xiao dodged desperately, knowing they were outnumbered. In a moment of crisis, Teng Xiao suddenly transformed into a giant lion. He let out a furious roar, and a powerful sonic wave swept across the field. Xiao Nuo was also surprised. His innate ability was actually a psychic attack. Teng Xiao transformed back to his original form. While the beastmen were still dazed, he urged Xiao Nuo to leave. The two of them spread their wings and flew off into the distance. We've finally escaped to safety, Xiao Nuo said with a sigh of relief. But when he turned, he noticed something white on Teng Xiao's arm. Teng Xiao tasted it curiously, and his expression changed drastically. Is this salt? The two immediately went to report to their chief. Teng Xiao speculated that the beastmen in the forest must have discovered the salt mine and were secretly excavating it. Xiao Nuo's gaze, however, fell on the back of Teng Xiao's arm. A mark of 3 leaves was revealed there. It was the symbol of Zai Zai's father. The girl won the heart of the Beastman City Lord with just a single page. Not only did he tell her the secret of the salt mine, but he also wanted to have countless cubs with her. Just moments ago, Chief Dezay had announced the news of beastmen in the forest and ordered all females to remain within the tribe's territory. Hearing the others describe the cruelty of the beastmen, Miao Ni's face turned pale with fear. As soon as the meeting was dismissed, she went to find Su Fei in private. Su Fei was nonchalant. She ran off on her own. What has it got to do with us? Miaoni's conscience hadn't died completely. She felt it was she who had forced Ingzhu into the forest. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. It was clearly Su Fei who had been maliciously provoking her, causing her to do something so foolish. She confronted Su Fei. Was pursuing Ingzhu, and you were the one who incited me to go after her. But Su Fei denied it all without a moment's hesitation. Miao and I broke down, shouting, "It was clearly you who tricked me into going after Ingzhu." Unbeknownst to them, their confrontation had already been witnessed. The chief had long been suspicious of them, and now he had brought a group with him who heard everything clearly. He reprimanded Miao and I. "You caused Ingzhu to face the beastmen alone in the forest. You have gone too far." He immediately announced Miao Ni's punishment. According to the tribe's laws, Miao and I must bear 10 cubs for the injured and disabled males of the tribe. Miao and I accepted her fate meekly. The chief then turned to Su Fei, who was still desperately trying to make excuses. The chief flew into a rage, ordering his men to lock Su Fei in the place of divine punishment. Let the beast god be her judge. In the forest cave, Leahy was listening to a report from his subordinate, Tangjua. Last night, beastmen from a nearby tribe who were searching for a female ran into our transport team. Leahy was startled. Could they have been looking for Ingzhu? Just then, Ingzhu, having just woken up, walked out and wished them a good morning. Leahy concernedly asked if she was well rested, adding that pregnancy can be quite tiring. Tangjua's mind went blank, completely stunned. Only a few keywords kept replaying in his head. Rested, overnight, pregnant with a cub. Ingzhu looked at the dazed man before her. "What's wrong with your clansman?" Deeply embarrassed, Leahy said, "Don't mind him. He's probably just being silly. He'll be fine in a moment." Snapping back to his senses, Tangjua became unusually excited. He greeted Ingzhu, "Good day, Madam City Lord," while repeatedly casting admiring glances at his boss. "City Lord, you're truly amazing." He completely ignored Ingzhu's attempts to explain. Leahy quickly sent Tangjua away. He then led Ingzhu into the cave to rest. Tangjua was completely bewildered. How could there be a female in the forest at night? Wait a minute. The female those two beast men were searching for in the forest last night. It couldn't be her, could it? As he roasted some meat, Leahy asked Ingzhu how she got injured and ended up in the forest. Ingzhu sighed and told him the reason. Leahy flew into a rage. Just a fight over a male? Those two females actually hurt you. Ingzhu hadn't expected something so melodramatic to happen to her. Amidst his anger, Leahy had an idea. "Ingzhu, why don't you leave the Days tribe and come to my place? Our tribe will be sure to protect you." But Ingzhu couldn't bear to part with Chao Nua and refused outright. Leahy asked curiously, "Is Chao Nua very good to you?" As Ingzhu thought back to Chao Nua, a sweet smile graced her face. "Chao Nua was the first person in this world to believe in me. He supports me in everything I do. Though he can be a bit childish and overbearing at times, I find that side of him quite endearing. He must be so worried about me right now." Leahy clenched his fists, feeling a pang in his heart. Sensing that something was wrong with him, he quickly stood up to leave, telling Ingzhu to eat more. Although he had promised the previous night to take her back to her tribe, hearing Ingzhu praise her own male still made him unhappy. After finishing the meat, Ingzhu felt her energy surge back. "That I'm fully recovered. I'd better head back quickly. I just need to determine the right direction first." Leahy was torn by an internal conflict. Will I regret it if I send her back? In the end, his feelings won out over his reason. He grabbed Ingzhu's arm. "I'm sorry, but you may not be able to return to Days for now." Seeing Ingzhu's puzzled expression, he explained, "I just received word that there's an issue at the rock salt mine. I must head back immediately." He looked at Ingzhu with hopeful eyes. "So, could I ask you to come with me to the rock salt mine first?" Noticing her hesitation, he had a flash of inspiration. "That food preservation method you mentioned last night. I've never actually done it before. I'm worried there might be problems." When Ingzhu didn't agree, he feigned disappointment. "Forget it. I'll just have to try and figure it out slowly with my people." Then he turned as if to take her back. Ingzhu was conflicted, but ultimately decided that since she started helping, she should see it through. She asked Leigh he to first send a message to the Days tribe to let them know she was safe, promising she would return after helping him with the food preservation. Leahy was touched that she believed him without a hint of suspicion, but he didn't let it show on his face. "All right, it's getting late. Let's get going." Ingzhu chattered away during the journey. "Leahy, are you the chief of your tribe? Becoming a chief so young, you're truly accomplished for your age." Leahy replied with a sigh, "You're quite the chatterbox, aren't you?" This girl had the misfortune of falling in with a clan of cruel half-beastmen. But who would have thought that not only would they hang on her every word, they would also spoil her to no end. A short while later, Leahy brought Inju to the rock salt mine. Inju was stunned by the spectacular sight before her. Countless half-beastmen of all shapes and sizes were working diligently. They showed no signs of the cruelty they were famous for in legends. The half-beastmen who were hard at work saw that their city lord had brought back a female and quickly gathered around. Leahy introduced Inju to his clansmen, stressing that they must protect her. Tangjua immediately began to give orders. Everyone, listen to what Inju says. He then remarked, I never thought the Madam City Lord would be so capable. Leahy sighed in exasperation that I already told you, we're not in that kind of relationship. I'm sending her back to her tribe in a few days. Tangjua asked anxiously, the madam is kind and capable. Don't you like a female like her? What does it matter if I like her? She already has her own male. Leahy was utterly dejected, but when he looked up and saw Inju's radiant smile, his spirits lifted. If you can always be this happy, then I suppose I will never have any regrets. Inju was completely oblivious to Leahy's complex, tender feelings. She was enthusiastically instructing the half-beastman, when you cure the meat, be sure to use plenty of salt and rub it in evenly. A nearby half-beastman brought over some Minyan roots, asking for her advice. Suddenly, her system was triggered. Ding. New species discovered. It was a Bailuoluo mixed in with the pile of Minyan roots. Inju was overjoyed. Isn't this a radish? She eagerly asked where it was found. The beastman replied that he probably pulled it up by accident while digging for Minyan roots. Inju happily told him, this is called a Bailuoluo. You can eat it, and you can also dry it to preserve it. The beastmen were overjoyed. One more food item for their reserves. This way, they wouldn't have to go hungry even in the spring and summer. Inju found this very strange. It's understandable for food to be scarce in winter, but why would they also go hungry during other seasons? Unexpectedly, the beastmen began to pour out their grievances. They lived in the barren northwest, and to hunt, they had to travel to a distant forest. The journey was so long that by the time they brought their prey back, it had already rotted. Every year, countless members of their tribe starved to death due to food shortages. In order to survive and enjoy good food like humans, they looked at Inju with a sense of shame. Inju was moved with compassion and comforted them, saying she knew of other edible foods that could be stored. You just need to bring me plants to identify. As if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, all the beastmen dashed off in a blur. Inju was a little surprised. There was no need to be in such a hurry. It was a clear sign of how hard their lives usually were. A moment later, Inju's system worked its magic. Ding. Sour thorn. Sour and astringent, but edible. Ding. Unknown wild fruit. Contains heat toxin and has a laxative effect. Inju was happily occupied. When it was time for dinner, she even personally cooked a dish of stir-fried offal. Leahy was amazed. The beastmen had never eaten anything like this. One bite, and they were all stunned by the flavor. Inju is amazing. How could she make smelly offal taste so delicious? The soup is wonderful too. It's as if she's a messenger sent by the beast god to save us. Just as Inju was getting dizzy from the flood of compliments, Tangjua quietly approached. City Lord, are you really not going to keep Inju here? She is so wonderful. If you miss this opportunity, you will never meet anyone like her again. However, Leahy decided to honor his promise and send her back. But before she left, he decided to first eliminate the people who had harmed Inju. This was the last thing he would do for the girl he loved. Meanwhile, in the Days tribe's confinement area, Muxing quietly knocked out the guard. He wanted to escape with Sufei to the Juk tribe. Just as the two of them dodged the patrol, a club swung out from behind them. With two thuds, both were knocked unconscious. It was Leahy and his subordinate who had ambushed them. He sneered and commanded, take them directly to our dark city. Let them see what it's really like. After his subordinate took the two away, he breathed a sigh of relief. One hidden threat eliminated. Now it was time to send a message to Inju. He left a letter on the Days chieftain's desk. In the letter, he briefly assured Inju of his safety, saying he would be back in 2 days. He also casually left his mark as the city lord. But he had forgotten that among the beast people, the Dark City had an extremely terrifying reputation. And he, the city lord, was known to be exceptionally cruel. The chieftain broke out in a cold sweat, and both Chao Nua and Tung Shao were incredibly anxious. Chao Nua couldn't wait another second and wanted to go directly to the Dark City to rescue Inju. The chieftain also prepared for the worst-case scenario. If it came down to it, he would have to negotiate with the beastmen. A single girl had caused two tribes to be on the brink of war. Not only did the Lord of the Dark City want to marry her, but the Beast People's warriors were also infatuated with her. The two sides were ready to draw their weapons. Just a moment ago, after delivering the letter, Leahy returned to the forest and saw Ingju looking at the stars with a hint of sadness. He had never noticed the beauty of the starry sky before. He picked up Ingju, wanted to take her to see the stars and the moon. They arrived under a vast, starry sky. The magnificent view of the countless stars left Ingju breathless. Under such a beautiful scene, Leahy finally couldn't hold back and confessed to the girl he loved, "Ingju, I like you. I want to protect you." Ingju turned away in a panic. "I'm sorry. I already have Qiao Nua. I won't have any other partner besides him." Leahy was deeply disappointed, but forced a calm expression that it's okay. We're still friends, right? Seeing Ingju nod, he felt it was enough. He decided to send her back the next day. With her mind at ease, Ingju slept especially soundly. When she woke up, however, she found herself in Leahy's arms. She demanded to know what was going on. Leahy looked innocent. Snakes just like to coil around things when they sleep. What did this little snake do wrong? Just then, his subordinate Tangs were reported in a panic. About a dozen male beastmen have headed for the salt mine. Worried that news of the mine would leak, Leahy ordered them all to be killed. Ingju's heart ached, hoping Leahy could resolve the matter through negotiation. But he said that the hatred between the two races was too deep to be resolved. He told Tang Zhua to take Ingju back while he went to the salt mine to confront them. Meanwhile, as the people of the Day's tribe rushed toward the salt mine, the chieftain was ambushed. Fortunately, Tung Xiao rescued him just in time. When the two sides met, their eyes burned with hostility. Xiao Nua lost control and roared, "Release Ingju now." Tung Xiao also stated that they had received information that the missing female was with them and demanded her return. Seeing how much they still cared for Ingju, Leahy felt a stone lift from his heart. But he still decided to test them, stating that according to the laws of the Beast People's continent, Ingju now belonged to them. But he is willing to trade half in or deposit for Ingju. Tung Xiao states that Ingju is already carrying his child. Xiao Nua and the leader are also unwilling to give Ingju up. Leahy mistakenly believes Tung Xiao is the Qiao Nua that Ingju mentioned. A competitive spirit stirs within him, and he demands a duel to determine who Ingju will belong to see if his opponent is worthy of being her partner. The two of them reveal their true forms. The atmosphere is extremely tense. Qiao Nua anxiously tries to step forward, but the leader stops him. Tung Xiao is our tribe's greatest warrior. Trust him. The lion and the snake are locked in a fierce battle when suddenly a voice calls out, begging them to stop. It is Ingju who has rushed to the scene. The dueling lion and snake both stop. Tung Xiao is overjoyed. Before he can finish his sentence, he is cut off by Qiao Nua's actions. Qiao Nua immediately pulls Ingju into a tight embrace, repeatedly asking about her well-being. The other tribe members also flock to greet her. No one notices Tung Xiao's dejection. He realizes he no longer even has the right to show his concern. Meanwhile, another is apologizing profusely to Leahy. He explains that he really couldn't stop Ingju. Leahy says to forget it, but his face is clearly written with displeasure. Ingju explains to Qiao Nua that she was rescued by Leahy. She adds that Leahy is a kind-hearted demi-human, which completely subverts the beastman's perception of them. The two sides agree to a temporary truce, setting up tents to rest. Inside a tent, Ingju explains the details to her tribe's people, saying she was careless and didn't notice the mark of the City of Darkness, which caused everyone to worry. The leader and Qiao Nua immediately declare that the Day's tribe will remember this favor and repay it in the future. Leahy, however, walks straight over to pat Ingju on the head, indicating that given their relationship, it was nothing at all. Qiao Nua quickly asserts that he is Ingju's partner, swatting Leahy's hand away. Leahy is instantly dumbfounded. Wait a minute, you're Qiao Nua? Did I mistake someone else for you? But the man from before said he's the child's biological father. Tung Xiao helplessly admits that he is indeed the child's biological father, but not Ingju's partner. The three men are now gathered. One is the child's biological father, one wants to be the child's father, and one is the child's father in name. What a terrifying situation. Ingju is having an internal breakdown. Why do I feel like a scummy woman who got pregnant and ran, finding an honest guy to take me in while also keeping a backup lover? I can't handle this chaotic love triangle. Despite the awkwardness, she announces that her one and only partner is Xiao Nuo. Tung Xiao is immediately out of the running and withdraws dejectedly. The leader, having enjoyed the drama, suggests letting the two of them talk alone. As Lei He leaves, he coldly leaves with a parting shot. You should know you can't protect her. After a girl becomes pregnant, all the men fight to be the father. Not only does the tribe's greatest warrior risk his life for her, but the Lord of the City of Darkness also offers her a valuable or deposit, and the tribe's young leader even starts a war to win her. Just moments ago, Lei He had left Xiao Nuo with a threat. You can't protect Inju. Xiao Nuo suppresses his unease and shares recent tribal events with Inju. She hears that Miao Inai has been punished to bear 10 children for the disabled beastmen of the tribe. Inju feels this is too cruel. After all, Su Fei was the main culprit, and Miao Inai was just an accomplice. Xiao Nuo comforts Inju, reminding her that they have tribal laws. Su Fei will also be sent to the land of divine punishment. Inju can't help but feel a chill. The laws of the beast men are truly cruel, she remarks. Not wanting her to be upset, Xiao Nuo changes the subject, asking Inju how things were in the demi-human tribe and whether she was mistreated. Inju explains that she was very popular in the demi-human tribe. She says the demi-humans are warm and simple-hearted, not at all as fearsome as the legends claim. They were abandoned by the beast men because of their unusual appearances, which is what made them angry and cruel. However, if they receive even the slightest kindness, they're grateful to the point of tears. It's the first time Xiao Nuo has heard this perspective on demi-humans, and he is momentarily stunned. Inju gives an example, saying Lei He saved her when she was attacked by a wolf pack, getting injured himself in the process. Although he talked about capturing her, he actually took her to a safe cave and found food for her. Inju goes on and on about how wonderful the demi-humans are. But when she turns and sees the look on Xiao Nuo's face, she immediately senses trouble that, oh no, is he jealous? Xiao Nuo is practically reeking of jealousy. Go on. He says, what else did that snake do for you? Inju frantically backpedals, no. Actually, besides Lei He, the other demi-humans were very nice to me too. But then she pauses, leaving him in suspense. As expected, Xiao Nuo huffs, but what? Inju, however, leans in close and gives him a loving kiss. But I still missed you so much. She throws herself into his embrace, a familiar warmth that she cherishes deeply. Xiao Nuo finally confesses his true feelings, saying he was terribly worried about her, afraid that some accident would befall her in a place where he couldn't see her. Just as the two were sharing a tender moment, Bai Sheng coughed and used a spell to interrupt them. It turned out Tung Xiao had arrived. Inju shyly pulled away from Xiao Nuo's embrace. Xiao Nu, I was a bit surprised. What do you need me for? But Tung Xiao was there to see Inju. Xiao Nuo knew about the cub. They needed to talk properly, so he took the initiative to leave. Inju was at a loss in this awkward situation, trying to find something to talk about. I heard you and Xiao Nuo have been looking for me all this time. Thank you. Tung Xiao was full of self-blame that it's my fault. I didn't know you were pregnant with the cub. I failed to protect you both. Are you and the cub okay? Inju felt relieved, so he was worried about the cub. Her spirits lifted instantly. The cub and I are both fine. You don't have to worry. But then, Tung Xiao declared he would take responsibility for her and the cub, and that he wanted to form a contract with her on her coming-of-age day. Inju hadn't expected Tung Xiao to compromise for the sake of the child. He had previously been willing to go to the land of God's punishment rather than bond with her. But she didn't want to accept this kind of forced affection and flatly refused him. Tung Xiao grew flustered, thinking Inju was still upset about the past, and said he was more than willing to apologize. But Inju said she didn't want a partner out of mere responsibility. She valued love between partners more. She told Tung Xiao to think it over carefully and then left. Tung Xiao stood there lost. At first, he had truly hated her relentless pestering, but slowly, she had become smart and independent, and it seemed he had started to fall for her. Having dealt with the emotional issue, Inju threw herself back into identifying food. She worked non-stop and finally finished identifying all the plants. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the system's beeping sound echoed in her mind. Successfully identified 200 species. Reward: 1 necklace of new beginnings. Wearing it increases spirit by 10 and strength by 10. The system was being so generous. The nearby half-beastmen had tears in their eyes, unable to bear the thought of Inju leaving. leaving. They all said that if she stayed, they would tie up their city lord and deliver him to her bed. Inju laughed awkwardly and refused. She looked towards the tent, wondering how the negotiations between her group leader and Leahy were going. The group leader and Leahy were negotiating the ownership of the salt mine. Leahy made a generous offer, saying the Days tribe only needed to provide some people to help mine and cover the food for the half-beastmen. In return, they would get half of the salt that was mined. The terms were so favorable that it made the group leader wary. He worried there was a catch and hesitated. But Leahy grew impatient, that if you don't want to cooperate, then forget it. The group leader immediately agreed. The two expressed their pleasure in cooperating. Leahy turned and left. But he left with a final word. You must protect her well. If she gets hurt again, I will definitely take her away. Do you know how to gracefully refuse someone's courtship? The girl asked her suitor to be her child's godfather, moving him beyond words. Just a short while ago, Inju had tasted 100 different plants and received a necklace as a system reward. Wearing it could increase spirit by 10 and strength by 10. She took the necklace to see Leahy. Seeing that he was unhappy, she took out the necklace and personally put it on him. After putting it on, Leahy felt a surge of spirit. This necklace had to be precious. He quickly tried to refuse it. Inju played dumb. It's just an ordinary necklace, cheap enough for you to accept. Seeing this, Leahy took out the birthday gift he had prepared for Inju in advance, a beautiful God's tear flower. But as soon as Inju took it, she heard a frantic prompt from the system. Offer the God's tear flower to the system to receive a mysterious gift package. This was the first time the system had actively requested something. Inju found it a bit strange. Hearing Leahy say the flower came from Beast God Mountain, she wondered, could the system really be related to the Beast God? Didn't that mean all her previous bluffs about being a divine messenger were accidentally true? Inju instantly panicked. She decisively ignored the system's request, but she didn't know what to do with the flower. Leahy taught her to place it next to a bee skull. The energy emitted by the God's Tear flower would enhance the cub's bloodline potential. Just then, the group leader came looking for Leahy to ask about Su Fei's whereabouts. Guards had spotted Half-Beastman where she disappeared. Leahy admitted frankly that he had kidnapped Su Fei to make her face punishment in the City of Darkness. He declared, "You can't have her back, but you can take my life." After learning Su Fei's whereabouts, the group leader pragmatically slipped away, having no intention of offending his partner and major benefactor, Leahy. He asked Inju if she planned to marry the cub's father when she came of age. Inju looked disgusted. The one she liked was Qiao Nuo. She listed all of Qiao Nuo's virtues, which made Leahy look miserable, his entire aura sinking. Seeing this, Inju invited Leahy to be the cub's godfather, saying he was kind and handsome, and that the little one would be very happy to have his help. Leahy's heart softened. He decided to always protect them from the shadows. After saying goodbye to Leahy, he and her half-beastman friends, Inju returns to the Days tribe and gets a good scolding from AMU. AMU also asks her if she wants to choose an additional partner at the coming-of-age ceremony. Inju is shocked. She already has Qiao Nuo. It turns out that productivity in this world is low, and a single male can't possibly support female. To make matters worse, males can get injured or be eaten by wild beasts. Therefore, the more outstanding a female is, the more male partner she has. Inju is filled with resistance. Qiao Nuo, recovering from his injuries, is also heartbroken. He recalls Leahy's words. Can he really protect her? Can he really bring Inju happiness? Just as Qiao Nuo is feeling dejected, Inju excitedly comes to discuss tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony. Qiao Nuo can't help but ask Inju why she didn't agree to marry Teng Xiao. Inju gives him a big slap to knock some sense into him. Does he really want to push her away to someone else? Qiao Nuo instantly admits he was wrong and is reassured by Inju's reaction. The two make up as if nothing happened. Inju figures Qiao Nuo must have pre-wedding jitters. At the coming-of-age ceremony, Inju is dressed dazzlingly, capturing everyone's attention. Qiao Nuo stares without blinking. Teng Xiao feels even more bitter watching them. The priest begins to chant the ancient blessing. As he bestows the power of the blessing upon the crowd, the system starts acting up again. An automatic update is detected, and the system is about to initiate an upgrade. Inju feels a wave of dizziness. She loses consciousness and falls into Qiao Nuo's arms. In a daze, she arrives in a strange space, hearing the sound of the system still updating. She vaguely guesses that the system upgrade might be related to the priest's divine blessing. As she tries to summon the system to negotiate, the space suddenly issues a warning. System energy insufficient. Update automatically paused. Inju curses inwardly. Is this system drunk? She then falls into chaos again. A voice vaguely says, the current priest's blessing is too weak. Inju, you must lead the Beastman tribe to prosper. The rest of the sentence disappears into the chaos. Meanwhile, in reality, Chao Nua is pacing anxiously. After an examination, the priest comes to a rigorous conclusion. Inju fainted temporarily due to excessive nervousness and excitement. Inju happens to wake up and has a close encounter with Tang Xiao. She immediately turns and throws herself into Chao Nua's arms. Tang Xiao wisely makes his exit. Inju is extremely annoyed. Now everyone in the tribe thinks she's a lovesick fool. It's clearly the system's fault, but the ceremony must go on. Chao Nua presents a beautiful bouquet to Inju, asking her to be his partner. Inju happily accepts. The two are about to start their shameless life together. Have you ever seen such a bizarre wedding? The bride is proposed to by a group of male beastmen right after getting married. The groom's good friend even tries to steal her away right in front of him. Inju is so scared, she repeatedly refuses. But Tang Xiao says he doesn't want to be with her just for the sake of having cubs. He truly likes her. After a heartfelt confession, he sincerely proposes. Inju politely refuses 3 times. A partnership requires love from both sides, not a one-sided effort. Tang Xiao is anxious for Inju to legally start a harem. In front of Chao Nua, Inju can't handle it. HTTPS. The concept of love in the Beastman world is truly peculiar. Inju firmly states she only wants Chao Nua. She then turns and asks Chao Nua why he doesn't refuse. Chao Nua explains that only females have the right to refuse. Inju emphasizes again to the tribe leader that she only wants Chao Nua as her partner. The leader says that Chao Nua, that lucky boy, has hit the jackpot. HTTPS. Just as the priest is about to officiate for them, Tang Xiao steps forward once again. He requests to be Inju's guardian. The tribe leader and Chao Nua are stunned. A guardian is in existence even more loyal and devoted than a partner. Once they choose a master and swear an oath of protection, they can sense their master's location and condition at all times. When the protected one is harmed, the damage can even be transferred to the guardian. Moreover, a guardian can only protect one person in their entire life and cannot seek another partner, or they will be cursed by the beast god. Thus, it is extremely rare. Tang Xiao says he has already made up his mind. Inju is deeply moved. However, according to the rules of the beast god, as the person concerned, Inju has no right to refuse. This is the guardian's sole privilege. Tang Xiao stands behind Inju and Chao Nua, waiting for them to complete their ceremony so he can swear his oath. Inju temporarily forgets her worries and exchanges vows with Chao Nua to become partners. Before she can finish being happy, Tang Xiao gets down on one knee. He lightly cuts Inju's arm, letting a drop of blood fall on his own head as he swears an oath. As he speaks, a guardian's mark appears on Inju's hand. She can vaguely feel a connection to Tang Xiao. The feeling coming from Tang Xiao seems to be one of great happiness. After the ceremony, Tang Xiao followed Inju relentlessly, making her very uncomfortable. Jono went directly to negotiate with Tang Xiao. He stated that Inju was not an ordinary, delicate female. She is very independent and self-reliant, so everything must be based on her feelings. He sternly told Tang Xiao that he hadn't accepted him. It was only because the risks of males hunting outside were too great. If one of them didn't return, the one who remained had to take good care of Inju and the cubs. This was a pact of life and death. At that moment, the two men reached a consensus. They must protect the person they love. The next day, Inju woke up to this inexplicably harmonious scene. Jono was cleaning the game, while Tang Xiao was starting a fire to boil water. Seeing her approach, Jono told her to go back inside and rest. Tang Xiao also said they would make breakfast. The scene was utterly peaceful. A bewildered Inju returned to the house, her mind a complete mess. She just couldn't comprehend the beastman's views on marriage. The breakfast felt like a lump in her throat. Looking at Tang Xiao standing guard outside the door, she decided she had to find a way to make him give up. In the following days, Jono went out on patrol, while Inju and Tang Xiao engaged in a battle of wits. She would eat inside the house, and he would stand guard outside. She identified plants. He recorded them by her side. She caught a cold. He draped a coat over her. She slept on the bed. He slept on a mat on the floor. Finally, Inju admitted defeat. She gave Tang Xiao a large, separate cave. Surviving independently isn't a skill exclusive to you males, is it? Tang Xiao was dealt a heavy blow. Perhaps he should find another way to protect her. Inju watched Tang Xiao turn and leave, wondering why he was so agreeable this time. She lay down, feeling uneasy. She realized that on the days Jono was away, she actually had trouble sleeping. As she was drifting off, she sensed someone approaching. She nervously tightened her grip on the knife in her hand. But it was Tang Xiao. He had come back again, quietly covering her with a blanket. He even whispered an apology. "I'm sorry for making you so upset." After he left, Inju sat up. Had Tang Xiao finally given up? From that day on, Tang Xiao never appeared again. But when Inju woke up, there would be a prepared meal. When she went out, a cloak would be hanging by the door. After a busy day, she would return to a home with hot water already boiled. Tang Xiao never appeared by her side, yet traces of him were everywhere. Troubled, Inju was also absent-minded at work. After the team leader noticed, she asked her for the reason. Inju couldn't help but confide in the team leader. She had originally thought that since the team leader's son was Jono, she would definitely be on Jono's side. Who knew the team leader would say that there seemed to be nothing wrong with it? Inju felt that Tang Xiao should also have the right to his own happiness, rather than treating her as his responsibility. But the team leader told her, perhaps for Tang Xiao, protecting you is his happiness. The girl had only been married for a day, and her mother-in-law was already persuading her to accept another man. The reason was that her son could die at any moment. Just a short while ago, Inju had been stressed to the point of tearing her hair out over Tang Xiao's silent pursuit. She couldn't help but confide in the team leader. She had thought that since the team leader was Jono's birth mother, she would speak up for Jono. But the team leader said that life is short and no one knows when a disaster might strike. Tang Xiao just wanted to protect her quietly. Why not give him a chance? Inju, being from the 21st century, simply couldn't accept this point of view. But she knew well that the difference in values was too great to argue against. So, she quickly changed the subject, pointing to a fruit and saying, "This wild fruit is called red cha-cha. If you roast it, it becomes an appetizing snack for the cubs." Food was a timeless topic. The team leader was indeed distracted, saying she would have the gathering team collect more. Just as Inju was secretly celebrating her successful change of topic, the system notified her that she had successfully identified 500 species and rewarded her with a food processing unit. She just needed to put in the raw materials to get the finished product, which could save a great deal of time and energy. But before Inju could take a closer look, the system began a forced update. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over her, and Inju instantly lost consciousness. Her last lingering impression was of Tang Xiao rushing anxiously toward her. When she woke up, she was as expected in a system space. An adorable little boy appeared before her eyes. Inju immediately backed away. The little boy looked a bit hurt. "Inju, how can you not recognize me? I'm the one who has always been with you, who brought you from the modern world to this beast man world." Inju had a sudden realization. "Are you the system?" The little boy said that his soul was residing in a small program she had made in her previous life. It turned out his name was Bena, and he was born in a very large tribe. From a young age, he could communicate with spirits and possessed an extremely high talent for sacrificial rites. His tribe sent him to Beast God Mountain to become a disciple of the Beast God. His master had more than one disciple. There were also 3 other disciples. They were all very good to him. Bena had always lived a carefree life on Beast God Mountain. But one day, the entire mountain began to shake violently, and even the temple collapsed. In his panic, Bena heard his master communicating with him through divine sense. "Bena, run. Don't trust your senior sister. Don't trust anyone." Although he didn't know what had happened, Bena refused to abandon his master. He anxiously went back to search for him. Just then, a sharp blade pierced him from behind. As he was dying, he didn't see the killer. In his daze, he saw his master's anxious face. But his body was already dead. His master could only take his soul. Using the last of his strength, he opened a space-time tunnel and sent him to another world, while he himself vanished between heaven and earth. After Benna arrived in the 21st century, he remained in Inju's bracelet. He only began to accumulate power after regaining consciousness. Later, Inju died suddenly from pulling an all-nighter. Benna then took Inju's soul back to the Beastman world. Before she died, Inju had knocked over her computer. Benna was uncontrollably sucked into a mini-program and had to bring along with them through the portal. Inju was incredibly grateful to Benna. "Thank you for bringing me here, so I can continue with a new life." Benna was a little shy. He asked Inju for her help. He wanted to avenge his master, the beast god, but he lacked the power to do so. He needed the beastman's power of faith to become stronger. Therefore, he needed Inju to identify more species and lead the tribe to greater development. Inju also wanted to change the hard life of the beastmen, but was troubled by the tribe's weakness. As soon as they had anything good, it would be coveted by stronger tribes. She switched to haggling mode in a second, looking at Benna expectantly, hoping he could provide some weapons and equipment to arm the tribe. Unexpectedly, Benna said that although he had many things, he didn't have the power to take them out. Inju angrily accused Benna of making empty promises. Benna had no choice but to show Inju another way. As long as they had a totem, they could increase the tribe's strength. In reality, Inju's collapse had frightened Tang Xiao and the chief. Even Xiao Nuo, who was out on patrol, rushed back. He blamed Tang Xiao for not protecting Inju properly. Fortunately, the chief told him that Tang Xiao was not at fault, as Inju had fainted while she was with him. After waking up, Inju eagerly asked the chief and the priest, "Does the Days tribe have a totem?" The girl never dreamed that one of her devoted admirers was actually a legendary totem warrior with a 1,000-year heritage. Despite possessing immense power, he was content to do her laundry, cook, and clean for her. Just now, Inju, having received the divine beast guidance, sat up eagerly to ask the priest and the chief about totems. As soon as Inju finished speaking, Teng Zhao's expression changed drastically. "How did Inju know about totems?" The priest asked Teng Xiao, "You know about this totem thing?" Teng Xiao nodded. He said hesitantly, "I used to be a 2-star totem warrior." Xiao Nu was astonished that you're actually a totem warrior. "No wonder you were so strong before." Teng Xiao slowly explained, "Totems are a precious power bestowed upon beastmen by the beast god. Totem warriors are ranked from 1-star to 9-star. The higher the rank, the greater the power. It is said that 5,000 years ago, the Beastman world was not like it is today. There was an advanced civilization that could build tall houses, and they had endless food without needing to hunt. But one day, a catastrophe struck. The Beastmen suffered a devastating disaster, and the civilization of that time was destroyed in an instant. The complete totems were also lost. Today, only the Beast King city possesses incomplete totems, which serve as their hidden power. There are no longer any traces of totems on the continent." At this point, Tang Xiao was very puzzled. How did Inju know about totems? Inju hadn't expected that 5,000 years had passed since Benna's era. Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Inju revealed the truth. She had received the inheritance of the beast god's disciple and had also learned the art of creating totems. Everyone was shocked. After Inju explained everything, the chief breathed a sigh of relief. So, Inju fainted because the Divine One was passing on the inheritance of his arts. Xiao Nuo was also overjoyed that Inju had gained a divine beast. The matter of avenging the beast god was of great importance, so Inju decided to keep it a secret for now. The priest was very happy for the Days tribe. With a totem to increase their strength, they would no longer have to fear other tribes coming to steal their things. Inju, however, was not so optimistic. Totems require jade as a medium. The better the quality of the jade, the greater the totem power it could withstand. But the area around the tribe was barren of mineral resources and had no jade. It might only be found in the resource-rich plains. Teng Xiao, however, immediately volunteered for the task of finding jade. But everyone was worried. The road to the plains was filled with countless ferocious beasts. Even with Teng Xiao's great strength, it would be fraught with danger. The chief also told Teng Xiao to wait until the salt mine was excavated and to take more people with him. Exchanging for jade would also require a large amount of supplies. Tung Xiao shook his head. He only needed the sugar refined by the tribe. That was something not even the Beast King city had, making it extremely rare. He was certain he could trade it for jade. He promised the chief he would definitely bring back the jade and turn to go pack his things. Watching Ting Xiao about to leave without hesitation, Yinju's heart was moved and she chased after him. She wanted to tell Tang Xiao that he didn't have to do so much for her. Tung Xiao just gently stroked her head. He told her that he was only pursuing greater power and the prosperity of the tribe. It had nothing to do with Yinju. During the time he was away, Yinju had to take good care of herself. Watching Tung Xiao turn and leave, Yinju's heart was filled with guilt. She asked Baina if the guardian's oath could be broken. She really didn't want to hold Tung Xiao back anymore. Baina casually replied, "No problem." Overjoyed, Yinju said, "Quick, tell me how." To her surprise, Baina said that as long as Tung Xiao died, the oath would automatically be broken. Yinju was extremely frustrated. If she had known this guardian's oath was so absolute, she would have refused Tung Xiao to the death back then. The next day, the chief packed the refined sugar and cured meat, telling Tung Xiao to take care on his journey. Xiao Nuo also handed over a package. It contained poisonous herbs and fruits that Yinju had prepared for Tung Xiao to use for self-defense on his journey. The uses and effects were written down and placed inside. Tung Xiao looked over. Yinju, who had been hiding to the side, walked over. He broke into a smile. "Yinju, thank you." Yinju knew this journey would be perilous and couldn't help but urge him to be careful. Tung Xiao hugged Yinju tightly, promising her that he would definitely return safely. Watching Tung Xiao disappear into the distance, everyone prayed to the beast god for his safe return. Xiao Nuo and Yinju also secretly vowed to protect the Days tribe and help the beastmen of the tribe live better lives. Just then, the chief told the two of them that the Juk tribe's trading market was about to open, and he hoped Yinju would go and find some good things. Yinju's spirits were instantly lifted. Wasn't the Juk tribe the one Su Fei betrayed them to join? This was a perfect opportunity to check them out. Do you believe that love at first sight is real? A girl was just strolling through the market when she was spotted by a super handsome man. The handsome man was not only a high-ranking official of the tribe, he was also generous, gifting her a piece of precious silk that takes 10 years to make, which scared the girl into refusing repeatedly. This reverse psychology successfully piqued the handsome man's interest. Not long before, Yinju and Xiao Nuo were enthusiastically exploring the market. The Juk tribe's market was indeed rich with goods. Yinju felt that although her tribe had plenty of food now, it would be even better if they could find a staple food like wheat. Xiao Nuo comforted her, saying she had worked hard recently. He hoped she could relax and have fun without any pressure. He even activated buy everything mode for Yinju, planning to buy anything she liked. The market in this primitive society mainly featured food. Yinju noticed a type of dusty-looking fruit at a small stall. Baina, in her sea of consciousness, identified it as a mountain bean, similar to yams on Earth. What Yinju was holding was its fruit that grows above ground. Seeing Yinju was very interested, Xiao Nuo immediately offered to buy all of them. When Yinju saw he had misunderstood, she quickly stopped him. She asked the stall owner if he had only picked the mountain beans and not looked for anything else. The stall owner looked confused. Only the fruit of the mountain bean is edible. Why pick anything else? Yinju was instantly overjoyed, so they didn't know yet that the yam also has an edible underground tuber. It seemed she had found another food source. She then asked the stall owner about the location where the mountain beans grow, but the stall owner became evasive. "These were all picked and brought by my tribesmen. How would I know where they are?" Yinju threw out a heavy bargaining chip. "How about 20 beast hides for the location?" The stall owner was stunned by this windfall. The mountain beans were small and not very filling. How could they be worth this price? He readily told them the location, afraid that Yinju would go back on her word. He was also pleased with his own cleverness. "Anyway, we've already picked all the mountain beans there, earning 20 beast hides for nothing." Both parties happily made the deal, each thinking they had gotten the better end of it. After leaving the stall, Xiao Nuo asked Yinju what's so special about these mountain beans. Yinju delightedly told him, "The mountain beans' underground tubers are not only edible, but also store well. The number of yams underground is probably even greater than the number of beans. We've made a huge profit with those 20 beast hides." Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up. The stall owner said Haida Mountain is covered in mountain beans. "It looks like we can harvest a huge batch of yams." He planned to send someone to inform the chief as soon as they returned to camp to dispatch people to dig up the yams first. Having secured another reserve food source for the tribe, Xiao Nuo wanted to reward Inju properly. He happily told Inju to see if there was anything she liked. The numerous exquisite ornaments and fabrics dazzled Inju. A piece of shimmering fabric caught her eye. This fabric was very soft and cool. It felt light and comfortable to the touch, much like the silk from her original world. The stall owner smiled slightly and bowed to her. This is a specialty from the silk spinning city of the silkworm beastman. It's silkworm cloth. One silkworm beastman can only produce one piece of this cloth per year. Inju heard this and realized it was clearly a luxury item in the beastman world. She thought it must be very expensive and was about to give up, but Xiao Nuo insisted that if Inju liked it, he would buy it immediately. The handsome stall owner on the other side sized up Inzi Hud S.O. She's the female from the Days tribe that Aya mentioned. She's as lively and beautiful as he said. While Xiao Nuo and Inju were still arguing, an idea formed in the stall owner's mind. He picked up the silk cloth and offered it to Inju. If you like it, I'll give it to you. He had assumed all females liked these beautiful things. But to his surprise, Inju refused outright. I don't want it. We don't even know each other. I can't accept a gift from you for no reason. Xiao Nuo also stood in front of Inju. I'll buy whatever my mate likes. We don't need favors from others. Little did he know, this made the stall owner even more interested in her. She doesn't casually accept gifts from males. Inju is indeed a very interesting female. Xiao Nuo was about to leave with Inju, but the stall owner stopped them. You must be Inju from the Days tribe. I've heard Aya speak of you. Inju turned around, a little puzzled. Who are you? And how do you know Aya? The man flashed a charming smile. I am Elder Zimo of the Juk tribe. It's a pleasure to meet you. This silk cloth is a meeting gift for you. Just then, an affected voice rang out. Zimo, you're my mate. How could you give something to someone else? The speaker was none other than Sophie, who had been captured and taken to the Dark City. The transmigrated female lead had run into the most tenacious female supporting character in history. She had clearly already ruined her rival's reputation and had her locked away in the terrifying Dark City. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had reappeared as an elder's spouse and had even gotten close to the tribe's chief, wanting to put her rival to death. Just moments ago, Inju had received the silk cloth from Elder Zimo, only to have it intercepted by Sophie, who appeared out of nowhere. Inju and Xiao Nuo were both stunned. Old and new hatreds welled up in Xiao Nuo's heart. He immediately moved to take her to the land of divine law to face the judgment of the beast god. Sophie quickly hid behind Zimo, borrowing his power to intimidate them. Xiao Nuo, do you dare? I am now the mate of an elder of the Juk tribe. Capturing me means offending the Juk tribe. Before Xiao Nuo could react, Zimo showed Sophie no courtesy at all, stating that the chief had only introduced them and that he would never become mates with her. Xiao Nuo was instantly emboldened. He grabbed Sophie. Oh, you were just flattering yourself. This time, you will definitely pay the price. Sophie panicked and repeatedly pleaded with Zimo for help. Seeing him unmoved, she even threatened him. Have you forgotten what the chief said? Upon hearing the chief mentioned, Zimo indeed hesitated. A moment later, he blocked Xiao Nuo, saying helplessly that he couldn't let them take Sophie away, because she was now a female of the Juk tribe. Even if she were to be punished, it would be a matter for the Juk tribe and had nothing to do with Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo was very confused. Sophie is clearly from our Days tribe. When did she become part of your Juk tribe? Zimo explained the reason. It turned out that Bays of the Juk tribe had rescued Sophie from the half-beasts, and now they have already become mates. According to the rules of the Beastman continent, she is now a member of the Juk tribe. He asked for Xiao Nuo's understanding. Inju fell into thought. Just now, Zimo clearly didn't want to save Sophie, but his attitude changed after she brought up the chief. Could there be something going on that we don't know about? However, this was not the place to start a fight. If a conflict arose, the Days tribe would surely be the one to lose out. Thinking of this, she pulled Xiao Nuo back, giving him a meaningful look. Then she said to Sophie, since you are now a member of the Juk tribe, I hope you can turn over a new leaf and stop with the scheming. Inju's tone became threatening. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily next time. Sophie gritted her teeth in secret. That detestable Inju dares to threaten me. Having escaped punishment, Sophie did not turn over a new leaf. Instead, she went straight to the chief of the Juk tribe to complain, demanding that he get rid of Inju. The Juk chief said helplessly that during the market, they had to protect the safety of their guests. Otherwise, who could bear the loss if no one came in the future? How could Sophie be content with that? She immediately retorted, "When I told you the location of the salt mine, you personally promised to help me find a mate. But now Zimo won't acknowledge it at all." The chief was cunning. "I already had Baze become your mate. If Zimo himself is unwilling, I can't force him. Besides, you only told me the salt mine is in the Wansho forest. The people I sent to find it haven't reported back yet. Who knows if your information is true or false?" But Sophie wasn't so easily dismissed. The secret of the salt mine was something she had managed to pry from the half-beasts with great difficulty. Since the Juk chief didn't believe her, she would just have to seek refuge with other tribes. One of them would surely believe her. The Juk chief's heart skipped a beat. He soothed Sophie, "Don't be anxious. I have other ways. As long as the guests are the ones who break the rules, then we no longer have to protect them." Sophie's face twisted with malice. "Inju, this time, I'll make sure you're carried back from whence you came." After dealing with the Sophie problem, Inju and Xiao Nuo prepared to go back to their stall to help. But to their surprise, their stall looked bleak and desolate, clearly having had no customers at all. Inju asked her mother in confusion, "The market is so lively. How come there's no one here at all?" Inju's mother sighed. "That's because you were in the area where the Juk tribe has its stalls. That's the area for the large tribes. Small tribes like ours are all assigned over here. The people at the market know there are better things over there, so they don't come this way at all." Xiao Nuo felt this was blatant bullying. Inju's mother shook her head. "Even if they bully us, we can't do anything about it. The Juk tribe has always been domineering. It's not that other tribes haven't protested this issue before, but afterwards, they lost their qualifications to even have a stall. So everyone can only endure it silently. What can we do? We're just a small tribe." This girl, with just a single drop of water, brought a dead person back to life. Even got up to identify the culprit. Just as Xiao Nuo, Inju, and AMU were worrying about their quiet stall, Inju had a great idea. Before long, the crowd at the market smelled a fragrant aroma. The scent stirred their appetites. Everyone began searching for the source of the scent, only to find Xiao Nuo diligently grilling skewers of stall, while Inju called out to the crowd, "Days Tribe's secret spice-rubbed meat skewers. Fresh, delicious, and savory with every bite. Just trade a small snack for one. Don't miss out." The crowd, already drooling from the aroma, swarmed forward, surrounding Inju. They eagerly offered their own tribe's specialties in exchange for the grilled skewers. Inju happily announced there was enough for everyone. Inju's skewers were made with a carefully crafted recipe combining modern seasonings. The beastmen of this primitive society had never tasted anything like it. One bite was a heavenly experience, moving them almost to tears. A long line instantly formed in front of the stall. Inju's AMU took the opportunity to promote their other products. "Our tribe's other specialties, like dried fruits, are also one of a kind. Not only are they delicious, but they also last a long time. You can save them for winter." Hearing that they could be saved for winter instantly hit a sore spot for all the beastmen. They all turned into big spenders, buying frantically. The dried fruits and other goods went from being completely ignored to becoming hot-selling items in an instant. Inju's AMU was overjoyed. Inju sighed. "It seems that whether they're beastmen or humans, everyone loves good food. At this rate, they would be able to sell all the supplies their tribe had brought." Just then, a scream rang out. Inju turned to look. Two beastmen were rolling on the ground in pain, yelling, "My stomach hurts so much. The skewers must be poisoned. Don't eat them, everyone." Before long, the two of them appeared to be unconscious. Inju was shocked, her mind in a state of chaos. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Captain, it's them." Turning her head, she saw it was Su Fei again, that cockroach. She was reporting to a beastman who looked like a manager, saying that Inju and her group were selling tainted meat skewers that nearly killed someone. Seeing Su Fei, Inju's mind instantly cleared. "Wait, something's not right. The patrol team is stationed at the other exit of the market. In the short time since the incident occurred, it should have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly." Looking at Su Fei's malicious smile, Inju's thoughts were crystal clear. Unless someone already knew there was going to be trouble. Meanwhile, Su Su Fei was shouting that the skewers were poisoned, but inwardly, she was gloating. Inju, you're dead this time. The patrol captain, without asking for any explanation, accused them. How dare you poison beastmen at our Juk tribe's market? You're asking for death. He immediately ordered his men to take Inju and her group away. Inju knew this was bad. These people were all with Su Fei. If she was taken away just like this, she'd never be able to clear her name, unless she could expose Su Fei's plot on the spot. She asked her system for help. Binna, do you have any solution? An idea immediately formed in Inju's mind. She turned to the captain and said that she was willing to go with them to be investigated. But the urgent matter was to detoxify the two men. She had a medicinal wine that could cure all poisons and wanted to try to see if it could wake them. The captain flatly refused, saying he would send them to the priest for treatment. But Inju argued that it would be too late by then, that if someone really dies at the Juk market, I'm afraid no one will dare to come here anymore. Hearing this, the captain began to ponder. Indeed, if that happened, the tribe would lose face. Su Fei tried to intervene again. Who knows if you're just afraid they'll wake up and expose you, so you want to poison them to death first? Inju shouted back. Killing them does me no good. While the two were arguing, the captain made a decision. He allowed Inju to try her medicinal wine, but he thought to himself, if something really happens to the two beastmen, we can just blame her tribe. It will have nothing to do with the Juk. Binna said angrily in Inju's mind, I've checked. There's nothing wrong with these two at all. They're just pretending to be poisoned to frame you. Inju had long suspected that Su Fei was behind this, but now she had a way to deal with it. She poured the truth wine into the mouths of the two men. The two couldn't hide their swallowing reflex and had no choice but to sit up, clutching their heads. Su Fei gritted her teeth. Didn't we agree you'd pretend to be unconscious from poisoning? Why did you get up on your own? Inju deliberately questioned them. Do you remember what just happened? Your collapse from poisoning, was it really because of our skewers? Just as one of the beastmen was about to answer, Su Fei grabbed his arm. On the surface, she was celebrating their safe recovery, but she was secretly whispering to remind him of their deal. She then asked pointedly, did you feel unwell and get poisoned right after eating the skewers? Unexpectedly, the two men immediately turned on her, pointing and saying, the meat skewers aren't poison at all. It was this female who told us to pretend to be poisoned and unconscious to frame someone else. The other man added, she said she's the mate of the Juk tribe's leader. She said if we didn't agree, she would deal with our tribe. We had no choice but to agree to this. The crowd burst into discussion. Su Fei was panicked and confused, but she immediately tried to deflect. You can't just pin the blame on me to help Inju just because she saved you. Su Fei put on a pitiful expression. If I had threatened you, why would you be revealing this now? But Inju immediately retorted. She had given them truth wine, so they must be telling the truth. Hearing it was truth wine, the crowd began to murmur. They had heard that truth wine was blessed by the gods, making it impossible for one to lie and only speak the truth. This meant those two weren't poisoned, but were threatened into framing someone. Su Fei felt things were spiraling out of her control, but she still tried desperately to argue. Just because you say so? Who knows if you're telling the truth? Inju immediately challenged her. If you don't believe it, try drinking some yourself. As it happens, I'd also like to know why you've tried to harm me time and time again. She pointed at Su Fei and said to the captain, the truth is already obvious. It was Su Fei who framed me. She demanded the captain arrest the mastermind immediately. But the captain knew the chief valued Su Fei highly and hesitated. Today's events seem to be a misunderstanding. You two should resolve your conflict privately. Do you know how absurd this girl's sycophant is? To curry her favor, he directly ordered his own suitor to be locked in a cell, and even dragged to the public square to be flogged by the crowd. Just a moment ago, Inju had proven that Su Fei was the mastermind behind the poisoning, yet the patrol captain wanted to smooth things over. This caused the crowd to murmur. The Juk tribe actually protects a poisoner. I won't dare come to this market again. The captain, feeling guilty, hurriedly dispersed the crowd. Su Fei said smugly, you got lucky this time. Inju, trying to fight me is just overestimating your own abilities. Inju thought indignantly. The Juk tribe is truly unreasonable. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, ZMO appeared with a furious expression and silenced everyone. Su Fei immediately went over to cling to him and act cute. But ZMO pushed her away to, I heard everything. Su Fei, you have some nerve, daring to pull dirty tricks in a market I manage and break the rules I've set. He ordered his men to seize Su Fei and lock her in a cell, stating that the rule of the market is fair trade. Anyone who disrupts trade and causes trouble will be severely punished. Su Fei had crossed his bottom line, and he would not let her off. He then turned and apologized to Inju. This incident is our fault. We of the Juk did not handle it well. Seeing this, Su Fei went mad with rage. Why does everyone like Inju? I already fled to the Juk tribe. Why does Inju still have to steal my men? Her body went limp and she knelt, beginning to apologize profusely to Inju and beg for her forgiveness. Just as Inju was stunned by her abnormal behavior, Su Fei suddenly pulled out a knife and lunged at her. Her face was flushed and her expression was manic. Goodbye, Inju. Xiao Nua immediately rushed towards Inju, grabbing Su Fei's knife-wielding hand. With a twist, he made the knife fall from her hand. Xiao Nua's face was grim, and he radiated a terrifying aura as Su Fei. You dare harm Inju. With that, he sent Su Fei flying with a kick. Xiao Nua protectively shielded Inju, still shaken. Su Fei, you dared to harm a pregnant beast woman. He looked angrily at ZMO. This woman disrupted the market trade and harmed a pregnant female. How do you plan to handle this? Xiao Nua was seething, prepared to kill Su Fei at all costs if he didn't receive a satisfactory answer. ZMO sighed. This matter is our fault. We will certainly give you a proper explanation. He ordered his men to first tie Su Fei to the stone pillar at the market entrance and flog her. Su Fei was truly panicked now. She had always considered herself ZMO's fiancée, which was why she acted so unscrupulously. Even as she was dragged away, she was still screaming for ZMO to save her, but he completely ignored her. Ignored by everyone, Su Fei was tied to the stone pillar. The gossip of the surrounding crowd continuously reached her ears. I heard she was punished by the authorities for harming someone in the street. Someone else snickered. Ever since she arrived, she's been flirting with all the young males of the tribe all day. She brought this beating upon herself. Su Fei's body was in excruciating pain from the whipping, and rumors and whispers constantly filled her ears. Her heart was filled with extreme hatred for Inju, and she swore that she would make Inju pay 100-fold for today's humiliation and pain. Meanwhile, at the Juk chief's home, the chief was reprimanding ZMO for having Su Fei beaten because of a female named Inju. ZMO was calm and composed, stating that Su Fei was clearly the one at fault. Not only did she frame a member of an outside tribe, but she also attempted to harm a pregnant female, damaging the market's reputation. If she wasn't dealt with, it would provoke public anger and the entire tribe would pay the price. More importantly, ZMO changed his tone. The saltpeter Su Fei spoke of has not yet been found, but Inju can bring the tribe greater benefits. The chief was somewhat puzzled. ZMO took out a bowl of spices. This is Inju's secret spice blend. I traded 50 animal hides for it. If we transport this to the plains, the price will multiply several times over. The chief was astonished by this profit and asked bluntly, ZMO, are you certain? ZMO was very sure of the profit. Furthermore, this isn't the only good thing to come from the Days tribe this year. According to Aya, all of them were created by Inju. If we can get Inju to join the Juk, she will surely bring even more benefits to the Juk. The chief nodded that it would be best if she joins our tribe. But if she doesn't, he revealed a ruthless expression. Then kill her. The girl who traveled from another world had conquered the tribe's elder with just a single packet of barbecue spice. To make her stay, they were willing to offer mountains of gold and silver, and even sent the tribe's handsome men to seduce her. In the end, they even made a harsh vow. If they can't have her, they will destroy her. Just a moment ago, Inju sold all the goods at her stall. She happily prepared to pack up. It looked like she could go home for the day. Unfortunately, they only found yams on this trip to the market. Xiao Nua patted her head, comforting her that it was all right. These yams were plentiful, enough to last the winter. Not only that, but they could also help other tribes. He kissed Inju, praising her for being so amazing. Just as the two were having a lovey-dovey moment, an oblivious third wheel interrupted. Excuse me for interrupting, ZMO said with a smile. Inju quickly returned the greeting. Elder ZMO, is there something else you'd like to buy? ZMO shook his head. He wanted to apologize to Inju for what happened yesterday. Inju was taken aback. Why are you apologizing? ZMO presented a box as a gift. I'm truly sorry about what happened yesterday. He opened the box. Inside, gemstones sparkled brightly. He hoped Inju would accept this apology gift. But Xiao Nuo felt something was off. The Juke tribe has always been domineering and arrogant. For them to come and apologize with a gift was unheard of. He warned Inju to be careful, that they might have ulterior motives. Inju closed the lid and politely refused ZMO that tea wasn't your fault to begin with. I can accept your apology, but I can't take the gift. ZMO wanted to persuade her further. She said that punishing Su Fei was enough. There's no way I can accept the gift. Seeing that she wouldn't accept the gift, ZMO felt things were getting tricky. It seemed he would have to try another approach. An idea struck him. He asked Inju about the raw ingredients for her secret spice mix. Inju chuckled to herself. This was her exclusive secret recipe. She had tested dozens of seasoning plants and tried hundreds of combinations to create this ultimate secret spice mix. It couldn't be replicated so easily. If you want more, I can sell you some. ZMO was helpless. A tiny bit of spice cost 50 animal hides. He couldn't afford such a luxury. Seeing the atmosphere relax, ZMO proposed doing other business with Inju. He saw that Inju was immediately interested. ZMO said his tribe had goods from the distant plains. He hoped Inju would take a look and see if there was anything she wanted to trade for. He led Inju to the Juke tribe's warehouse. The enormous warehouse was a magnificent sight. Inside were the goods the tribe's caravan had traded for from the plains this year. Inju was very surprised. The Juke tribe actually had its own trade caravan. ZMO explained that the Juke had built a trade route to the plains long ago. They organized a special team to transport local products to the plains for trade each year. The moment he pushed the door open, Inju was stunned. Countless rare treasures glittered, illuminating the entire warehouse. ZMO, feigning composure, continued to show off. Most of the things here have been pre-ordered by other tribes. We also prepare some novelties for trade each year. Of course, the major goods from the caravan are prioritized for our own tribe's needs. Seeing Inju staring intently, ZMO leaned close to her ear, tempting her, especially for females who have made significant contributions. But Inju completely ignored him, lost in the mountain of treasures, and oh wonder the Juke tribe is so powerful. They control the trade routes to the outside world. They can make a fortune from trade alone. When will our tribe be like this? Seeing this, ZMO continued to flatter her. Inju, you not only discover new species, but also their various uses and processing methods. Your mind is sharper than most males. Inju chuckled. I just tinker around. ZMO hinted strongly. It's a pity that a Zay tribe can't fully utilize your talents. If you were in the Juke tribe, you could surely reach your full potential and live a better life than you do now. Inju laughed it off that the Zay is great. Having family and a loved one is the greatest happiness. Seeing that she wasn't taking the bait, ZMO had to change the subject and introduce other goods. He gritted his teeth inwardly. Since you only care about your family and lover, then if you became my mate, you would stay and serve the Juke tribe, wouldn't you? In this world, every woman must find 3 husbands. Those who can't find a partner are driven out to fend for themselves. It turns out their productivity is low, and men often suffer heavy casualties while hunting. Procreation is of the utmost importance. Just now, the pregnant Inju once again faced the temptation of a handsome man. Elder ZMO of the Juke tribe took the opportunity while introducing the red branch flower to her. He moved close to her ear, exuding his charm. Inju's face flushed and her heart raced. ZMO gently picked up a gorgeous red branch flower. He slowly crushed it in his hand. With fingers stained by the flower's juice, he gently brushed them against Inju's lips. The juice dyed her lips as if she were wearing lipstick. ZMO chuckled. This is how you use the red branch flower. He felt the mood was just right. He wanted to seize the moment and make Inju submit to him. He moved closer to Inju, only to be firmly blocked by a mirror. Inju, completely oblivious to his romantic intentions, was immersed in the joy of makeup. I never thought the females from the plains lived so elegantly. They even used lipstick. Inju checked her reflection from side to side, endlessly admiring herself. This color is quite pretty. I wonder if there are other shades. She completely ignored Zimo's grim expression. No female can resist the allure of cosmetics. If I could make this into cosmetics to sell, the more he thought about it, the happier he became. Behind him, Zimo was utterly dejected. Bingju, completely immersed in the idea of making a fortune, turned to the petrified Zimo. Elder Zimo, does this flower come in other colors? Is it plentiful? Can you bring more back next time? She chattered endlessly. Zimo forced a smile and replied, the red branch flower is rare. This is all I could get. Ingju was a little disappointed, but she immediately perked up again, ready to plunder this treasure trove. All these years, Zimo, relying on his high rank and handsome looks, had never failed. He refused to believe that Ingju could remain unmoved. He picked up a piece of fine gauze and introduced it to Ingju, even asking her to touch the one he was wearing. And Ingju's gaze went straight past him to the cotton behind him, her face full of pleasant surprise. This texture is like wool. If it can be spun into thread and knitted into sweaters, our people won't be afraid of the cold in winter. Zimo weakly let Ingju take her pick. Ingju, not standing on ceremony, asked him to send the selected items to Days. Zimo still wouldn't give up. He invited Ingju to a meal to celebrate their cooperation. Ingju's mind instantly recalled Xiao Nua's warning. Just now, Zimo had been trying to get handsy with her. She had to be more cautious. She politely declined Zimo's invitation, saying that the next time Zimo came to Days, she would be sure to host him properly. With that, she blurred into an afterimage and vanished, leaving Zimo reeling in the wind. On the way back to Days, Xiao Nua listened to Ingju's account and was furious. That guy is definitely up to no good. He was obviously trying to seduce you. Ingju tried to calm Xiao Nua down, saying she had already refused him and believed he wouldn't try anything else. But Xiao Nua, who had dealt with the Juk tribe for years, thought otherwise. The Juk tribe doesn't give up easily. If they can't have something, they'd rather destroy it. He reminded Ingju, we still need to be extra careful during this time. Ingju nodded. Once Ting Xiao returns with the jade, we won't have to fear them. When the two returned to Days, they were met with a big surprise. Lei He, the lord of the City of Darkness, was actually here. Ingju was pleasantly surprised, but the air around Xiao Nua was thick with jealousy. Why is this guy here? Zimo just left, and now Lei He shows up. This is becoming unbearable. But Lei He brought bad news. Su Fei had already told the Juk about the secret of the salt mine, and oh wonder, she's living so well with the Juk. It turns out she traded the salt mine for it. Ingju was puzzled. How would Su Fei know about the salt mine? Lei He slammed his fist on the table. That cunning female seduced a patrol captain in the city, got the information about the salt mine, and then fled. Although I sent people after her, she was rescued by the Juk midway. The chieftain also had a moment of realization. Oh wonder the Juk people have been active in the Myriad Beast Forest recently. Although the salt mine's location is hidden, it will be found sooner or later. Once they find it, they will surely come to seize it. The two leaders were extremely anxious. Ingju proposed to start mining the salt as soon as possible. As long as we finish mining before the Juk find it, we won't have to go to war with them. The chieftain was worried. The Juk are too fast. I'm afraid they won't leave us much time. Ingju felt that the Juk wouldn't dare to openly ask about the salt mines' whereabouts. Oh, we can spread some false information to run them ragged in the forest. Xiao Nua also said he would add more manpower to speed up the mining. Lei He worried how we transport all this salt under their watch. Ingju suggested that Lei He first transport the salt back to the Days tribe. They could come back for the salt after the Juk people have left. Lei He trusted Ingju completely and agreed without hesitation. Can you believe it? He personally handed his pregnant wife over to another man. He even said he trusted the other party. Just then, Ingju, who was sound asleep, was woken up by Baina. Baina said she found out that there was something wrong with Lei He. Ingju refused to believe there was a problem with Lei He, that he would never harm me. Baina, don't suspect him just because he's a demi-human. Baina said she didn't doubt Lei He's character, but she sensed that his form was not right, as if he carried her master's curse. Ingju was shocked. Could the legends be true? Does the existence of demi-humans really stem from the beast god's punishment? Baina was also at a loss. She had searched through ancient texts all night, but found no answers, only confirming that demi-humans did not exist 5,000 years ago. Ingju then speculated the demi-humans must have appeared after the great catastrophe 5,000 years ago. Baina nodded. She felt that the demi-human's curse might be related to her master's death. She made a request to Ingju. The next day, Ingzhu announced to everyone that she was going to the City of Darkness. The chieftain and Xiao Nuo were very worried. Ingzhu was pregnant with a cub and shouldn't overexert herself. Besides, with the Juk monitoring them now, it was not a good time to go to the City of Darkness. Ingzhu told them that she felt the City of Darkness might hold clues about the great catastrophe of the past, and maybe, she added, I can find a way to lift the curse on the demi-humans. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Leihi was beyond excited. Ingzhu, can you really lift the curse of the demi-humans? Ingzhu nodded. Baina said that as long as we find the root of the curse, there will be a solution. Leihi was deeply moved. Ingzhu was taking a risk to help the demi-humans. He decided that no matter what happened, he would definitely protect her. Ingzhu once again expressed her determination to go to Jono and the group leader. Helpless, the two had no choice but to decide to have Jono bring more men to accompany Ingzhu. But Leihi rejected the idea. Beastmen and half-beastmen have always been like fire and water. If they were to appear rashly in the Dark City, it would definitely attract attention. But Ingzhu could be disguised as a female he had captured, allowing her to enter the Dark City without raising suspicion. Jono was convinced. He slammed a fist against Leihi's chest that I'm entrusting Ingzhu to you. You must guarantee her safety. Leihi made a promise. I would rather die than let any harm come to Ingzhu. Ingzhu hugged Jono and promised him that she would definitely return safely. A few days later, Ingzhu followed Leihi to the gates of the Dark City. The towering city walls left Ingzhu speechless. This must have taken a lot of manpower and resources to build, right? Leihi reminded her to get ready. The two then put on a show of a villain kidnapping an innocent woman. Several familiar half-beastmen watched with dark expressions on their faces. Leihi, shirtless, swung Ingzhu over his shoulder and prepared to enter the city. He casually greeted a few of the gatekeepers. Thrown over his shoulder, Ingzhu heard two gatekeepers start to gossip. I can't believe the city lord would actually capture a female. I'm not seeing things, am I? After entering the city smoothly, Leihi, worried that Ingzhu was getting tired, comforted her, just bear with it a little longer. You won't have to pretend anymore once we get to my city lord's mansion. No sooner had he spoken than they ran into a group of troublemaking thugs. Leihi, you were the one who personally ordered that no one was to abduct females from the outside. Why did you snatch one for yourself? Only then did Ingzhu realize how much trouble her arrival had caused for Leihi. Leihi bluntly reprimanded them that I don't need to explain my actions to you. You're nothing but one of the high priest's dogs. The man was provoked and leaped towards Leihi. But in the next second, he hit nothing but air. Leihi teleported behind him, mocking his slow movements. He then waved his hand and struck the thug hard. He made short work of the weaklings. Just as he was about to leave with Ingzhu, he ran into his sworn brother, Lu Yuan. Seeing him with a girl, Lu Yuan's gossipy side was immediately piqued. Seeing his eagerness, Leihi grabbed him. This isn't the place to talk. We'll talk when we get back. Back at the city lord's mansion, Ingzhu curiously looked around the grand building. Lu Yuan complained to Leihi that the thugs from earlier, backed by the high priest, caused trouble all day long. He was chattering on, but when he turned his head, he found Leihi fawning over Ingzhu. I'm the clown here. Unwilling to be a third wheel, Lu Yuan immediately approached Ingzhu. This is the first time I've seen Leihi be so attentive to a female. I suppose you must be the future city lord's wife. Seeing this, Leihi had no choice but to introduce the two. Lu Yuan was the previous city lord of the Dark City and also his sworn brother. And as soon as he heard that Ingzhu was the one who taught them how to preserve food for long periods, Lu Yuan instantly turned into a fanboy. Everything you make is so delicious. I absolutely love it. Leihi grabbed him. Stop messing around. Ingzhu is here this time because she has a way to break the half-beastman's curse. Lu Yuan was shocked. Leihi, what is going on? The girl, who was just showing off a small mushroom, had somehow transformed from a nuisance into a beloved figure. Not only did her first love do a complete 180, but the young group leader was eager to become her mate, and even the legendarily cruel city lord of the half-beastmen wanted to snatch her away. Just now, Lu Yuan was stunned to learn that the half-beastman's curse could be broken. Leihi then pulled Ingzhu aside and explained the situation to him. As long as they could find the truth of the great catastrophe from all those years ago, the curse could possibly be broken. Only then did Lu Yuan understand Inju's purpose for coming to the Dark City. Inju felt that the Dark City was too big and didn't know where to start looking for clues. Lu Yuan immediately suggested, "We could go ask the High Priest. The High Priest is incredibly powerful and should know many secrets." But Leahy rejected the idea. "The High Priest has never had much to do with us, and he often lets his underlings work against us. Even if we went to him, he wouldn't necessarily tell us anything." Speak of the devil. A subordinate rushed in to report, "A messenger has come from the High Priest's side, summoning you and Inju to see him." Inju felt a sense of unease that, "I've never met the High Priest. Why would he want to see me? Could it be that he knows why I'm here?" Leahy gave a cold command. "The High Priest has no authority over me. Tell his man to get lost." Inju and Lu Yuan quickly try to persuade him. "Since we have to find him anyway, let's just go together and see what he wants." The High Priest's messenger entered uninvited. "This little female is quite beautiful. No wonder she caught the High Priest's eye." The man reached for Inju. "Come back with me to see the High Priest. You'll be able to live a good life in the Dark City from now on." Leahy grabbed the man's wrist and kicked him away. "Get lost and go back and tell the High Priest. If you want her, you'll have to get through me first." The man clutched his arm and fled in defeat. Lu Yuan sighed. "The beastmen in the south of the city are from his clan. Now that you've caused such a scene, I'm afraid they'll start acting up again." Inju was also a little uneasy. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to go see the High Priest, but Leahy felt that agreeing rashly would be risky. He was unwilling to let Inju face any danger. "We can see the High Priest, but the initiative must be in our hands." Before bed, Inju explained everything that happened during the day to Baina. She apologized, saying they would have to wait a few more days to see the High Priest. Baina, however, looked excited. "I've already waited 5,000 years. I don't mind waiting a few more days." "But is the south of the city the High Priest's territory?" Baina analyzed the current clues. She had previously sensed a very familiar power in the southern part of the city. Bodong is likely connected to the High Priest. It seems something is wrong with the High Priest. Inju agreed. The High Priest might really be connected to the Great Catastrophe back then. So is he a friend or a foe? Just then, Leahy's voice was heard. "Inju, are you asleep?" He came over, holding a soft quilt. The temperature in the desert varies greatly between day and night. He was worried Inju would catch a cold, so he brought her an extra quilt. The two of them exchanged polite words. Watching from the bushes, Lu Yuan grew impatient. "This guy Leahy is so slow. At this rate, when will he ever get a wife? As his good brother, it's my duty to give him a hand." He threw a small stone, filled with brotherly sentiment. "Brother, this is all I can do to help." As expected, Leahy lunged towards Inju, shielding her with his body. The sudden closeness left them both a little dazed. Lu Yuan's words flashed through Leahy's mind. "Since the beastman's curse can be lifted, you have the right to pursue your own happiness." His heart was filled with the desire to make Inju stay. Unable to suppress his feelings any longer, he gently leaned in and kissed Inju. Startled, Inju pushed him away. Leahy pleaded with Inju to give him a chance. "More than just seeing you happy, I want to be the one who gives you that happiness." But Inju pulled her hand back. "That I'm sorry, Leahy. A bitter feeling washed over Leahy. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have hoped for too much. He interrupted what Inju was about to say. "That was just an accident. We're still friends, right?" Inju replied, "Of course we are." She then hastily pushed Leahy to the door. "You must be tired from traveling these past few days. You should get some rest." She wished him good night and closed the door. Standing outside the door, Leahy smiled wryly. He also whispered a gentle good night. Inju then moved away from the door. Inside, Inju was covered in a cold sweat. She decided she had to keep her distance from Leahy from now on. But Baina was very confused that he likes you so much. Why don't you just accept him? Inju's mind was still set on the modern idea of monogamy. She gently tapped Baina's little head. Baina, clutching her head, said, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Our beastman world is polyandrous. Since you're living here, you'll have to accept it sooner or later." Outside, Leahy was getting an earful from Lu Yuan. "Why aren't you in Inju's room? I created such a perfect opportunity for you, and you didn't even cherish it." Leahy explained that he had been rejected. "It's better for us to just be friends from now on." Lu Yuan berated Leahy for not being proactive. "I in love, you have to be persistent. You can't give up so easily." But Leahy didn't want to keep pestering Inju and making things difficult for her. Lu Yuan told him to seize the opportunity at the right time. Just find a way to make Inju stay in the Dark City forever. That night, Inju was sleeping soundly. A dark figure sneaked into her room. The figure was about to strike Inju. but Inju grabbed its wrist. "Who are you?" Inju shouted. "What are you doing in my room?" She then threw a handful of mama grass. The person inhaled the mama grass and started coughing uncontrollably. This mama grass has a paralyzing effect. Those who inhale it will collapse. Inju was thankful that Baina had woken her up in time. Seeing the person fall, she went to remove the mask to see who it was. But the dark figure was only pretending to be unconscious. It grabbed Inju's hand and was about to attack her. Fortunately, Leahy arrived just in time. After a brief struggle, he rescued Inju. He held the shaken Inju to comfort her. Seeing that its cover was blown, the dark figure tried to escape. But as it opened the door, it ran right into Lu Yuan. It was now trapped between them. Lu Yuan lunged forward, tried to see who it was, but the person transformed into a small bird and flew away. Lu Yuan was left grabbing at empty air. It's He Xiao from the high priest's side. It seems the high priest is determined to capture Inju. Inju figured the high priest must be waiting for news right now, letting his guard down. Why don't we take the initiative and go find out what the high priest's purpose is? Meanwhile, He Xiao was in the sacrificial temple, atoning for his failure to bring back the female. The high priest had a stern expression, yet he praised him. "You did very well. They're already here." Leahy and Inju were startled. They didn't expect the high priest to be so perceptive, discovering them hiding in the shadows so quickly. Leahy told Inju to find a chance to escape first, while he would go out and stall the high priest. Leahy emerged from the shadows. The two met face to face. Leahy coldly told the high priest to stop disturbing him at the city lord's mansion. He Xiao, with a look of indignation, said, "How dare you be disrespectful to the high priest," but was dismissed with a wave of the high priest's hand. Before leaving, Leahy taunted him, "You really are a good dog. You should be more careful in the future." Leahy wanted to lure the high priest into the inner hall to chat, to give Inju a chance to escape. But unexpectedly, the high priest said, "Have the female who came with you come out. Let's all chat together." Unable to hide any longer, Inju revealed herself. She had intended to make the high priest reveal his true purpose. But the high priest became very agitated upon seeing her. He grabbed Inju's hand. "You're finally here. I have waited for you for so long." Baina told Inju to be careful, that the man was already dead. His soul was just imprisoned in this withered body by some kind of power. Inju turned pale with fright. "What? He's not a living person?" She instantly shrank behind Leahy, completely terrified. "High priest, how do you know me? Why were you waiting for me?" she thought, screaming internally. "It's a ghost." Leahy also shielded Inju behind him. "Inju has never been to the City of Darkness before. Could you have mistaken her for someone else?" The high priest shook his head. "That I have not. She is the one I have waited 5,000 years for. The one chosen by young Master Baina." Suddenly hearing his own name from someone else's mouth, Baina was also stunned for a moment. The person looked somewhat familiar. He rushed forward eagerly. "Are you Sister Lan Shuang?" The high priest seemed to be able to see Baina in his soul form and was overcome with emotion. "Young Master Baina, you've come too, to the City of Darkness." Tears streamed down his aged face. What the beast god said is true. Young Master Baina has truly returned. As long as young Master Baina gets what the beast god left behind, he can definitely help the beast god get revenge. Inju breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the high priest was not an enemy. She comforted the two, who were a crying mess. Baina had also calmed down by now. "Sister Lan Shuang, what exactly happened 5,000 years ago? Who was it that killed Master?" The high priest said hatefully through gritted teeth, "It was your 3 senior sisters." It turned out that back then, the eldest senior sister, Jingling, knew that the beast god planned to pass on the divine position to Baina. Feeling resentful, she united with the other 2 senior sisters to start a rebellion, wanting to kill the beast god and seize the divine position. The 2 sides fought a world-shattering battle. The seas surged, and the entire continent was turned into ruins because of this fight. The Beastman's civilization was ended. The beast god knew that if the fight continued, the world might be destroyed. So he used his remaining soul power to suppress Jingling and the others at the black abyss of the Divine Mountain. He used magic to bind the soul of Baina's handmaiden, Lan Shuang, to this body and told her that Baina would return after 1,000 years, and that she should give everything the beast god left behind to Baina. As he spoke, he activated a mechanism in the hall. A chair in the hall moved, revealing a deep and dark secret passage. Do you know how a player is made? Their tactics are surprisingly consistent. When a handsome guy gets close to her, she neither initiates nor rejects. But when he wants to take things a step further, she immediately says she has a lover and rejects him. But once he is heartbroken and dejected, she will give him a loving hug, completely leading the handsome guy on. And he's left thinking the player has feelings for him. Just now, Inju's group followed the high priest into the secret passage. Lei took the initiative to walk in front of Inju to protect her. Looking at Lei walking ahead of her, Inju felt that he had always protected her like this. Unfortunately, she already had Xiao Nuo and couldn't possibly spare any more love. The high priest led them to an ancient rock. Baina discovered that this stone was the totem prime stone, the very one his master had left for him. Just as he was feeling sentimental, the prime stone in front of them emitted rays of golden light. Lei hurriedly shielded Inju, but Baina had been motionless ever since the golden light appeared, as if in a trance. Lei grabbed the high priest by the throat. "What kind of trick are you playing?" Worried about Baina, Inju also questioned him. The high priest, with a pained expression for being choked, said, "Young Master Baina is fine. He has just undone the seal left by the beast god. His consciousness should now be receiving the final message the beast god left for him." Inju thought to herself that the high priest hadn't fought back when Lei attacked him, so he was probably telling the truth. She then told Lei to let him go first. Lei obediently released his grip, but still told Inju to be careful and not come any closer. The high priest explained while coughing that the totem prime stone is the most primal totem stone in the beastmen world. Anyone who wants to use totem power must first receive the blessing of the totem prime stone. Inju frowned. Now that the seal is broken, does that mean they control the highest power in the entire world? Bina, having received the information, was on the verge of tears. "Master, he hopes that I can rebuild the civilization of the beastman world, but my power is too weak. Even with the totem source stone, I can't use it." Inju encouraged Bina not to give up, saying she would also help him fulfill his wish. With his cheeks puffed up, Bina nodded. All of this now rested on his young shoulders. The high priest was very pleased with Bena's growth. He told him that the half-beastmen were also a force left to him by the beast god, and that they would help Bena lift the curse. Before he could finish, Lei, shocked and angry, exclaimed, "Did the beast god intentionally lay this curse to create the half-beastmen?" Inju quickly grabbed him, telling him to calm down and let the high priest finish. The high priest looked disdainful. It was the beastman guards of the divine mountain who betrayed the beast god in the sacred cave. Only then did the beast god place a curse on them. The curse was passed down through their bloodline, creating the half-beastman clan. Lei muttered to himself, "How could this be? So this was all a punishment we deserved." The high priest told Lei that as long as the half-beastmen help Bina rebuild the beastman order, the curse will naturally be lifted. Inju held Lei's cold hand. "Don't worry. If we work together, we can definitely lift the curse." Lei hugged Inju tightly. "We'll work together." Just as they were caught in the touching moment, Bina asked Inju to put the totem source stone into her system's inventory. Looking at the stone, Inju suddenly remembered that Ting Xiao hadn't returned from his search for jade stones yet. When he gets back and finds that everyone has become a totem warrior, he's sure to be shocked. Inju suddenly recalled Tang Xiao saying that Beast King City has an incomplete totem that can bless beastmen. But the high priest immediately denied it. With the totem source stone sealed by the beast god, it's impossible for even an incomplete totem to exist. Inju immediately realized that someone must have forcibly cracked the secret of the totem source stone to construct an incomplete totem. Bina instantly realized, my eldest senior sister, Qing Ling. She must have broken free from Master Seal. Not only that, but she has also colluded with Beast King City. Inju felt immense pressure. Beast King City is the most prosperous and powerful force in the Beastman world. It not only has the 4 great Beast Kings who inherited divine beast bloodlines, but also many hidden totem warriors. She calculated, with the help of the half-beastmen now, plus our own people becoming totem warriors, we'll have a fighting chance even if we have to face Beast King City. Bina added, Beast King City is far away on the plains. It won't be easy for them to get news from the Great Marsh tribe. We have enough time to grow stronger. Beside them, the high priest also relaxed, his body gradually turning transparent and starting to break apart. He had actually died long ago. He had only been waiting bitterly in this withered body for 1,000 years just to see Benna return. Now that he had finally seen Benna's return, he could finally be at peace. He told Inju that he had already arranged for the half-beastmen of the City of Darkness to follow her, hoping they could help them fulfill the beast god's will. Then, he returned to the beast god's embrace, disappearing from the world. Seeing his loved one depart, Benna sobbed uncontrollably. Inju gently stroked Benna's head. He was just a child, yet he had to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Can you believe it? The girl was just set up for marriage by someone who had been dead for 1,000 years. Just moments ago, Inju and her group had seen off the high priest. They decided to keep the City of Darkness as it was for the time being, to avoid being discovered by Beast King City and arousing Qingling suspicion. Suddenly, a man appeared before them. His name was Morrison, the clan leader of the first high priest lineage. He had a stern expression and a fierce demeanor, remaining coldly silent. The two of them suddenly realized the high priest had gone in with him perfectly fine, but now only his remains were brought out. He couldn't have misunderstood, could he? Just as a panicked Inju was about to explain, the man knelt before her in salute. Morrison pays his respects, master. He stated that the high priest had given instructions beforehand. Inju is the successor of the beast god and the one we must be loyal to. We are willing to follow her to wash away the shame of our ancestors' betrayal. Inju thought to herself, they've really made a mistake. The one they should be loyal to is Benna. Benna said, I'm just a child. I can't do anything. Of course, I'll listen to you. Unaccustomed to being called master, Inju helped Morrison up. To ease the awkwardness, she asked what other instructions the high priest had given. Unexpectedly, Morrison dropped a bombshell. The high priest wants Inju and City Lord Lei He to hold a mating ceremony. However, this tunnel is hardly a good place for a ceremony. So, the group returned to the City Lord's mansion. Morrison reported to Inju about the arrangements for the half-beastmen in the south of the city. They would all be integrated into the City Lord's mansion and be under Lei He's command. As for Inju and Lei He's mating ceremony, Morrison said he had already sent out the notice to hold a grand celebration. Inju was both embarrassed and annoyed. The mating ceremony. The high priest misunderstood. Lei looked on, secretly pleased. Inju began to explain frantically, back then, it was just to deceive people that I pretended to be captured and brought into the city. Lei and I are actually just good friends. Blah, blah, blah. The more he spoke, the bigger her headache grew. She was complaining silently in her heart. How could she reject his marriage proposal in front of her admirer without hurting his feelings? She needed an answer, and fast. After listening, Morrison nodded seriously. I understand. Inju finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you understand. Morrison's eyes lit up, his admiration for the high priestess growing even stronger. So, you two already had a strong emotional foundation and were willing to become partners. The high priestess's arrangements were indeed correct. This epic misunderstanding left Inju dumbfounded. Just as she was about to refuse directly, Lu Yuan appeared, interrupting to discuss matters of the guard team with Morrison. Seeing this, Inju had no choice but to quietly lead Lei He out, leaving space for them. Before leaving, Lu Yuan urged Lei He to seize the opportunity. Lei's heart began to stir again. He watched Inju as she was planning the development of the City of Darkness. He proposed to her once again. He even promised her that it could just be a formality, as long as Inju accepted the title of the City Lord's wife. Inju's heart wavered. Just as she was about to speak, Lei's top subordinate ran in and interrupted. This is bad. Something's happened with the salt ore. The two were instantly alarmed at what's going on. The subordinate was almost out of breath from running. The Juk tribe has discovered our cooperation with the Days tribe to mine the salt ore. It turned out that a few days ago, Chao Nua and the Beastmen were returning from the salt mine, as usual. Chao Nua was laughing and chatting with them. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Chao Nua, you bunch of traitors, how dare you collude with the Beastmen? This man, who clearly came with ill intentions, was none other than Yuan Sheng, the young chief of the Juk tribe. Chao Nua panicked for a moment. Could he have discovered the matter of the salt ore? But on the surface, he spoke politely. Yuan Sheng, what are you talking about? Why didn't you give us a heads up that you were coming to visit the Days tribe? He cordially put his arm around the other. M-N-A-S it happens. I have something to discuss with you too. He secretly signaled to the beast man beside him, hurry up and leave. But Yuan Sheng slapped his hand away. Stop pretending. I've already discovered that you're cooperating with the beastmen to mine the salt ore. He ripped the cloth off a back basket, revealing the chunks of ore inside. Look, this is the evidence of your collusion. Qiao Nuo had a bad feeling, but he retorted, don't you slander us. We did indeed discover salt ore nearby, so we're mining it. So what? This belongs to our tribe. It has nothing to do with the beastmen. Yuan Sheng didn't believe Qiao Nuo's words at all. He accused their tribe of daring to cooperate with the beastmen, which was tantamount to making an enemy of the entire beastman world. He demanded they hand over the salt or else he would enact justice on behalf of the heavens. Qiao Nuo was no pushover. Then let's fight to the death. The two groups immediately faced off. Qiao Nuo ordered his subordinate to go and inform all the surrounding tribes that the Juk were preparing to expand their territory and start a war, telling them to prepare to join forces against the enemy. He planned to strike first. Anyway, the Juk tribe had always been domineering, so they would have to take the blame for this. Yuan Sheng was shocked. Stop your baseless accusations. It's clearly you who are colluding with the beastmen. Qiao Nuo smiled faintly. Do you have any proof? Do you know the story of lashing out in fury for a beauty? This girl disappeared for one night, nearly causing a tribal war. Just now, the young chief of the Juk tribe wanted to seize the salt ore. In his desperation, Qiao Nuo had his subordinate spread a rumor that the Juk wanted to expand their territory and start a war. This caused the young chief of the Juk tribe to panic. He only wanted to monopolize the salt ore. If he were besieged by all the tribes, even a tribe as powerful as the Juk wouldn't be able to withstand it. He angrily rebuked Qiao Nuo. It's clearly you who are colluding with the beastmen. Qiao Nuo sneered. What proof do you have? Yuan Sheng pointed at the salt ore in Qiao Nuo's basket and said, this is the proof. Qiao Nuo stood tall and retorted, what kind of proof is this? It's obvious you're deliberately framing us, wanting to destroy the Days tribe and take the salt ore for yourselves. Just you wait and see who the other tribes will believe, me or you. Yuan Sheng cursed himself inwardly for being too hasty. He should have found the location of the salt mine and caught them in the act. Now, he had been counter-accused by Qiao Nuo. If a war really broke out and the dozen or so nearby tribes joined forces, he wouldn't get off easy. An idea suddenly struck him. Wait, I can use this trick too. He no longer dwelled on the matter of the beastmen. He immediately ordered his underlings to spread the news that the Days tribe had discovered salt ore and wanted to keep it all for themselves. Qiao Nuo was instantly furious, grinding his teeth in hatred. Yuan Sheng knew that self-interest moves people's hearts. Once the news spread, the salt ore would inevitably be fought over by numerous tribes. If the Juk couldn't have it, Qiao Nuo couldn't dream of having it all to himself either. You don't have to thank me too much. Inside the tent, Qiao Nuo and the chief were worried. For the past few days, the other tribes have been watching them like hawks. The longevity forest was filled with spies. Meanwhile, many of their tribespeople were still mining in the caves. If their cooperation with the beastmen was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. If only we could transport the salt ore from the caves without anyone noticing. With the target of the plunder gone, the other tribes would also give up their search. Just when the two of them were at their wits' end, a voice called out, I have a way. The person removed their hood, and it was none other than Ingzhu, who had rushed back. She smiled faintly. I have a way to secretly transport the ore. The young couple were immediately affectionate upon seeing each other. One said, you look like you've lost some weight. The other quickly insisted she had been eating and drinking well and had actually gained weight. On the sidelines, the spurned admirer lay. He was instantly displeased. He coughed a few times to make his presence known. Rivals in love are especially jealous when they meet. Lei snorted coldly. I certainly haven't neglected Ingzhu. Qiao Nuo, is there something wrong with your eyes? Not to be outdone, Qiao Nuo retorted. Ingzhu and I are together day and night. I know if she so much as lost a single hair. What a damned love triangle. Fortunately, the group leader remembered the important matter. Ingzhu, you just said you could smuggle the ore out. How many people do you need? Ingzhu replied, I alone am enough. Leahy moved closer to Ingzhu. Tonight, I'll take her to sneak into the mine and retrieve the ore. That will solve everything. Qiao Nuo forcefully pulled Ingzhu back. City Lord Leahy, you're oversimplifying things. Can you guarantee you won't be discovered? The group leader was also worried. Inside the mine, there are not only beastmen, but also people from the Days tribe. If they're discovered together, even if the isn't found, Juk will have an excuse to start a war. In that case, I'll just try walking out in broad daylight, Ingju said playfully. No sooner said than done. Ingju set out that night, telling her worried tribespeople that she was going to the edge of the forest to pick some fruit. She paid no mind to the spies watching from all around. A spy from Juk found Ingju somewhat familiar and hurried to report to Yuan Sheng. Xiao Nua's partner has gone into the forest alone. Yuan Sheng was very pleased, thinking he had seen through Xiao Nua's plot. Did Xiao Nua think sending a female would make me lower my guard? He never expected I'd have someone who could recognize his partner. Did he? He told the captain of the spies to gather more men. This time, we'll catch them red-handed with the goods and ensure Xiao Nua has no grave to be buried in. The group tailed Ingju to the mouth of cave. Yuan Sheng had confirmed that no one else had entered or exited recently, and the cave had no other exits. He perked up instantly, ordering his men to surround the cave, planning to trap his prey. He was lost in a daydream. This time, I'll catch the Days tribe colluding with the beastmen on the spot. Xiao Nua will have no way to deny it. Just then, Xiao Nua, along with the leaders of the other tribes, appeared, standing coldly behind Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng felt a pang of guilt and stammered, "Why are you all here?" Xiao Nua raised an eyebrow. My partner went missing in the forest. The three group leaders happened to be nearby and came to help me search for her. He retorted, "And why are you here, Yuan Sheng? Have you seen my partner?" The girl was clearly being suspected by 5 tribes. Yet with just a few sobs, she had put her enemy in a bind. Just a short while ago, Yuan Sheng had followed Ingju to the mouth of the cave. He was about to catch them all in one fell swoop, only to find Xiao Nua and the other tribe leaders surrounding him. Xiao Nua asked if he had seen his partner. Yuan Sheng said sarcastically, "Missing?" Xiao Nua stopped the act. "The 3 group leaders here can bear witness for me. Let's see how the Days tribe is colluding with the Beastmen." The other group leaders were shocked. Colluding with Beastmen was a grave offense. Xiao Nua immediately shot back. "Stop your slander. You're the ones who tried to steal our new ore, and when we refused, you framed us." The other tribe leaders also chimed in. "Young leader, this is no laughing matter. Do you even have any proof?" Brimming with confidence, Yuan Sheng declared, "The proof is inside the cave. The Days and the Beastmen are mining or together. Xiao Nua's partner just went in to tip them off. We just need to go inside to catch them in the act." Before the words left his mouth, Ingju, the very person he accused of tipping them off, rushed out in terror, screaming that there were terrifying beastmen in the cave. Everyone looked closely, and indeed, a beastman was chasing her. Xiao Nua shouted, "Ingju, watch out." He grabbed Ingju, spreading his feathered cloak to shield her, and took a direct hit from the beastman himself. He quickly flew into the air with Ingju to escape, landing behind the others. Seeing that there really was a beastman, the faces of the tribe leaders turned grim. Across from them, Leahy acted as if he didn't recognize Xiao Nua or Ingju, glaring at them fiercely. "To think there are beastmen here." The group leaders began to murmur, "So there really are beastmen active in the forest." It seems young leader Yuan Sheng wasn't lying. It's just the Days tribe doesn't look like they're colluding with them. Yuan Sheng commented coldly from the side. This must be an act they rehearsed together. Xiao Nua spun around and cursed at him. "It's obvious you have nothing better to do than stir up trouble. My partner was almost killed. Why don't you try it yourself and see how you like it?" All the while, Ingju whimpered in Xiao Nua's arms. The leader of the Blue Moon tribe was exasperated with these 2 idiots who were only focused on arguing. The priority right now is to deal with these beastmen. Leahy, with his subordinates, taunted, "Facing death, and you still have the heart to argue. You beast people truly are an eye-opener." Not to be outdone, the Beast People leaders made bold threats to surround and destroy the Beastmen. Leahy gave a cold smile. "Then let me test your strength." He suddenly grabbed the turtle claw and lunged at Xiao Mo, unable to dodge in time. Xiao Mo was injured. It was hard to tell if he was settling a personal score. He knocked back the other tribal soldiers with a swing of his tail. Then he agilely grabbed Yuan Sheng by the neck, taking him hostage. This guy is the young chief of the Juk tribe. If anything happens to him, Wei Shi won't let any of you off the hook. Yuan Sheng, terrified, pleaded, "Don't provoke him." Xiao Nuo couldn't care less about Yuan Sheng, but the other chiefs urged him to calm down. They didn't want to face Wei Shi's anger. Chief Lan Yu started negotiating with Lei He. Lei He demanded safe passage for his people. The beastmen immediately let the half-beastmen go and urged Lei He to release Yuan Sheng. However, Lei He told them not to be hasty, saying he wanted to have a little chat with young Chief Yuan Sheng. A panicked Yuan Sheng exclaimed, "I don't even know you. What is there to chat about?" Lei He's face grew grim. "This wasn't the look on your face when you refused to cooperate with me. Now that our partnership is over, you lead your men to attack my tribe and seize our salt mine." At these words, the beastmen chiefs were stunned. Xiao Nuo fanned the flames. Well, Yuan Sheng, you colluded with the half-beastmen, yet you played the victim first. After his shocking revelation, Lei He punched Yuan Sheng away. "I'll let you go this time." He left a final warning for the Juk: "Dare to betray my dark city again, and your Juk tribe will never know peace." As Chief Lan Yu helped Yuan Sheng up, he was still screaming to chase and kill Lei He. But the other chiefs stopped him, demanding he explain the half-beastmen's words and give them an explanation. To their surprise, Yuan Sheng flew into a rage. Instead of defending himself, he cursed the others for being morons. He then ordered Chief Lan Yu to search the mine. There must be people from the Days tribe inside. Along with the salt, they couldn't move. Before he could finish, a soldier ran out to report, "We didn't find any salt in the cave, but we found the Days tribespeople." But Yuan Sheng cut him off before he could finish. Desperate to clear his name, he immediately shouted at Xiao Nuo, "See? I told you there were Days people." He was about to brand the Days people as traitors. Inju, very annoyed, told the soldier to finish speaking. The panting soldier continued, "The Days people are all tied up and covered in wounds." Just then, members of the Days tribe emerged from the mine, crying as they approached their chief. "We were enslaved by the half-beastmen while hunting in the forest. They beat us every day. Thank goodness you're here to save us." Yuan Sheng shouted back, "You're all lying." Xiao Nuo's face filled with rage. "Your Juk tribe colluded with the half-beastmen to harm your own kin. You owe us an explanation for this." Inju also wept weakly. "Chiefs, you've all seen it. Our people were all wounded by the half-beastmen. Among them, only young Chief Yuan Sheng survived." The tables turned in an instant. Now, Yuan Sheng was the focus of everyone's suspicion. Can you believe a new husband would offer his wife to another man and claim to have no regrets? Just a short while ago, Inju and Teng Xiao had successfully shifted the blame, making everyone suspicious of Yuan Sheng. And so, the Days tribe was completely cleared of suspicion. Xiao Nuo sighed. He had always cherished his people. This self-inflicted injury ploy came at too high a cost. "Our people are too seriously injured." Inju dipped her finger in the fake blood for Xiao Nuo to taste. "Silly, it's all fake." Xiao Nuo grabbed Inju's hand. "It's so sweet," he said, looking at her affectionately. Inju's cheeks grew warm, that it's made from a type of red berry. "If you like it, I'll gather more for you next time." The chief was also very pleased with the outcome. Now, the other tribes suspect Juk of secretly moving the salt. Unfortunately, while Lei He accused them, it's only his word without any proof, so we had to let the Juk people return for now. Inju breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the matter of the salt mine was finally settled. The chief was also very curious about Inju's method for transporting the salt. Xiao Nuo was also baffled. Inju smiled. She was a woman with a special ability, after all. She explained, "Bei Na helped store the salt in his personal space." Bei Na grumbled internally. "It's clearly your system's inventory that can hold things. Why give me the credit?" Inju explained silently with a smile. "Explaining the system is too complicated. It's much easier to just say it's your ability." The chief didn't doubt it for a second. To make so much vanish at once must be a miracle from the beast god. Just then, they heard a noise behind them. It was Lei He, who had quietly returned. Inju was pleasantly surprised. "I thought you had returned to the Dark City." Xiao Nuo looked jealous. "What are you doing back here?" Lei He said gently to Inju, "I couldn't leave without saying goodbye to you." He asked Inju to return with him. "Our mating ceremony is about to start." Xiao Nuo was stunned. How could a trip to the Dark City cost him his wife? He threw a punch at Lei He. "How dare you do this to me? I asked you to look after her, not turn her into your wife." Lei He dodged, trying to explain, "Our ceremony is only for show." But the enraged Xiao Nuo was in no state to listen. He demanded a duel with Lei He, a man-to-man fight. Lei He was also provoked. "Then don't blame me for not holding back. The two exchanged blows, their fists meeting flesh in an intense fight. Inju watched in panic that, oh no, this chaotic scene has turned into a duel. Stop fighting over me. She pleaded with the clan leader for help. Quick, talk them down. But the clan leader looked on as if it were a common sight. Completely calm. It's very common for males to fight over a female. It'll be over when they're done. With that, the clan leader slipped away to, I won't get involved in your family matters. I'm going to greet the clansmen returning from the mines, completely ignoring that Xiao Nua was his own son. Inju looked back. The two were still fighting fiercely, showing no mercy. It looked like they were about to seriously injure each other. Inju was filled with regret. It's all my fault for not keeping my distance from Lei He, causing Xiao Nua to misunderstand and things to get this out of hand. Thinking this, she rushed between the two fighting men, shouting that she'd had enough. The two stopped in unison, worried that Inju would get hurt. Inju decided to keep her distance from Lei He, coldly telling him to go back first while she explained things to Xiao Nua. Heartbroken, Lei could only agree to leave first. He looked back at Inju reluctantly, only to find the girl solely focused on Xiao Nua's injuries, with no thought for him at all. He walked past Inju with his head down, leaving behind an apology that I'm sorry, Inju. I was too reckless. Inju felt incredibly guilty. She was the one who wasn't worthy of Lei He's devotion. She hoped this would make Lei He give up on her. Xiao Nua looked thoughtfully at the unhappy Inzi Hichu. So, it seems I'm not the only one in your eyes anymore. In Inju and Xiao Nua's new home, Inju applied medicine while explaining the situation with Lei He to Xiao Nua. She comforted Xiao Nua. This medicinal powder is very effective. Your wounds will heal quickly. But Xiao Nua just looked at her and said, send a bottle to Lei He too. Inju replied, stop joking. I already said we're not really forming a union. But Xiao Nua said he was serious. He agreed to Inju forming a union with Lei He. Inju thought Xiao Nua was still jealous and earnestly explained the fake union that if you don't like it, then forget it. There are other ways to win over the beast men. The most important thing is that you're happy, Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua sighed, but you've already fallen for Lei He. Just as Inju was about to argue, Xiao Nua placed a finger on her lips and began to analyze the situation. When you rejected Tang Xiao before, it was simply because you didn't like him. But the reason you're rejecting Lei He is that you're afraid of making me unhappy. He told Inju to ask her own heart. Inju was stunned. What was in her heart? She recalled all the things Lei He had done for her. The way he never asked for anything in return. It turned out she had already fallen in love with Lei He. Xiao Nua enlightened Inju. It's because you like him that you agreed to a fake union. Otherwise, with your personality, you would never accept such a thing. Xiao Nua hugged Inju. Inju, I want you to be happy, so I'm willing to accept it between us. As long as you're happy and joyful, I can accept anything, including sharing your love. But I hope I'm the one you love most in your heart. This girl hadn't been in a relationship for 28 years. After transmigrating, husbands were throwing themselves at her for free, and she was revered by all as a goddess. Just now, enlightened by Xiao Nua, Inju understood her feelings for Lei He. She decided to take medicine to Lei He. Xiao Nua was teary-eyed. Inju, you're so heartless. Inju ran out in embarrassment, only to be mocked by Bei Nod. If you have the guts, go confess to Lei He. Inju waved Bei Na away and walked angrily to Lei He's door. She pushed it, only to find it was open. The room was empty. Lei He seemed to have already left. Inju was puzzled. Could it be that my cold attitude earlier hurt Lei He? Just then, she discovered a letter Lei He had left for her on the table. In it, he stated that he could no longer be just ordinary friends with Inju. He could no longer control his jealousy. To avoid causing Inju trouble, he had decided to leave. Inju hadn't expected Lei He to truly misunderstand her and leave because of it. Perhaps it was just not meant to be between us. Just as she was lost in her sadness, a voice called her name. She turned around and, to her surprise, it was Lei He. He was smiling at her, holding a bouquet of blooming flowers. Inju was astonished. Didn't you leave? Lei He held up the letter and explained, I had originally decided to leave. But while I was writing the letter, Xiao Nua found me. He said he agreed to you and me being together. But if I dare to treat you badly, he will never let me off. Leahy was a little embarrassed. I got so excited that I ran out and forgot the letter. Inju understood now, feeling a bit shy. I thought you. Looking at the flustered Inju, Leahy's heart felt incredibly sweet. Inju really did care about him. Leahy had heard that before beast men form a union, they must first court the female and get her consent. He looked at Inju and asked seriously, Inju, are you willing to accept me as your partner? I swear I will love and protect you for the rest of my life. Inju, who now understood her own heart, smiled and nodded that I am willing. Leahy was instantly as happy as a 300-pound child. He told Inju this was the happiest moment of his life. He lunged towards Inju, hugging her tightly. He even wrapped his snake tail around her. Inju gave him a kiss. Unlike Chao Nua's gentleness, Leahy always felt domineering yet reassuring. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others worry. At this moment, Yuan Sheng, the young leader of the Zhe clan, was being thrashed by his clan leader father. This good-for-nothing son was utterly useless. Not only did he fail to find the salt mine, but neighboring tribes had come to their door, questioning their collusion with the half-beastmen. Yuan Sheng was furious and flustered that IT must be the Days tribe colluding with the half-beastmen to frame us. The clan leader, of course, knew there was something fishy going on, but what he couldn't figure out was where the Days tribe had transported the salt. Logically, they had been watching the Days people day and night. There was no way they had an opportunity to move it. Yuan Sheng raged helplessly. Who cares how they transported it? The salt is most likely in their hands. We can't let the Days tribe get away with this. The clan leader nodded. At this moment, Yuan Sheng's line of thinking was actually correct. Sometimes, a wild flurry of punches can take down a master. He had already sent a message to the leader of the Black Wolf Bandit gang and was just waiting for the show to begin. Unaware of the crisis, Inju was busy with important work. She was turning the soil, teaching the tribe members how to plant yams. Chao Nua raised his hand. We just need to loosen the soil, right? Inju gave him a generous thumbs up, just like the audience in front of the screen giving the author a like. Empowered by the praise, Chao Nua and the tribe members worked like crazy, instantly completing the task of loosening the soil. Inju then taught them how to select seedlings, water them, and plant the sprouted yam beans deep in the ground. She also suggested using the ash from burnt grass and wood as fertilizer. This series of actions was smooth and effortless, completely stunning the country bumpkins of the Beast City. She won everyone's admiration. Inju actually knows the planting skills that only the large tribes of the plains possess. She's practically our goddess. Inju cheered everyone on as long as we work hard. We won't have to suffer through winter anymore. Pumped up with excitement, the tribe members were full of energy. Charge. We can't let down Inju's teachings. Chao Nua wiped her cheek. Look at you, your face is all dirty. Inju said shyly that she hadn't noticed, which in turn made Chao Nua jealous again. That you're not still thinking about that snake, are you? Inju quickly explained that she was just thinking about how to plant the yams. Leahy already went back because of a rebellion in the Dark City. Stop being so jealous. Chao Nua turned his head away awkwardly. Who would be jealous of that snake? Inju teased Chao Nua. You're so generous with Tang Xiao, but when it comes to Leahy, you're sour all day long. Let's compare your performance when Tang Xiao gets back. Chao Nua gave a triple denial. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Making Inju giggle. Do you know that telepathy really exists? If you suddenly feel a sense of panic for no reason, it might be because a loved one is in trouble. Not long ago, Inju was thinking about Tang Xiao, and at this very moment, Tang Xiao was in the market of Beast King City, searching for jade. Before long, he spotted the jade at an inconspicuous stall. Although it was mixed in with a pile of dusty rocks, Tang Xiao recognized it at a glance. There was no mistaking that special energy fluctuation. He couldn't suppress his excitement and asked the stall owner for the price. To his surprise, the owner asked for an exorbitant price, 500 barrels of salt or 500 beast hides. Onlookers murmured, such an expensive price for a worthless rock. Only a fool would buy it. Without hesitation, Tang Xiao opened his bag of sugar, wanting to trade it. The stall owner had never seen sugar before and tasted a piece doubtfully. I don't trade for just any random thing. The value of this stone. Before he could finish his sentence, he was captivated by the sweet taste. Seeing he was very satisfied, Tang Xiao picked up the stone and prepared to put it in his backpack. Just as the deal was struck, the stall owner revealed his true colors. Leave your life behind. Tung Xiao was both shocked and furious. Are you trying to break the rules of fair trade in the market? The people of Beast King City won't let you get away with this. But the stall owner didn't care about Beast King City at all. His accomplices gradually gathered around. The Saintess has given the order. Seize this person who has designs on the jade. So, he was selling the jade as a form of entrapment to catch whoever was looking for it. Seeing the crowd about to swarm and beat him, Tung Xiao was in a dilemma. This was Beast King City. If he transformed, he would risk exposing his identity. But in this situation, it would be difficult to escape with the jade. In the moment he was distracted, the stall owner, holding an axe, seized the opportunity. The axe wounded his arm. The stall owner had the upper hand and threatened Tung Xiao. Tell me how to make the sugar and why you want the jade. The Saintess might spare your life. Tung Xiao steeled his resolve. He couldn't worry about the consequences anymore. He turned and transformed into a flying lion, launching a mental attack. Seizing the moment while his enemies were stunned, he quickly grabbed the jade, spread his wings, and fled into the distance. The stall owner saw that his true form was a flying lion and that he also possessed psychic attacks. He figured he must be a direct descendant of the flying lion king, which made them pursue him even more relentlessly. A few days later, Tung Xiao took a brief rest somewhere in the forest. He had been traveling for days without sleep and had finally shaken off that woman's subordinates. He estimated that he was not far from the Great Marsh. He would be back in another day or two. The thought of Inju's bright smile instantly filled his exhausted body with limitless motivation. Suddenly, he spotted a plume of smoke rising from deep within the forest. It was a distress signal that tribes only lit when under attack. He had a bad feeling and rushed over to investigate. The scene before him was horrific. The people of this tribe had clearly been slaughtered to the last. Such cruel methods. Could his pursuers have caught up to him? Just as he was thinking, danger crept up silently behind him. Meanwhile, Inju, who was setting up a trellis for yams, suddenly felt dizzy. Xiao Nuo quickly supported her, telling her to go and rest for a while. The other beastmen also gathered around, telling Inju to rest and leave the work to them. They even told Xiao Nuo to take Inju to rest, since she was pregnant with cubs and shouldn't overexert herself. Xiao Nuo helped Inju to the side. He felt that her spirits hadn't been great these past few days. Inju was also confused. Her heart had been beating fast lately, as if something bad was about to happen. Xiao Nuo thought that everything had been fine recently, with nothing strange happening. Could something have happened to the cubs? Inju shook her head. She had just seen the cubs yesterday, and they were all in high spirits. Xiao Nuo guessed that besides the cubs, the only other one mentally connected to Inju was Tung Xiao. Could something have happened to Tung Xiao? Inju became alarmed. Tung Xiao was the cub's father. If something happened to him, the cubs would sense it. Moreover, he was her guardian. Inju was filled with regret. She shouldn't have let him go look for the jade stone alone. Xiao Nuo comforted her, telling her not to worry. He said he would take a group of tribesmen to search for him and would definitely bring him back safely. Just then, a tribesman came to report that Tung Xiao was back. Both of their eyes lit up instantly. Tung Xiao hadn't broken his promise. He had actually returned. Inju eagerly ran towards Tung Xiao, but the Tung Xiao before her was covered in wounds, so weak that he was being supported by the chief. He couldn't even walk steadily. Xiao Nuo and Inju were shocked. How could this be? Seeing Inju, Tung Xiao managed a difficult smile. Inju, I brought the jade stone back. After speaking, his body went limp and he lost consciousness. Can you believe it? The girl just mumbled to a stone and it revitalized the men, making them vigorous and full of new life. Just moments ago, Tung Xiao had forced himself to return to the tribe, only to collapse after seeing Inju. Seeing his body covered in scars, Inju asked the chief how he was doing. The priest sighed that he has too many injuries and the wounds haven't been treated properly. I'll go prepare some medicine for him. Let's hope he can pull through. Inju couldn't help but cry. How did Tung Xiao get hurt so badly? Xiao Nuo comforted her. Don't think about that now. The most important thing is for Tung Xiao to wake up. Looking at Tung Xiao, at the wounds clearly caused by sharp blades, just who had he made an enemy of? The Black Wolf bandit gang. The chief appeared behind them with a grim expression. Before Tung Xiao fell unconscious, he told me that on his way back, he ran into the Black Wolf bandit gang pillaging the nearby tribes. They mocked Tung Xiao for his bad luck, attacked him viciously, and then, after discovering how skilled he was, invited invited him to join them. They also revealed that their next target is the Great Marsh tribe. They heard our tribe found a rock mine and has many other treasures. Tung Xiao was shocked to hear this explosive news. In a moment of distraction, he was wounded in the chest. He clutched his wound, knowing things were bad. He knew he had to hurry back and inform the tribe. Hearing this, Xiao Nua stood up in anger as it was them. This is our chance to get revenge for Tung Xiao and the other tribes they've massacred. He pleaded with the chief, "Let me lead our warriors and catch them by surprise." The chief shook his head and the Black Wolf Bandit gang has numerous males and is very powerful. We cannot attack rashly. We should focus on defense. The most important thing now is to move the supplies, the females, the cubs, and Inju in advance. Inju grabbed the chief's hand. We must fight. The best defense is a good offense. We cannot let anyone who dares to plot against our tribe get away. Besides, war isn't just about numbers. It's also about strategy. We can make long-range weapons. By coating them with poison, we can defeat them without bloodshed. Moreover, Tung Xiao brought back the Jade Stone. With the totem's blessing, our tribesmen's strength will be greatly enhanced. The Great Marsh can definitely fight the Black Wolf gang. Xiao Nua, also filled with confidence in his tribe, agreed. Then let's fight. The leader was convinced and instantly resolved to meet the challenge. Xiao Nua looked at Inju. "Don't worry. I will definitely protect you." Inju smiled and nodded. "I believe you." She looked at the unconscious Tung Xiao beside them. "Get well soon. Witness our victory together." After news of the Black Wolf Bandit group's impending attack spread, the Days tribe entered a state of emergency. Under Inju's guidance, they began digging not just one, but many beast-trapping pits, placing weapons inside them as well. This would incapacitate the enemy. Inju also taught them to coat the tips of their usual arrows with the leaves and branches of the Juejweizi plant, greatly increasing their lethality and drawing cheers from the tribe. Most importantly, Inju invented a powerful weapon, the catapult. She taught the tribe members how to use the principle of leverage to launch fierce, long-range attacks against the enemy. Everyone's confidence soared. The Days tribe would not fail this time. On the final night before the great battle, Inju began to perform the totem blessing. Below the stage, the beastmen knelt in reverence. She finished reciting the prayer and, following Baina's instructions, placed her hand on the Jade Stone. She silently prayed for the tribe's blessing, hoping the people of the Days tribe could live peaceful, happy, and joyful lives. Just then, a strange sight appeared. The totem Jade Stone emitted a dazzling light. The radiant light was so bright that Inju could barely open her eyes. She was overjoyed. "Have I succeeded?" The light transformed into bright starlight that fell upon the entire tribe. Everyone in the tribe felt the light enter their bodies. They felt their bodies fill with power, their combat strength now several times greater than usual. Inju was ecstatic. Wonderful. It was a success. Baina was also very pleased. With her first blessing, Inju had created dozens of totem warriors, and Xiao Nua and the others had even become 2-star totem warriors. Now, they were even more confident about dealing with the bandits. Feeling the power in his body, Xiao Nua swept Inju up in an embrace, praising her endlessly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Inju grew shy and tried to struggle out of his arms. Xiao Nua figured Inju must be exhausted after the blessing, so he lifted her into a princess carry to take her back to rest. He couldn't contain his joy. "Inju, let's go home." Meanwhile, in Beast King City, the Flying Lion King was being interrogated by the Saintess. This was because when Tung Xiao had stolen the Jade Stone, he had revealed his flying lion form. The Saintess ordered the Flying Lion King to hand over the Beast Man. But the Lion King looked completely baffled. "He's truly not one of our clan." The Saintess's face darkened as she sneered. "Are you implying that I'm lying to you?" The Lion King trembled with fear. That is not what this subordinate meant. The Saintess didn't believe him at all. "I have already constructed a totem in Beast King City, yet you have your clansmen search for a new Jade Stone to form another. Are you trying to betray me?" The Saintess spoke these harsh words with a smile, a spell already forming in her hand. "Or is it that you've learned some secrets you shouldn't have?" Feeling the dangerous aura of the spell, the Lion King's face turned deathly pale. Just then, a dazzling light flashed outside the window, instantly drawing their attention. The Saintess looked outside and murmured to herself, "This is the power of a totem. So you're in the north. You've hidden yourself well. It seems a bloodline of the Flying Lion clan has been lost to the outside world. She ordered the Lion King to find this person and bring them to her. She then reminded him, "You 4 Beast Kings are nothing more than dogs at my side, and a dog should know its place and be loyal to its master." The Lion King turned away, humiliated. "A SU command, Saintus." The Saintus's face was flushed with excitement. "I truly can't wait to meet you. My little junior brother. Can you believe it?" This girl, with no strength to even truss a chicken, is able to command a host of strong men to fight off bandits. Just moments ago, the Days tribe finished digging deep pits and preparing all their defenses. The next day, the Black Wolf bandit group arrived as expected. Seeing the small, seemingly unguarded tribe before them, they let down their guard. Their men were eager to charge right in and plunder all the salt and food. The leader retained a sliver of caution, feeling that something wasn't quite right. How could a tribe that managed to snatch a salt mine from the Juk tribe be so easy to deal with? However, considering himself invincible, he gave the order in an instant. "Charge! Kill everyone in the tribe." The bandits roared with excitement, shouting, "Charge! Kill! Kill! Kill!" They rushed toward the Days tribe. The next second, they stepped on the traps and fell in. They were instantly impaled and killed by the weapons in the pits. On the Days side, the archers were already prepared. At the command of their commander, Inju, a volley of arrows rained down on the bandits. The unprepared bandits were struck one after another. As more arrows hit them, they quickly discovered the arrows were poisoned. These 2 consecutive blows shattered their morale, and they began to suggest a retreat to their leader. But their leader turned and slapped them. "Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy." Too arrogant to accept defeat, he wouldn't allow it. He assumed the Days tribe had run out of arrows, making it the perfect time to attack. At this very moment, Inju had already prepared a 3rd wave of surprises. The trebuchet launched. The band of robbers was instantly crushed by giant rocks from above. The chieftain hurriedly told everyone to dodge, then led his men to break through the fence. Victory was within sight. Xiao Nuo and the other tribesmen were already poised for attack. "Charge! For our tribe, blessed by the totem." The Beastmen of Days were incredibly brave and powerful, not at a disadvantage at all against the band of robbers. Only then did the Black Wolf chieftain sense that things were going wrong. How could a small tribe have so many powerful beastmen? It seemed the Juk tribe had deceived him. He immediately had thoughts of retreating. The chieftain's observation skills were sharper than those of his underlings. He could tell at a glance that Inju's status was unusual and decided to capture her, following the principle of capturing the leader to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, the beastmen at the rear were persuading Inju. The Black Wolf robbers are truly ruthless. Swords and blades have no eyes. "Inju, you should leave here first." Inju knew that at this stage of direct confrontation, her staying here would only be a burden, so she decided to retreat with the others. "I hope Xiao Nuo and the others can win." A companion comforted her, "Don't worry. With so few people left, they are no match for Xiao Nuo and our men." Just then, a dark figure flashed behind Inju. It was the Black Wolf chieftain. He raised his sharp claws, about to strike her. Xiao Nuo shouted anxiously, "Inju, be careful," but he was too far away to get there in time. Just as Inju was about to be struck down, a hand reached out of nowhere, blocking the Black Wolf chieftain's attack. It was Tung Xiao, who had been lying on the sickbed all this time. Tung Xiao fiercely knocked the Black Wolf chieftain away. "You will not harm Inju." The Black Wolf chieftain recognized Tung Xiao. "Oh, it was you who tipped them off." No wonder the Days tribe was so prepared. Seeing the situation was very unfavorable for them, and that they would likely lose if they kept fighting, the Black Wolf chieftain decisively ordered a retreat. The band of robbers immediately turned and fled. Xiao Nuo became anxious. The Black Wolf robbers have always been vicious and merciless. If we let them escape this time, they will definitely come back for revenge. He immediately led his tribesmen to hunt them down, leaving no one to cause trouble later. Tung Xiao also wanted to join the fight, but was stopped by Inju. "You're still injured. Leave everything to Xiao Nuo." She stepped forward and touched Tung Xiao's forehead. "You came back covered in wounds and had a high fever." Feeling that his temperature was now normal, Inju breathed a sigh of relief. "But it's best to go back and get it checked again." Tung Xiao was a little surprised. "This seems to be the first time Inju has cared about me." Inju pulled him along, wanting the shaman to examine him again. Although he was enjoying Inju's rare concern, Tung Xiao told the truth. "My wounds are all healed." Inju thought he was just trying to act tough. "You were so seriously injured before. How could you suddenly be fine? Tung Xiao was also a bit confused. That day, I was lying in bed, in a daze. I felt a mysterious power surge in my body. When I woke up, I found that all my injuries were healed. Not only that, but I've also advanced to a 3-star totem warrior. Inju excitedly told him, "It must be a blessing from the totem. You are a warrior of the tribe, so you receive the totem's healing power. This is truly a blessing in disguise." As she spoke, her eyes grew moist. Tung Xiao had truly escaped death this time. If anything had happened, she would never have seen him again. Tung Xiao held Inju's face and comforted her. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine now." Inju wiped her tears. "That I'm just scared in retrospect. You were so seriously injured these past few days. You were in a coma the whole time. The chieftain and I tried so many medicines, but nothing worked. I almost thought you wouldn't make it." Tung Xiao looked at Inju with heartache. Inju held his hand tightly, and no matter how important the jade is, it's just an inanimate object. Your life is the most important thing. Please, you must protect yourself. After all, you are my guardian. You can't fall. Tung Xiao understood her words to mean that Inju was willing to let him stay by her side. Inju thought to herself, "I already have Lei He. What's one more guardian?" Tung Xiao was overjoyed. "Inju, I promise you, I will definitely protect myself." He secretly vowed in his heart, "Only then can I continue to protect you forever." Do you know how formidable a woman in the beast world is? With a wave of her hand, she can make several males do hard labor for a lifetime. Not long ago, the Days tribe fought off the Black Wolf robbers. News of this had not yet spread. Unaware, Yuan Sheng, the young chieftain of the Juk tribe, was leading his men in an ambush by the roadside. They had it all figured out, lying in wait on the path the defeated were sure to take, preparing to capture a few days beastmen to torture for the location of the salt. His subordinate, however, thought that the Black Wolf robbers must have already plundered Days completely. The young chieftain Yuan Sheng snapped at him, "I already sent people to investigate. They've hidden the salt somewhere else. The Black Wolf robbers are destined to return empty-handed." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Yuan Sheng immediately raised his hand, signaling the attack. The men of the Juk tribe surrounded the fleeing beastmen. The fleeing beastmen were startled. Who dares to block the path of our Black Wolf bandit gang? But when the leaders of the two groups met, they recognized each other as allies. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Yuan Sheng foolishly asked the Black Wolf leader, "Why is it you? Don't tell me you lost." The Black Wolf leader was mortified. It was humiliating to be seen in such a sorry state of defeat by an ally. His mind raced. So that old fool, the Juke clan leader, fed me false information. He had me attack Days while he planned to reap the rewards from the sidelines. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He decided to go all in and drag the troublemaker Yuan Sheng down with him. Just as he was plotting, Qiao Nuo and his group arrived, determined to make the Black Wolf bandit gang pay the price. The Black Wolf leader sensed trouble and was anxiously trying to think of a way out. He then saw Yuan Sheng glaring daggers at Qiao Nuo. Are they enemies? This is perfect. He immediately came up with a brilliant idea. He walked over to Yuan Sheng, young clan leader of Juke. "How about we cooperate? As long as we kill them all, the salt we found in Days is yours." Hearing this, Qiao Nuo immediately transformed back into his beast form. He had a premonition that this would be a bitter fight. The two groups faced off, the air thick with killing intent. Meanwhile, back at the Days tribe, the captured members of the Black Wolf bandit gang were tied up like dumplings, begging not to be killed. Inju stood before them. "The war is over. These prisoners of war can be kept as laborers. Why kill them?" Their clan leader told Inju that these men were robbers and murderers, their hands stained with the blood of innocent beastmen. Even if we spare them this time, who can guarantee they've truly repented, that they won't try to escape and seek revenge? Other tribe members also chimed in, saying this group was unworthy of mercy. But Inju insisted on keeping them alive. Letting them die so easily would be a mercy. They must atone for everything they've done. Inju mentioned that Beina had told him a totem could be used to place a slave brand on people, making them unable to betray the tribe. The clan leader was overjoyed. That would be wonderful. Not only would our tribe's combat power more than double, but our workforce would also increase significantly. Inju also grew excited. Foraging, hunting, building houses, planting crops, and constructing defensive fortifications next year will all require a lot of manpower. The prisoners, their fates now clearly arranged by Inju, fell into despair. "Just kill us now." After dealing with the prisoners, Inju asked the clan leader, "Why haven't Xiao Nuo and the others who gave chase returned yet?" Just as the clan leader was about to speak, a commotion was heard. "Xiao Nuo and the others are back. How'd they end up like this?" Inju's heart sank. Did something happen to Xiao Nuo? He anxiously pushed through the crowd to check on Xiao Nuo's safety. Sure enough, in the middle of the crowd, he saw Xiao Nuo covered in blood. Inju panicked and frantically checked Xiao Nuo for injuries. Xiao Nuo quickly explained that the blood wasn't his, but belonged to the Black Wolf bandits. The others in the pursuit team also gloated. Those bandits were at the end of their rope and still dreamed of turning the tables on us. Too bad. They didn't realize how much stronger we've become. Xiao Nuo, in particular, was credited for fighting 10 men at once. He was nearly overwhelmed by the effusive praise and kept saying it was a group effort. The Beastmen were still ecstatic. "To think we could defeat the infamous Black Wolf bandit gang. We must celebrate properly." Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Inju, who had been watching Xiao Nuo closely, felt that his expression was not right. Something else must have happened. Sure enough, back in their home, Inju learned a bombshell of a piece of news. Yuan Sheng, the young clan leader of Juke, was dead. Juke will want revenge on Days. In his shock, he tightened his grip, nearly strangling Xiao Nuo. He quickly let go, still grumbling indignantly. Juke was the one who leaked the information to the bandits in the first place. We haven't even settled that score with him, and now he dares to seek revenge on us? Besides, Yuan Sheng's death has nothing to do with us. Though he grumbled, his touch became much gentler. Xiao Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. That it's true that Yuan Sheng was scheming with the tiger, insisting on working with Black Wolf. But he didn't expect Days' strength to have increased so much. When Black Wolf saw things were going badly, he turned around and stabbed him, saying it was for a debt Yuan Sheng's clan leader father owed them. He was just collecting some interest. Xiao Nuo had confronted Black Wolf. Even if Yuan Sheng is dead, you won't escape. But Black Wolf had roared back that he never expected to get out alive. Killing Yuan Sheng was his way of making Juke hate Days, ensuring Days would be dragged down with the Black Wolf bandit gang. Thinking of the trouble to come, Xiao Nuo slammed his fist down. Although Yuan Sheng died at Black Wolf's hands, given the Juke clan leader's petty nature, he would definitely shift the blame to Days and seek revenge. Did you know that even primitive societies had shoddy engineering? Inju clearly wanted to build a pillar to the sky, but ended up with a pile of tofu dregs. Just moments ago, Inju had learned that the young clan leader of Juke, scheming with a tiger, had partnered with the Black Wolf bandit gang, only to be betrayed and killed by them. While Xiao Nuo was worried that Juke would take its anger out on the Days tribe, Inju wasn't concerned at all. For a short time, Juke definitely won't dare to make a move. After all, they haven't figured out Days' true strength yet. As long as we are given enough time to prepare, I guarantee that Juke will be too scared to ever come near us again. Hearing Inju's confidence, Xiao Nuo was pleasantly surprised. "Inju, you have a way?" Inju was being coy. "I have a little idea. I'll keep it a secret for now and tell you when it succeeds." Before he could finish, Xiao Nuo happily gave him a kiss. He was so proud of his capable partner. Before long, they began building a city wall at the entrance of the Days tribe's village. Xiao Nuo also mentioned that he had found a suitable quarry. The amount of stone should be enough to meet the needs for the city wall. Without a second word, the chief had Xiao Nuo take the group of captives to transport the stones. The captives from the Black Wolf bandit group were instantly plunged into misery. Standing by the wall, Inju looked at the stacked stones. He gave it a light push, and the wall immediately crumbled. The quality was worse than a jerry-built project from the 21st century. Inju was worried. A wall built with rammed earth and stones was still not sturdy enough. He feared it would collapse after just a few attacks from the enemy. Building this wall would be useless. It turned out that building a sturdy city wall was Inju's secret weapon, which he had only revealed early because of Xiao Nuo's loving greetings. But the quality before him was clearly substandard. It seemed the mud used to fill the gaps between the stones wasn't sticky or strong enough. Inju thought hard. Where could he find sticky soil? That's it. He clapped his hands. Clay could bind the stones together more firmly, thereby increasing the wall's defensive capabilities. He immediately went to ask the knowledgeable chief for advice. Where can I find clay? The kind of soil that doesn't fall apart when you need it and feels sticky. Beside them, Ting Xiao seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, he said he might know a place. He told Inju that the mud by the river sticks together in clumps, and wondered if that was what he was looking for. Inju immediately said he wanted to go to the river to check it out. After getting the chief's approval, Inju immediately urged Tang Xiao to accompany him. As they walked, Inju asked how Tang Xiao knew there was clay by the river. Tang Xiao explained that the plains have many rivers. When he was traveling, a lot of mud would often stick to his shoes, so he remembered it. Inju became interested and pestered Tang Xiao to tell him interesting stories about the plains. Tang Xiao was about to say his experiences were rather dull when he suddenly recalled something peculiar. The people from the Beast King city who were inexplicably hunting him were strange. And who was that saintess? Why did her subordinates completely disregard the prohibitions of the Beast King city? Thinking of this, he felt something was wrong. He hurriedly told Inju the whole story. He had a feeling that the saintess wouldn't give up so easily. If she found out the jade was in the Days tribe, they would probably be in trouble. Inju was already formulating a plan in his mind, but he didn't want to worry Tang Xiao, so he pretended to be cheerful and said, "Don't worry. The Beastman continent is huge. By the time she tracks us down with our strength, she'll probably be the one running away." Tang Xiao was still a little uneasy. Inju grabbed his hand and started running. The most important thing now is to find the clay and build the wall. This is the first step to building a strong and prosperous days. Seeing this, Tang Xiao sighed. Somehow, after being distracted by Inju, he felt much more at ease. But Inju was secretly very worried. He feared they had already been exposed. Selling the jade in the Beast King city was a trap, designed to lure out those who could condense totems. Only Bei Na's few martial siblings could do it. That saintess was probably his eldest martial sister, Qingli. At that moment, Tang Xiao, who had reached the riverbank, called out to Inzhu, "Is this the clay you're looking for?" The long-absent system came online, providing information on clay. Contains few sand particles, a viscous mineral raw material, highly plastic. Inju said cheerfully, "This is it." The two immediately started digging, preparing to take some back for testing. Just then, Inju was attracted by the shimmering surface of the river. There seemed to be something in it. He was watching with curiosity. Suddenly, a ferocious-looking fish leaped out of the water, charging straight at him. At the critical moment, Tang Xiao grabbed the fish by its mouth and slammed the strange creature onto the ground. He then turned to check if Inju was safe. He hadn't expected a fish from the beast world to be so aggressive. Looking at the plump, sturdy fish on the ground, Inju's mouth watered. "Why don't we take this fish back to eat? What do you think?" He turned back to ask for Tang Xiao's opinion. But to his surprise, Tang Xiao's eyes were shut tight as he collapsed. Inju panicked. "Tang Xiao, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Tang Xiao's face was flushed. "This fish is poisonous. It's a production fish." This was the weirdest fish in history. A man was just bitten by the fish, and now he had to engage in population production immediately or his body would explode and he would die. Just moments ago, Tang Xiao had been poisoned by the production fish. From the name alone, one could tell it was something very intense. Not wanting to harm Inju, Tang Xiao lied to him, saying that Bei Na the priest might have an antidote and told him to go get it first. He struggled to suppress the poison himself. Inju quickly ran back to get the antidote, but he was stopped by Bei Na. "Tang Xiao is lying to you. This fish accelerates population production. It will make a person continue producing until they die. If he forcibly suppresses the urge and doesn't reproduce, his blood will flow backward, bursting his vessels and killing him. Moreover, this poison has no cure." Inju finally understood why Tang Xiao tricked her into leaving. He was clearly afraid of hurting her. She broke down and screamed, "How can there be such a perverse fish? It's death either way." She grabbed Bei Na, begging for help. "You must have a way, right?" With Bei Na's help, Inju settled Tang Xiao in a cave and successfully detoxified him. As for how the detoxification was done, you can use your imagination. After the detoxification, Inju was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, she found Tang Xiao was no longer in the cave. It turned out Tang Xiao knew Inju would be dehydrated and exhausted after the detoxification, so he had gathered a pile of fruit. He very considerately told her to eat some to replenish her strength. As Inju recovered, she had a major headache. How was she going to explain this to Jiao Nua? Meanwhile, at the entrance to the tribe, Jiao Nuo was anxiously waiting for Inju and Teng Xiao. Since they weren't back so late, he was genuinely worried about their safety. Just then, the two of them returned with the setting sun. Inju was even supporting Teng Xiao. Before Jiao Nuo could feel happy, he noticed that Inju's legs were covered in scratches. He was heartbroken. Inju, where did you get hurt? Back in their love nest, Inju explained the cause and effect to Jiao Nuo while applying medicine to him. She apologized to him. Although it was to save a life, I still, as considerate as ever. Jiao Nuo interrupted her apology, telling her that Teng Xiao's life was in danger, so she did the right thing. Although he insisted he didn't mind, Jiao Nuo's face looked like he was about to murder someone. He sighed and told Inju that he wasn't angry with her, just at himself for not protecting her well. He had always thought he could accept Teng Xiao, but when Inju carried Teng Xiao's scent, he still felt resentful and was going mad with jealousy. He insecurely asked Inju, "In your heart, am I still the one you love the most?" Seeing the insecure Jiao Nuo, Inju immediately promised that he was still the one she loved most. Just as the two were being lovey-dovey, a tactless Teng Xiao barged in. "I just came to check on Inju's injuries and to bring some medicine." Jiao Nuo's anger flared. "That we have our own medicine. We don't need you to bring any." Inju quickly waved her hands, indicating that she didn't have any medicine. Jiao Nuo pushed Inju down and forcefully covered her with a blanket. "Didn't you say you were tired? Get some rest." Not daring to provoke the angry Jiao Nuo, Inju obediently closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Jiao Nuo called Teng Xiao outside, saying he had something to say to him. As the two walked outside, Teng Xiao felt a little guilty. He called out to Jiao Nuo, "If you're really that angry, then let's fight, but I won't go easy on you." Jiao Nuo threw a punch toward Teng Xiao, but he missed him, hitting the pillar behind. He angrily rebuked Teng Xiao. "What I'm angry about has nothing to do with you too." He looked at his swollen fist and voiced his anxiety. "Inju almost got into trouble right under my nose. Not to mention, Ju Kei is now watching us like a hawk and might make a move against Inju. Besides, Inju is the successor to the goddess. She's destined to face even more danger in the future, and I'm just too weak." Jiao Nuo's candor moved Teng Xiao. He encouraged Jiao Nuo, saying that protecting Inju was their shared responsibility. They could train together to become stronger to protect her. Jiao Nuo unhappily slapped Teng Xiao's hand away. "If it weren't for Inju's safety, I wouldn't want to share her with you and that snake." Teng Xiao was stunned that, after just a few days, Leihe had already succeeded. He was furious, thinking Jiao Nuo had lost his mind. That snake was so scheming and had always wanted to lure Inju away, yet Jiao Nuo had agreed to let him join them. The competition was going to be even more fierce now. Jiao Nuo yelled back, "Inju likes that pretty boy, what can I do?" The two men argue. A battlefield of love. One accuses the other of being useless, unable to protect Inju. The other retorts that he is the one Inju loves most. The scene is utter chaos. A hardworking heroine versus a seasoned green tea. Who will come out on top? Just moments ago, seeing his son fall, Chief Ju Kei was overcome with grief. He was determined to make the Day's tribe pay for it in blood. He immediately ordered his men to assemble the tribe's soldiers. Attack the Day's tribe now. But he was stopped by ZMO. The chief angrily reprimanded ZMO. "How dare you defy the chief's order? Do you intend to betray the tribe?" ZMO patiently persuaded him. The Day's tribe was able to annihilate the Black Wolf tribe, while we suffered casualties. This proves they have hidden their true strength. Attacking rashly will only cause our tribe to suffer heavy losses. The chief, having calmed down slightly, was still resentful. The young chief of our tribe was killed by them. Is the Ju Kei tribe supposed to just swallow this insult? Seeing the chief had calmed from his fury, ZMO began to strategize. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. We just need to find out the secret to the Day's tribe's victory. He recalled the humiliation of being rejected by Inju and vowed to ensure their utter demise. The morning in the Day's tribe, however, was very peaceful. After returning, Teng Xiao conscientiously resumed his role as the third wheel. He brought breakfast to Inju's door, only to hear her furious voice from inside. "Get out and hunt to support the family." The next second, Jonah was unceremoniously kicked out. It seemed there was no room for him to be a freeloader. During breakfast, Tung Xiao told Inju that he had already built a new house next door and invited her to stay over any time. He also mentioned that he had new furniture made and the bed was exceptionally soft and comfortable, promising it wouldn't hurt Inju's leg like last time. Just as Jono's sanity was about to snap, a beast man ran over to inform Inju that Sophie had returned. Inju was taken aback. Wasn't she with the Juk tribe? Both males expressed that her arrival boded ill, certain it was a conspiracy by the Juk. However, Inju was looking for a way to escape the battlefield of jealousy at the breakfast table and immediately used the opportunity to rush out, quickly disappearing from their sight. Jono mocked Tung Xiao, saying the more he pushed, the faster Inju fled. Tung Xiao immediately retorted that Jono's pitiable act had also lost its effect that morning. Rivals meeting are bound to clash. The two, casting aside all decorum, began a new round of mutual attacks. At the gate of the Days tribe, the traitor Sophie was being condemned by the crowd. Even the leader watched her coldly. But Sophie, a master manipulator, had incredibly strong nerves. She tearfully expressed that she was terrified upon hearing the Black Wolf tribe was going to attack Days and insisted on returning to live or die with the Days tribe. After her tearful performance, the leader remained very calm, almost wanting to laugh. Well, you can rest assured now. Days is fine. You can go back to the Juk. Seeing that her usual, foolproof trick had failed, Sophie thought she had to resort to her final move. She declared her unwavering loyalty to Days, saying that if she couldn't return, she would rather die. With that, she ran towards the city wall, looking as if she was about to take her own life. A hand reached out from the side and grabbed her. Inju looked at her sternly. "Sophie, did you come to Days just to kill yourself?" Sophie was stunned by Inju's gaze, a flicker of panic in her heart. Could she have seen through me? However, her composure was always excellent. Even though she inwardly hated Inju enough to want to gouge out her eyes, her face wore a pitiful expression as she apologized to Inju, saying she wanted to atone for her sins. She then knelt, begging Inju to give her a chance to redeem herself. Inju looked at Sophie before her, lost in thought. Could this be some conspiracy by the Juk tribe? Just then, Tung Xiao and Jono arrived. Jono, who particularly despised Sophie, immediately wanted to drive the traitor away. Sophie, terrified, begged for mercy repeatedly. At that moment, Inju stopped Jono, suggesting that if Sophie had truly repented, they could give her a chance. Jono didn't understand why Inju suddenly agreed. As he was wondering, Inju squeezed his hand, signaling to give a try. Jono instantly understood that Inju had other plans. He then pretended to agree to Inju's plea, allowing Sophie to stay in the tribe for the time being. Sophie, not expecting such a turn of events, excitedly lunged towards Inju. Inju grabbed her firmly, warning, "You'd better behave yourself. If I find you have any ill intentions, I will not let you leave the Days tribe alive." After arranging a place for Sophie, the leader worriedly pulled Inju and the others into a meeting. Although he had instructed the tribe members not to leak any secrets to Sophie, the risk of letting her in was still immense. He somewhat blamed Jono and Inju. Tung Xiao also took the opportunity to badmouth Jono. "Jono, why didn't you try to persuade Inju?" Unexpectedly, Jono and Inju were perfectly in sync. Inju said, "Jono is the one who understands me." She then revealed her plan. If Sophie was sent by the Juk, they would have tried other tricks even if she wasn't allowed back in Days. It would be better to keep Sophie within a range they could control, which would be safer. Moreover, when necessary, they could even feed Sophie some real information to take back. After hearing Inju's calculations, Tung Xiao still felt it was somewhat dangerous. Sophie was a ruthless person, and Inju would be vulnerable to her schemes. Jono also remembered Sophie's past misdeeds and instantly became nervous. Tung Xiao has a point, Inju. You must avoid Sophie. Tung Xiao's mind immediately raced with calculations. He vowed, to ensure Inju's safety, I will sleep with you too, to prevent a sneak attack from Sophie. What the? This bizarre plot twist left Inju dumbfounded. The girl had never dreamed she would end up in such a dilemma, sharing a bed with two men. Just a moment ago, Tung Xiao had made the explosive suggestion that the three of them sleep together. Inju was thunderstruck. She awkwardly leaned toward Jono, hoping he would refuse. But Jono's jealous streak failed him at the critical moment. He generously told Tung Xiao, "The bed in our room is too small. Bring your new bed over. Inju was instantly petrified. Is this heading towards a harmonious life under one big blanket? Late at night, the manipulative Sophie, as expected, came out to stir up trouble. During the day, she had tried to gather information everywhere, but the tribe members completely ignored her, clearly on Inju's orders. But Sophie never gave up easily. Damn Inju, thinking she can stop me like this. She must have forgotten about this group of people, Sophie thought confidently as she approached the house. The people here wouldn't keep secrets for Inju. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Inside the house, surprisingly, were the bound members of the Black Wolf Bandit group. They asked who was there. Sophie smiled faintly. The one who will set you free. She began with a barrage of taunts. I never thought the famous Black Wolf Bandits would fall to such a state. Don't you feel indignant? The Black Wolf members were indeed provoked. Could this woman really help? Seeing they had taken the bait, Sophie pressed her advantage with a confident smile that I am an envoy sent by Jew Quebec. The Day's tribe will soon be in Jew K's grasp. She lifted a male's chin, tempting him. Tell me the secrets of Days. Help Jew K conquer Days and kill Inju. When that happens, Jew K will surely set you free. The man was very tempted, but hesitant. That you're not tricking us, are you? Sophie flicked her hair under the moonlight, displaying her charm. Since I'm so beautiful, of course the males of Jew K will listen to me. But in her heart, she thought, I'll coax them first. I can't let such useful slaves get away. It must be said, this green tea was truly vicious. Seeing them still hesitating, Sophie urged them, saying she didn't have much time. Decide quickly if you want to cooperate. Another male could no longer hold back and yelled, I'll talk. That bitch Inju. His voice was cut short. A sudden, intense pain made him scream endlessly as he clutched his head and rolled on the ground. The other Black Wolf members knew very well this was the power of the slave mark. They truly couldn't betray Inju. Sophie broke out in a cold sweat, but stubbornly asked, Are you guys faking an illness to try and blackmail me? Before she finished speaking, she was kicked out the door by the furious Black Wolf members. Get lost. We don't need you. Sophie yelled from outside. You cowards can just be slaves for life. But the men inside understood. This madwoman didn't even know about the slave mark. They couldn't pin their hopes on her. Kicked out of the house, Sophie stormed off in a rage. She could understand how Inju was so good at charming males that even the Black Wolf Bandits were completely loyal to her. I'm not any worse than Inju, she thought if I can win over her two partners. There's no secret I can't find out. She was determined to make Inju know what it feels like to have her mail stolen. Meanwhile, Inju was undergoing a sweet torment. On her left, Xiao Nua asked, Baby, why aren't you asleep yet? On her right, Tang Xiao offered to give her a relaxing massage. Their voices urged Inju under the covers. The scene was too much for her. She didn't dare to look. She smiled awkwardly, waving her hands and claiming she wasn't sleepy, but Xiao Nua grabbed her by the wrist. She was then pulled under the covers, nestled between the two handsome men. Xiao Nua patted Inju's head reassuringly. I know you're shy. We're just going to sleep, so don't be nervous. Inju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Xiao also gave her a kiss, promising he would never do anything she didn't permit. Then, Xiao Nua turned and asked for a kiss too. Inju shyly ducked under the covers. Seeing how shy she was, the two stopped teasing her. They lay down, said goodnight, and quietly went to sleep. After a good night's rest, Inju woke up feeling refreshed. Xiao Nua thoughtfully brought her salt water for mouthwash. Teng Xiao also brought a meticulously prepared breakfast. He had not only made her favorite bone broth with noodles, but also added some delicious sansonin kai. At that moment, Inju felt like she was in heaven. The two men getting along peacefully made her incredibly happy. Just as she was about to happily enjoy the fragrant breakfast, the two merely moved their rivalry into the open. Xiao Nua pushed aside Teng Xiao's breakfast and presented his own gift of freshly picked flowers, much to Inju's surprise. Sparks immediately flew between the two men. Inju paid them no mind and dug into her delicious breakfast. Experience had taught her not to get involved in their fights, or she would be the one to suffer in the end. Just as the two were competing for her favor, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. They both looked over. Wasn't it that green tea Sophie? Caught red-handed, Sophie panicked. She had come to study Inju's art of seduction, but was discovered the moment she arrived. A single girl time travels and ends up with 3 partners, and is occasionally asked to do risque things. Just as her harem was engaged in open and secret strife, it discovered Sophie peeking from the bushes. Upon seeing her, Tang Xiao immediately grew wary that is she here to harm Inju again. Sophie immediately put on a pitiful act. Holding out a basket of Sanson, she claimed she was there to atone that if you need rooms cleaned, meals cooked, or anything else, I can help. Despite her flowery words, she then pretended to trip. With a delicate cry, she fell towards Tang Xiao. She expected no male could resist her advances. However, Tang Xiao mercilessly stepped back, letting her fall flat on her face. He then smugly remarked that they didn't need help from someone who could trip on flat ground. Before Sophie could recover, Tang Xiao delivered another verbal blow. What if your clumsiness hurts Inju? 2 men surrounded Inju, insisting on taking care of her personally. The scene made Inju feel a bit of sympathy for Su Fei. Su Fei awkwardly got up, sincerely promising to be very careful and to ensure Inju was satisfied. Inside, she was already seething with rage. If it weren't for getting information, she wouldn't be so subservient. Just then, a villager hurried over. The newly joined males are fighting with our people again. It turned out that ever since the Dezay tribe built its tall city walls, it had attracted many passing wandering beastmen to join, who dreamed of living a prosperous life like the people of the Dezay tribe. However, the lifestyle habits of the newly joined outsiders and the native tribespeople were worlds apart. They often argued over trivial matters, and the conflict between the 2 sides gradually intensified. They could even argue over throwing away trash. This time, the conflict was sparked by an outsider pursuing a native female. Inju was quite helpless, but stated fairly that since they had joined the Dezay tribe, pursuing females was also their right. Nevertheless, she decided to go and see the situation for herself. On the way, Tang Xiao remarked that the outsider beastmen indeed had many bad habits that needed to be corrected. If this continued, he feared things would get out of hand. But Inju confidently stated that she would handle it. Su Fei, eavesdropping from the side, couldn't help but gloat. Those wandering beastmen were used to being lawless. It seemed Inju was in for it this time. At the scene of the conflict, the tribesmen were furious, demanding the outsider beastmen return the female to them. A strong beastman was seen tightly gripping a female, ignoring her struggles and resistance. He declared smugly that females were not the exclusive property of the Dezay males. They belonged to whoever could take them. The outsider beastmen behind him all chimed in with agreement. This statement instantly enraged the native tribesmen. Just a bunch of outsiders, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? The other party tossed the female in his hands to his subordinate, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to fight. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop. Infighting is not allowed in Dezay." Inju arrived just in time to stop them. The outsider beastman was very interested to see the famous Inju. Was this female who made Dezay strong here decide with her own people and drive him away? Unexpectedly, Inju first apologized to him. "You are also members of Dezay. Naturally, you have the right to pursue the females of Dezay." The man felt that Inju was being reasonable. But then, Inju's tone shifted. Now, it's her turn to apologize. The rule in Dezay is that you cannot force a female. Besides, you keep saying you Dezay. Is that not a betrayal of the tribe? The man was instantly displeased. Only the strong deserve to have females. I'm strong enough to defeat any other pursuers. The female will naturally belong to me. Inju smiled faintly. Yes, that's so? Then do you dare to compete? This was right up the man's alley. He immediately raised his claws and demanded that the strongest beastman of the tribe come out. Inju gave a slight smile. "We don't need our strongest to fight you." She called upon the usually inconspicuous Yagu to fight. Yagu warmed up his wrists. Dealing with this guy would be a piece of cake. In a flash, the outsider beastman charged at him with the force of a thunderbolt, his claws filled with violent energy. But as his powerful strike neared Yagu, it was easily blocked by a protective shield. Yagu even muttered, "Too weak." Seeing his attack blocked, the outsider beastman hastily retreated, shocked to his core. He knew how powerful his full-force strike was. Many warriors of the plains couldn't withstand it. How could an ordinary beast man from a small tribe block it? The opposing Yagu also threw a punch, crackling with electricity, and smashed it violently towards the outsider beastman. The man felt Yaji's immense power and broke out in a cold sweat. The next second, he was sent flying, falling to the ground, and losing his ability to fight. He was the strongest among the outsider beastmen, yet he was defeated just like that. Yagu was about to press his advantage and beat him further, but thankfully, Inju called for a stop. She looked down at him and said nonchalantly, "You've lost." The spectating outsider beastmen were also in disbelief. How could the people of the Zay be so strong? This scene was even more unbelievable to Su Fei. She had always been clear about Ji's strength. How did he suddenly become so powerful? And in the center of the field, the outsider beastman knelt dejectedly on the ground in surrender, saying they could do with him as they pleased. Then Inju said it was just a match, and it was enough to know when to stop. "You have joined a Zay, so you are one of us. We will never drive away our own people." The man was both ashamed and moved. After all the trouble they had caused, she was still willing to accept them. Inju was truly a kind and gentle female. Next, Inju warned, "If you don't abide by the rules of the Zay, you will not be considered one of us. When dealing with enemies who cause trouble, we will not be so polite." The threat was simple but effective. The outsider beastmen all transformed into obedient children, promising that they would definitely follow the rules. After the stick, it was time for the carrot. Inju then promised them that as long as everyone was loyal to the Zay, they would have ample food and beautiful mates. "Even if you want to rapidly increase your strength, we have ways." The outsider beastmen became excited, cheering, "Long live the Zay." Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao were full of admiration for Inju's methods. Now the outsider beastmen should settle down. Just then, the defeated foreign beastman grabbed Inju's hand. His face was full of adoration as he passionately professed his love. "Can I pursue you to be your mate?" Before Inju could reply, Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao were consumed by jealousy and flew into a rage. How dare he try to steal their female right in front of them? The two joined forces and gave the audacious beastman a severe beating, warning him that if he ever coveted Inju again, he would be dead. The beastman, his face bruised and swollen, repeatedly apologized and begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Su Fei was hiding nearby, eavesdropping. She was very interested in the method of increasing one's strength that Inju had just mentioned. Could this be the secret to the Zay's rise to power? How can I find out what it is? Do you know how a manipulative girl like her pries out secrets? First, she gives her devoted admirer the cold shoulder, leaving him disheartened. Then, after some time, she reappears and showers him with affection. This way, the admirer will become utterly devoted and spill all the secrets. Not long ago, in order to find out the secret of the Zay's power, Su Fei sought out her former admirer, Yagu, the young beastman who had fought the foreign beastman. After an intense encounter, Su Fei chose the moment Yagu was most infatuated to pry information from him. "Yagu, how did you become so strong?" Yagu, in a daze, had just uttered 2 words when his leader's instructions suddenly flashed through his mind. The totem is the tribe's secret. It must not be revealed to anyone, especially not Su Fei. When Su Fei saw him pause, she couldn't help but press. "Why did you stop?" To what?" she asked, gazing at her own charming face. Yagu thought about how Su Fei had always been cold and indifferent to him, but now she was actively seeking intimacy. Did she return to the Zay just to pry out the tribe's secrets? He wondered. Realizing her motive had been exposed, Su Fei quickly resorted to all her manipulative tricks, acting cute and coquettish for a long time before she managed to smooth things over. In the end, Yagu still warned her not to pry too much, or he wouldn't help her. Su Fei quickly offered a light kiss to make Yagu forget what had happened. She was very frustrated inside. Males were supposed to be most compliant after such moments. How could Yagu be so suspicious? To uncover the secret, she decided to lay low for a while. She would make her move only after the tribe members let down their guard. Ever since being reprimanded by Inju, the foreign beastmen had become much more disciplined. The native members also gradually began to accept them, and the atmosphere in the tribe became more harmonious. Su Fei also became quiet and low-key, obediently helping to care for the young cubs in the tribe every day. Others saw her as very gentle and modest, and her reputation gradually improved. Some males even wanted to form a union with her. When Inju heard about Su Fei's recent behavior from Xiao Nuo, she was a little confused. Is Su Fei really planning to start a new family and settle down in the Zhe for good? Xiao Nuo said that Su Fei only wants a mate who is powerful enough to protect her. Therefore, she demanded that her suitors compete against each other. Only the winner would earn the right to pursue her. Hearing that she only wanted the most powerful mate, Inju felt that she still had ill intentions, suspecting she was after the power of the totem. Seeing Inju so troubled, Xiao Nuo comforted her. We've been keeping an eye on Su Fei. Even if she finds out, the news will never get out. Besides, Su Fei probably doesn't even know what a totem is. Inju was still agonizing over the risk of the secret leaking. Although she initially thought it was better to keep Su Fei under control, in practice, it was quite difficult to be constantly on guard against her. Her mind was completely occupied with tribal affairs, and she didn't notice Xiao Nuo's increasingly frustrated expression at her side. Xiao Nuo finally couldn't take it anymore and interrupted his workaholic wife. This was their precious time alone, which he had managed to get by sending Teng Xiao away. He just wanted to have a romantic moment with Inju. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. A tribesman came running, interrupting their private time. The yam field has been chewed up. Inju, you have to come and see. Inju was shocked. The yams were one of their food sources for the winter. Nothing could go wrong with them. Arriving at the field, Inju recognized at a glance that it was a pest infestation. Xiao Nuo, not realizing the severity, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything would be fine once they caught the bugs. He quickly organized people to go and catch them. But Inju knew that catching the bugs was only a temporary solution, not a cure. If they didn't find a way to eradicate the problem, the bugs would just come back to ruin the yams. But where could they find pesticide in this beast world? She had to ask Bei Na if there were any natural insect-repelling plants. Bei Na remembered that they had planted some in her own tribe's fields. Although she knew such plants existed, her master had generally only taught her magic, not agricultural knowledge. She wasn't sure which specific plant it was. Inju was dejected. Looks like I'll have to find it myself. She pulled Xiao Nuo aside and told him to look out for flowers or leaves with a strong, peculiar smell. Xiao Nuo was a bit confused. Are there any specific features? Like, what does it look like? Inju's head throbbed. She had never seen this kind of plant herself. The appearance of modern plants couldn't be applied to this world. Finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as Inju was at a loss, a pleasant voice called out, "Excuse me, are you looking for this plant?" A handsome and beautiful man appeared, holding a plant in his hands. Did you know that naturally seductive fox spirits can also be male? This handsome fox beast man was so beautiful that wherever he went, females would fight over him, causing the males of every tribe to drive him away. Even Inju's heart pounded when she saw him. Just now, this incredibly handsome fox beast man handed a plant to Inju. Is this what you were looking for? Inju asked about his origins. He introduced himself as Bai Kuan, a wandering beast man. He had just overheard Inju looking for insect-repelling plants, so he took out the vine flowers he had collected, hoping to help them with the pest problem in their fields. Inju politely introduced herself as well. Looking at his handsome face, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Am I really that shallow? She wondered. Sensing Inju's wavering resolve, Xiao Nuo wedged himself between the two, shattering the romantic atmosphere. He looked at Bai Kuan with great displeasure. This handsome male had directly triggered his sense of crisis. Emphasizing that he was Inju's partner, Xiao Nuo took the vine flowers from Bai Kuan's hand with a fake smile. He then turned and handed them to Inju, telling her to see if they were the insecticidal plants. His dark and gloomy aura made Inju tremble. She took the vine flowers and was pleasantly surprised to hear a system notification. Ding! Vine flowers have insecticidal properties. It seemed this was the plant she was looking for. By crushing the flowers and extracting the toxic liquid, she could create a pesticide to solve the pest problem in the fields. The delighted Inju, forgetting Xiao Nuo was still by her side, rushed over to Bai Kuan to ask for more information about the flowers. Unfortunately, Bai Kuan said he had found these flowers on the plains and hadn't seen any nearby. Ingzhu and Xiao Nuo were disappointed. This small amount probably wouldn't be enough. They would have to expand their search for other plants. But then, Bai Kuan turned and rummaged through his bundle. He said he thought the flowers were pretty, so he had picked a lot of them. He generously gave them all to Ingzhu, instantly winning both her and Xiao Nuo's strong favor. He also thoughtfully reminded them that the vine flowers were highly toxic, so they shouldn't spray too much or too often. After this wave of pests was dealt with, they could prevent future infestations by tilling the soil, and so on. He rattled off all sorts of agricultural tips, proving to be quite the expert. Xiao Nuo called the tribesmen over to make the pesticide. By now, Ingzhu was a complete fangirl, adoringly asking Bai Kuan for planting advice, which he patiently answered one by one. After their chat, Ingzhu's favorable impression of Bai Kuan was off the charts. Bai Kuan said lightly that it was just a few words and a few flowers, so there was no need to be so polite. Seeing that Ingzhu was still being formal, he decided to ask her for a favor. He wanted to know how to get to the Dezay tribe. Hearing that the farming expert wanted to come to Dezay, Ingzhu instantly perked up. Together with Xiao Nuo, she led Bai Kuan to the gate of Dezay city wall, warmly welcoming him to be a guest. Looking at the tall, sturdy city wall, Bai Kuan was also very satisfied. It seemed his decision to join the Dezay tribe was the right one. Ingzhu and Xiao Nuo, however, felt that the tribe had struck gold. This was a planting expert. Any tribe would beg him to stay. How could he possibly be a wanderer? Ingzhu curiously asked Bai Kuan this question, and even Xiao Nuo's curiosity was piqued. At this, a complicated expression appeared on Bai Kuan's face. This only made Ingzhu more curious. Bai Kuan sighed slowly. He explained that in every tribe he visited, the females would take a liking to him, fighting to have him as their partner, sometimes even coming to blows. The males of the tribe, feeling he was useless aside from his face and only caused internal strife, would then drive him away. So, he could only continue to wander, alone and without support. This tale of woe, which sounded more like a boast, left Xiao Nuo and Ingzhu staring blankly. They could completely understand the other tribe's decisions. After telling his sob story, Bai Kuan continued. He had heard that the newly risen Dezay tribe was powerful and friendly to outsiders, so he decided to try his luck here. Who knew he'd be so fortunate as to run into Ingzhu and the others? He took Ingzhu's hand, looking at her with pitiful puppy dog eyes. You won't drive me away too, will you? Ingzhu couldn't resist this. She immediately hugged Bai Kuan, reassuring him that he could stay in Dezay without worry. The other females nearby also chimed in, telling Bai Kuan to stay. Xiao Nuo, who had been ignored for a long time, suddenly empathized with the males of those other tribes. With such an enchanter in the tribe, there would never be peace. Maybe we should drive him away after all, he thought. The gathering crowd attracted the clan leader's attention, and he came over to ask what was happening. Ingzhu excitedly introduced Bai Kuan to him, explaining that Bai Kuan wanted to join the Dezay tribe. Seeing the handsome young man, the clan leader smiled happily. Welcome, welcome. By the way, Bai Kuan, which tribe were you from before? With an innocent expression, Bai Kuan replied, I was previously from Beast King City. This stunned everyone. The tribespeople were merely amazed, thinking that as expected of someone from the big city. But Xiao Nuo and the clan leader, thinking of their own tribe's secret, felt their hearts tighten. Even Ingzhu became a little suspicious that he's from Beast King City. Could he have been sent by the Saintess? Don't they say the more handsome a man is, the more dangerous he is? Just now, upon learning that the handsome newcomer was from Beast King City, Ingzhu's infatuated mind cleared a little. According to Tang Zhao's previous speculation, the Saintess Qingling had failed to capture Ting Xiao last time and would surely not give up. She would definitely send people to continue the pursuit. The fact that Bai Kuan from Beast King City arrived at Dezay at this particular time was too suspicious to ignore. However, seeing how openly he spoke of his origins, he really didn't seem like someone sent to capture anyone. He had also taken the initiative to help Ingzhu and had given the Dezay tribe many constructive suggestions. Ingzhu decided to probe Bai Kuan's situation first. Bai Kuan, you're from Beast King City. Why did you travel so far to come here? Speaking of which, Bai Kuan's face immediately showed an expression as if recalling a painful past. An elder from Beast King City took a liking to me. He wanted to force himself on me. I was unwilling to submit, so I had no choice but to run far away. Such unbelievable words. paired with his face, were surprisingly convincing. His vulnerable expression drew the pity of the other females, who swarmed to comfort him. He was just like a beast-man version of Daji. Even the usually solemn tribe leader was very enthusiastic towards him. Not only did he personally give him a tour of the tribe, but he also promised to arrange for him to live in any area he desired. With a perfect profile, Baikuin successfully conquered everyone's hearts. Even Ingzhu felt his reason sounded absurd, yet somehow plausible. No. Although she had a good impression of him at first, he couldn't be so charming as to make her lose her mind, right? Ingzhu lightly punched herself, trying to clear her head. Just as she was berating herself, she learned from Baina that Baikuin was a fox spirit from the Charm Fox clan. This clan, both male and female, is born with extreme beauty and possesses a natural charmer's aura towards the opposite sex. Let's put it this way. In ancient times, countless tribes went to war to fight over the beauties of the Charm Fox clan. Compared to that, Baikuin's ordeal was nothing. Ingzhu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Baikuin wasn't lying. It looked like he was simply seeking refuge in daze and had no other motives. Lost in thought about Baikuin's origins, Ingzhu didn't even hear Jono call her several times. Seeing this, Jono couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Are you still thinking about that Baikuin fellow? Distracted, Ingzhu didn't pay attention to what Jono said and absent-mindedly agreed. The moment she realized what she'd done, she knew it was bad. She saw Jono's hand slip, and he snapped the handle of his hoe. He then turned into a crybaby and started sobbing. You were just thinking about him. Do you want him to come live with us? You've fallen for that guy too, haven't you? Ingzhu frantically denied it with a triple combo. Don't talk nonsense. But Jono was too emotional to listen to any of Ingzhu's explanations. Seeing this, Ingzhu immediately took action, offering Jono a loving kiss. She successfully soothed him. When Jono saw the usually shy Ingzhu being so intimate with him in public, his heart filled with sweetness. His earlier jealousy vanished into thin air. Having easily placated Jono, Ingzhu was about to head home. Jono nodded, chattering nonstop on the way. He demanded that Ingzhu kiss him more often when they were outside. That way, no clueless guys would dare to hang around him. Ingzhu agreed to everything. Right now, placating Jono was the most important thing. During dinner, Tung Xiao casually mentioned that a very capable wandering beast man had arrived today. Jono immediately said with a scheming tone, not only is this person talented, he's also very handsome. And Ingzhu was very warm towards him. Hearing this, Tung Xiao's face darkened. I understand. I'll pay attention from now on. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just then, Baikuin came to visit. It turned out the tribe leader had arranged for Baikuin's house to be near Ingzhu's. Baikuin also felt it was friendlier here and happily agreed. After tidying up his house, he brought flowers to visit his new neighbors. Ingzhu was about to happily accept the flowers, but the two men's alarms went off. They stepped in between them and began making polite conversation with Baikuin. Baikuin had never seen Tung Xiao before and was a little puzzled. Tung Xiao introduced himself, saying he was Ingzhu's guardian. When Baikuin heard Tung Xiao's name, he found it somewhat familiar. He asked curiously, could you be the illegitimate son of Beast King City's flying Lion King who was cast out? Neither Ingzhu nor Jono ever expected to hear such explosive news and were stunned for a moment. Seeing him expose his shameful past in front of Ingzhu, Tung Xiao flew into a rage, grabbed him by the collar, and slammed him against the wall, demanding harshly, who are you? What do you want? The handsome guy, who got cocky everywhere because of his killer looks, almost got himself into deep trouble. Just now, Baikuin had just exposed Tung Xiao's long-hidden identity as an illegitimate son. He was pinned against the wall by the furious Tung Xiao, who demanded to know his intentions. But Baikuin was being choked by Tung Xiao and couldn't speak. Seeing this, Ingzhu quickly told him to let go of Baikuin so they could question him. Only then could Baikuin catch his breath. He coughed non-stop, but in his heart, he was even more certain of Tung Xiao's identity. Ingzhu also voiced her doubts. Since Baikuin knew Tung Xiao's identity, his own identity couldn't be simple. Who are you really? Why did you come to the Daze tribe? Baikuin took a breath and explained earnestly that he had already told them the truth about his identity and origins. There was really no need for him to lie to them. As for Tung Xiao's origins, he said he learned about it from some females who were discussing it privately when he was wandering around Beast King City. Given how handsome his face was, it wasn't impossible that some females would tell him their secrets. Ingzhu was still a bit skeptical. How could Bai Kuan guess Teng Zhao's origins based on just a name? But Bai Kuan said he had simply noticed that Teng Zhao had the characteristics of a flying lion and made a casual guess. He never expected to be right. He defended himself. If I had ulterior motives, why would I have exposed Teng Zhao's identity just now and aroused your suspicion? He then rubbed his sore neck where he'd been choked and looked pitifully at Ingzhu. I just have a big mouth and spoke without thinking. Yet Teng Zhao looked like he wanted to kill me. And you still suspect me? Is this how the Days tribe treats its guests? Ingzhu was left speechless by his words, but she grew warier in her heart. It was clearly Bai Kuan who had embarrassed Teng Zhao, yet with just a few words, he had completely shifted the blame and even turned the tables. It seems this person is not to be underestimated. HTTPS. Thinking of this, Ingzhu put on a smile and apologized to Bai Kuan. It was indeed Teng Zhao who was a bit too reckless. I apologize to you on his behalf. This angered Teng Zhao so much he wanted to come over. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Bai Kuan immediately put on a fake smile. Ingzhu, you're being too polite. I would never take such a small matter to heart. Because Ingzhu pressed the dagger against his cheek and plunged it into the wall behind him, scaring him into a cold sweat. Ingzhu held the dagger and leaned close to Bai Kuan, warning him word by word. I don't care who you are, but if you dare to court death again, don't blame me for being merciless. The gloomy-faced Ingzhu was a sight Bai Kuan had never seen before. He, who had always been pampered by females, had never been threatened like this. But not only was he not frightened, he felt a strange sense of excitement. Yet his face took on a teary-eyed, pitiful look as he said he understood. Then, Ingzhu shoved him out of the room and told him to leave, slamming the door with a bang. Bai Kuan's half-uttered farewell was cut short. Where no one could see, Bai Kuan's face revealed intense excitement. What an interesting female. To think I'm actually disliked. He found the brave Ingzhu, who was protecting her mail, to be incredibly dazzling. She had completely piqued his interest. He was eager to see just how far Ingzhu would go for Teng Zhao. Ingzhu watched Bai Kuan leave through the crack in the door and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That outburst had taken a lot of her courage. She turned to look at Teng Zhao with concern. Teng Zhao had recovered from the shame of his identity being exposed. He slowly began to speak of his past. Just as Bai Kuan had said, the Flying Lion King, Hong Sai, was his father. However, his mother was not his father's partner, which made Teng Zhao a stain on Hong Sai's reputation. Seeing Teng Zhao reopening his old wounds, Ingzhu stopped him. Don't say any more. She told him that no matter his origins, he was her partner and the #1 warrior of the Days tribe. Xiao Nuo also expressed his concern, saying Teng Zhao would always be his good brother. Teng Zhao's heart tightened. Ingzhu took his hand and told him that his status as her partner would never change in her heart. Teng Zhao hugged Ingzhu tightly, his heart finally finding a place to rest. Yes, it would never change. The two of them held each other in an emotional embrace for a long time, unwilling to let go. Xiao Nuo's jealousy was on the verge of boiling over. But before his vinegar jar could shatter, Xiao Nuo himself sighed with a smile. Forget it, I'll let Teng Zhao have this one. His tolerance ran out after they had been hugging for more than 10 minutes. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he went up and pulled them apart. That's enough hugging. It's time to discuss serious matters. Xiao Nuo felt that Bai Kuan's attitude was strange, as if he was deliberately provoking Teng Zhao. He wanted Ingzhu to stay away from him and not let him join the tribe. Teng Zhao had a gut feeling that Bai Kuan wasn't telling the truth. After all, he had revealed his flying lion form to escape the Saintess's pursuit. Bai Kuan was from Beast King City and had recognized him. If he was sent by the Saintess, the Days tribe would be exposed. Ingzhu, however, felt things might not be so bad. Bai Kuan had been proactively helping them from the start and hadn't done anything out of line. Afraid her two partners would misunderstand and think she was captivated by Bai Kuan's beauty, Ingzhu quickly explained that the tribe's people welcomed Bai Kuan. Rushing to drive him away could cause conflict and destabilize the tribe. Besides, it was better to keep him under their noses where he couldn't pull any tricks. With this, she finally managed to reluctantly persuade the two men. However, they repeatedly emphasized that Baikuin was very dangerous and that Inju should stay away from him. Inju thought that perhaps males had a better sense for this kind of danger. The handsome man just looked like a delicate, pretty boy, yet he could send a pig flying with a single punch. Not long ago, Teng Zhao's identity as an illegitimate son had led to a lot of gossip. In order not to drag Inju down, he decided to leave the tribe. No matter how Inju called out to him, he wouldn't turn back. As his figure grew more distant, Inju couldn't catch him no matter how she chased. A wave of intense fear woke her up. Only then did she realize she'd had a nightmare. Not seeing Teng Xiao made her feel very uneasy. She quietly moved Xiao Nua's hand aside and prepared to go out to check. Little did she know, Xiao Nua had been awake for a while, but he didn't stop Inju. He also wanted her to go and comfort Teng Xiao. In the moonlight, Teng Zhao's figure looked very lonely. Inju walked up to him and told him she'd had a nightmare where he walked away without looking back. Teng Xiao gently comforted Inju. He wouldn't leave because the Days tribe was his only home. Inju asked him why he said Days was his only home. Teng Xiao turned his head and began to recount his past. Since he was young, he never knew who his mother was, only that he was born of Hong Sai and a female other than his partner. Although Hong Sai brought him back to Beast King City, the existence of an illegitimate son was a constant source of embarrassment for Hong Sai. Hong Sai's partner hated him, and his children loathed him even more, often joining other children to ostracize him. Hong Sai couldn't stop this malice among the children. In fact, the more he tried to intervene, the more his own children resented Teng Xiao. Finally, after being framed by Hong Sai's son, Hong Sai drove the underage Teng Xiao out. He then wandered from place to place until he reached Days, where he was adopted by the chief and finally made a home here. Hearing this, Inju was furious, feeling that Hong Sai was an incredibly irresponsible father. Teng Xiao, however, told her that this was the tragic fate of cubs unloved by their parents. That's why, in the beginning, he had indeed wanted to be responsible for Inju because of the cub. He didn't want his own child to repeat his childhood. But later, he truly fell in love with Inju. Before he could finish, an emotional Inju hugged him. Inju told Teng Xiao that the past couldn't be changed, but in the future, she and the cub would always be with him. Teng Xiao hugged Inju back. At that moment, they both knew they would be very happy in the future because they still had plenty of time and opportunities to make up for those regrets and hurts. The result of staying up all night talking with Teng Xiao was that Inju couldn't wake up early, sleeping straight through until noon. She stretched lazily, feeling quite groggy. Indeed, pulling an all-nighter is risky. It drains your spirit. Thinking this, she prepared to wash up and pushed open the door. Who would have thought that upon opening the door, Baikuin's beaming face would nearly blind her? Why was he at her door? Baikuin enthusiastically handed the flowers to Inju. I just picked these for you. But Inju was firm that I don't accept flowers from any male who isn't my mate. She thought this would make Baikuin back down. But to her surprise, he excitedly darted in front of Inju. Are you implying that I should become your mate? Inju was stunned by his thick skin that you're overthinking it. She helplessly tried to persuade him to leave. Since you've joined the tribe, you should be hunting properly every day, not wasting time picking flowers. To her surprise, Baikuin said he had already returned from the hunt. He grabbed her hand, happily insisting on showing her the day's hunting results. He boasted to Inju about their harvest for the day. Looking at the mountain of prey, Inju was dumbfounded. It was almost double the usual amount. Baikuin acted cute in front of Inju. I did so well. Can I get a reward? This scene was witnessed by two other men. A torrent of curses was on the tips of their tongues, but they managed to hold it back. The two watched unhappily as Baikuin and Inju joked around, and they repeatedly called for Baikuin to come over and help with the work. The other beastmen who had returned from the hunt with him, however, had a very favorable impression of Baikuin. They told him to get some rest, saying that it was thanks to him they were able to catch so much prey today. After a few modest words, Baikuin linked arms with them, ready to join in. Alarm bells went off in Inju's mind. Baikuin had integrated himself into their group so quickly. She couldn't understand how they had accepted him so quickly. Teng Xiao sighed and explained. Baikuin was very familiar with the weaknesses of various beasts and could also organize targeted hunting operations, allowing everyone to catch more prey while saving time and effort. Xiao Nua hadn't expected this guy to be not only smart, but also skilled in combat. After one hunt, everyone was thoroughly impressed with him. Inju Inju was conflicted. The guy was truly talented. It would be for the best if he genuinely wanted to stay with the tribe. But if this was all an act, he would be a most terrifying enemy. The two men assured Inju that they would definitely keep a close eye on Baikuin. Only then did Inju's unease subside a little. At that moment, Baikuin picked up a bucket of animal bones, intending to throw them away, but was told by a female that the bones could be boiled into a delicious soup. He immediately flattered her. "You even know how to eat the bones? That's amazing. I've never seen this done, even in Beast King City." This pretty boy really knew how to talk. The female he praised was instantly energized, as if on a high. She offered to make bone soup for Baikuin and even revealed that besides bones and meat, Inju had taught the tribe many other things. Baikuin expressed surprise at Inju's capability, but inwardly he began to ponder. It seemed that Daze's current strength was closely related to Inju. Wanting to gather more information, he offered to help transport the prey. The tribespeople were already won over by Baikuin and casually offered to take him to the ice cave. They also told him that excess prey was transported to the ice cave for storage, where it could be preserved until winter. Baikuin was a little surprised. Preserving meat with ice could last for 10 days to half a month at most. How could it be stored until winter? The tribesmen couldn't answer, just guessing that maybe their ice lasted longer. Baikuin sensed the various ingenious aspects of the Daze tribe. He secretly wondered if the tribe's method for long-term meat storage was also related to Inju. This woman surprised him more and more. The husband has only been gone for 5 minutes, and his wife is already being hit on by a pretty boy. Just a moment ago, Inju had managed to make yarn from curly wool flowers. She held the yarn gleefully, starting to imagine knitting sweaters with it. She would make some for the cubs, too. The whole family of 6 will be matching. It would surely be especially warm and comfortable in the winter. As she passed the rest area, she saw Baikuin sitting among a group of females, chatting and laughing cheerfully. It was a lively scene with all the women fluttering around him. She was thoroughly impressed. It was the first time she had seen so many females gathered around a single male so harmoniously. What a master of keeping everyone happy. Truly worthy of the infamous Mehu tribe, so good at attracting admirers. Baikuin's eyes lit up when he saw Inju. He greeted her with great enthusiasm, inviting Inju to join his women's tea party. Inju felt she couldn't handle it and made an excuse to slip away. This scene was witnessed by Su Fei, who couldn't suppress the burning jealousy in her heart. It wasn't enough that this Inju had stolen Tang Xiao and Qiao Nua. Now, she was trying to steal him from her too. Thinking of this, Baikuin started his green tea performance again. He told the young ladies around him that with Inju in the picture, even though Tang Xiao and Qiao Nua were still interested in him, it seemed hopeless for them all. He wanted to subtly make these ladies slowly grow to dislike Inju, using them just as he had used Miao and I in the past. However, Inju's actions had long since won everyone's respect. The young ladies merely lamented that they weren't as outstanding as Inju, and that's why they couldn't attract Baikuin. They decided they needed to learn more from Inju to find good men. No one fell for his act at all. Su Fei, listening to all this, was completely bewildered, feeling that she had only been in Juk for a short time, yet the world had changed so much upon her return. Meanwhile, Inju was at home, happily knitting. Fortunately, she still remembered the basic stockinette stitch. Although she couldn't knit patterns, it was more than enough in this Beastman world. Just as she was imagining how cute Zai Zai would look in a sweater, Baikuin peeked in through the window. He was very interested in the sweater in Inju's hands. Inju wasn't a silkworm beastman, yet she could weave? Startled, Inju looked at Baikuin with annoyance. "Why are you suddenly peeking?" Baikuin stated frankly, "I never peek. I always look openly." Inju, knitting non-stop, just wanted to send Baikuin away. "You should hurry back to the gathering. It's not good to keep so many people waiting." Baikuin smiled and said, "The gathering ended a while ago. Those females all said they wanted to learn from you and improve themselves, so they dispersed." Then he changed the subject. "This must be a ball of yarn made from the curly flower of the plains, right? Inju, you really are full of surprises. How did you turn them into thread and then into cloth?" Inju was inwardly shocked. He had figured out so much just from a few glances. Baikuin was so clever. He would be a very difficult enemy to deal with. Seeing Baikuin still muttering to himself about the yarn, clothes made from this kind of cloth must be very warm. winter won't be so hard to bear, she decided to just teach him how to knit. Baikuin was in disbelief. Inju was so readily giving him such a precious skill. A moment later, a delighted Baikuin showed Inju the sweater he had knitted for her inspection. Inju took a look. It was surprisingly well made. Hearing the praise, Baikuin lit up with happiness. His fluffy ears and soft tail wagged nonstop, just like a puppy being praised by its owner. Inju told him to go back tonight and finish the bottom half of the garment, and she would teach him how to knit the sleeves tomorrow. She thought she could finally send this guy away. Who knew that the soft and cute Baikuin would suddenly turn aggressive, pinning Inju against the wall. His expression also became serious. I'm just a beast man who recently joined the Days tribe. Aren't you all still suspicious of my identity and origins? To teach me such a valuable method for making clothes, I'm afraid that's not appropriate, is it? But Inju didn't think there was anything inappropriate. What she was willing to teach was her own business. She could bear the consequences. Besides, she had always believed in moving people with sincerity. Since Baikuin knew his identity was under suspicion, perhaps in exchange for her teaching him all afternoon, he could just tell Inju the truth. She removed the hand Baikuin had placed on her neck and asked, "Who are you really?" It's just when things seem to be going right that misunderstandings follow. Just as the two were in a tense standoff, Chao Nua happened to return home from hunting. The moment he pushed the door open, he saw the two of them in an intimate-looking position. He was instantly thunderstruck. It's over. This pretty boy actually snuck into our home. This man is pursued by countless women, yet he insists on being just one of the heroine's consorts. Just moments before, Teng Xiao was walking home carrying a basket of wild fruits. Inju had been craving sweet and sour fruits recently, so he had specially picked a basket for her, hoping she would like it. Teng Xiao's love for Inju was in every little detail. As he reached the door, he saw Baikuin rushing out as if he were fleeing. He could also hear Chao Nua's angry roar. "Baikuin, you get back here." Baikuin fled in a panic under Chao Nua's pursuit, not forgetting to flirtatiously call out, "Inju, I'll come find you again tomorrow." A very confused Teng Xiao entered the house to see Chao Nua fuming inside. A helpless Inju saw Teng Xiao as if he were her savior and quickly asked him to calm Chao Nua down. Before Teng Xiao could even ask why, Chao Nua looked as if the sky had fallen. "Teng Xiao, our home has been invaded. That guy, Baikuin, took advantage of our absence to seduce Inju." Inju bowed her head. "Chao Nua, nothing happened between me and Baikuin. I was just teaching him how to knit." Inju thought Chao Nua was getting more and more childish and hoped Teng Xiao could talk some sense into him. To her surprise, Teng Xiao was also shocked, looking at her with distrust. "Why would you teach him how to knit?" His suspicion hasn't been cleared yet. Chao Nua also chimed in, "Does knitting require you to be that close? Seeing the two men acting as if they were facing a great enemy, Inju was speechless. It seemed her credibility with them was now bankrupt. She could only force a smile and explain, "We can't exclude him just because he's under suspicion. No matter what, it's a fact that he helped the Days tribe. Teaching him something new is just a way of repaying him. Besides, I'm also casting a long line to catch a big fish, so I'm luring him in for now." Chao Nua and Teng Xiao were utterly stunned. "You can even play him like that?" Inju hypothesized that if Baikuin was holding back for now, it was truly to probe the secrets of the Days. Therefore, as long as he kept throwing out new things, Baikuin would absolutely not act rashly, right? Teng Xiao and Chao Nua, two simple-minded men, actually fell into deep thought. It sounded very reasonable. Just like that, Inju successfully navigated this crisis. Except for Chao Nua, who still felt they were letting that kid Baikuin off easy. Teng Xiao had already started pondering what to have for dinner. However, Inju wasn't just bluffing the two of them. He wanted to get in touch with Baikuin himself to find out what kind of person he truly was. The next day, Baikuin held up a knitted sweater, admiring it. It had to be said, the kid was indeed clever and gifted. He had figured out most of it in just one night. He seemed to have completely forgotten his own pathetic state from yesterday, looking perfectly at ease as he pushed open the door and ran towards Inju with a sunny expression. "Inju, I'm here." Inju immediately blocked him with a backhand. "Stay away from me. Just maintain the current distance." He didn't want to see those two guys go crazy again. Baikuin suddenly seemed to catch a scent, leaned closer to Inju, and sniffed around him. With a very sly tone, he said that Inju now smelled entirely of Xiao Nua. He's using this method to warn me not to get close to you. Oh. Inju suddenly remembered last night when Xiao Nua had abruptly nuzzled against him. At the time, he thought he was just being affectionate, but it turned out it was to leave his sin on him to warn Bai Kuan. The beastman's way of marking was truly simple and crude. Inju was instantly both shy and angry, and he began to stammer, "Oh, you better behave. Don't just come close whenever you feel like it." Bai Kuan was completely unconcerned. He liked Inju so much. He leaned closer to Inju. "Inju, why don't you mate with me too? That way, we could be together openly." He took Inju's hand and placed it on his own handsome face. "This face is very good looking, isn't it? Don't you like it?" Bai Kuan, having activated his charm mode, exuded an irresistible allure. In terms of looks, he was indeed one of the top 2 most handsome men Inju had ever seen. At this moment, Bai Kuan was still slowly approaching Inju, tempting him to accept. In the next second, he was nearly beaten to a pulp by a devastating uppercut. After dealing with this guy who was flirting regardless of the situation, Inju warned him not to play any tricks. If he really wanted to find a partner, he should go find his pursuers and not waste time on him. After being hit hard, Bai Kuan was only well-behaved for a second before launching his offensive against Inju again. "What I said is true. I really do like you," he said, failing to notice Inju's darkening expression. The consequence of his misbehavior was being threatened by Inju with a knitting needle held to his throat. No longer willing to indulge him, Inju questioned him. "How long have we even known each other? Do you know me? Do you know what kind of person I am?" Seeing Bai Kuan momentarily speechless, he added sarcastically, "You dare to say you like me without knowing anything. In that case, your like is far too cheap." Or perhaps, Inju leaned closer to Bai Kuan, the knitting needle in his hand also moving closer to Bai Kuan's neck. "Do you have some other motive for approaching me?" Despite being in such a terrible situation, Bai Kuan still had a pitiful look on his face, and his excuse didn't change one bit. "I'm a lone beast man wandering in the wilderness. Inju, you brought me into the Days tribe and taught me new things. You've been so good to me. How could I possibly wish you harm?" After Inju let him go, he even turned the tables. He just remembered that the females who pursued him in the past acted this way. So he thought Inju liked him too. Seems I misunderstood. Inju watched his performance with cold eyes, marveling inwardly. With just a few sentences, he shifted the problem onto others, firmly blaming them. His ability to never internalize blame was much stronger than Sophie's. He was clearly a high-level player, completely incomparable to that low-tier green tea, Sophie. He sighed, preparing to continue teaching Bai Kuan how to knit sweater sleeves. As if he had instant amnesia, Bai Kuan forgot the recent unpleasantness and happily began to show off a new pattern he had developed. Based on the stitches Inju had mentioned, he had studied them carefully and knitted a new pattern. Inju took the sweater and found that it was knitted beautifully and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Did you figure this out last night?" Bai Kuan said that he had suddenly remembered the weaving method of the Silkworm Beastman tribe and tried it on a whim, and unexpectedly, it was a success. Inju thought to himself that Bai Kuan was the most intelligent beastman he had met so far. Not only could he learn by analogy, but his innovative ability was also very strong. He was a little curious as to how Bai Kuan knew the weaving method of the Silkworm Beastman. Bai Kuan told him that he had previously wandered to the tribe of the Silkworm Beastmen. They were very enthusiastic and taught him some weaving methods. However, because he didn't know how to make silk thread himself, he wasn't able to weave. Listening to Bai Kuan's adventures, Inju couldn't resist asking the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. "Bai Kuan, you know how to do everything. It's clear you're not an ordinary beast man. How did you end up in such a miserable state, wandering outside?" Bai Kuan repeated his old tune, saying it was due to the coercion from the high-ranking females of his previous tribe. However, Inju saw through his lie. "With your intelligence, you could have handled those females with ease, right? You managed things very well in the Days tribe these past few days." So, Bai Kuan was clearly not telling the truth. The two looked at each other, each secretly sizing up the other's depth, knowing they had met a difficult opponent. Bai Kuan sighed. It seemed Inju wouldn't let it go today, unless he revealed something substantial. He told Inju that the reason he knew so many things was simply for survival. Although the Guzu Beastmen are known for their outstanding looks, they have never been known for their physical strength. If he were just an ordinary male, he would sooner or later become a trophy for the upper-class females to fight over and show off. He wanted to live an independent and dignified life, so he could only strive to increase his own value. Planting, hunting, weaving, managing, strategizing, and so on. He worked hard to learn everything he could. Because he didn't want to become an appendage to any female, he felt that only by making himself a useful person could he make the rules of this world make way for him. Inju never expected that in this primitive beast city, Baikuin's ideas would be so progressive. And Baikuin approached Inju. Inju, you've been doing the same thing all along, haven't you? A man had charmed countless women. Today, it was finally her turn. Just a moment ago, Inju was moved by Baikuin's ideal of being independent and strong. Baikuin told her that he had met many females. Most of them were put on a pedestal and catered to, having to worry about nothing except bearing cubs and rightfully enjoying the best resources. But he discovered that Inju was different from them. She disdained using these innate privileges of a female. Compared to taking a male to provide for her, Inju would rather rely on herself to live, even if it would be difficult. Having been in the Beast City for so long, this was the first time Inju had met someone who could see through her thoughts. She felt a little touched and moved. But in the next second, Baikuin started enthusiastically pitching himself again. He chattered on, saying, Inju, you and I are so similar, unwilling to yield to fate. This means we're a match made in heaven. Watching Baikuin relentlessly promoting himself, the nice feeling of being moved that Inju just had vanished in a thin air. Why? Why does Baikuin always manage to shatter my impression of him as a simple, decent beast man right when I start to think that way? Is he doing it on purpose? The more she looked at Baikuin, the more suspicious he seemed. Some people appear to be innocent pretty boys on the surface, but are actually scheming masterminds. Seeing her silence, Baikuin thought she had agreed and excitedly poked her. Inju sternly rejected him. Since you said we're both career-minded people who like to live independently and not rely on others, then it's even more impossible for us to be together. Being rejected for the nth time, Baikuin wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. However, he quickly cheered up again. Then let me teach you how to knit patterns. Consider it my way of repaying you for teaching me how to knit a sweater yesterday. His ability to switch moods was truly something else. Inju sighed, forget it. This guy was incredibly slick. She began to listen carefully to Baikuin's explanation of the secrets to knitting patterns. After a rare moment of peaceful coexistence, Inju, having grasped the technique, decided to give it a try. Baikuin also carefully guided her, hand over hand, showing Inju how to thread and loop the yarn. Focused on knitting the pattern, Inju didn't notice Baikuin's body getting closer and closer. Under Baikuin's guidance, Inju successfully knitted a beautiful pattern. She was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, even in the 21st century, there weren't many people who could personally knit such beautiful patterns. Coming back to her senses, she finally noticed that she was already being held in by Baikuin's arms. Without a second word, she served him another round of iron fists. The beaten Baikuin said aggrievedly, but you were the one who leaned in. Inju clenched her fists. This unchaste man. After squabbling for a while, Baikuin, while playing with a ball of yarn, pretended to ask casually, I saw that the tribe seems to have prepared an especially large amount of food today. Is there some kind of big event? Hearing this, Inju's hands, which were knitting the sweater, paused for a moment. Baikuin immediately sensed it. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say? Inju hadn't expected Baikuin's powers of observation to be so sharp that he would even notice something like this. It seemed that he might have already discovered many of the tribe's secrets. Inju put on a nonchalant expression, smiling as she praised Baikuin for being very meticulous to have noticed such a small detail. She then explained that the tribe holds a sacrificial ritual once a month, and that food was for the ritual. Baikuin nodded in understanding, but his mind was racing. Sacrificial rituals require a large amount of food. Even the Beast King city only held them on specific holidays, yet the Days tribe actually held one every month. There must be something strange about this. Could they be hiding some kind of secret? Meanwhile, Inju also felt a sense of crisis. No, I can't let him keep probing like this. I have to think of something. She stood up and leaned toward Baikuin. Since you're so curious, why don't you come with us tonight and see for yourself? Baikuin was very surprised. I can go too. Inju stated that he was already a member of the Dae's tribe, so of course he could go. Besides, it was a grand event for the tribe's warriors, and it would be a great pity if he didn't come. This open and frank attitude actually made Baikuin hesitate. He felt that something was very wrong. He could clearly sense that Inju and Tung Xiao were still very suspicious of his identity. Yet now, they were actually inviting him to participate in the sacrificial ritual. Weren't they afraid he would really discover something? Or was this some kind of trap? The more he thought about it, the more flustered Baikuin became, and he immediately refused. I slept too little last night, so I want to rest early tonight. Since it's a monthly ritual anyway, I can just go next time, right? Inju immediately promised he could, all while looking as if she felt it was a great pity. After they said goodnight to each other, Baikuin prepared to leave. His heart was filled with conflict. Tonight's ritual, is it a trap aimed at me? Should I go or not? Over on her side, Inju was also unsure of what Baikuin was thinking. She asked Tung Xiao if he thought Baikuin would go tonight. Tung Xiao shook his head, but he felt that Inju shouldn't have told Baikuin about the ritual tonight. That way, even if he noticed something was amiss, they could have done what they did with Su Fei and found someone to keep him occupied tonight. Inju, however, found Baikuin incredibly difficult to see through. No matter how she probed, he never gave a straight answer, always speaking in ambiguous terms. His pretense was sometimes shocking, sometimes nonsensical, making Inju feel like she was constantly being led by the nose. This feeling was truly dangerous. Inju had to seize the initiative, and since he had already discovered the matter of the sacrifice, she might as well go with the flow and use this opportunity to see what his true purpose was. The people of this tribe held a mysterious sacrificial ritual every month. A man would vomit blood just from a single glance. Just moments ago, Xiao Nuo learned that Baikuin already knew about the sacrifice plan for tonight. He emotionally objected to Inju taking such a risk, begging her to cancel tonight's ritual. Even if it was to test Baikuin, he couldn't let Inju be in any danger. Inju tried to persuade Xiao Nuo, explaining that the totem sacrifice was the best way to increase the strength of the tribe's warriors. Her own power could only support it once a month, which was already very slow. To ensure the loyalty of the newly joined beastmen, more blessings were needed. But Xiao Nuo was more resolute in his opposition than ever before. He even stated that until Baikuin's identity was confirmed, they should not perform any more totem sacrifices. Inju had never seen Xiao Nuo so worked up and was momentarily stunned. Xiao Nuo, realizing his outburst, immediately apologized to Inju. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be harsh with you. His heart was plagued with unease. He was just too worried about Inju. If Baikuin was one of the Sanus' people and leaked the information about the totem, the Sanus would never let Inju go. He held Inju tightly. He never cared if Inju was the successor of some goddess. He simply loved her and wanted her to be safe and sound. Inju's heart felt as if it had been soaked in a warm spring, all cozy and warm. She felt Xiao Nuo's intense love. She apologized to Xiao Nuo for being reckless and making him worry so much. But the totem sacrifice absolutely cannot be canceled. No matter what, this is the only chance to quickly strengthen the tribe and stand against the Saintus. Xiao Nuo was about to object again, but Inju, with practiced ease, settled the matter with a heartfelt kiss. In the end, Xiao Nuo could only agree with a sigh. Inju really had him figured out, knowing he wouldn't refuse any of her requests. When night fell and it was time for the sacrifice, Xiao Nuo walked out of his home. Tung Xiao was already waiting for him at the door. Seeing Xiao Nuo's dejected look, Tung Xiao knew that Inju had already convinced him. Xiao Nuo complained that Tung Xiao didn't try to stop Inju. Tung Xiao, however, replied, "If you couldn't persuade her, what makes you think I could?" Tung Xiao was Inju's guardian. He would protect her in his own way, no matter the cost. In a remote corner of the sacrificial site, Baikuin ultimately couldn't resist the lure of the secret. He quietly arrived and hid himself. He had a very bad feeling, but he was burdened with a heavy mission. The chief of the Charm Fox clan considered him the most outstanding male of their tribe, hoping he would find a future path for their people. Meanwhile, the Flying Lion King, Hong Sai, had threatened him with the lives of his entire clan to go north and find his son, Tung Xiao. He had no other choice. Trap or not, he had to come. Just then, a rustling sound came from the sacrificial altar. The ritual must be starting. He saw Ingzhu standing on the altar, chanting something under her breath, while the tribespeople below prostrated themselves in worship. Bai Kun was greatly curious. Shouldn't the one presiding over the sacrificial ceremony be a priest? Why was Ingzhu up there? Moreover, the jade stone placed in the center of the altar must be the one Tang Xiao stole. The pattern on it seemed somewhat familiar. As the ceremony proceeded, Bai Kun felt a powerful energy wash over him. The dazzling light made it impossible for him to open his eyes. By the time he recovered, he discovered that the tribe's warriors present had all changed, as if they were different people. The power contained within their bodies had greatly increased. The newly joined beastmen were extremely satisfied, declaring they would stay in the Great Marsh from now on. Bai Kun's curiosity reached its peak. What in the world was this? A sacrificial ritual that could actually enhance one's power. Various clues swirled in his mind. It wasn't until he saw the glowing jade stone that he suddenly understood. Could this be the totem that was said to exist only in ancient times? Bai Kun's mind raced. Could this be the reason Hong Sai sent me to find Tang Xiao? Not good. The ancient totem must be the Great Marsh's greatest secret. The fact that Ingzhu dared to reveal this secret in front of me means I've already been exposed. Realizing the danger, Bai Kun turned to leave. But he was completely blocked by Tang Xiao and Xiao Nuo. Bai Kun tried to explain, but Xiao Nuo had already launched an attack. Once he captured Bai Kun and brought him to Ingzhu, he would see if he still refused to tell the truth. Bai Kun dodged nimbly, barely avoiding Xiao Nuo's sharp blow, but he didn't expect Tang Xiao to be lying in wait behind him, landing a heavy strike. Bai Kun was hit so hard he couldn't even stand steady. He staggered for a long while before crashing into a large tree behind him, which finally brought him to a halt. He screamed in his heart, "It seems there's no escape this time." The man, having betrayed his clan, had endured endless torment. But in the next second, he received the power of a god. Just a short while ago, Bai Kun was caught in a pincer attack by Tang Xiao and Xiao Nuo. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seemed there was no escape tonight. Facing the people of days who were trying to persuade him to surrender, Bai Kun sighed. He tried to explain to Ingzhu again, "I really have no ill intentions towards days." But Ingzhu no longer believed his glib words. With one command, numerous warriors moved to capture Bai Kun. Seeing the swords drawn, Bai Kun panicked. He fled while explaining, "I'm really not lying to you." In his panic, he unknowingly fled to the vicinity of the sacrificial altar. Just then, a ray of light enveloped him. He felt a surge of power flowing into his body. The tribal warriors chasing him were also dumbfounded. How could this guy also receive a blessing of power? Should we still fight him? Seeing this, Ingzhu realized that the tribe's totem must have acknowledged Bai Kun. It seemed he was sincere about joining the Days tribe. Bai Kun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the totem had proven his innocence. Otherwise, he would have been wrongly accused to death. However, Ingzhu then showed his fangs. Bai Kun was not innocent. Hiding so much and playing others for fools, he deserved what was coming to him today. Ingzhu threatened that if he didn't tell the truth, he would ensure Bai Kun's life would be worse than death. Bai Kun swallowed hard and finally decided to be honest. A moment later, they all found a place to sit down. Bai Kun began to recount his true origins. He was actually sent by the Flying Lion King, Hong Sai, to assist Tang Xiao. Even Tang Xiao didn't believe this. Hong Sai had no affection for him, so why would he send someone to help? But Bai Kun didn't know the reason either. He was originally just a strategist under Hong Sai. One day, Hong Sai suddenly came to him. Hong Sai knew that Bai Kun served under him for the sake of his Charm Fox clan, but Beast King City was not a good choice. He told Bai Kun to go north and assist his son, Tang Xiao. Bai Kun was puzzled. What value or leverage did Tang Xiao possess? Hong Sai's face darkened. They had been separated for too long, so Hong Sai wasn't sure either. But he was certain that Tang Xiao was destined for a great opportunity. Tang Xiao's future and achievements might surpass his own. Perhaps he could be a new path for Bai Kun. Citing the years Bai Kun had been under his protection, he asked Bai Kun to assist Tang Xiao well, or at least ensure Tang Xiao remained well hidden, so that that person wouldn't find him. After hearing Bai Kun's words, the three of them deduced that that person Hong Sai mentioned was likely the Holy Mother. Tang Xiao, with mixed feelings, walked out of the house alone for some air. Xiao Nuo was about to follow, but Ingzhu stopped him. Let Tang Xiao be alone for a while. He always thought Hong Sai felt no fatherly love for him. Now that he knows Hong Sai was actually protecting him in secret, his feelings must be very complicated. Who knew these words would draw a sneer from Bai Cohen? What kind of protection is that? Tossing an underage cub out to wander and then starting to regret it once the cub grows up and becomes successful. He's just trying to do something to assuage his own guilt. Don't think so highly of him. These sharp words drew a death glare from Inju. He hadn't even settled the score with him yet, and this guy dared to spout such nonsense. He cracked his knuckles and told Bai Kun to come clean. Since you were sent to assisting Xiao, why did you provoke him the moment you met? And why did you try to drive a wedge between my partner and me? Thinking of his own ridiculous actions, Bai Kun felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't it because you married Teng Xiao? I wanted to test Teng Xiao's character and the depth of your relationship. What if you were a promiscuous female? What if Teng Xiao was just a simp for you? I wouldn't want to assist a good-for-nothing who's like mud that can't be plastered on a wall. Hearing Bai Kun's rambling, Inju's fists clenched. He had to chant "Don't get angry" 100 times in his mind to suppress his temper. Bai Kun suddenly straightened his face, his expression turning serious. There was another reason for my actions. It was to find a good home for my clansmen. Based on my recent observations, I think the Days tribe is quite good. Although it's not large right now, the people are very kind. I want to ask if my Charmed Fox clansmen can also join the tribe. I wonder if you, Inju, would welcome us. Not expecting such a great windfall, Inju barely hesitated. He grabbed Bai Kun's hand and repeatedly expressed his welcome, assuring him that the Days tribe would definitely treat them well. I just wonder, how many people are in your clan? Bai Kun had been away from his clan for many years, so he didn't know the exact number, only that it was about 200 people. Inju and Xiao Nuo exchanged a shocked glance. Inju felt that with so many people, their clan was almost the same size as the Days tribe. Why would they want to join Days? The man had disrupted the tribe's ritual, but upon hearing this, the chief was overjoyed. Just now, Bai Kun had expressed his wish to bring his clan to join the Days tribe. This greatly surprised Inju. Over 200 people were almost as many as the Days tribe itself. Why would they want to join Days? Bai Kun sighed and spoke of their hardships. Don't be fooled by our numbers. Our lives are not easy. Most of our clan are females, and because of their beauty, they easily attract the covetous eyes of large tribes. To protect ourselves, my people can only hide in the mountains. But the land in the mountains where we hide is remote and prey is scarce. Coupled with the fact that we don't have many males, there aren't enough hands for hunting, leading to food shortages in the clan. Everyone's life is very difficult. The clan leader could only send the younger generation out of the mountains, hoping to find a place for our people to settle. Inju raised a question. Then you should seek refuge with a large tribe like Beast King City. Why join Days? Bai Kun shook his head. Over the years, I've traveled between various tribes. I've found that while large tribes are good, their internal relationships are complex, and it's easy to encounter beastmen who seize things by force. They're not good places to be. It's a case of a man's wealth is his ruin by causing others greed. Inju hadn't expected that being small would actually become Days' advantage. Bai Kun said, there are other reasons too. The tribe's people treat him very well and respect his ideas. He wouldn't have to deal with all those troubles. So, even though the tribe isn't large, he feels his own people would love it here. Plus, he's confident that together with Inju, they can build up Days and help the tribe flourish. He holds Inju's hand, full of anticipation. Xiao Nuo comes over and swats his hand away to let's talk properly. No touching. We're all building Days together. Bai Kun's eyes dart around as he puts on an innocent act. Inju is Teng Xiao's mate. It's perfectly normal for me to interact with her. You're being way too jealous. I really feel for Inju. Xiao Nuo practically explodes. He's always powerless against this kind of manipulative act. Inju quickly holds him back. That's just Bai Kun's infuriating personality. Don't bother with him. Then, she turns and chides Bai Kun a little, a true master of keeping the peace. Bai Kun stops, teasing Xiao Nuo, and turns to Inju with a condition. There are requirements for my people to join Days. Days must demonstrate its strength. You must have enough food for 200 people to last the winter. Only then will the Nehu clan join. The matter was too important for Inju to decide on her own, so she and Xiao Nuo went to discuss it with the clan leader. Clan leader Rao was a little surprised. Xiao Nuo reasoned that it was a huge risk for 200 people to travel such a long distance. Inju also explained Bai Kun's concerns. They have too many females, so they can't hunt much prey. After they join, Days will have to support them for a while. To their surprise, the clan leader slammed the table and agreed immediately. This left Inju, who had prepared a whole speech, completely stunned. The leader took the opportunity to teach them a lesson. You two must remember this. Population and food are the foundation of a strong tribe. Days has always had more males than females, which has led to a lot of conflict. Baikuin's clan has many females, which is the perfect solution to our problem. Inju had an epiphany. The arrival of Baikuin's people wouldn't just be a short-term population boost. In the long run, members of the two clans could become mates, form families, and have children, gradually increasing the tribe's numbers. It was a classic win-win situation. Chao Nuo, however, was still worried about the food supply. The clan leader told him with great confidence, there's definitely enough food. With Inju's food processor making cured meat, the tribe can preserve its hunts every day. With that and our other food stores, Days will have a good winter. Hearing this, Inju was so happy she was about to run off and tell Baikuin to quickly write to his people and have them come over. Just as Chao Nuo was about to leave with Inju, the clan leader stopped him, saying she had something to discuss. Seeing how Baikuin was always clinging to Inju, she felt his intentions weren't so simple and warned her silly son to be careful. Chao Nuo reassured his mother. Inju isn't interested in him that way, but the leader was far more experienced. She told Chao Nuo, just because she isn't interested now doesn't mean she won't be in the future. Baikuin is handsome and clever, and he and Inju have so much to talk about. Are you sure her heart won't be swayed? Her words stabbed Chao Nuo's heart like a dagger, making him increasingly uneasy. As night fell, Inju finally finished the sweater. She admired it from every angle, unable to put it down, certain that it would be a perfect fit. Just then, Chao Nuo returned, looking miserable. Inju didn't notice his expression and greeted him excitedly. Chao Nuo, you're back at the perfect time. She held the sweater up against him to check the size. Seeing it was a perfect fit, she giggled with delight. Chao Nuo only managed a few listless replies, but his expression remained grim. Inju finally noticed his gloomy mood. She touched his forehead to check his temperature, concerned, but he seemed fine. Chao Nuo tried to brush it off, but Inju knew him too well to be fooled. She stared at him, demanding he tell her the truth. Seeing he couldn't get away with it, Chao Nuo reluctantly began, actually, I was thinking about Baikuin. Before he could finish, Inju cheerfully announced, Baikuin's situation has been resolved, so you can rest easy. Her words made Chao Nuo's heart sink. Even further, it seems like Baikuin treats you differently. As they say, fortune favors the bold. Go get that handsome man. Just a short while ago, Chao Nuo had pointed out Baikuin's intentions, saying he seemed to treat Inju in a special way. Inju hadn't expected Chao Nuo to bring this up and was momentarily stunned. She then explained to Chao Nuo, Baikuin is just the type who likes to have fun and stir things up. He doesn't mean anything by it. Even if you don't believe him, you should believe me. They say it takes one to know one. Chao Nuo gently stroked Inju's head. As an observer, he saw the situation all too clearly, which only made him more upset. Baikuin was intelligent and wise. Not only could he help Inju, but they also had so much in common. Meanwhile, the distance between him and Inju seemed to be growing ever wider. This filled Chao Nuo with self-doubt. He no longer believed he could be of any help to Inju, and he couldn't believe that she wouldn't eventually fall for someone else. Seeing Chao Nuo so distressed, Inju couldn't help but whisper his name. When Chao Nuo turned his head, she gave him a soft, gentle kiss that lasted for a long moment. Inju finally pulled away. Full of life again, Chao Nuo declared, I'm recharged. Then he looked a bit confused. What does recharge mean? Inju smiled. It means to absorb energy. You're my source of energy and my confidence. The reason I can pursue my goals without fear of failure is because I know you'll always be with me. To support him, he threw his arms around Chao Nuo, acting cute that you're the one I'll always care about the most. Inju felt sweet inside, but still teased him. Really? You're not just trying to sweet talk me, are you? Inju picked up the sweater. Look, the first sweater I ever knitted is for you. Even tongue, Xiao doesn't have one. Chao Nuo scooped Inju up in his arms. Words alone weren't enough. He had to play a game of poker with Inju to believe it. Their laughter carried outside the door. Tung Xiao, who was about to enter, turned and left silently. From that day on, Xiao Nuo was indeed much more at ease, but he remained very wary of Bai Kuan, who clung to Yinju daily. On this day, Bai Kuan came to find Yinju again to experiment with porcelain-making methods. The Charm Fox clan had records of a mysterious porcelain, but the method of its creation had long been lost, leaving the two to figure it out slowly. Seeing their intimate appearance, Xiao Nuo, standing to the side, silently clenched his little fists, planning to serve Bai Kuan an iron fist if he tried anything inappropriate. Yinju looked at Xiao Nuo. They would have to try many more times. Was he sure he wanted to keep watching something so tedious? His thoughts exposed, Xiao Nuo stubbornly retorted that he was just a tiny bit curious. Yinju didn't call his bluff, instead inviting Xiao Nuo to try as well. Xiao Nuo's eyes instantly lit up. With a single leap, he teleported behind Yinju to get close, making Bai Kuan jump in surprise. Watching the two of them sweetly making pottery, the single Bai Kuan felt a critical hit of 10,000 points. Just as he was feeling sorry for himself, a voice full of disappointment came from behind him. "You good for nothing." Bai Kuan turned around in confusion. This familiar scolding voice actually belonged to the leader of the Charm Fox clan. It seemed the people of the Charm Fox clan had arrived. The moment Bai Kuan saw his clan leader, he lunged forward like a child wanting to be close. "Leader, I've missed you all so much over the years." Who knew the leader had no intention of reminiscing and immediately struck him on the head, making Bai Kuan cry. "Leader, why did you hit me?" Seeing the boy's pathetic state, the leader's anger flared up. He expertly grabbed his ear and started scolding. "You still have the nerve to say that? As a male of the Charm Fox clan, you can't even win over the female you like." Just as he was lecturing his own disappointing cub, Yinju and her husband, who had witnessed Bai Kuan's entire beating, came over to say hello, welcoming the Charm Fox clan to the day's tribe. The Charm Fox clan leader cleared his throat and, adopting a diplomatic tone, introduced himself. He was Heiyue, the leader of the Fox clan. He stated that his clan had not yet fully decided to join the day's tribe. He also mentioned that he had already discussed it with the day's leader. They would spend some time together to see if they could adapt to each other. Yinju and Xiao Nuo glanced at each other, both surprised by the two leaders' caution. There was actually a trial period. It seemed the merger of the two clans was not as simple as they had thought. Yinju volunteered to show Heiyue around the tribe. Unexpectedly, Heiyue politely declined. He said he was a bit tired from the long journey and planned to rest first. After speaking, he prepared to leave, calling Bai Kuan to join him. "What are you still doing there? Hurry up and follow." This scared Bai Kuan into quickly bidding farewell to Yinju. Watching Bai Kuan cowering beside clan leader Heiyue like a quail, Yinju had a bad feeling. On the way, Bai Kuan excitedly told Heiyue about the day's tribe situation. The day's tribe knows how to plant and has abundant food storage. They're also martially powerful. We really won't lose out by joining. Heiyue cut off his endless chatter. "I know all of this without you telling me. This alone is not enough for our entire clan to join the day's tribe. There must be other secrets that moved you, making you so confident in them, right?" Bai Kuan didn't expect Heiyue to so keenly perceive the crucial point and frankly told him the truth. The day's tribe has the legendary totem. As long as they are loyal to the tribe, the members of the Charm Fox clan can also become totem warriors, possess power, and no longer be at the mercy of others. Speaking with excitement, Bai Kuan mobilized the totem power in his body, showing it to Heiyue. Heiyue silently felt the immense power, never expecting that the totems recorded in the ancient texts were actually real. Heiyue began to ponder. "Bai Kuan, you said in your letter that all these changes came from that Yinju?" Upon hearing Yinju's name, Bai Kuan's spirits instantly lifted, and he began to sell his clan leader on all of Yinju's amazing qualities. Unexpectedly, he was hit with a soul-crushing question from Heiyue. "If you like that Yinju so much, how come you haven't managed to win her over?" Bai Kuan instantly deflated. "Yinju has a partner and a guardian. Besides, she's not the type of female who only cares about looks. Most importantly, she doesn't like me." Heiyue saw through his disciple's little thoughts. He clearly likes her, but can't win her over, so he calls her a good friend. So pathetic. You're a disgrace to the Charm Fox clan. But, after all, this was the child he had watched grow up. Heiyue decided he must help Bai Kuan get his wish. The next day, Heiyue proposed a marriage alliance to the day's leader. As long as Yinju married Bai Kuan, he would believe in the day's tribe's sincerity and willingly lead his entire clan to join them. This bombshell left Yinju completely stunned. Yinju never dreamed that she would have so many husbands they'd have to be sorted by clan. Currently, in the main selection track, there was the Eagle clan, the Lion clan was a candidate, and there was also a Snake clan. And now, they were trying to forcibly insert a Fox clan member. Just moments ago, the leader of the Charm Fox clan, Ayue, had demanded that Inju and Baikoen form a marriage alliance to solidify the two clans' union. Inju rejected it outright. The day's leader also stated that a marriage alliance was not the only way to show sincerity. But clan leader Ayue insisted that under the current circumstances, a high-level marriage was the fastest and best way to merge the two clans. Send a friendly signal to our peoples, letting them put aside their reservations and form families together. This is the future both chieftains hope to see, isn't it? Inju argued. There are clearly other ways to achieve this. But Chieftain Heiyu said that Inju and Baikoen got along well. Perhaps this wouldn't be unfair to Inju. Can't Inju make a concession for the sake of the tribe? This immense pressure was suffocating Inju, and a sense of resentment welled up in her heart. Good grief, was she being guilt-tripped? Although the Hu tribe's joining was a golden opportunity for the Days, she had no desire to turn her marriage into a transaction. The Days chieftain also tried to smooth things over that if a marriage alliance is all that's needed, it doesn't have to be Inju. We can choose someone else. But Heiyu flatly refused. It must be Inju. Inju is the mate of the young chieftain, Xiao Nua. She will presumably be the future chieftainess, or perhaps even the chieftain herself. Only a marriage partner of such high status can express sufficient sincerity. Just as they were at a stalemate, Xiao Nua burst in angrily. I would rather not be the young chieftain. That way, Inju won't be the future chieftainess. Find someone else for the marriage alliance. He promised Inju, I won't let anyone force you to do something you don't want to do. Inju's tense heart gradually began to relax. At this moment, Heiyu became more aggressive. Inju is not just the young chieftain's mate. Baikoen has already made her importance to the Days crystal clear. The marriage partner can only be Inju. Beside them, Baikoen was uncharacteristically silent. Inju's heart sank. I can't let her keep talking. I have to regain control of the situation. She took a step forward and began to negotiate. Chieftain Heiyu, the other terms offered by the Days are not bad at all, be it food, shelter, or power. While the Days are eager for the Hu tribe to join, on the other hand, doesn't the Hu tribe also need the Days' help? Why can't we each take a step back? Heiyu was startled. What a clever girl to actually threaten me in return. Unfortunately, experience counts for a lot. Heiyu stated that the Days were not their only option. Given our tribe's situation, we would be welcomed in any tribe we choose to join. She added with a heavier, veiled threat, I hear there's a Juke tribe nearby that is also very powerful. Inju's expression turned grave. Is she threatening us? After delivering her harsh words, Heiyu left with Baikoen, telling Inju to think it over carefully before she went. Baikoen glanced back at Inju apologetically. She couldn't bear to see Heiyu pressure the person she liked this way, but there was nothing she could do. After they left, Xiao Nua slammed his fist in anger. He hated his own powerlessness that had put Inju in this situation. Inju just silently comforted him. The chieftain couldn't help but speak up to reassure Inju that if you are unwilling to marry Baikoen, we will absolutely not force you. It's fine if the merger of our two tribes falls through. But Inju was worried that the Hu tribe would join the Juke out of retaliation. That would greatly enhance Juke's strength, and the Days' situation would become even more dangerous. Although Baikoen preferred the Days, she couldn't influence Heiyu's decision. Meanwhile, Baikoen was also anxiously trying to persuade her chieftain. The Juke are the Days' mortal enemies. If the Hu tribe joins them, it means we'll be completely severing ties with the Days. Heiyu turned around and gave her a big slap. You haven't even married into their tribe yet, and you're already speaking up for the Days? And joining the Juke? Do you think your chieftain is that stupid? This tough love was almost too much for Baikoen to bear. She rubbed her abused ear and tried to persuade her again that I know you're just bluffing, but making our relationship this tense isn't good for our future together. If Inju really doesn't want the marriage alliance, let's just forget it. Heiyu sighed. It's because you failed to win Inju over that I have to be so aggressive. She patiently taught Baikoen, in this marriage alliance, you represent not just yourself, but the interests of our entire tribe. Only by marrying Inju can you guarantee the Mei Hu tribe's voice within their tribe, thereby protecting our people's interests. Baikoen hadn't realized that such considerations were behind Heiyu's aggressive stance. Heiyu lovingly patted Bai Kuen's head. She knew Bai Kuen was a very sentimental child and would think she was being too cold and calculating. But as a chieftain, I must remain rational and prioritize the interests of my people. That being said, Bai Kuen was still worried Inju wouldn't agree. She knew Inju's personality. She hated being forced by others more than anything. Back then, Tang Xiao had forcefully become her guardian, and their relationship was still somewhat stiff. What if Inju adamantly refused? Heiyu was already prepared. Then we'll use Inju's weakness to make her agree. And Xiao Nuo was clearly Inju's greatest weakness. The female lead never expected someone would try to steal her husband right in front of her. This vixen was not only stunningly beautiful, but also outrageously bold. Just a moment ago, Inju was still agonizing over the Meihu chieftain's marriage proposal, while Xiao Nuo accompanied her on a walk through the tribe to clear her head. The two were surprised to find that their tribespeople were already getting along very well with the members of the Meihu tribe. The young ones were happily playing together, and the adult beastmen were also very friendly to the newcomers from the Meihu tribe. It was a scene of harmony and affection. Xiao Nuo couldn't help but remark, ever since Bai Kuen's people moved in, the tribe has become so much livelier. Inju also felt that the males of the tribe were very fond of Bai Kuen's people. If they leave, everyone will probably be very disappointed, won't they? As soon as the thought emerged, Inju's heart grew heavy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nuo pulled her into an embrace, telling her not to put all the pressure on herself that I'm a young chieftain. After all, you need to learn to rely on us sometimes, Inju. He reminded Inju. He was very clear that behind this kind of intertribal marriage, there was always an exchange of benefits. Inju understood immediately. In other words, the Black Moon Chief's seemingly tough threats were, at their core, just a way to negotiate for more benefits with Inju and the others. Under Xiao Nuo's guidance, Inju also came to understand that as long as they offered the price Black Moon wanted, everything was still negotiable. Xiao Nuo affectionately patted her head and praised her. My Inju is so smart. The chief's voice came from behind, but we can't just let them set the terms, the chief said slowly. Otherwise, after the two tribes merge, the control of the tribe might not be in our hands. At that point, it will be hard to say whether this is the Days tribe or the Black Moon tribe. The chief was indeed very thoughtful. Only then did Inju realize that the superficial request for marriage was actually a struggle for control of the tribe. But in the current situation, they could neither concede too much nor forcefully refuse and risk them turning hostile. They didn't know the Black Moon Chief personality or his bottom line, but he knew Big Brother very well. Negotiating the terms would be difficult. At this moment, Inju suddenly had a new idea. She immediately began discussing it with the chief. Xiao Nuo watched Inju with a smile from the side. He just loved this vibrant side of Inju, so independent and confident, as if no difficulty could ever defeat her. Just as he was lost in thought, a delicate voice called out, "Excuse me, can you help me?" Xiao Nuo turned his head to see a pink-haired beauty from the Fox tribe. She was stunningly beautiful, outstanding even among the Fox tribe. Her face was slightly flushed as she looked at Xiao Nuo with anticipation. I'm repairing my house, and I really can't move these logs and stones. Could you please help me? Seeing Xiao Nuo hesitate and glance at Inju, looking very much like a henpecked husband, the pink fox vixen quickly assured him that it wouldn't take up too much of his time. Seeing this, Inju generously told Xiao Nuo to go help, saying she and the chief would just chat and wait for him to return. Xiao Nuo told her not to wander off and left with the pink fox vixen. In no time at all, he helped the pink fox vixen with the materials. She was so excited that she threw herself at Xiao Nuo, wanted to give him a loving hug. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nuo deftly dodged her, avoiding the pink fox vixen's touch. He wondered himself why Bai Kuen's people all like to get so close to the opposite sex. Didn't they know to keep their distance? The pink fox vixen, seeing that Xiao Nuo wasn't falling for her tricks, tried a new move. She took out her handkerchief, wanted to wipe Xiao Nuo's sweat. Xiao Nuo, a model of propriety, blocked her meddling hands and was about to scold her when he was drawn in by the fragrance of the handkerchief. His mind grew a little hazy. This scent was so lovely. Seeing that Xiao Nuo had taken the bait, she was secretly delighted. This was the secret love-inducing fragrance of the Charm Fox tribe. Combined with the Charm Fox tribe's innate bewitching skill, she refused to believe that Xiao Nuo could escape her grasp. At this moment, Xiao Nuo seemed to be in a daze, only able to say that he liked it. Just as the pink fox vixen was about to succeed, but, dear viewers, who could forget that Xiao Nuo is a straight-as-an-arrow guy? He never disappoints. He clapped his hands and excitedly asked the fox vixen, "Inju will definitely love this scent. Can you tell me how it's made?" The vixen never expected Xiao Nuo to come out with such a line. Her face was a picture of utter disbelief. Seeing she didn't react, Xiao Nuo thought she hadn't heard him clearly and repeated, "How is this fragrance made?" The pink fox vixen's heart pounded in panic. What was happening? He was just an ordinary male. How could he be unaffected by her bewitching skill and the love-inducing fragrance? She claimed that the fragrance recipe was a closely guarded secret and couldn't be revealed. Xiao Nuo looked a little disappointed. The fox vixen, still in disbelief, decided to test him again with words that "I'm so envious of Sister Inju, having such a wonderful partner like Brother Xiao Nuo, who is always thinking of her." Xiao Nuo, revealing his completely clueless nature, encouraged the pink fox vixen. "All the males in the Days tribe are like this. If you spend more time with them, you'll eventually find one you like." The pink fox vixen secretly gritted her teeth. How on earth did such an unromantic male find a partner? He deserved to be single for the rest of his life. After moving the materials, Xiao Nuo said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. The pink fox vixen grew anxious. No, the task the chief had given her wasn't finished yet. She couldn't let him go. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is separated only by a thin veil. She threw caution to the wind and hugged Xiao Nuo. "Don't go. Even though we've only known each other for a short time, I really like you, Brother Xiao Nuo. If only you didn't have a partner." Only then did Xiao Nuo realize he was being treated as a prize catch. He grabbed the pink fox vixen's hands, about to push her away when he heard someone call his name. He turned his head to find Inju looking coldly at the entangled pair. "What are you two doing?" This fox vixen was trying to seduce her husband while she was away, but the wife just smiled and thanked her. Just a moment ago, the pink fox vixen was seducing Xiao Nuo, and Inju had caught them in the act. Xiao Nuo froze when he saw Inju, feeling inexplicably guilty for some reason. The pink fox vixen seized the opportunity to hug Xiao Nuo affectionately, saying half-truthfully, "Oh, it's Sister Inju. Just now, Brother Xiao Nuo and I were discussing the fragrance on me. He said he really likes this scent." Inju's expression grew, even more serious. Yes, that's so? Xiao Nuo, you like it that much?" Xiao Nuo yanked his arm from her grasp and scrambled over to Inju, hastily explaining, "Don't misunderstand. I only said I liked it because..." Before he could finish, the pink fox vixen hugged him again, pressing herself tightly against him. The pink fox vixen interrupted Xiao Nuo. "That's right. Brother Xiao Nuo even asked me how this fragrance is made." Her real plan was that if she couldn't seduce Xiao Nuo, creating conflict between him and Inju would be just as good. No female could tolerate her male being intimate with someone else. To everyone's surprise, Inju's reaction was unusual. He silently removed the pink fox spirit's hand, then pulled Xiao Nuo to his side. Beaming, she said coquettishly, "Oh, Xiao Nuo, you're really something. Even if I like spices, you don't have to run up and ask someone just because you smell an unfamiliar fragrance." How embarrassing. Xiao Nuo hadn't expected Inju to know his true intentions and was instantly relieved. Inju threw herself into Xiao Nuo's arms. How could she not know? Xiao Nuo had always been so indulgent and supportive of her. She likes to mix spices, so Xiao Nuo would definitely find a way to help her. Xiao Nuo was a bit overwhelmed by Inju's sudden coquettishness. He felt it was a pity that he couldn't get the spice formula just now. The two of them were so affectionate, it almost blinded the pink fox spirit. How could this be? Inju trusts Xiao Nuo so much. Isn't she jealous at all? After being affectionate with Xiao Nuo and declaring her sovereignty, Inju turned and gestured to the pink fox spirit with her eyes. "I suppose you should be done moving your building materials by now. We'll be leaving then." How dare the other woman act presumptuously in front of the main partner? She could only stammer a few words of thanks. Before they left, Inju fiercely whispered a warning in the fox spirit's ear that if you need help in the future, you better remember this. You're not allowed to look for Xiao Nuo again. Inju went all out, her aura overwhelming. "Don't you dare pull any tricks in front of me. Stay away from my mail." The pink fox spirit was momentarily stunned by her aura. She could only watch helplessly as Inju took Xiao Nuo away, grinding her teeth in hatred but unable to do anything. On the way back to the city, Inju was in a good mood, humming a song. Xiao Nuo, coming back to his senses, wondered if Inju's words just now meant she had seen the whole thing. Inju cheerfully explained that she happened to be walking nearby at the time, so she overheard some of their conversation. Xiao Nuo's mood immediately soured, and his voice became low. So Inju knew the truth from the beginning. That's why she was unfazed by the pink fox spirit's suggestive words. Inju felt that Xiao Nuo was acting strange. She clearly hadn't misunderstood him, so why didn't he seem very happy? Inju turned and cupped Xiao Nuo's face, telling him seriously that even if she hadn't seen any of it, she would still absolutely trust him. Trust Oyono. Xiao Nuo understood that he would never be betrayed, but seeing how rational Inju was, Xiao Nuo still felt very disappointed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He even secretly felt that he would rather see Inju get jealous and angry over this. At least that would make him feel that Inju cared about him a lot. He suppressed this thought as soon as it emerged, but the listless expression on his face said it all. Seeing Inju still studying his expression, he felt his thoughts were a bit shameful. So he gave a couple of perfunctory replies and turned to leave. Seeing Xiao Nuo acting awkwardly, Inju gradually guessed what was going on. She then threw herself at Xiao Nuo, fuming, and started loudly cursing the pink fox spirit from earlier. Even though I know that fox spirit did it on purpose, I'm still so angry. How dare she try to steal you from me? Inju warned him huffily in Xiao Nuo's arms. I really can't control my emotions. I get very, very jealous. You're not allowed to go near her ever again. It has to be said, Inju was already a master of handling Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo was coaxed by her until he was beaming with joy, repeatedly promising to run away whenever he saw the fox spirit. Only then did Inju relent with a few hums. Xiao Nuo was already ecstatic inside. He scooped Inju up in his arms to carry her home. Inju was a little shy, it's still daytime. What are we going back so early for? Xiao Nuo gave a wicked smile. Do what lovers do, of course. He was actually going to spread his wings and fly Inju back. His eagerness was plain to see. The sound of the two of them playing around echoed across the grassland for a long time. As night fell, the Black Moon clan leader and Baikuin were discussing the failure of the pink fox spirit, Lansung. They didn't expect Xiao Nuo's feelings for Inju to be so deep that he could even resist the Charm Fox clan's love potion and seduction skills. The Black Moon clan leader's plan to separate Inju and Xiao Nuo and then marry Baikuin seemed unlikely now. He asked Baikuin for suggestions, since he had been in daze for a longer time. Baikuin shook his head. The two are deeply in love. Unless they separate voluntarily, no one else can break them apart. Hearing this, the Black Moon clan leader began to ponder, so in love that they separate voluntarily. That's not impossible, is it? He looked at Baikuin. Did you know? Sometimes, the more you love someone, the more you have to let them go. Otherwise, you'll suffocate them. A man entrusts his wife to his best friend, only to have the friend steal her away. Just a moment ago, Inju pushed away the endlessly affectionate Xiao Nuo. Hurry up and go hunting. Stop dawdling. But Xiao Nuo, for some reason, started acting roguish, demanding a kiss to recharge him, or else he'd have no energy to hunt. Inju couldn't win against him and had to, despite her shyness, plant a light kiss on his cheek. Only after getting his recharge did Xiao Nuo relent. Inju rarely initiated affection with Xiao Nuo in public. Her face instantly turned bright red. Just then, seeing Teng Xiao approach, Xiao Nuo entrusted Inju to him. Teng Xiao solemnly promised that he would never let that guy Baikuin get near Inju. Only then was Xiao Nuo slightly relieved. He turned and reminded Inju, I remember yesterday's promise. If I meet another female who asks for help, I will refuse. Especially the pink fox spirit, Lansung. Inju nodded obediently. This heartwarming scene fell upon Teng Xiao's eyes, and his gaze couldn't help but darken. After reminding Inju, Xiao Nuo reluctantly waved goodbye. Only then did Inju turn to greet Teng Xiao. Teng Xiao subconsciously reached out to pat Inju's head, but he didn't know why. His hand reached out halfway and then retracted. To hide his gaffe, he quickly told Inju that he had dug up some clay for him so he could continue his experiments when he got back. With that, he turned to get the clay for him. Inju felt that Tang Xiao was acting strangely, but he couldn't put his finger on why. Unable to figure it out, he had to go back to his pottery experiments first. After spending the better part of the day, he finally managed to fire a batch of pottery that was barely passable. From now on, as long as he slowly improved in this direction, things should get better. He was just about to ask Ting Xiao to help him move the batch outside when he turned his head and found Tang Xiao staring at him silently. Seeing that he'd been noticed, Tang Xiao averted his gaze unnaturally and went to move the pottery. But Inju stopped him. Has something happened to you recently? Tang Xiao still tried to hide it, but Inju insisted that he was hiding something from him and demanded he tell the truth. Tang Xiao held back for as long as he could, then asked a question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. How important is Qiao Nuo to you? If one day Qiao Nuo was gone, what would you do? Just hearing this question sent Inju into a panic. Qiao Nuo gone? What does that mean? Did something happen to Qiao Nuo? He grabbed Tang Xiao's shoulders, questioning him relentlessly, his eyes welling up with tears. Seeing his reaction, Tang Xiao probably had his answer. In Inju's heart, the one he loved most would always be Qiao Nuo. Even though he had accepted Tang Xiao and Lei He, Qiao Nuo's position in his heart was irreplaceable. Inju screamed internally, "This is bad. It's all gone wrong. How can I possibly treat so many men equally? What do I do? What can I say to appease Tang Xiao?" Tang Xiao lifted Inju's face. He had thought that just being by Inju's side, protecting him, would be enough. But slowly, he realized he couldn't do it. Inju had clearly said he liked him too. Yet while he and Qiao Nuo held hands, kissed, and were intimate without a care in the world, he could only watch from a distance. He looked at Inju affectionately, begging him, "Give me the same love you give Qiao Nuo. Can you, Inju?" But Inju still pushed his hand away. "I'm sorry, Tang Xiao. I can't, because when I felt lost and unable to face the world, it was Qiao Nuo who held onto me tightly. He was the one who always accompanied me, encouraged me, and supported me. It was Qiao Nuo's love that gave him the courage to start over in this reality. He was the anchor of Inju's life." Inju apologized to Tang Xiao. "I'm sorry. I can't give you what you want. If you want to give up, we can go back to being friends." Hearing this, Tang Xiao panicked. He urgently cut him off and grabbed Inju, who was about to leave. He already knew Qiao Nuo's place in Inju's heart. He could never compare. So now all he wanted was to have a place in Inju's heart. That was enough. Inju lowered his head. "Tang Xiao, that's not fair to you. You'll suffer because of it." Tang Xiao looked at Inju with a bitter yet fervent gaze. But loving someone is never about fairness. I will feel pain. So sometimes I also need some sweet encouragement. He lifted Inju and gently placed him on the bed, leaning in to kiss him. Perhaps if we were more intimate, I could endure it, he thought. After all, he was the one who first let go of this person he loved so deeply. At that moment, Qiao Nuo was hunting a tender wild boar. This kind of boar meat was very tender. Inju would definitely like it. Suddenly, he heard a noise nearby and turned his head, shouting, "Who's there?" When he turned around, he saw Bai Kun standing there silently. He had been there for who knows how long. He had come to talk to Qiao Nuo. Qiao Nuo stated that if it was about the marriage alliance, there was nothing to talk about. No one could force Inju to do something he didn't want to. To his surprise, Bai Kun looked at him provocatively. "What if Inju is willing?" Qiao Nuo said decisively, "Impossible." The next second, Bai Kun revealed his sharp claws and charged at Qiao Nuo. "Then let me see what you're made of." Can you believe it? A man was about to marry his beloved partner off to someone else. Just moments ago, Qiao Nuo had run into Bai Kun while hunting. A disagreement led to the two of them fighting. Covered in wounds, Qiao Nuo still remembered to ask Bai Kun the real reason for picking a fight with him. Bai Kun was in no better shape than Qiao Nuo. He panted as he told Qiao Nuo that he wanted him to understand that with his current level of strength, he couldn't protect Inju. Qiao Nuo laughed at him, saying he had no right to say that, and prepared to leave with his prey. Bai Kun shouted from behind him, "Qiao Nuo, you are very strong. But can you fight against the thousands of soldiers from Beast King City?" Qiao Nuo turned back, his eyes sharp. "What? Are you trying to threaten me again? If I don't agree to the alliance, you'll lead Beast King City here?" Unexpectedly, Bai Kun sneered. "Did you think I was the only one sent to pursue Tang Xiao? He told Xiao Nua that the Dezhe tribe didn't have much time left to develop. If they missed this opportunity for the two tribes to merge, it would be very difficult for the Dezhe to develop the tribe to a level where it could contend with Beast King City in a short time. He questioned Xiao Nua, can you really protect Inju in a crisis that could come at any moment? Xiao Nua's heart sank. This was the future he feared the most. He returned home with a heavy heart, but he was met with a jarring scene. Tung Xiao was holding a bowl of food, about to feed Inju. Inju, her face flushed, was sulking under the covers. The ambiguous atmosphere between them was palpable. It was obvious what had happened. Inju snatched the utensils, wanting to eat by herself. Her eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Nua, and she greeted him happily. Noticing he was back later than usual, Inju asked with concern if he had run into any trouble. Xiao Nua explained that he had just hunted farther away than usual. He said this while reaching out to pat Inju's head. Inju avoided him with a guilty conscience. She was currently covered in Tung Zhao's scent and felt too embarrassed. Xiao Nua knew exactly what had just happened. He shot a displeased look at Tung Xiao. For a moment, Tung Xiao didn't dare to meet Xiao Nua's eyes, clearing his throat twice and pretending to be invisible. Although Xiao Nua was displeased, he didn't say anything. He told Inju to rest well while he went to handle the prey he'd brought back. Tung Xiao also got up to help Xiao Nua. Clutching the blanket, Inju felt uneasy. Had Xiao Nua discovered something? She felt he was acting strange. Bainai reminded her that Xiao Nua had most likely found out. Although he said he didn't mind sharing Inju with Tung Xiao, he was definitely still unhappy now that it had actually happened. A male's possessiveness is very strong. Inju instantly burst into tears. It was all her fault for not being able to resist Tung Xiao. That guy was such a scoundrel. Meanwhile, the two men cleaning the prey outside were having a conversation only real men would have. Xiao Nua hesitated to speak. Tung Xiao, did you and Inju today? Tung Xiao admitted it right away, even stating that he was the one who seduced Inju. Xiao Nua, still mindful of Bai Kuen's dangerous warning, didn't have a strong reaction to the matter. He just made a sarcastic comment to Tung Xiao. You're quite good at seizing opportunities, aren't you? Tung Xiao retorted that since the two of them were as close as one person, if he didn't seize the chance, he would probably have no status in this family. Suddenly, he noticed that Xiao Nua seemed to have injuries on his body. He asked with concern, how did you get hurt? With your strength. There shouldn't be any beast in the myriad beast forest that can injure you. Xiao Nua nervously covered his body, saying he bumped into something by accident that don't you dare tell Inju. He then changed the subject, urging Tung Xiao to hurry up with his work. Tung Xiao had a gut feeling that something was wrong with Xiao Nua. Why would he be so secretive about an injury? Inju, the subject of their thoughts, woke up from a nap full of energy. She decided to make a Temperfection tonic soup to reward them. She had just tasted a spoonful and was impressed by her own cooking. Suddenly, a voice from behind called her name. Inju's hand trembled. The voice was damnably familiar. She turned her head, and sure enough, it was that guy, Bai Kuen. Bai Kuen was smiling, holding a basket of small animals, and looking at Inju, his face showing no sign of animosity. It was as if the argument from a few days ago had never happened. Inju, I found a type of beast with very long fur. Maybe it can be spun into yarn. Come and see. Inju held up her spoon, ordering Bai Kuen to keep his distance. Until the leader of the Black Moon clan agreed to her conditions, she and Bai Kuen had nothing to talk about. Inju warned Bai Kuen to leave soon, otherwise Xiao Nua would beat him up when he returned. Unexpectedly, Bai Kuen looked confident. Don't worry, Inju. Xiao Nu won't stop me from getting close to you anymore. A look of utter disbelief was written all over Inju's face. What do you mean by that? Bai Kuen leaned down, putting on an expression meant to scare children. Don't you know, Inju? Xiao Nua, he doesn't want you anymore. Hearing this, Inju's face filled with displeasure. Bai Kuen thought to himself, now Inju must be shaken. The next second, he saw Inju calmly chopping vegetables. Are you done? If you're done, then hurry up and leave. This reaction was not what he expected. Bai Kuen frantically shook Inju. Inju, why are you so calm? I'm really not lying to you. Xiao Nua, he really... Before he could finish his sentence, Inju chopped off a fish's head with one slice. She turned with a chilling smile and asked Baikuin, "Really what?" Even with Baikuin's mental fortitude, he broke out in a cold sweat. Inju wiped away her sweat, mocking Baikuin for treating her like a fool, save those divisive words. "I won't believe a single thing you say." Baikuin, still shaken, also felt a bit sour that Inju trusted Xiao Nuo so much. Inju brandished the knife, about to drive Baikuin away. Baikuin dodged while yelling, "It's true. Xiao Nuo agreed to the marriage alliance yesterday." Inju was furious. "How dare you keep spouting nonsense? Xiao Nuo would never agree to something like that. Can you believe that the female lead, blessed with a Mary Sue halo, would be given away to someone else as a tool?" Just now, Inju was being taunted by Baikuin, who said Xiao Nuo had already agreed to the marriage alliance. Inju couldn't stand hearing this. With her fiery temper, she grabbed a kitchen knife to teach Baikuin a lesson. Unexpectedly, the usually playful Baikuin suddenly unleashed his masculine strength. He knocked the weapon from Inju's hand, holding her tightly in his arms. He slowly began to explain to Inju. Xiao Nuo did indeed love Inju very much, but he was also the young chief of the tribe. Making sacrifices for the tribe was something he would do, wasn't it? Inju didn't believe his nonsense. Xiao Nuo was indeed a very responsible person, but he would never sacrifice Inju. But Baikuin whispered persuasively in her ear, "This isn't what you'd call a sacrifice from Xiao Nuo. It's just adding me to protect you. Just like how he accepted Tang Xiao. What reason would he have to refuse me?" Inju's resolve began to waver. It was true that Xiao Nuo had persuaded her to accept Tang Xiao back then. Could this be a similar situation? Baikuin lowered his head and told Inju, "If you don't believe me, why don't you hear Xiao Nuo's answer directly?" At that very moment, Xiao Nuo and Tang Xiao happened to return home. Seeing the situation, they furiously rebuked Baikuin, telling him to let go of Inju. Baikuin had already succeeded in planting a seed of doubt in Inju's heart. Having achieved his goal, he released her. Inju didn't have time to say more to Baikuin. She immediately complained to Xiao Nuo, "This guy Baikuin is spouting nonsense, saying you agreed to the marriage alliance." Inju looked at Xiao Nuo expectantly, hoping he would refute this claim. But Xiao Nuo turned his head away, remaining silent. At this, Tang Xiao suddenly recalled Xiao Nuo's unusual behavior from the previous day. Could it be that yesterday? Inju looked at Tang Xiao in confusion. What happened yesterday? Seeing Tang Xiao not answer her, the unease in Inju's heart grew stronger. She turned to look at Xiao Nuo. "Why aren't you saying anything? Can it be true?" Xiao Nuo looked as if he wanted to speak, but stopped himself. Seeing him speechless, Baikuin stepped forward and said, "Xiao Nuo, how could you hide something like this from Inju? After all, it won't be long before Inju and I hold our mating ceremony." Realizing the twist in Baikuin's words, Xiao Nuo retorted, "Not to be outdone. Nothing is set in stone yet, so don't be so confident." But Baikuin sealed it with one sentence. In any case, you agreed to let me stay by Inju's side. Are you going to go back on your word?" Inju couldn't pay attention to their argument. Her world was spinning, her mind filled with despairing thoughts. Xiao Nuo had given up on her. He had agreed to let Baikuin stay by her side, and even let Baikuin hold a mating ceremony with her. Her head began to throb with pain. She couldn't understand why any of this was happening. Was it because she already had others by her side? Her mind grew more and more chaotic, and her vision began to blur. Why is he abandoning me? After this last thought flashed through her mind, Inju could no longer hold on and fainted. Tang Xiao, who had been watching her closely, saw that something was wrong and caught her just in time. Inju's condition was truly perilous. The two men who had been arguing also panicked. The three of them hurriedly sent for Priest Yabai to check on Inju. Inju was laid on a bed, but the color did not return to her face. Priest Yabai sighed and told them Inju fainted because she suffered a mental shock. The turmoil in her spirit affected the babies, which is why she lost consciousness. After she takes her medicine, she just needs to rest more and maintain a peaceful state of mind. The three men breathed a collective sigh of relief. That's good. Priest Yabai scolded them for upsetting Inju. If the three of them continued to argue and agitate her, it would sooner or later lead to a major problem. Hearing this, the three men reacted differently. Baikuin felt extremely resentful. Could it be that his words had agitated Inju? Was Xiao Nuo really that important to her heart? So important that she couldn't accept even the slightest possibility of him betraying her? Xiao Nuo, on the other hand, didn't overthink it, calling for Tung Xiao to quickly go inside with him to look after Yinju. But Tung Xiao's fists were clenched tightly in anger. He landed a hard punch on Xiao Nua's face. "You bastard. This punch is for Yinju. Do you have any idea why she was so agitated that she fainted?" Xiao Nua knew full well it was because of him. Tung Xiao questioned Xiao Nua. "Since you knew perfectly well how much Yinju relies on you, why did you still agree to let Bai Kuan and Yinju have a mating ceremony?" Only then did Xiao Nua seem to snap out of it, hurriedly explaining, "No, that's not it. I didn't completely agree to the terms of the marriage alliance." Tung Xiao let go of Xiao Nua, asking him what exactly was going on. Xiao Nua lowered his head and began to recall. Yesterday, he had learned from Bai Kuan that the envoys from the Beast King city would soon be investigating the Great Marsh tribe. To win this war and protect Yinju, they would inevitably need the help of the Fox Charm tribe. But even so, Xiao Nua was unwilling to trade Yinju for Bai Kuan. Seeing that Xiao Nua cared about Yinju's wishes, Bai Kuan proposed a new condition. Starting tomorrow, Xiao Nua could not stop Bai Kuan from pursuing Yinju. If Yinju eventually fell in love with him and was willing to have a mating ceremony, then the alliance would naturally fall into place. Xiao Nua was not about to fall into a trap. And what if Yinju is unwilling? Are you going to coerce her into voluntarily marrying you? Bai Kuan casually spread his hands that if Yinju is unwilling in the end, then the alliance is simply off. The Fox Charm tribe will never mention it again, nor will we bother Yinju again. The condition didn't sound like it had any problems. The final decision was still in Yinju's hands. Thinking this, Xiao Nua made the agreement with Bai Kuan. At the time, Bai Kuan had also played a trick, asking Xiao Nua not to tell Yinju about their arrangement, fearing she would be resistant. He hoped everything would proceed naturally. He never expected that Bai Kuan would actually use this to stir up trouble and make Yinju doubt Xiao Nua, who knew that Yinju's personality would be so fierce, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Hearing this, Tung Xiao was grinding his teeth in hatred. He was about to go find Bai Kuan for a good fight, but Bai Kuan had already vanished without a trace. The two of them decided to let it go for now. The most important thing right now was Yinju. They would settle the score with him later. For the girl he loved, the proud prince of the Beast tribe knelt down hard. Just a short while ago, Yinju fainted from emotional distress, mistakenly believing that Xiao Nua was forcing him into a marriage alliance with Bai Kuan. All three of them were filled with regret. In the Meihu clan leader's room, Bai Kuan knelt before clan leader Heiyu, pleading his case. Heiyu was anxious. "What are you doing, child?" Bai Kuan looked up and pleaded bitterly. "Clan leader, let's give up on the marriage alliance. If we keep using tricks to force them, we won't be forming a partnership, we'll be making an enemy." Heiyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He subconsciously tried to determine if Bai Kuan's words were for the clan's benefit or for his own personal reasons. Bai Kuan confessed to Heiyu that he had selfish motives, but it was more for the clan's standing. Heiyu's gaze was probing, and he didn't speak. Bai Kuan knew that his clan leader always put the clan's interests first. He tried hard to explain that his and Lan Tseng's actions had already proven that the plan to destroy Yinju and Xiao Nua's relationship was not feasible. To insist on the marriage alliance under these circumstances wouldn't bring the Meihu clan any more benefits. It would be better to accept the terms proposed by clan leader Dezay. Heiyu nonchalantly picked up a piece of fruit. "Are you referring to the voting system he proposed later?" Bai Kuan nodded. "That's right. Clan leader Dezay is willing to let the Meihu clan occupy half of the voting seats. This way, the Meihu clan would be on equal footing with Dezay's clan, and it would better protect our clansmen's interests." Heiyu sighed. It wasn't that he didn't know this method was viable, but he had watched Bai Kuan grow up. If possible, he also wanted Bai Kuan to be with the person he liked. Bai Kuan looked wistful. He smiled faintly and said it didn't matter. Even if they couldn't be mates, he could be his military advisor, his subordinate, or a friend he could talk to. As long as he could be by Yinju's side, he didn't care what his position was. Every time Heiyu saw him looking so dejected, he would get furious and start beating him soundly. "What's the use of being so devoted in front of me? If you have guts, go tell Yinju. How can our Meihu clan have such a useless male like you? Giving up after being rejected a few times?" Can't you persevere? Bai Kuan covered his head and fled, but Inju won't accept me. Yu glared at his disappointing junior. Anything is possible. You're good-looking, and you share common ideals with Inju. It's only a matter of time before feelings develop. Think about that Teng Xiao, a mere backup, who went from a guardian to an official partner. My own cub is handsome and perfect, so why can't it work? Bai Kuan muttered defiantly. Teng Xiao got his position because of the cub, seeing that Yu was about to explode. He used the excuse of going to check on Inju and slipped away. Meanwhile, the neighboring giant sparrow tribe was also in turmoil. In the middle of the night, Mo Gang, summoned urgently by the clan leader, had something thrown at him the moment he entered the door. He asked the clan leader what Su Fei had said in the letter to make him so furious. It turned out that Su Fei saw that the Meihu clan was about to merge with the Zay's clan. Powerless to stop it, he hastily wrote a letter to the giant sparrow clan leader, telling them to quickly come up with a plan. ZMO was also shocked. The two clans merging is absolutely unacceptable. If they successfully integrate, the giant sparrow tribe will be under a huge threat. We might even lose our dominant position. The giant sparrow clan leader nodded, of course. Not only that, we must make them turn against each other. In Inju's new home, having just woken up, Inju was receiving Qiao Nua's full attention. He hovered around Inju, constantly fussing over him, which made Inju feel overwhelmed. He pressed on Qiao Nua's face to make him quiet down, saying he was really fine now. Seeing that Qiao Nua still looked worried, he pulled him onto the bed. Unable to resist Inju, Qiao Nua carefully leaned against him, feeling extremely guilty. He really shouldn't have hidden this matter from him. Otherwise, Bai Kuan wouldn't have used it to drive a wedge between them. Inju also felt terrible. This wasn't Qiao Nua's fault. It was clearly he who didn't trust Qiao Nua enough. Otherwise, no matter how silver-tongued Bai Kuan was, Inju wouldn't have wavered. Inju analyzed his own heart. He just didn't know why he was so inexplicably afraid. Afraid that one day, Qiao Nua would really leave him. Is this what it feels like to love someone? Besides happiness and joy, you also unconsciously begin to fear loss. Qiao Nua hugged Inju, gently rubbing against his soft bangs. He swore to the beast god that he would never leave Inju's side. Hearing such sincere words, Inju's heart began to pound. The next second, Qiao Nua, this clueless man, shattered the warm atmosphere. He declared to him that even if Inju were to marry 7 or 8 males in the future, he would stick to his side like glue. A smile couldn't help but appear on Inju's face, yet he still sought repeated confirmation. Qiao Nua patiently reassured him that he would always be by his side to protect him, take care of him, and love him always and forever. Then he secretly added, "But it's better if you don't marry that many. I'll get jealous too, you know." Inju was amused and started laughing. "Don't worry," he said. "Having you, Teng Xiao, and Lei He is enough for me now. We will all be together, always and forever." Qiao Nu mentally added the last part, "Until death do us part." To save her life, the girl drank 20 bowls of medicinal soup. Unexpectedly, she ended up in a vegetative state. Just now, Qiao Nua and Inju revealed their true feelings for each other, clearing up their misunderstandings. Just as the two were sharing a tender moment, Teng Xiao's voice came from outside, seemingly scolding someone. It turned out that Bai Kuan wanted to visit Inju and apologize to him, but was stopped by Teng Xiao that if you truly care for Inju, then don't appear before him again. But Bai Kuan insisted he needed to discuss tribal matters with Inju. Teng Xiao mercilessly refused. Discuss tribal matters with the chief. He wouldn't give Bai Kuan another chance to hurt Inju. As they were arguing, the door behind them opened. Qiao Nua told Teng Xiao to let Bai Kuan in, as Inju wanted to see him. Bai Kuan finally saw Inju, who was still lying in bed. Feeling extremely guilty, he softly asked how he was. Inju had no desire for pleasantries and told him to get straight to business. Bai Kuan tried to check if Inju had a fever, but as he reached out his hand, Inju dodged it. The two men behind him watched like hawks. He withdrew his hand, sighed, and sat beside Inju. "I'm sorry, Inju. I shouldn't have deceived you." Inju coldly replied that there was no need for apologies, and no matter how guilty you feel, as long as your chief doesn't abandon the idea of a marriage alliance, these schemes and tricks will continue. This apology is meaningless. Bai Kun quickly explained that he would never do such a thing again. Our chief has decided to agree to the Zhe chief's request. We will no longer demand a forced marriage alliance. Everyone present felt a surge of J. Oh, why'd is that true? Seeing their skepticism, Bai Kun sighed that it's true. I came this time to tell Inju that some females from a Manhwa tribe are interested in pairing with the males of the Zhe, and we hope you can arrange it soon. Once the tribe members start pairing up, the integration of the two tribes will proceed smoothly. Xiao Nuo was overjoyed and was about to go tell Chief Mu. Bai Kun then told Tung Xiao that the Manhwa males could now be directly assigned to his hunting parties. This way, the Manhwa tribe would no longer have to deplete their food stores and could become self-sufficient. Tung Xiao was about to leave, but was hesitant, not wanting to leave Inju alone with Bai Kun. Seeing this, Inju told him to go ahead with the arrangements, adding that some males could also join the gathering teams. Since Inju had spoken, Tung Xiao had no choice but to go. Before leaving, he shot Bai Kun a fierce warning. You, behave yourself. Don't you dare lay a hand on Inju. Bai Kun sat there obediently and agreed with a docile look. After he left, Inju asked Bai Kun if he had deliberately sent Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao away. Bai Kun smugly admitted that he just wanted to be alone with Inju. Not wanting to grant his wish, Inju lay down on the bed, declared he was going to rest, and tried to make Bai Kun leave. To his surprise, Bai Kun simply rested his chin on his hand and watched him gently dot it's okay. I'll stay here with you and watch you sleep. What's it like to be stared intently by a male so handsome he practically glows? Inju was finding out. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the other's scorching gaze. Annoyed, he reached out and pinched Bai Kun's handsome face. Does this guy have any idea how charming he is? How could I possibly sleep with him staring at me like that? Bai Kun grasped Inju's hand. Since you can't sleep, why don't we do something else? Inju snatched his hand back. Do something else? Fine. He wanted to see what other tricks Bai Kun could pull. Bai Kun slowly leaned closer to Inju. Great, then we can. Before he could finish, Inju pulled a dagger from under his pillow. He aimed it sharply at Bai Kun. Why don't we test how sharp this blade is, shall we? Bai Kun hadn't expected that Inju harbored no romantic intentions toward him at all. He instantly cowered, taking 2 quick steps back. That I think you need to get some proper rest now. We can discuss other matters later. Inju watched him with a smirk. That's so. Bai Kun carefully helped Inju lie down, then looked for an excuse to flee. Just as he turned to leave, Inju stopped him. Now that our tribes are integrating, there's no longer a need for you to deliberately approach or pursue me for your people's sake. It will hinder you from finding a partner in the tribe, and Xiao Nuo and the others might get the wrong idea. Bai Kun screamed internally. It's not a misunderstanding. I genuinely want to pursue you. But he knew that saying so would make Inju avoid him like the plague, just as Ting Xiao once did. Swallowing his bitterness, he put on the manipulative, innocent act Inju knew so well that I just feel like we have a good connection and I want to be closer. Can't Xiao Nuo and the others even tolerate that? If I were them, I wouldn't be like this. All I want is for you to be happy, Inju. Pausing here, Bai Kun started to subtly badmouth Xiao Nuo and the others that can a female with partners also have purely platonic male friends? As a partner, one should trust their female. Even if he ends up taking other males, you should be happy and supportive. What a refreshingly unpretentious Bai Kun. Witnessing this long-lost green tea performance, Inju shut his eyes, pulled the blanket over himself with an air of finality, and said, I'm resting now. Bai Kun had to stop and obediently say his goodbyes. He stood outside the door, reluctant to leave. Watching the sleeping Inju, waves of resentment washed over him. The chief was right. I won't give up so easily. The next day, Inju woke up early and was made to drink a large bowl of tonic soup. Its pitch-black color was a testament to its horrifying taste. Xiao Nuo, who had always been compliant, now firmly insisted that Inju drink all of it. The priest gave this to you to help you recuperate. Inju tried a last-ditch struggle to drink only a little. Xiao Nuo took out a piece of candy he had prepared. Drink your medicine, and I'll give you candy. Okay. Seeing that she couldn't get out of it, Inju decisively picked up the bowl and gulped it all down. The taste of the medicine nearly sent her to the heavens. Before she could spit it out, Xiao Nuo pulled her into his arms and gave her a sweet kiss. passing the candy from his mouth to Inju's. See? It's not bitter anymore, is it? Inju's face turned bright red. Who feeds someone candy like that? But Xiao Nuo said, you look like you enjoyed it. This must be what they call sharing weal and woe. Inju was so embarrassed she was about to explode. That's not how you use that phrase. Just as the two were messing around, that guy Bai Kun made a grand entrance. Before Xiao Nuo could say a word to drive him off, Bai Kun presented his special medicinal soup. He felt guilty for causing Inju to faint before and wanted to make it up to her. So he used his tribe's unique velvet flower to brew a soup. It was highly nourishing for pregnant females. Inju didn't care if it was some immortal elixir. The moment she heard it was more medicine, she lost the will to live. Bai Kun vigorously recommended his soup to Inju. This isn't an ordinary soup. This velvet flower soup can enrich the blood and nourish one's qi. It's beautifying and nourishing, and it delays aging. It can also strengthen the baby's immune system and make them healthier. Inju was getting a headache from listening. She clamped a hand over Bai Kun's incessantly talking mouth and surrendered, indicating that she would drink it. Inju took the soup. It had a fragrant aroma and a beautiful color. It didn't seem like it would be too hard to drink. Just as she was preparing to down it in one go, Xiao Nuo grabbed her. Wait, you can't drink it. Xiao Nuo glared at Bai Kun. Who knows if this guy put something strange in it? Bai Kun put on an innocent act. Xiao Nuo, I know you're still mad at me for tricking you last time, but you can't joke about Inju's health. If this is really good for her, you should let her drink it. At worst, you can punch me a few times to let off some steam. But in Xiao Nuo's book, Bai Kun's credibility was in the negative. He would never let Inju risk drinking something he brought. Hearing this, Bai Kun's cheeks puffed up in frustration. He snatched the soup from Inju's hand and gulped down a large mouthful. He was testing it for poison for Inju with his own body. Inju, are you willing to believe me now? Inju generously replied that since they were all from the same tribe now, she naturally believed him. After speaking, she picked up the soup and began to drink. Seeing Bai Kun go to such lengths, Xiao Nuo couldn't object either. He just stood protectively behind Inju, battling Bai Kun with his gaze. Bai Kun was very confident in his medicine and was about to boast some more when he heard Xiao Nuo cry out in alarm. Inju had fainted in his arms, and the unfinished soup in her hand spilled across the table. The strangest poison in history. A normal person could drink a ton of it and it would strengthen their body. But one sip would render a pregnant person unconscious. Just a moment ago, Inju had suddenly fallen unconscious after drinking the soup. Xiao Nuo anxiously called her name. Bai Kun's face was a picture of utter confusion. But what's wrong with Inju? Xiao Nuo looked up and saw the soup Bai Kun had brought. Inju had passed out right after drinking it. Could Bai Kun have intentionally tried to harm Inju? A frantic Xiao Nuo loudly questioned Bai Kun, what on earth did you put in this medicine? Bai Kun was completely flabbergasted. He loudly defended himself. I have absolutely no reason to harm Inju. Besides, I just drank some myself. If there was a problem, how could I be fine? Xiao Nuo picked up Inju to go find the priest. You know best what you put in it. Inju had better be okay, or else. Bai Kun's heart was in turmoil. He silently prayed, Inju, you have to be okay. Under the priest's diagnosis, they learned that Inju had been afflicted by a rare, ancient poison called drunken dream fragrance. The poison was peculiar in that it had no effect on ordinary people. But if a pregnant female ingested even a little, she would be poisoned and slowly die in her sleep. The telltale markings of the poison gradually began to appear on Inju's face. Tung Xiao grabbed by Kun, and oh wonder you dare to drink that medicine. You knew all along the poison wouldn't affect you. Bai Kun was both shocked and angry that I told you it wasn't me. Besides, Inju could have been poisoned by something else she ate. It wasn't necessarily my velvet flower soup. Xiao Nuo brought the remaining velvet flower soup for the priest to examine. The priest dabbed a little and sniffed it. He stated decisively, this soup contains drunken dream fragrance. Bai Kun was even more dumbfounded. How is that possible? I would never harm Inju. Xiao Nuo glared at him furiously. Bai Kun, the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? Bai Kun felt that although he had brought the soup, the poison had nothing to do with him. Their two tribes had just agreed to merge and adapt. At a time like this, he was eagerly hoping for Inju to lead the tribe's development. How could he possibly harm her? Bai Kuan gritted his teeth and defended himself. Even if I really wanted to make a move with my methods, I wouldn't have been caught so obviously. Tung Xiao and Xiao Nua felt that was true. That guy Bai Kuan was known for being full of schemes. Even if he really wanted to pull a dirty trick, he wouldn't be so direct as to poison the medicine he brought over himself. If it wasn't him, then someone must have framed him. Xiao Nua suddenly realized the crucial point. Bai Kuan said he brewed the Longhua soup with his own hands. From brewing the soup to serving it to Inju, did anything happen? Or did he run into anyone? Bai Kuan froze for a moment, his mind racing. Nothing special happened while brewing the soup. However, on the way over, he ran into several females who came to talk to him. Bai Kuan, who had always been a friend to the women, laughed and joked with them for a while. He thought back. Could have happened then. The moment Peng Xiao heard that Su Fei was in that group, he was certain that Su Fei was the one who did it. Xiao Nua smashed the bowl in his hand with a punch, grinding his teeth as he yelled, "It's that Su Fei again." At this moment, Su Fei was having a secret meeting with the fifth elder of the Juke tribe. He declared smugly that he had specifically put the poison in the soup that Bai Kuan brought over. This way, they would surely turn on each other. Once Bai Kuan's clansmen were driven out, the fifth elder could take the opportunity to recruit them. The fifth elder praised him, saying, "Not bad. After lurking for so long, you've finally accomplished something." Su Fei immediately tried to claim credit. He had taken a risk this time and made such a great contribution. Before he could, he was surrounded by Xiao Nua and the others. It turned out they had already tracked Su Fei and followed him, just in time to overhear the conspiracy. Xiao Nua ordered him to hand over the antidote, or I will make you wish you were dead. Seeing the large group of people, Su Fei was a little panicked. How was he discovered so quickly? However, he wasn't scared at all. Inju's life was in his hands now. If they wanted the antidote, they would have to beg him properly. Maybe he would show great mercy and bestow the antidote upon them. Su Fei's arrogant behavior infuriated the three of them. Bai Kuan put a hand on Xiao Nua's shoulder. "Don't act rashly. Inju is still unconscious." Bai Kuan gestured, revealing the strong, weapon-wielding beastmen behind him. "Su Fei, you'd better see the situation clearly. If you don't hand over the antidote, don't even think about leaving." Su Fei didn't expect Bai Kuan to play hardball. He gritted his teeth. "You dare threaten me?" But the fifth elder of the Juke tribe beside him readily agreed. "We can give them the antidote." Su Fei was in disbelief. "How can you get it to them?" The fifth elder ordered him to shut up. This idiot was brainless. He had messed things up and was still acting so arrogantly. If Dazai really attacked without any regard, things would become troublesome. The fifth elder felt immense pressure. His mind raced. Although he couldn't recruit Bai Kuan's clansmen, he could exchange the antidote for something else. Seeing his willingness to hand over the antidote, Bai Kuan asked what his conditions were. To their surprise, the other party made an outrageous demand. He wanted them to hand over Inju. As long as Inju became a female of the Juke tribe, he would naturally give her the antidote. Bai Kuan flatly refused. They would never hand Inju over to him. The fifth elder threw up his hands and played dumb. "Well, there's nothing to be done then. You're the ones who don't want the antidote." Xiao Nua and Tung Xiao drew their blades, ready to fight. Why waste so many words on him? This guy is from the Juke tribe. After all, we could just capture him and exchange him for the antidote. The fifth elder panicked and warned them not to act rashly. If they really pushed him, he would fight them to the death. Anyway, he was just an old elder of a tribe. It was well worth it to trade his life for Inju's. After making his threat, the fifth elder waved his hand, and his entourage immediately surrounded them, preparing for a bloody battle to the death with Xiao Nua and his group. Xiao Nua and Tung Xiao were provoked by his words and lost their composure, caught in a dilemma. But the clever Bai Kuan was completely unfazed by his threat. "Since the fifth elder is willing to sacrifice himself for the tribe, then I shall grant your wish." With that, he ordered his men to attack and kill the people from Quebec. As the order was given, the two sides began to slaughter each other. Su Fei had never seen such a bloody scene before. He was so scared he babbled incoherently, begging for mercy, saying he was also from the Dazai tribe and that they shouldn't kill him. The fifth elder was also shocked by Dazai's sudden madness. "Bai Kuan, are you insane? Don't you care about Inju's life?" Bai Kuan cut down a grunt and sneered. "Since Inju is so valuable to you, Juke would never turn on me for killing an elder like you. Isn't that what you just told me?" Seeing that things were not looking good, the fifth elder ordered his men to block them, while he himself turned and fled. This male fox spirit is practically a male version of Daji. With a single sentence, he made the women go against their ancestral teachings. Just now, the fifth elder of the Juke tribe had ordered his men to hold off the Dazay group while he turned to flee. Xiao Nuo immediately ordered his men to give chase. Bai Kuan also commanded his clansmen to follow at its best to capture him alive. This elder must hold some weight in the Juke tribe. He can be used as a bargaining chip. If he can't catch up, set up an ambush on the road back to Ju Quebec. We absolutely cannot let them get the news back to the Juke tribe. Seeing that he wanted to block the information, Tung Xiao asked Bai Kuan if he had another plan. Bai Kuan nodded. The fifth elder's performance had already proven that the Juke tribe has Jiguang grass, the cure for the Zue Meng Xiang poison. Since they were unwilling to give it, he would go and steal it himself. Qiao Nuo and Tung Xiao were astonished. You're going to steal it. Bai Kuan felt that since he was a stranger to the Juke tribe, as long as Su Fei and the fifth elder, the only ones who had seen him, didn't go back and expose him, he was confident he could sneak into the Juke tribe, find the Jiguang grass, and bring it back. Xiao Nuo felt the risk was too great. He wanted to go directly to where the Jiguang grass grew and pick it himself. But Bai Kuan said that the Jiguang grass grew in the far north, and a round trip would take at least 3 months. Inju couldn't possibly hold on for that long. The Juke tribe was their last hope. Zhono patted Bai Kuan's shoulder, indicating that he couldn't let him go on this adventure alone. Saving Inju was their responsibility, so he would go with Bai Kuan. Tung Xiao also decided to have his men wait outside to provide support for Bai Kuan. Bai Kuan silently prayed, Inju, you must wait for us to return. Having made their decision, the three of them snuck to the edge of the Juk tribe. Zhono told Bai Kuan that the Juk tribe had 10 warehouses for storing precious supplies. He guessed that the Aurora grass was likely in one of them. Bai Kuan decided to find an opportunity to investigate. Tung Xiao, who had been observing the situation, felt it wasn't optimistic. The guards at the gate were extremely strict, and they scrutinized unfamiliar beastmen very closely. Could Bai Kuan even blend in? Bai Kuan said, of course, no problem. This is what I'm best at. With that, he slung his pack over his shoulder and walked over, saying, watch me. Zhono and Tung Xiao watched as he brazenly blended into the crowd, preparing to enter Juk. He swaggered toward the entrance. The two of them couldn't believe he could possibly get in this way. Sure enough, Bai Kuan was immediately stopped by the guards and questioned fiercely. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Juk tribe? Bai Kuan immediately put on the performance of a lifetime. Cupping his face, he said pitifully that he hadn't intended to barge in. He was just a wandering beast man. He had seen no one stopping him and thought the tribe was open to them. His handsome face, paired with a melancholic air and deer-like eyes, made the nearby females swoon. Oh my God, what a handsome male. The guard coldly shooed Bai Kuan away. Juk is not a place where wandering beastmen like you could just come and go. Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed aside by the tribe's females. These females were filled with pity for Bai Kuan, wandering alone outside. You must have suffered a lot. Since you're here in Juk, just stay here and rest easy. They eagerly tried to recruit Bai Kuan into the Juk tribe. Our Juk is a famous, large tribe. You'll definitely live a good life here. The air was thick with the scent of hormones. Bai Kuan's eyes lit up, but he acted coyly. But your tribe's guard said, I can't come in. Several females declared, that clueless guard doesn't know anything. What he says doesn't count. We'll vouch for you. You can definitely stay. With that, the females began to bicker over where Bai Kuan would stay. Bai Kuan stood awkwardly in the center. Damn it, this familiar feeling. I'm still too popular. As they argued endlessly, a voice called out, he can stay with me. Since a newcomer has arrived at the tribe, it's most appropriate for him to stay with me. Bai Kuan turned his head. It was a beautiful, blonde female. As soon as she walked over, everyone bowed, showing her high status. She stared intently at the handsome Bai Kuan while saying politely, don't you think I'm right? The bickering females all agreed, forcing smiles and saying that staying with Tian Shui was for the best. Bai Kuan's sharp ears overheard a nearby female complaining resentfully that Tian Shui, just because she's the chieftain's daughter, she's always stealing males from us. She already has more than a dozen mates, yet she's still so fickle. Bai Kuan immediately realized that this Tian Shui could be put to good use. When Tian Shui invited him to stay at her place, he readily agreed, adding a charming smile. Tian Shui's heart fluttered at the sight. She had to have such a handsome male. She offered to show Baikuin around the tribe, leaving the other females heartbroken where they stood. To show off her tribe's power, Tian Shui first took Baikuin to their tribe's warehouse for a tour, stating that it contained many rare species from other regions. Baikuin was thrilled. Could the Aurora grass be inside? While Baikuin was thinking, Tian Shui continued to boast about the tribe's strength. Their tribe not only had its own merchant caravan to trade for precious goods from other regions, but they also had 10 such giant warehouses. She believed that after seeing Juk's wealth, Baikuin would be eager to submit to her. Baikuin pretended to be a country bumpkin, marveling, Juk has 10 warehouses? That's truly amazing. As expected, Tian Shui was immensely proud. When Tian Shui's guard was completely down from the flattery, Baikuin used the unique charm technique of the Charm Fox clan to entice her. Tian Shui, can you show me around? Completely mesmerized, Tian Shui agreed without a second thought. Late that night, Tung Xiao and Jono met Baikuin on the outskirts. But Baikuin informed them that he had searched all the warehouses and couldn't find the Aurora grass. The two were shocked. How could it not be there? Baikuin also gritted his teeth in frustration that there's another possibility. When he told us back, then was a lie. Juk doesn't actually have the antidote. Do you know how handsome a man is when he's willing to do anything for love? Just a short while ago, Baikuin had searched all of Juk's warehouses without finding the Aurora grass, making Tung Xiao and Jono pace around anxiously. They helplessly asked Baikuin to confirm if he had checked for any hidden compartments in the warehouses. Baikuin stated with certainty that there were none. A thought struck Jono. Maybe the Aurora grass isn't in a warehouse. A rare herb like that might be kept by the chieftain as a treasure. Baikuin recalled that during the day, he had specifically followed Tian Shui to the Juk chieftain's place to check it out. The chieftain's home didn't have any places to hide things. The possibility of the Aurora grass being there was low. Tung Xiao suggested, could it be with the Juk priest? A tribe's priest is usually responsible for healing and saving people. It would be perfectly normal for them to have such an herb. Baikuin was called over. He recalled how earlier that day, he had followed Tian Shui past the priest's house. Tian Shui had specifically emphasized to him how heavily guarded the priest's home was. Normally, even tribe members were forbidden from entering. She had also specifically warned Baikuin not to get too close for no reason, as it would be easy to be captured as a suspicious person. Baikuin was troubled. If it was at the priest's house, stealing it would be difficult. Tung Xiao patted Baikuin's shoulder, telling him not to worry. He and Xiao Nuo were there to help. Baikuin was a little worried they would act recklessly. But Xiao Nuo had long been displeased with the Juk tribe. This time, they would start by collecting some interest, somewhere in the heavily guarded Juk tribe's territory. Suddenly, a raging fire broke out. The entire tribe was thrown into chaos. The priest's guards heard the news of the fire. They stopped passing tribe members to ask what was happening. The tribe members told them that several warehouses were on fire, and everyone was busy fighting the blaze. After saying this, they hurried away, telling the guards to go help as well before they left. The guards hesitated. Should they go fight the fire? But their duty was to guard the priest's house. Just then, the Juk priest appeared. He ordered them all to go help. Most of the tribe's grain was in the warehouses. Fighting the fire was the top priority now. As the guards were about to leave, the cunning old priest called a few of them back. It didn't seem like a coincidence for several warehouses to catch fire at once. It was possible someone had deliberately set the fires. He told a few of them to go with him to the other warehouses to investigate. Baikuin, who had been hiding in the shadows, saw that Xiao Nuo's diversion tactic had worked. He breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally gone. He then turned into a shadow and slipped into the unguarded priest's house. He carefully closed the door and began to frantically search for the Aurora grass. Various precious items were thrown all over the floor by him. As time passed, he grew more and more anxious. How could he not find it? Could it be that the priest didn't have it either? Or perhaps he had hidden the Aurora grass in a more secret place? Baikuin looked around. Suddenly, he saw the lush, green tree outside the window. Tian Shui's words flashed through his mind. The priest was a recluse who disliked interacting with people. He loved to spend his days sitting in the large tree by his door. Could the Aurora grass be there? Anxious, Baikuin leaped straight out of the window. With a few light steps, he nimbly climbed the tree. When he reached the center of the tree, he saw it. Sure enough, there was a plant encased in ice. Its blue leaves shimmered. It was the aurora grass. Bai Kuan was overjoyed. He had finally found it. He grabbed the aurora grass, ecstatic. This is great. Now to regroup with Tang Xiao and Qiao Nuo and hurry back to days. Suddenly, a shout reached his ears. Quick, catch them. They're the ones who burned the warehouses. It seemed Tang Xiao and Qiao Nuo had been discovered by a large group of people. The two of them took off running, extremely anxious. They didn't know if Bai Kuan had found the antidote yet. They couldn't hold them off for much longer. Just then, Bai Kuan slid down from the tree. He shouted for the two of them to get out of the way, then threw the hidden weapon in his hand. The moment the weapon landed near the pursuers, it exploded, creating clouds of smoke. The pursuers were choked by the smoke and began to cough uncontrollably, their vision obscured. Bai Kuan told the other two that he had found the aurora grass. The three of them immediately decided to head back. Teng Xiao and Qiao Nuo materialized their wings. The two of them pulled Bai Kuan up, about to take flight. Seeing this, the Juk priest fiercely threw the spear in his hand. Imbued with magic, it shot towards the three of them. In the blink of an eye, it froze and pierced through Qiao Nuo's wing. Teng Xiao couldn't help but cry out, "Qiao Nuo, are you okay?" Qiao Nuo endured the intense pain, pulling up his cloak to cover himself. The injury isn't important. The priority now is to get back. The three took flight again, escaping from Juk. The priest heard them call out Qiao Nuo's name. He immediately understood that the people from the Days tribe were behind this. Furious, he swore he would make them pay in blood. The three returned to Days. They immediately handed the aurora grass to Priest Xia Bai to brew the antidote. Soon, the priest brought out the antidote. Now, they just needed to have Ingzhu drink it. The three males started arguing again over who would give her the medicine. None of them was willing to give in. Priest Xia Bai was speechless. He decided to personally give Ingzhu the antidote. After Ingzhu took the antidote, she showed visible signs of improvement. The poison marks on her face also faded. It seemed the poison from the drunken dreamland was cured. But before everyone could celebrate, Ingzhu's expression suddenly changed. She began to shiver uncontrollably. Icy patterns appeared on her face, and she kept crying out how cold she was. What was happening now? Looking at the shivering Ingzhu, everyone's heart grew heavy. If you had a choice, would you die for the one you love? Just now, Ingzhu drank the antidote, but she began to shiver all over as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Bai Kuan and Teng Xiao anxiously questioned the priest. What's happening? Qiao Nuo, heartbroken, hugged Ingzhu's increasingly cold body. Ingzhu, don't be afraid. We will save you. The priest carefully examined the ice patterns on Ingzhu's face. This isn't right. According to the ancient texts, aurora grass is indeed the antidote for the drunken dreamland poison. The medicine did seem to take effect just now. By checking her pulse, he felt a strange, icy aura circulating within Ingzhu's body. But since he couldn't find the source of the problem, he couldn't prescribe a cure. If this continues, Ingzhu probably won't last much longer. Hearing the words, icy cold, something clicked in Bai Kuan's mind. Meanwhile, Qiao Nuo had already picked up Ingzhu, intending to rush to Jiu Chue regardless of the danger. Teng Xiao followed closely behind. The priests stopped their reckless actions. The three of you just caused a scene at Jiu Chue. Are you going back there just to get yourselves killed? But Bai Kuan had already figured out the key. He hurriedly told Priest Xia Bai that the aurora grass they found was preserved inside a piece of Xian ice. Ingzhu's current condition might be related to the Xian ice. Hearing this, the priest instantly understood. He sighed and told Qiao Nuo to put Ingzhu down. Going to Jiu Chue is useless. According to his speculation, the aurora grass was likely stored in the Xian ice for too long. So, after Ingzhu took the antidote, although the drunken dreamland poison was cured, she was afflicted with a new cold poison. What's more terrifying, the priest told them, is that the cold poison cannot be cured. Just then, Bai Kuan suddenly said he had a way, but he needed everyone to leave first. The priest, Qiao Nuo, and Teng Xiao looked at each other, wondering what Bai Kuan was up to. Bai Kuan pushed them out the door, telling them to go back for now. Tomorrow, I promise I'll return a lively and healthy Ingzhu to you. Teng Xiao and Qiao Nuo, not understanding, were still shouting why. Bai Kuan closed the door behind him and let out a long sigh. Gazing at Ingzhu lying on the bed, he made a decision. Outside, Qiao Nuo was extremely anxious, scratching at the door. What on earth is that guy, Bai Kuan, doing? "You'd better not go in." The voice of the Black Moon Clan leader came from behind. Xiao Nuo turned around and saw the Black Moon Clan leader had also arrived, a hint of sadness in his expression that I didn't think he would still decide to do this. The priest asked Black Moon, "What method does Bai Kuan have to save Ingju?" Black Moon sighed. "The Nehu clan has a skill called life for a life. When one partner in a couple is on the verge of death, as long as the other is willing, they can transfer all the injuries from their partner to themselves through union, exchanging their own life for their partner's survival." Bai Kuan held Ingju and activated the skill. "Ingju, you'll definitely be all right." Before long, Bai Kuan walked out of the house. His face was pale, and he looked weak. "Ingju is fine now. She'll wake up later." After speaking, he could no longer hold on. His body swayed, and he fell forward. Black Moon caught his faltering body, asking with concern how he was. Bai Kuan was still confused as to why his own clan leader was here. Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao came forward to thank him sincerely. Priest Yabai also said, "You child, why didn't you tell us anything?" Bai Kuan's face turned pale. So everyone already knew. He told everyone he only had a month left to live. "It's a bit of a shame I won't get to see our child's birth." Xiao Nuo's heart ached. He told him not to give up, that maybe there would be a way once Ingju woke up. Bai Kuan smiled, that "Don't worry about me. No matter the outcome, I'm mentally prepared. There's just one thing I need to ask of you all. Don't tell Ingju what I did today. If I die in a month, please tell Ingju that I've gone wandering to train." The Black Moon Clan leader, angry, twisted Bai Kuan's arm, calling him a fool. "You won't even use such a good opportunity to have your kindness repaid." Xiao Nuo also disagreed. "This is too unfair to Bai Kuan. Ingju deserves to know about his sacrifice and what he's given up." But Bai Kuan insisted on not telling Ingju that if she knew, she would definitely blame herself and feel guilty. She's weak right now and can't handle major emotional turmoil. Why make her worry about someone who won't live long? Tung Xiao and Xiao Nuo felt terrible. No one could bear to agree to his request. This was simply too cruel to Bai Kuan. Bai Kuan patted Xiao Nuo. "Let's leave it at that. Take good care of Ingju." After saying this, he left, supported by the Black Moon Clan leader. Bai Kuan felt very calm. He hoped Ingju would get well soon. "Even in the days without me, she must live happily." The three who remained turned and went inside to check on Ingju. Inside, Ingju was groggily waking up. Her head felt a little dizzy. She felt as if she had been asleep for a very long time. Seeing Ingju awake, Xiao Nuo was overjoyed and rushed forward to fuss over him, only to be pushed aside by the priest the next second. These two are in the way. After a careful examination, the priest found that Ingju had fully recovered. Ingju recalled in a daze. "Did something happen to me?" He remembered drinking medicine at home. Xiao Nuo put an arm around him and began to tell him what happened after he fell unconscious, deliberately hiding the part about Bai Kuan trading his life for his. He only said that Ingju got better after drinking the antidote. Tung Xiao, standing by, looked like he wanted to speak, but hesitated. The priest called Tung Xiao outside, saying he had something to discuss with him. The two went outside, making sure Ingju couldn't hear them. The priest gravely told Tung Xiao that the Juk tribe would attack soon. As the tribe's #1 warrior, Tung Xiao was needed for an important mission. Clenching his fist, Tung Xiao promised the priest he would accomplish it even if it cost him his life. The priest affectionately patted Tung Xiao. "The tasks are demanding, but not dangerous. Although the Days tribe is greatly outnumbered by the Juk, we have city walls to rely on for defense, allowing us to wage a long-term war against them. The most important thing is to have enough food. The tribe's current reserves are completely insufficient for a war. Therefore, Tung Xiao needs to do 3 things. First, lead the tribesmen to hunt as much prey as possible and store food. Second, as the tribe's only 3-star totem warrior, train our people to increase their combat strength. Third, supervise the round-the-clock production of a large number of weapons. Only by doing these 3 things can the Days tribe have a chance of winning this war." The man traded his life for him, yet his gaze followed another. While the Days tribe was busy preparing for war, Xiao Nuo took care of Ingju even more meticulously than before. He made a special trip to the mountains to gather yams and made a light and delicious yam and bone soup. Ingju felt a bit bad. Everyone was busy preparing for war, yet Xiao Nuo had come back just for him, to cook for him. Xiao Nuo's expression was resolute. "Who knows if the Juk will try to poison you again? I can only be at ease if I cook your meals myself." Looking at the anxious Xiao Nuo, Ingju could only accept his good intentions with a smile. He was just worried that Xiao Nua would exhaust himself. Just as he was about to drink the soup in his hands, Inju suddenly realized it was Ronghua soup. Speaking of which, I don't think I've seen Baikuin recently. I wonder what he's been up to. Hearing Inju's words, Xiao Nua, who was cutting meat, paused. He said, somewhat unnaturally, he's just training and hunting, participating in strength training. After all, he's only just mastered the totem power, so he needs to work hard. Inju didn't believe him. Tung Xiao is in charge of hunting training, right? He never mentioned anything about Baikuin. Flustered, Xiao Nua pretended to be jealous. He said fiercely, we're fine. I would never mention that guy in front of you. This made Inju even more suspicious. Baikuin went with you to the Juk tribe and found the Aurora grass. Weren't you all very grateful to him? Why the sudden dislike? Besides, even if he was trying to avoid suspicion, it's strange that he hasn't visited me once since I woke up. Even Chief Heiyue came to see me. Inju asked Xiao Nua with certainty, are you hiding something from me? Xiao Nua's stammering only made Inju more certain. They were definitely hiding something from him, something about Baikuin. Xiao Nua ruffled Inju's hair. Don't ask anymore. We're hiding this for your own good. We don't want to hurt you. Inju became agitated. This isn't for my own good. Hiding things will only hurt me more. Maybe knowing the truth will be painful now, but I'd rather not live in blissful ignorance. Besides, we're partners. Shouldn't we face everything together? I don't want you to bear this alone. The truth will come out eventually, and when it does, I'll feel even more pain and guilt. Xiao Nua was very hesitant. He knew it was wrong to hide it from Inju, but he really didn't know how to bring it up. After all, he had promised Baikuin. Inju grabbed Xiao Nua's cheeks. Hurry up and tell me. Xiao Nua had no choice but to confess everything that happened next. After hearing Xiao Nua's story, Inju was stunned into a long silence. He never imagined so much had happened while he was unconscious. How could Baikuin be so foolish? To trade his life for mine. We've only known each other for a few months. Why would he do that? Of course, it's because he likes you. Beina said coolly from behind him. She couldn't stand Inju's denseness any longer. If he didn't like you, why would he give his life for you? No, it should be said that he loves you. Before Beina could finish, Inju, his eyes shining, grabbed her as if she were a lifeline. He pleaded with her, you know so much. There must be a way to save Baikuin, right? Beina lowered her head. That I'm sorry, Inju. There's nothing I can do. The cold poison from the Aurora grass could originally be cured by the earth vein flame flower from the Divine Mountain. But the Divine Mountain collapsed long ago. Now, there is no cure for Baikuin's cold poison. Inju's heart sank. Are we supposed to just stand by and watch Baikuin die? At this moment, Baikuin was being tormented by the cold poison. He was wrapped in thick furs but still coughed from the cold. When he looked up, he saw Inju standing not far away. He was both surprised and delighted. Why was she here? Worried that Inju hadn't fully recovered, he urged her to go inside and sit for a while. Inju felt Baikuin's hand on her shoulder. It was incredibly cold. A pang of pain shot through her heart, and she grabbed Baikuin's hand as he tried to pull it back. Baikuin, let's have our bonding ceremony. Baikuin wasn't happy. Instead, he was a little flustered. Inju, are you joking with me? But in his mind, he worried that her sudden proposal meant she already knew. Inju's mind flashed with Xiao Nua's guilty face and Beinai's advice. Perhaps this official status was the only way she could compensate Baikuin. Seeing Inju's expression, Baikuin gave a helpless smile. So, she found out after all. He told Inju that since she already knew everything, she should understand that he did it willingly. He hid it from her because he didn't want her to feel burdened. Therefore, he didn't need her to repay him in this way. Inju's face was already streaked with tears. But before she could say anything, Baikuin reverted to his cheeky demeanor. By saving Inju, he had become the great benefactor of the Dazai tribe. For his sake, the Dazai would surely take better care of his people in the future. What a profitable deal. He grinned and gave Inju a wink. If she really wanted to compensate him, she should offer something more practical, like more benefits for his tribe. His life was very valuable, you know? Inju knew that even if it was to gain more benefits for his tribe, he shouldn't have taken his own life so lightly and made such a sacrifice. Baikuin immediately put on a pitiful look. He didn't want to either. But Inju was their great benefactor and supporter. If anything happened to her, the Mehu tribe would have a hard time ahead. Inju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That infuriating Baikuin. Why did he always say such angering things at the most shocking moments? Or was he saying it on purpose, just so she wouldn't be sad anymore? Baikuin looked at Inju, who was now full of life again because of her anger. This is how it should be. Girls should be happy. To stop Ingzhu from dwelling on her sadness, Baikuin abruptly changed the subject. Ingzhu, have you eaten? Before Ingzhu could say anything, his own stomach started to growl. Baikuin, the social butterfly, had no concept of embarrassment, but I haven't eaten yet. So, Ingzhu took him to her home to eat, quite worried about his well-being. You're so sick. Does no one bring you food? Actually, tribe leader Hey Yu brought Baikuin food every day. Perhaps seeing Ingzhu's visit today, he thought it was the perfect chance to create an opportunity for Baikuin to win her over, so he quietly took the food away. The tribe leader's little scheme was as clear as day. Ingzhu pushed open the door to her home. She had recently found some new ingredients and wanted Baikuin to have a taste of her cooking. Baikuin had never had Ingzhu's cooking before and was instantly filled with anticipation. The two of them entered the house, talking and laughing. Who knew that two uninvited guests were already waiting inside? Baikuin leaped in front of Ingzhu in a single bound, demanding the visitors state their names, though his heart was pounding with nervousness. These two were being secretive. They definitely weren't from the tribe. Could they have been sent by the Jew to kidnap Ingzhu? The two men in black robes took off their cloaks, revealing their faces. Ingzhu's eyes lit up. It was Lei and Morrison. Lei took off his hood and smiled faintly at Ingzhu. Ingzhu, I'm here. The man was burned to a half-skeleton, but was still alive, all because he made this decision. Just now, Baikuin was surprised to find that the two opposite them were beastmen, and Ingzhu had joyfully thrown herself into the arms of the snake beastman. The two poured their hearts out to each other. They had completely forgotten about Baikuin. Unwilling to be ignored, Baikuin cleared his throat to make his presence known. Only then did Ingzhu react, sheepishly introducing the two to each other. This is Lei. He is, before Ingzhu could finish. Lei cut in, declaring that he was Ingzhu's mate. Baikuin looked displeased. What's with this guy? Is that so? What a coincidence. I'm Ingzhu's mate too. In truth, from a moment he saw Ingzhu jump into another male's arms, Baikuin had faintly regretted not accepting her proposal earlier. Ingzhu was still confused. Why did Baikuin suddenly agree now? Could this be a male's pride? Baikuin forcefully pulled Ingzhu into his arms. A clear challenge to Lei. You've come at the right time. We were just about to hold our bonding ceremony. Come and join us. This equally handsome beastman had triggered his sense of crisis. He still couldn't tolerate there being no place for him by Ingzhu's side. Lei confronted him directly, but Ingzhu has never mentioned anything about you to me. Baikuin retorted bluntly, of course you wouldn't know, since you're not by her side. The scene was too much for Ingzhu to handle. You have to know, this guy Baikuin was a master at infuriating people. He flaunted to Lei that it was indeed inappropriate for a beast man like him to stay by Ingzhu's side, unlike himself, who could accompany her all day. This remark was like dancing on Lei's last nerve. But Lei was no pushover either. He glanced at Baikuin's coat. Still wearing such thick clothes at a time like this? It seems your health isn't that great. How long can you stay with Ingzhu? Baikuin felt a rare sense of inferiority for 3 seconds. Indeed, as someone who was about to die, what right did he have to compete for a place by Ingzhu's side? Seeing the growing tension between the two, Ingzhu had to assert her authority. Both of you, shut up. She forcefully held them both down. Neither of you is allowed to speak. Listen to me. The two males glanced at each other, then both snorted coldly and turned away. Ingzhu introduced Lei to Baikuin that he is the Lord of the City of Darkness. When I was being hunted by assassins and fled into the forest, it was Lei who saved me. Then, Ingzhu also explained Baikuin's story to Lei. When she mentioned that Baikuin ended up in his current state to save her, Ingzhu's mood became very somber. Lei's opinion of Baikuin also began to change. However, from what Ingzhu had just said, Baikuin guessed that she was actually the heir to the beast god. But that was good. With the guidance of an ancient legacy and the backing of the half-beastmen, Ingzhu could lead their people to a better life in the future. It was just a pity he wouldn't be there to see it. At this moment, Lei sincerely apologized to Baikuin. Thank you for saving Ingzhu. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Baikuin had long lost any mood to show off. His reason returning, he also apologized to Lei, saying he shouldn't have mocked his half-beastman identity. The atmosphere gradually eased, and Ingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lei asked Baikuin when his and Ingzhu's mating ceremony would be held, saying he would be happy to attend. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. Baikuin smiled sheepishly that I was just kidding earlier. He was just a man with no future. Even staying alive was a luxury. How could he be a mate to Ingzhu? Suddenly, Morrison spoke up. He had a way to let Baikuin live. The method is simple. Become the totem soul. As long as the tribe exists, he can live on forever. Inju is overjoyed. That's great. Baikuin can be saved. Baikuin suppressed his inner J-O-Y.S-O. What price must I pay? Morrison's next words were rather cruel. T-O become the totem soul. Your soul must first withstand the burning of the totem fire. It's a pain worse than death. If you fail, your soul will be scattered and destroyed. If you succeed, you'll have to endure this pain again every time the tribe performs a sacrificial blessing. Morrison's words were like a demon's blade. This wasn't just a way to live, but also a form of endless torture. Whether to die simply or to live on in constant pain was a choice they had to make for themselves. Inju was stunned by the cruel consequences. Just as she was about to speak up and refuse, Baikuin agreed without hesitation. He wanted to live. He wanted to protect Inju and the tribe forever. Inju's heart ached for him, but that's too painful. But Baikuin thought, so what? Even if it's painful, it's still a form of hope. As long as I'm alive, I can be by your side every day, facing the future together. Every day, just thinking about that gives me the courage to move forward. Inju, please believe in me. After nightfall, everyone gathered around the sacrificial altar. In the center of the altar was still the most important totem stone. Baikuin said to Inju, let's begin. Inju took a deep breath, formed a hand seal, and started the ceremony. Following the method Morrison taught her, she began to meditate with her eyes closed. The totem stone began to resonate with the seal in Inju's hands, both emitting a glow. The totem fire ignited on the altar. The moment Baikuin touched the totem fire, he immediately felt an unbearable heat. As the ceremony was underway, Leahy inadvertently noticed Morrison revealing a smug smile. He instantly felt that something was wrong. Before he could think about it, his attention was completely drawn to the screams from the altar. Baikuin was being burned by the raging flames. The excruciating pain made it impossible for him to endure any longer, and he let out scream after scream. Watching the tormented Baikuin being incinerated, Inju was filled with regret. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She tried to rush forward to save Baikuin, but was held back tightly by Chao Nua. Inju, you can't go. The totem fire burned more and more fiercely, turning almost the entire altar into a sea of flames. Chao Nua pulled Inju down from the altar. Bainai warned Inju, the ceremony has already begun. In this situation, Baikuin can only rely on himself to get through it. The totem fire is now consuming his flesh and blood, and next it will refine his soul. As long as Baikuin can hold on until the end, he can become the totem soul and survive. Inju didn't know how much longer it would take. It seemed like Baikuin was already at his limit. But Bainai said this was just the beginning. The triplets have 4 fathers, and each one is a powerhouse. The nominal father is the young clan leader of the tribe, holding significant power. The new father is the tribe's strongest warrior with off-the-charts combat power. As for the godfathers, one leads the half-beastman clans, his prestige renowned. The other is the most handsome man in the beast city, with maxed-out beauty and poison skills. Just now, Baikuin, being burned by the totem fire, let out a final, agonizing scream. Bainai exclaimed in shock, "Oh no, Baikuin can't hold on any longer." Inju was frantic. "Bena, you must have a way to save him, right?" But Bena said only his master could interrupt the divine punishment. The totem's fire itself was created by him, so it wouldn't consume him. Inju said anxiously, "Since the totem's fire won't harm its master, what about me? The tribe's totem's fire was summoned by me. If I go up there, can I help Baikuin?" Bena was very hesitant. "I'm not sure about that." But before Bena could finish, Inju had already turned and run towards the altar. He desperately wanted to save Baikuin. The chief held back Chao Nua, who was about to follow. "Don't go up and cause trouble for Inju now. Trust Inju. He'll be fine." Inju hugged the agonized Baikuin, completely ignoring the raging fire on his body. "Baikuin, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. You're going to be okay." Baikuin opened his eyes and told Inju to leave quickly. "Let go. Why are you so foolish?" Inju refused to let go. He wanted to stay with Baikuin. He endured the pain and said, "Don't worry. It doesn't actually hurt that much." Baikuin wrapped his arms around this foolish Inju. The two embraced tightly in the raging fire, giving each other a loving kiss. As the flames grew fiercer, Inju felt he was reaching his limit. It's so hot, so painful. How did Baikuin endure it for so long? Ingju was burned red all over, as if his flesh was melting away. He gradually lost consciousness. The last name he thought of was Xiao Nua. The crowd's gasps echoed in his ears. Immediately after, Ingju fell into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Ingju's eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw were the doors and windows of his home. Ingju sat up, looking dazed. Wasn't I on the altar? How did I get home? Where's Bai Kuan? Just as he was looking around, the door was pushed open with a bang. Bai Kuan walked in, covered in injuries. His face was full of joy. Ingju, you're finally awake. Seeing him safe and sound, Ingju was overjoyed. This is great. He survived too. Bai Kuan opened his arms, ready to embrace the rushing Ingju. The next second, Ingju was positioning him for a physical examination. It looks like nothing was burned off. You seem complete and healthy. Bai Kuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed, took Ingju's hand, and said earnestly, "Don't do something so dangerous again. You scared everyone to death this time." Ingju told him not to worry, saying he only did it because he was confident. The two returned to the bedside, and Ingju carefully examined Bai Kuan's body. "But are we both fine now?" "Everyone is okay." But Bai Kuan looked troubled. "Yes, we're both fine." But as Ingju was checking on Bai Kuan, he suddenly noticed the leaf mark on his hand was gone. He turned pale with shock. "Where are my cubs?" Recalling Bai Kuan's hesitation, he grabbed him tightly. "Did something happen to my cubs? Are they?" Bai Kuan quickly hugged the agitated Ingju, comforting him. "The cubs are fine. They just hatched early." Ingju hadn't expected the cubs to hatch early. He was a little confused, but wasn't it not time yet? Bai Kuan felt guilty. The chief and the others suspect that the totem's fire caused you to have an intense mental fluctuation. It stimulated the cubs, who were mentally linked to you, so they were born early. Hearing they were premature, Ingju panicked. "Then how are they now? Are they healthy?" Bai Kuan smiled. "They're all quite sturdy." Ingju finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." But Bai Kuan's stammering made Ingju suspicious. "Did something happen?" Bai Kuan held Ingju's face. "I'll take you to see the cubs now. I hope that no matter what you see, you won't get too upset." Ingju grew even more confused. Before long, Ingju was brought before the cubs. 3 adorable beastman cubs were sound asleep. Ingju rushed over, unable to put them down. The cub's skin is so soft. This little chubby face is so pinchable. Each one was incredibly cute. They didn't look like there was anything wrong with them at all. The 4 men to the side were conversing with their eyes. Tung Xiao blamed Bai Kuan for bringing Ingju over. But Bai Kuan felt that this couldn't have been hidden for long anyway, that it's better to let Ingju know sooner. Xiao Nua frantically signaled with his eyes. What if Ingju finds out? Lei also felt that Ingju was so perceptive, they couldn't hide it from him at all, despite their inner turmoil. They had a tacit understanding not to speak, afraid that Ingju would notice something was wrong. Just then, a blonde cub in the cradle turned over, revealing a furry body and soft little paws. Trembling, Ingju uncovered the blonde cub's swaddling. This cub was actually a half-beastman. Ingju was distraught. He and Tung Xiao were both pure beastmen. How could their cub have turned into a half-beastman? Is it because of me? Because I rushed up to help Bai Kuan? Seeing Ingju blame himself so much, Tung Xiao couldn't help but tell him. When we found the cubs after they were born, they were all very healthy. It's just that one of them became a half-beastman. Bai Kuan was overcome with guilt. I'm sorry, Ingju. It's all because you were saving me that the cub ended up like this. Ingju turned his head. He didn't blame Bai Kuan, and he never regretted his decision. He was just very sad. As a mother, she had failed to protect her own child, instead letting him suffer. She rewrapped Zai in his swaddling clothes. Looking at Zai's small, sleeping face, she felt that she was still too weak, unable to even protect her child. Tung Xiao and Xiao Nua told Ingju that they would dote on Zai even more. They would make up for the suffering Zai had endured in the future. Ingju nodded. They would take care of the cubs together and make sure they become the happiest, most joyful babies. The newborn baby had the tail and claws of a lion. His furry body looked as if it had been cursed. His parents were both in normal human form. But this world was very hostile towards half-beastmen. Once ordinary people discovered a half-beastman, they would kill them all. Just a short while ago, Leahy had voiced his objection. He didn't think Ingju and the others could take good care of this cub. He mercilessly shattered their illusions. The only reason they could accept Zai's identity as a half-beastman was because they were his parents. But what about the other tribe members? Could they let go of their deep-seated hatred for half-beastmen and accept him? Xiao Nua snorted coldly that if they can't accept him, they can get out of the Day's tribe. Our tribe doesn't welcome them. Teng Xiao also looked fierce, that's right. Inju has contributed so much to the tribe. What right do they have to not accept Zai Zai? Lei told them with a cold smile, "You're thinking too simply. Even if you could force the tribe to accept Zai Zai's existence, he would still face invisible ostracism and discrimination from everyone. Is that really good for Zai's upbringing?" The thought of her adorable Zai being discriminated against and excluded by other cubs as he grew up, left Inju's heart feeling as if it were being cut by a knife. Lei was right. Zai was different from the other tribe members. Living in an environment with no one of his own kind, would he truly be happy? Heartbroken, Inju picked up Zai and asked Lei if there was a solution. Lei held out his hand. "Give this child to me. I will take Zai back to the Dark City to raise him." Inju's heart tightened. She immediately clutched Zai protectively. No, she would not abandon her cub. He was still so small. She wanted to be with him as he grew up. Flustered and at a loss, she even decided to raise Zai in hiding, so no one else would know. Lei questioned her loudly. "Are you going to hide him for his entire life? Then how will you explain to Zai why all the other beastmen can live openly in the sunlight, while he has to hide in secrecy, growing up in loneliness and darkness?" Inju was speechless and could only hold Zai tightly. Lei comforted her. "I'm not asking you to abandon this child. Sending Zai to the Dark City is, in fact, a form of protection. In the Dark City, you will be among his own kind. Only there can he grow up happy and carefree. Besides, have you forgotten, Inju? I can also be considered Zai's father. I will treat Zai as my own flesh and blood." Inju began to waver. Lei pressed on. "If you miss him, you can come to the Dark City to see Zai anytime. You can even stay and be with him." Inju wavered even more. She reflected on herself, wondering if it was too selfish of her to just want to keep the child by her side. However, the three men beside her saw right through Lei's sinister intentions. This snake is definitely doing this on purpose. He not only wants to take the child, but he also wants to lure Inju away. Teng Xiao was furious that "He's my biological cub, isn't he? Why is no one asking for my opinion?" Just as he said that, Lei turned and asked Teng Xiao, "You're Zai's biological father. Do you think the child should be sent to the Dark City?" Teng Xiao sighed, somewhat resigned that "I don't have any objections. Although it's cruel for a half-beastman cub, the Dark City is indeed their only path to survival." Seeing this, Chao Nua asked Inju to name the cubs to distract her and stop Lei from continuing to ensnare her. Teng Xiao and Bai Kuan also said that since Inju was the children's mother, it was most fitting for her to name them. Inju looked at the two beastman cubs in the cradle. "Let's call them Teng Shi and Teng Cheng." As for the half-beastman cub in her arms, Inju thought for a moment. "Your name will be Teng," and she hoped her cubs would grow up to be honest and upright warriors and live a life of peace and safety. After nightfall, Lei put on his cloak and returned to his temporary residence. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard Morrison inside ask, "It seems Inju has agreed to send that half-beastman cub to the Dark City." Lei took off his hood. So this was Morrison's plan all along. He had deliberately revealed that life-saving method to Inju and Bai Kuan. Morrison was completely unconcerned by Lei's displeasure. Oh, what if it was? I made the price perfectly clear. They were the ones who decided to use that method. I just didn't expect this child to be the one to become a half-beastman. But this works out well too. Morrison's smug attitude infuriated Lei. He grabbed Morrison by the neck. "Didn't expect what? So you originally intended to harm Inju? Since you know she is the successor of the beast god and the only hope for the half-beastmen to break their curse, why did you plot against her?" Morrison struggled to retort. "That's right. We need Inju to break the curse. But Inju is protected by that group of males, living a weak and naive life in a bubble of false happiness, with no ambition to become stronger. She has no idea that the enemy of the beast god from 1,000 years ago is already eyeing them like a tiger stalking its prey." Lei threw Morrison to the ground. "This is not a reason for you to hurt him." Morrison gasped for air. He just wanted to tell him that if he wanted to protect the people around him, he had to become strong. However, after this, he should start working hard. After all, his cub, just like them, is also a beast man. He will surely be more desperate to lift the curse. Lei's expression grew even more furious. He drew his dagger and threatened Morrison. "You look quite proud of this, don't you?" "Morrison, I'm warning you. Don't scheme against Inju. If there's a next time, I won't be as gentle as I was this time. I'll send you straight to the beast god. In this world, females who are pregnant do not give birth. They go directly to the land of the beast god to pick up eggs. The children hatch from the eggs. Just a moment ago, Inju and Bena were completely exhausted. The three cubs had finally fallen asleep. Recalling the scene from just now, it was a complete disaster. Inju, a novice parent, was helpless against the three wailing cubs. One moment, he thought the cubs were sleepy, patting them to soothe them to sleep. The next, he worried they were bored, constantly trying to amuse them with toys. The cubs weren't buying it at all. Bena guessed they might be hungry, and Inju hurriedly went to get milk cakes. After the chaotic scramble, the three cubs were finally settled. Inju looked completely drained. Raising children is truly too difficult. Bena's soul felt drained as well. Three cubs crying at once is a disaster. Gazing at the sleeping cubs, Inju told Bena that he wanted to become stronger. Bena realized that because of this incident, Inju was blaming himself deeply. All this time, Inju thought that by relying on the appraisal system, he could develop the tribe peacefully and steadily. Even when encountering difficulties, he still had Jono and the others by his side. He had enough time to upgrade the system and gather faith. But he was wrong. This world is a dog-eat-dog world fraught with crises. Once his special ability is exposed, it will attract more covetous eyes and endless schemes. And he no longer wants to stand by and watch them sacrifice themselves for him. Inju's eyes were firm. Bena, he also wanted to have the strength to protect them. Bena's fighting spirit was also ignited. He would help Inju too. From today on, besides appraising more species, Inju would learn divine arts from Bena and become a priest. Inju was a little surprised. Learn divine arts? Before the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by Baikuin, who had rushed over. Inju, let's go. The giant sparrow tribe has begun its attack. Inju was incredibly surprised. The giant sparrow tribe was attacking at a time like this? He muttered to himself, why so sudden? Jono and the others burned their warehouse last time. Logically, they shouldn't have been able to stockpile supplies for war so quickly. Baikuin told him that the giant sparrow tribe had gathered several other tribes to form an alliance and attack together. Although the Days tribe has defensive walls, the enemy has too many people. Once they break through, the females and cubs of the tribe will be in grave danger. Baikuin carefully picked up the cradle where the three cubs were sleeping soundly. To be safe, the Days chief had arranged for him to move them to a safe place first. Baikuin took Inju's hand and urged, Inju, we have to go now. Who would have thought that Inju would firmly refuse? He didn't want to hide behind them anymore. He wanted to face this with them. Baikuin was extremely uneasy. The battlefield is too dangerous for a female. Inju told Baikuin not to worry. He had a way to protect himself. Besides, they might not necessarily lose. Below the walls of the Days tribe, the chiefs of the various tribes had already gathered their troops. War was about to break out. The giant sparrow chief ordered a squad to take the lead, scouting for traps. They weren't as foolish as the Black Wolf tribe to fall into Days' traps. The subordinate acknowledged the order and left. On the city wall, the Days chief loudly questioned them. Chief Red Moon, Chief Black Mountain, Chief Blue Flag, why are you following the giant sparrow tribe to attack Days today? The three chiefs, knowing they were in the wrong, looked guilty and averted their gazes. But the giant sparrow chief puffed up his chest with arrogance. He accused the Days tribe of colluding with beastmen, stealing the rock mine that belonged to the giant sparrow, and silencing Sophie and Wu Zhang, who had discovered the matter. The Days tribe is a disgrace to all beastmen. The other chiefs and I are merely delivering justice. The Days chief was furious. Nonsense. It was clearly the giant sparrow tribe that sent someone to poison Inju. He was the first to violate the rules of the beast god by attacking a pregnant female. But the giant sparrow chief was cunning and sly. He smoothly accused the Days chief of slander, saying he had no reason to attack a pregnant female. He then demanded that they bring out the poisoned female for a face-to-face confrontation, betting that Inju wouldn't dare to appear. Seeing this shameless male, the Days chief gritted his teeth in anger. Inju placed a hand on the chief's shoulder. AMU, don't waste your breath on him. He's just looking for any excuse to start a war with us. Inju stated coldly, since the giant sparrow chief is looking for me, then let's settle this score properly. Looking down from above, he questioned, you, giant sparrow chief, violated the rules of the beast god by poisoning me, a pregnant female, and even instigated a tribal war. Aren't you afraid of angering the beast god and having punishment brought down upon you? But the giant sparrow chief was already blinded by greed. He couldn't care less about any punishment from the beast god. The beast god has been gone for thousands of years. Besides, the ones who should be punished by the beast god are you traitors from Days. He raised his fist and ordered attack. Countless beastman soldiers, shouting charge, rushed toward the walls of Days. As the greatest warrior of Days, Tung Xiao charged forward to meet the enemy without the slightest hesitation. Leading a troop of his soldiers, he rushed out from the city walls, roaring for the tribe. Kill the enemy! The soldiers on the walls were not idle, either. They fired volleys of sharp arrows to deal with the enemy's aerial troops. Many of the winged men were struck by the arrows and plummeted from the sky. As the battle grew more intense, it threatened to endanger the others on the wall. The Days clan leader anxiously told Xiao Nuo to get Inju out of there, but Inju fiercely objected. He couldn't leave. He couldn't let his clansmen fight alone. This was his tribe, too. Inju's sense of belonging to the tribe grew stronger than ever before. This was his home, too. Inju said that he wasn't someone who could only stand by and watch. He could also help them. The clan leader and Xiao Nuo were both a little puzzled. Inju turned his back to them, took a deep breath, and began to silently chant a spell, praying for Baina's help. Baina appeared behind Inju and warned him that while this support of divine art could enhance the clansman's power, it would take a great toll on him. He had to be prepared. Inju thanked Baina in his heart. He was well aware of the consequences, but this time he still had to ask for Baina's help to use the divine art, because this time he wanted to firmly protect everything he loved. If you had the choice, would you sacrifice yourself to save a group of people? Just a short while ago, the battle between Days and Juk had reached its most difficult stage. The Days archers fired a volley of sharp arrows. The ground below the wall was already littered with the bodies of soldiers. Days' catapults also proved to be miraculously effective, killing countless enemies. However, the Juk troops were still charging toward Days in an endless stream. Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao fought bravely on the front lines, but the enemy outnumbered them 100, even 1,000 to 1. Their stamina was gradually failing. Tung Xiao had a bad feeling. They had to think of something, or they would be worn down to death by the Juk's human wave tactics. Panting heavily, Xiao Nuo told Tung Xiao, hold on a little longer. Inju is almost ready. Tung Xiao was completely baffled. What did this have to do with Inju? Just then, the heavens suddenly changed. A golden cloud of magic gathered in the sky above the center of the battlefield, letting out a massive roar. Dazzling lines of magic connected the entire battlefield. Everyone was stunned by this strange phenomenon. The fighting soldiers also stopped, staring in shock at the scene before them. Unfazed, Tung Xiao leaped into the air and viciously slashed at an enemy. After striking the enemy down, Tung Xiao paused to savor the feeling in his body. He was amazed to find that his strength had suddenly increased manifold, and the fatigue from the previous battle had vanished. The other Days, soldiers also felt something unusual. Their bodies were suddenly filled with inexhaustible strength. Even their previous injuries no longer hurt. They cheered. This must be the blessing of the beast god. The morale of all the Days troops was instantly boosted. Xiao Nuo raised his blade, signaling the charge for the Days tribe. Charge! The soldiers rushed out like unsheathed swords. Their newfound vigor and vitality naturally came at a price. Over here, Inju, having used the divine art, felt an unprecedented exhaustion. He staggered, almost unable to stand, and only remained upright with the clan leader's support and by leaning on the wall. His vision had already blurred to the point where he could barely see the battle in front of him. The clan leader told Inju that Xiao Nuo and the others had begun their counterattack. The Juk troops wouldn't be able to break through for the time being, but he was still very worried. Our arrows and stones are limited. If they don't retreat and decide to fight Days to the bitter end, then no matter how strong Xiao Nuo and the others are, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. Inju, however, had a strange confidence. He told the clan leader not to worry, that they would definitely retreat. At this moment, the Juk clan leader's face was grim. He declared that he would never retreat. The few clan leaders he had gathered were a disorderly mob to begin with. Seeing the day's soldiers fighting like madmen, fierce and unafraid of death, and coupled with those strange, new long-range weapons of theirs, they found it impossible to breach Daze's walls. They were already thinking of retreating and tried to persuade the Juk clan leader, suggesting they should temporarily withdraw and figure out another way to attack later. Otherwise, if this dragged on, their casualties would only mount. But the Juk clan leader, that old fox, had long been blinded by greed. He stated coldly, "What war is without death? As long as we get a sufficient reward in the end, any number of deaths is worth it." He had the other clan leaders think about that salt mine and Daze's endless supply of food. They had also heard that Daze had a method for preserving meat long term. The prospect of profit is tempting. Thinking of the rich rewards they would gain after defeating the Daze tribe, the three clan leaders began to waver. Just as they were hesitating, a Juk soldier rushed over to report, "Clan leader, this is bad. A group of half-beastmen has suddenly appeared and is raiding our tribe for food." The clan leaders were terrified. What? Since when were there half-beastmen in this area? The Juk clan leader cursed his subordinate for being a good-for-nothing. Where was the clan's guard team? Why didn't you stop them? The young soldier looked aggrieved. Most of the warriors were taken by you, clan leader, to attack Daze. There were too few guards left in the clan. We really couldn't stop them. He hurriedly reported that the clan's high priest had risked his life to send him out with a message for the clan leader, urging him to bring his men back quickly. Any later, and he feared the main camp would be completely wiped out. A moment later, the clan leader, looking out from the city wall, saw the smoke signals receding. He breathed a sigh of relief and told Inju that the enemy had retreated. The soldiers of Daze cheered jubilantly. The Juk had retreated. This meant they had won against overwhelming odds, defeating the powerful Juk tribe. This was something they would never have dared to imagine in the past. Inju smiled faintly. It seems he and his men arrived just in time. Just then, Xiao Nua and Tang Xiao were leading their troops back into the city. Hearing Inju's words, they couldn't help but feel curious. What did He do? Inju blinked mischievously. I sent him to attack their home base, of course. All's fair in war. Who told the Juk to be so foolish as to bring so many men here, leaving their rear defenses empty? He and his men succeeded in one strike. She excitedly gave Xiao Nua a kiss. "Welcome back, my great hero." Xiao Nua gently stroked Inju's head. "Inju, you're my great hero too." While the two were deep in their public display of affection, Tang Xiao looked on, aggrieved. He pointed to a wound on his face and awkwardly gestured, "What about me? I fought hard too." Inju felt a bit helpless. It seemed she needed to learn from other females how to be a master of fairness. She cupped Ting Zhao's face. "Tang Xiao, of course you are also my." Before she could finish, she lost all her strength. Her vision went black as she collapsed. This terrified the two men, who panicked and called out Inju's name repeatedly. The girl had gone to the battlefield right after giving birth to 3 cubs. With a single command, she had led the tribe to a great victory. Just a moment ago, Inju had woken up and the small hut was filled with jubilation. Bai Kuan wept with joy, hugging Inju and crying endlessly. Seeing Xiao Nua carry the unconscious Inju down from the city wall had nearly scared him to death. Inju patted him reassuringly. She had only fainted from exhaustion. Besides, hadn't the priestess said she was fine now? Tang Xiao, who was trying to soothe the cubs, became furious when he heard this. After the priestess mother examined you, she said you had forcibly overdrawn your divine power, leading to physical weakness and loss of consciousness. Then you were in a coma for a full 7 days before waking up. How can you call that fine? Bai Kuan nodded vigorously. Exactly. Inju weakly retorted, "It's only temporary. There's really no more danger." Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. "Besides, we won in the end, didn't we? But the fact is you got hurt because of it." Just then, Xiao Nuo came in with a bowl of freshly brewed medicine. Hearing this, he strongly disagreed. He wasn't blaming Yinju, but she simply didn't take her own safety seriously. He looked helplessly at this audacious lover of his. Just as Yinju didn't want to see them get hurt, they also worried and panicked when she was injured. Bai Kuan, usually articulate, turned into a nodding machine, constantly agreeing with Xiao Nuo. Exactly. Yinju couldn't take the nagging anymore and repeatedly promised she wouldn't do it again next time, though she was secretly pleased inside. In any case, the battle with the Juk tribe was over. She would study the divine arts diligently so that no one would dare bully the Days tribe again. Thinking this, she promised Xiao Nuo that she would be careful to protect herself from now on and would definitely not make them worry like this again. Xiao Nuo smiled with relief. That would be for the best. Then, he held out the bowl of medicinal soup, revealing a devilish smile. Yinju, it's time for your medicine. Yinju's face turned pale. Drinking this medicine would probably take half her life. The moment she showed a hint of refusal, the three men stared at her in unison. Even the wailing cubs stopped crying. The meaning in their gazes was clear. She had just promised not to make them worry. Yinju immediately caved. With an obedient look, she took the medicinal soup. I'll drink it. She raised the bowl and gulped it down. The bitterness instantly made the world spin. Priestess Mother, did you really have to make the medicine this bitter on purpose? After forcing all down, Yinju felt like she'd lost her soul. The bitterness robbed her of the ability to think. Seeing her finish it, the three men finally breathed a sigh of relief and began their tasks with a clear division of labor. Bai Kuan took out some candy for Yinju to sweeten her mouth. Xiao Nuo cleared away the medicine bowl, and Tung Xiao went back to frantically soothing the cubs. It was rare for these three to be together without arguing. Yet Yinju felt like something was missing. She suddenly thought of Lei. She hadn't seen him since she woke up. Has he returned to the City of Darkness? Bai Kuan told Yinju that Lei hadn't gone back. He had taken his men to raid other nearby tribes. The matter of the half-beastmen ambushing the Juk was just too sensitive. To avoid anyone with ulterior motives suspecting their relationship with the half-beastmen, Lei decided to attack several other tribes to muddy the waters. Yinju grew anxious. It'll be disastrous if the other tribes unite against us. Tung Xiao told her to worry less. The Juk's strength was now greatly diminished, and they were no longer able to move against Days. The other tribes were too busy looking after their own affairs. Days was safe now. All Yinju had to do was focus on her recovery. Bai Kuan also said with a smile that they were there to handle everything. Yinju nodded obediently, but a sliver of worry remained in her heart. Was all of this really over? Late at night, in a certain cave, Su Fei was dancing with an unfamiliar male beast man. After the dance, the male beast man asked her in confusion, "A beautiful female like you, Su Fei, should be very popular in the tribe. Why is there always someone trying to kill you?" Hearing this, Su Fei began to twist the facts. She said she had offended a female in her tribe. That female not only stole her mate and drove her out of the tribe, but also wanted to kill her. In her desperation, she jumped off a cliff, thinking she wouldn't survive. Fortunately, she was saved by this male named Mai Jin. Su Fei's pitiful appearance aroused Mai Jin's protective instincts. He promised Su Fei that he would protect her well and let her live a good life. He told Su Fei that he was a subordinate of Hong Sai, the flying lion of Beast King City, and belonged to Prince Nanti's guard. Su Fei was overjoyed. She hadn't expected to hook such a big fish this time. Beast King City was the most prosperous place on the entire continent, not comparable to a rural place like Days. It seemed her luck was quite good. However, Mai Jin's tone suddenly changed. He couldn't take Su Fei back right now. The Lion King had ordered them to find the whereabouts of his illegitimate son, Tang Xiao. He had to complete his mission first. Hearing the familiar name, Su Fei shot up. Tang Xiao is the Lion King's illegitimate son? Why are they looking for Tang Xiao? Mai Jin flirtatiously lifted Su Fei's chin. Why was she asking about him? It was nothing good, anyway. The Lion King's legitimate heir, Prince Nante, wished he could kill him. Finding Tang Xiao would be a great achievement. Before Mai Jin could finish, Su Fei excitedly threw her arms around his neck. She knew where Tang Xiao was. My Jean was skeptical. Su Fei used her seductive skills and persuaded him effortlessly. My Jean immediately decided to take Su Fei to Beast King City the next day. Su Fei pretended to be shy and threw herself into my Jin's arms. That you're so good to me. But her heart was surging with malice, offending Beast King City. This time, I'll see how Inju and the others die. What do you do when someone tries to steal your husband right in front of you? Waiting online, it's urgent. Since defeating the Juk tribe, the Days tribe's prestige had reached its peak. Many small tribes requested to join Days one after another. They had been oppressed by the Juk tribe in the past, and their lives had been very difficult. Seeing a glimmer of hope, they rushed to join them at all costs. The chief was busy every day, liaising with the various tribes that came to join. The Days tribe grew larger and larger, and correspondingly, there were more and more matters to attend to. Xiao Nuo, Tung Xiao, and Bai Kuan were so busy, every day their feet barely touched the ground. As for Inju, since her recovery, besides her daily routine of identifying species and learning divine arts, she had gained a new hobby. She was completely immersed in raising her cubs. Every day, she would take Tang Shi and Tang Qing out to play. The two chubby cubs were also very popular. People would come over to greet them enthusiastically every day. A female holding a chubby cub praised them endlessly, as expected of the cubs of the tribe's #1 warrior, Tang Xiao. They're so sturdy at only a few months old. They will surely inherit the title of the tribe's #1 warrior when they grow up. The cub also smiled innocently. Inju smiled faintly. She didn't insist on them being the #1 warrior. As long as the cubs grew up safe and happy, that was all that mattered. A sharp, sarcastic voice suddenly cut in. #1 warrior? For such small cubs, it's not even certain if they'll grow up. It was a female she had never met before. A female nearby who adored the cubs couldn't stand hearing this. She immediately questioned her angrily. How can you curse the cubs? The beast god will punish you. The caustic woman said coolly that she was just telling the truth. Accidents are everywhere. It wouldn't be strange if a cub suddenly died, would it? A friend chatting with Inju quietly told her. The caustic woman is named Jina. She is the wife of the chief of the Black Hawk tribe, which has just joined Days. She's always stirring up trouble, wanting to seize more management power. She deliberately came to cause trouble for Inju to annoy Xiao Nuo and the others. As expected, Jina started making things difficult for Inju. She heard that Inju had given birth to 3 cubs. Why did you only bring Tang Shi and Tang Qing out to play? Where is the youngest Tungin? Why not bring him out for everyone to see? Inju knew she was deliberately picking a fight and calmly stated that Tang An's health wasn't very good. When his condition improved, she would naturally bring him for everyone to see, so she wouldn't trouble her to worry about it. Unexpectedly, Jina looked greatly alarmed. Cubs from the same litter usually have similar physical constitutions. The 2 older ones are very healthy. How could the youngest, Tung An, be frail? She put on a concerned look. Why don't I go to your home and help you take a look? I have plenty of experience raising cubs. Maybe I can see what's wrong. Inju refused at once, suspicion rising in her heart. Why did this keep harping on about Tungin? Could it be that she had discovered something? The 2 cubs also seemed to sense her ill intentions, their little faces wrinkling as they looked at Jina with displeasure. Seeing Inju's refusal, Jina became certain that this hidden cub must have a problem. We're all from the same tribe. What is there that can't be seen? Or are you saying Tang and has something that can't be seen by others? Inju was furious and about to lash out. A pretty female couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out righteously. It's her own cub. If she doesn't want to show you, she doesn't have to. Where are all these whys coming from? Is there something wrong with you? Jina was used to acting tyrannically in Days these past few days. She never expected someone would dare to scold her. She looked at the newcomer with a dark expression. The other party was not afraid at all. I am the daughter of the White Tiger King of Beast King City, a mere female from a small tribe. You think I can't scold you? Inju was startled. This girl was from Beast King City? Could she be here to capture Tang Xiao? Jina didn't believe her at all. Why would someone from Beast King City come to a rural place like ours? Don't tell me you're here in Days to freeload. The pretty girl was instantly furious. Oh, I look like a female from a small tribe? This person really has no judgment. Growing angrier as she spoke, she directly called her guard to handle it. A strong male beast man stepped forward upon receiving the order. Without a word, he dragged Jina away, directly using force to restore the peace. Inju looked at the combination of the young mistress and her loyal guard before her. They didn't look like they were here to capture someone, but more like they were just traveling around for fun. The pretty female turned her head and struck up a conversation with Inju. "Are you Brother Ting Zhao's mate?" She curiously poked the two cubs. "Are these your cubs with him?" Inju, unsure of what her game was a bit baffled. However, she didn't seem to have any ill intentions. By evening, Teng Xiao and Bai Kuan finished their work and prepared to go home. They had long since smelled the fragrant aroma wafting from their house. Inju must have made something delicious again. It was just a pity that Xiao Nuo hadn't finished his tasks and would miss out. Teng Xiao shot Bai Kuan glare. It was all because of this cunning fox, who had pushed all the unfinished work onto Xiao Nuo. Bai Kuan retorted that Xiao Nuo was the young patriarch. It was only right that the capable should do more work. Teng Xiao pushed open the door, about to greet Inju, only to find an uninvited guest at home. A female was wolfing down the food Inju had made. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Teng Xiao. She leaped forward, joyfully calling out, "Brother Teng Xiao." Teng Xiao was completely baffled. Who was this now? However, her features seemed vaguely familiar. He recalled from his memory a similarly adorable little girl who was always calling out, "Brother Teng Xiao, wait for me." It suddenly clicked. Could it be Luo Lan? Luo Lan happily hugged Teng Xiao. She had finally found him. Luo Lan excitedly expressed her joy. Teng Xiao and Inju exchanged a look, breaking out in a cold sweat. Teng Xiao gently pushed away Luo Lan's embracing hands and asked her how she came to be here. Luo Lan's answer was unexpected. She had come specifically to find Teng Xiao. She said he had promised to marry her back then, and now she was here to have him fulfill that promise. Would you take a childhood promise seriously? Just as Luo Lan made her confession that stunned everyone, Teng Xiao's face paled. He pushed Luo Lan away forcefully. Marry her? You've got to be kidding. Inju was also shocked. Did Teng Xiao and Luo Lan actually have a marriage agreement? Bai Kuan, ever the troublemaker, put a supportive arm around Inju and said coolly, "I never expected Teng Xiao to have so many past flings. How can you do this to Inju?" Teng Xiao's face flushed red as he tried to explain. There was really nothing between him and Luo Lan. In the Beast King's city, he had only ever seen her as a little sister and had never said he would become her mate. He hoped Inju wouldn't misunderstand. Hearing this, Luo Lan became unhappy. "Brother Teng Xiao, have you forgotten?" It turned out that when they were young, Luo Lan had once accidentally fallen into a turbulent river. It was Teng Xiao who had jumped in without a second thought to save her. After being rescued, Luo Lan was incredibly grateful to Teng Xiao. She promised him that when she grew up, she would definitely take him as her primary husband. That way, Prince Ninte couldn't bully him anymore, and the Lion King would surely come to value him. The words still seemed to ring in her ears. So many years had passed, but Luo Lan still remembered her promise. Teng Xiao was extremely embarrassed. That was just childish talk from Luo Lan. It couldn't be taken seriously. Besides, Teng Xiao hadn't agreed to it at the time. Luo Lan was a bit angry that it wasn't just talk. I was serious. And since you didn't refuse, that means you agreed. She grabbed Teng Xiao's clothes and said earnestly, "Brother Teng Xiao, I've been looking for you for over 10 years. Please come back with me." Teng Xiao was silent, not knowing what to do. Inju pulled Luo Lan's hand away. "Right now, Teng Xiao is my male. He is also the father of my cubs. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to snatch someone else's mate right in front of them?" Who knew Luo Lan would retort so righteously, "You don't even like Brother Teng Xiao, do you? So why should you care if he leaves with me?" Inju said coldly, "When did I ever say I don't like him?" Luo Lan had already found out everything. Inju had clearly been rejecting Teng Xiao all along, and only got together with him for the sake of the cubs. Inju was a bit embarrassed. That was a long time ago. Luo Lan declared with righteous indignation that she would liberate Brother Teng Xiao from his unhappy union and let him have a new mate who loved him dearly, making him the happiest male in the world. This dramatic speech was quite impressive. Unfortunately, her stomach chose that moment to growl, somewhat ruining the atmosphere. Luo Lan was also a bit embarrassed. She forced herself to remain calm and continued her declaration, In any case, I will definitely take Brother Teng Xiao back to the Beast King city." She told Brother Teng Xiao to be sure to wait for her. With that, she zipped out the door and vanished without a trace. Bai Kuan, who had been enjoying the drama to the fullest, remarked that she was, after all, a guest. And since she was an old acquaintance of Tang Zhao's from the Beast King city, they couldn't neglect her. He suggested they first take Luo Lan to the patriarch to arrange for food and lodging. Before leaving, he hinted to Tang Xiao, "I've given you the opportunity. You'd better explain things properly to Yinzhu." Seeing Tang Xiao nod, he felt relieved and went out to chase after the fleeing Luo Lan. At that moment, Luo Lan's face was beet red. That was just too humiliating. She didn't have the face to stay any longer. Her stomach was just too disappointing. Just as she was about to keep running, Bai Kuan called out to her, saying he would take her to get settled. Inside the house, Tang Xiao was anxiously scratching his head, not knowing how to begin. "Yinzhu, Luo Lan," Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yinzhu. "Luo Lan, she's actually quite cute." Tang Xiao was completely stunned. Yinzhu continued to list Luo Lan's merits. Although Luo Lan is a bit spoiled, she is kind-hearted and straightforward by nature. She wouldn't resort to petty tricks behind someone's back. So, if Tang Xiao really liked her back then, Yinzhu could understand. Her words were beautifully spoken. However, the aura around her grew increasingly gloomy. Even someone as oblivious as Tang Xiao could feel that something was off. But he still earnestly explained to Yinzhu, Luo Lan was just a little sister to him. If she hadn't come looking for him this time, he would have forgotten all about her. But Yinzhu was still incredibly sour. "You may not think it's anything, but she came all the way to days to find you, and even wants to bring you happiness." Seeing Yinzhu like this, Tang Xiao was actually pleasantly surprised. Was Yinzhu jealous? Yinzhu finally realized, but stubbornly denied it. Tang Xiao gently wrapped his arms around Yinzhu. Although he shouldn't be, he was actually a little happy. Yinzhu was a bit confused. Happy about what? Tang Xiao didn't say anything, just kissed Yinzhu. "You do like me a little. That's enough. Do you know about the elaborate contest between love rivals? They might endlessly compare everything from looks to talent, but the outcome is often unexpected." Just now, from Yinzhu's jealous reaction, Tang Xiao felt her love for him. He couldn't help but respond to her passionately. Yinzhu was a bit shy and wanted to refuse Tang Xiao's sudden passion, but her hand accidentally hit one of the soundly sleeping cubs. The cub's brow furrowed in annoyance, and finally, with a loud cry, it interrupted the two misbehaving adults. Startled, Yinzhu quickly pushed Tang Xiao away and ran to soothe the cub. "Tang Cheng, be good. Don't cry." But the awakened Tang Cheng wailed endlessly. Even Tang Shi, who had been sleeping peacefully nearby, was on the verge of being woken up with tears welling up in her eyes. The room was suddenly in chaos. Yinzhu held the wailing Tang Cheng, trying to soothe him, while Tang Xiao wasn't idle either, holding the awakened Tang Shi and coaxing her. The intimate atmosphere between them was completely gone. Tang Xiao couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. As they each coaxed a cub, their thoughts were completely different. Yinzhu was annoyed with herself. What was she doing? With the cubs right there, how could she be fooling around with Tang Xiao? Tang Xiao, however, was secretly reminding himself that next time he had to make sure the cubs weren't around. Holding the chubby cub, he suddenly thought of his third son and asked Yinzhu where Tang'an was. Yinzhu said that before she left, she sent him to Leihe's place. After all, Tang An's beastman appearance makes it impossible to take him out, and there's no one to look after him if he's left at home. She reminded Tang Xiao to remember to pick Tang'an up later. Tang Xiao held the cub's little hand and was silent for a long time. "Yinzhu, have you really decided to let Leihe take Tang'an away?" Yinzhu was sad. She didn't want Tang'an to leave them either. But if he stayed in the tribe, Tang'an would have to hide for his entire life. Besides, because Tang'an never appears, some people are already starting to get suspicious. Yinzhu then told Tang Xiao that when she took the two cubs out today, a female named Gina was persistently following them. The tribe is full of gossip right now. If Gina uses this to stir up trouble, she's afraid Tang'an will be in real danger. Tang Xiao patted Yingzhu's head and told her not to worry. He and Xiao Nuo would handle it. With Tang Xiao's assurance, Yingzhu felt a little more secure. Meanwhile, Luo Lan was staring blankly out the window. Her guard, Lu Feng, had just returned after gathering information about Yingzhu. From him, Luo Lan learned that the people of Days held Yingzhu in high regard. She could identify many plants, find new food sources, and knew how to weave clothes, make pottery, and farm. Even the city wall, which Luo Lan had praised so highly when she arrived, was built under Yingzhu's guidance. Luo Lan felt a wave of helplessness. How could such a small tribe have such an outstanding female? Lu Feng was confused. "Miss, you have a noble status. You can have any warrior you want. Why'd you been hung up on that Ting Xiao for so many years? You even ran away from home, traveling over mountains and rivers to find him. But Ting Xiao has long forgotten you, miss." The guard became more and more agitated as he spoke. He felt that Ting Xiao was not worthy of his master at all. Luolan was furious when she heard Lu Feng's words, telling him to shut up and not to speak ill of her brother Ting Xiao. Lu Feng immediately knelt on one knee to admit his mistake. Luolan snorted coldly. "Don't let it happen again." Seeing this, Lu Feng offered a suggestion. If Luolan really wanted to get Tang Xiao, she didn't have to compete head-on with that female. Why not have the guard station outside the city take action? They could just kidnap him and take him back to Beast King City to be imprisoned. But Luolan flatly refused. She didn't want to use violent means. "That I want to prove to brother Tang Xiao that I am much better than that Ingzhu. That way, Tang Xiao will definitely fall in love with me." But Lu Feng dealt a heavy blow. "What if Ting Xiao is still unwilling to go back with you?" Luolan, who had never considered this possibility, became angry out of embarrassment. "That will never happen. I won't lose." Putting her words into action, the next day, Luolan set up a grand display in days, showing off fine goods to attract a crowd. Ingzhu, who was passing by, was curious. "Why is everyone gathered here?" She sniffed carefully at the fragrance wafting from Luolan's direction. "This smell is so familiar. What is it?" By now, Luolan was surrounded by beastmen. Everyone was praising her, as expected of someone from a big city like Beast King City, to be able to bring out such a strange plant. Someone else curiously asked Luolan what it was. Luolan's face was full of pride. "This is a roasted earth fruit, a special plant from Beast King City. It matures in just 2 or 3 months, has a high yield, and is easy to store. Not only is it delicious, but also fills you up quickly. With it, you'll never go hungry in winter." She looked at Ingzhu, who had come over to see the commotion, and thought to herself competitively, "It's just finding new food, isn't it? If Ingzhu can do it, so can I." Ingzhu didn't notice Luolan's boastful tone at all. Instead, during her long introduction, she realized what this plant was. "These are potatoes. Potatoes that can be a staple food. This woman is actually making French fries in a primitive society. Even a love rival would have to call this a blessing." Just a moment ago, Ingzhu's appraisal system was activated. Ding. New species discovered, potato. Listening to the system's introduction, Ingzhu's eyes lit up. Although it didn't look like a potato, its characteristics were very similar. She excitedly grabbed Luolan's hand and asked if there were many of these potatoes, her mind already racing. Potatoes could not only be a staple food, but they were also simple and versatile to cook. They were a perfect match for all kinds of meat, whether fried, stir-fried, boiled, deep-fried, braised, stewed, or simmered. They could be made delicious in any way. Thinking of the French fries, potato chips, mashed potatoes, potato pancakes, stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, and potato and pork rib stew from her past life, Ingzhu was practically drooling. Seeing everyone looking like country bumpkins, Luolan felt both proud and reserved. "They're just potatoes. Since everyone likes them so much, I'll gift them to you." Anyway, there were plenty of these in the king's city. She had her guard, Lu Feng, bring over a large pile of potatoes. She generously stated that these were a welcome gift for them. Everyone was deeply moved. "Miss Luolan is so kind, giving us so many potatoes." Ingzhu's eyes sparkled. With so many potatoes, they could be planted just like yams. This way, the Days tribe would never have to worry about food again. However, Ingzhu wasn't sure how to plant them either. It seemed she would have to ask her plug-in Baina. The people of Days, having been educated by Ingzhu, were beginning to understand sustainable development. They eagerly asked Luolan for the method to plant the potatoes. Although Miss Luolan had given them many, they would eventually run out. It would be great if they could be planted like yams. Luolan immediately felt a headache coming on. How would a young lady like her know how to farm? She stammered for a long time, but couldn't give a clear answer. Just then, Ingzhu, who had finished consulting her plug-in, came over and saved her from the awkward situation. Planting potatoes is similar to yams. You have to sprout them first before planting. They don't need too much water, just keep the soil slightly moist. You also have to watch out for pests. Gazing at the eloquent Ingzhu, Luo Lan felt a mix of admiration and annoyance. How could Inju, a female from a small tribe, know so much about planting? That guy by Cohen must have taught her. I never saw him put this much effort in back in the Beast King city. Luo Lan tried to save face. Why go through the trouble of planting them yourselves? I can have someone send several large baskets of potatoes every year. Inju shook her head. The potatoes Luo Lan had given them were more than enough. She took Luo Lan's hand and said seriously, from now on, we can be completely self-reliant. After all, always depending on others for help is not a long-term solution. Luo Lan was taken aback by Inju's independent mindset. She stammered, fine, if you don't want them, you don't have to take them. But in her heart, she found this self-reliant Inju to be very charming. She thought she finally understood why Brother Tung Xiao liked her. However, she couldn't give up so easily. She had to let Ting Xiao see her good qualities. A Fu had told her that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. The next day, Luo Lan brought a large amount of food she had personally prepared to find Tang Xiao. She saw him from a distance and excitedly showed him all the delicious food she had brought for him. But when she got closer, she saw that Inju and Xiao Nuo were also there. It was clear the three of them were having a meal. Tung Xiao looked troubled. Why is she here? Inju warmly greeted Luo Lan. You brought food for Tung Xiao and the others? Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Staring at the wide variety of delicious food before her, Luo Lan was stunned. Did Inju make all of this? Inju, however, praised Luo Lan profusely. This is all delicious food made from the potatoes Luo Lan gifted us. Luo Lan felt a little dejected. The food smelled so fragrant, and what Inju made looked incredibly delicious. But she didn't want to admit defeat so quickly. She wanted to pull Tung Xiao aside to talk. Tung Xiao was a bit reluctant. Watching the two of them pulling at each other, Xiao Nuo started whispering to Inju, Inju, is this the beloved sister from the Beast King city that Bai Cohen mentioned? Why aren't you stopping them? What if she really takes Tung Xiao back to the Beast King city? But Inju felt that it was obvious Tung Xiao only saw Luo Lan as a dear sister. Besides, it was useless for her to interfere in this kind of matter. Luo Lan was so persistent. Tung Xiao had to make it clear to her himself. Seeing this, Xiao Nuo pulled Inju up to leave. Before going, he warned Tung Xiao, for the sake of our brotherhood, I'm reminding you to make things clear with Luo Lan soon. Otherwise, your indecisiveness will not only hurt Luo Lan, but it will also hurt Inju. Tung Xiao's expression darkened. It would hurt two people? Just then, Luo Lan threw herself at him and grabbed his arm affectionately. Tung Xiao stiffly pulled away. Luo Lan, I've always seen you as a sister. It's impossible for us to become mates. Seeing that Luo Lan still wouldn't give up, he became serious that I am very happy with Inju and our cubs. Luo Lan, you know my personality. If I don't like someone, I would rather die than be with them. Luo Lan urged him to think about their childhood. He was bullied by Prince Lant, and the Lion King wouldn't stand up for him. Back then, Tung Xiao had told Luo Lan that he would train hard, and one day he would make them all look at him in a new light. Are you, Tung Xiao, now content to hide in a small tribe and let them laugh at you? Tung Xiao sighed. What happened in the Beast King city is in the past for me. I'm no longer the same resentful Tung Xiao from back then. I have my own life now and don't want to get involved with them anymore. Luo Lan's face changed, but you don't know, do you? Lant already knows you're in daze and has sent people to deal with you. You know what someone whose love has turned to hate? What will they do? Just a moment ago, Tung Xiao was startled by Luo Lan's words. He knew that Nanny, as the Lion King's legitimate son, had always resented him for being illegitimate. But he never expected Nanny to find out his whereabouts so quickly and even send people after him. Tung Xiao's expression turned grim. If Nanty knew his whereabouts, what about the Saintess? Did she know too? Luo Lan told Tung Xiao that the Lion King had been sending people everywhere to find him, and Nanny had his own men following along. Unexpectedly, his men got lucky. They rescued a female who had been exiled from the Great Marsh, and she was the one who brought back the news about Tung Xiao. Tung Xiao thought for a moment and understood the key. That exiled female must be Su Fei. Since that troublemaker went to Beast King City, the resentful Su Fei would surely spread the news about him far and wide. It would be impossible to hide it from the Saintess. Tung Xiao's heart grew heavy. This battle was coming far too soon. But then, Luo Lan's tone took an unexpected turn. She huffed angrily that Nanny had been hiding the news about Teng Xiao, keeping it from the Lion King. He was afraid the Lion King would bring Teng Xiao back and threaten his position. Teng Xiao was stunned by this surprising twist at O. Is that so? That's actually good. Luo Lan grabbed Teng Xiao in frustration. How is that good? He's hiding it from the Lion King, so he can kill you. She was both anxious and angry. Brother Teng Xiao, whatever Inju can give you, I can too, and I can give you even more. Luo Lan promised that if Teng Xiao married her, she would be his support. With his talent, he could become the next White Tiger King. Then, no one would look down on him or bully him anymore. Wasn't this what Teng Xiao had longed for most as a child? Luo Lan held on to Teng Xiao's arm tightly, growing more and more agitated, but Teng Xiao didn't respond. He remained silent for a long moment before firmly removing Luo Lan's hand. He told Luo Lan not to waste her time on him anymore, to go back to Beast King City. Right now, my heart only has room for Inju. With that, he turned and walked away, his expression showing not a hint of lingering affection. Meanwhile, Inju was confused. They hadn't even finished their meal, so why was Xiao Nuo pulling him away? Besides, leaving Teng Xiao and Luo Lan alone together didn't seem right. But Xiao Nuo had his own perspective. This was a chance for Teng Xiao to make things clear with Luo Lan, so she would stop bothering Inju. Besides, he hadn't been able to sleep holding Inju for several nights. He wanted to be alone with Inju and didn't want that guy Teng Xiao to disturb them. Inju shyly hugged Xiao Nuo back. Well, who's the one who's always busy late into the night? Xiao Nuo gave a mischievous smile. That's my fault. I've neglected you these past few days. How about I make it up to you right now? Before Inju could understand, Xiao Nuo gently caressed his lips with his fingers and gave him a deep kiss. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The young lovers embraced passionately on the grass, easing the pain of their longing. Meanwhile, Luo Lan was devastated, crying her heart out in her room. Lu Feng tried to comfort her. Miss Luo Lan, please don't be sad. Even though that ungrateful Teng Xiao rejected you, it doesn't mean you're not beautiful. But Luo Lan only cried harder, leaving Lu Feng at his wit's end. Since Teng Xiao said he's not leaving, why don't we set off for Beast King City tomorrow? Once we're back, the White Tiger King will surely select the most outstanding warrior on the continent to be your partner, Miss Luo Lan. Why bother with someone like Teng Xiao, who doesn't have long to live anyway? Luo Lan stopped crying. Teng Xiao doesn't have long to live? What do you mean by that, Lu Feng? Lu Feng sighed. The guards reported today. They found traces of my Jin and the other assassins nearby. Luo Lan hadn't expected my Jin and his men to have arrived already. Lu Feng told her that they would never let Teng Xiao go. This can be considered a bit of revenge for you. Luo Lan was conflicted. Will brother Teng Xiao die? A Fu had once told her, if you can't have it, you might as well destroy it. After some thought, an idea began to form in Luo Lan's mind. She instructed Lu Feng to find my Jin tomorrow and deliver a message for her. Would you help your love rival in a matter of life and death? Just now, Teng Xiao was preparing to take the two cubs out to play. He reminded Xiao Nuo to take good care of Inju. Xiao Nuo was secretly delighted. Of course, this was a rare chance for him and Inju to be alone. In front of Teng Xiao, Inju was a little shy. I'll leave the cubs with you today. Seeing Xiao Nuo's joyful expression, Teng Xiao was displeased. He hugged the cubs in his arms and snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Nuo hasn't been close with Inju recently, I would never have taken the initiative to create this private time for them. Just as he was speaking, Luo Lan suddenly appeared nearby. She looked at Teng Xiao, hesitating to speak. Teng Xiao sighed. Luo Lan, I made myself very clear to you yesterday. Why have you come to waste my time again? Luo Lan cautiously explained that she was here to see Inju. Hearing this, Teng Xiao was even more determined to stop her. Just then, Inju came out of the house and asked what was happening. Luo Lan seized the opportunity, bypassed Teng Xiao, and said, Inju, I want to learn how to make those earth fruits from you. Is that okay? Of course, Inju wouldn't refuse. But Teng Xiao grabbed Inju's ARM.NO. I said some harsh things to her yesterday. Luo Lan has always been proud. What if she takes her anger out on you? Inju smiled that don't worry. She can't hurt me. Somehow, Inju had a strange confidence in Luo Lan. She felt that Luo Lan wasn't such a vicious person. Perhaps she just wanted to talk to Inju. Tung Xiao still wanted to object, but Inju pushed the fussy man away. She also included Xiao Nua. You two, hurry up and take the cubs out to play, or they'll start crying soon. The innocent Xiao Nua was completely bewildered, but today was supposed to be his and Inju's special time together. Tung Xiao was extremely anxious, but in the end, he decided to trust Inju. He dragged Xiao Nua away, leaving Xiao Nua with a heart shattered to pieces. Meanwhile, inside the house, Inju closed the door and was about to turn and speak to Lu Olan when a dagger was held straight in front of her. Lu Olan held the dagger with a trembling hand. Inju, you even sent Xiao Nua away. Did you never consider that I might actually do something to you? After all, you stole my Tung Xiao. Inju grabbed Lu Olan's wrist with a backhand grip. With a firm squeeze, the dagger fell to the floor. She used a bit of grappling technique and pinned Lu Olan down. She told the young Miss Lu Olan with a smile, when you're threatening someone, your hand shouldn't tremble. Hold the knife steady, and don't talk so much nonsense. Otherwise, it's easy to get counterattacked. After saying that, she tied Lu Olan up securely. Lu Olan was in turmoil. She never expected to be taken down in a single move. How could a female like Inju be so strong? Inju clapped her hands that it's nothing special. I just have a little bit of experience in this area. I've practiced a few moves. Otherwise, why would you think Xiao Nua would be at ease leaving the two of us alone? Females need to learn how to protect themselves. Alright, now Lu Olan should be able to have a proper conversation with me. Inju asked Lu Olan what she really wanted to do. Was she trying to threaten her with a knife to leave Tung Xiao? Lu Olan shook her head. Actually, she never intended to harm Inju. She was just unwilling to give up so easily and wanted to try one last time. Inju was a bit confused. Try what? Lu Olan explained that if Inju had easily abandoned Tung Xiao under a threat, she would have fought to the end and never given Tung Xiao up to someone like that. But if Inju held firm to her feelings for Tung Xiao, then Lu Olan could give up completely and sincerely wish them well. After all, she didn't want to become the kind of great villain who would stop at nothing to break up a loving couple. That would be too unsightly. Although her plan was meticulously calculated, Lu Olan never expected Inju's combat power to be so high. She almost got herself into serious trouble. Inju chuckled, I'm so sorry that my combat power is so high. She cut the ropes for Lu Olan. Since there's nothing else, you should get going. Lu Olan was a little surprised that you're just letting me go like this. Aren't you afraid I'll continue to pester Tung Xiao? But Inju was very calm that you've already made your decision, haven't you? Besides, Inju felt that Lu Olan never really intended to do anything to her. She couldn't keep her tied up forever. Lu Olan looked crestfallen. She pushed open the door to leave, but turned back with tears in her eyes. You don't need to worry about Nandy's side. I've already had Lu Feng go and warn them. They probably won't dare to do anything to Brother Tung Xiao out in the open anymore. This is the last thing I can do for you. Inju sincerely thanked Lu Olan, inwardly wishing that this proud yet kind girl would find her own happiness. Meanwhile, after Lu Feng delivered the warning to my Jing was furious. Damn that Lu Feng. Isn't that guy just a dog by Lu Olan's side? How dare he come and warn us? Who does he think he is? His subordinates, however, were very worried. They advised my Jing to just let it go. Prince Nanny had instructed them that killing Tung Xiao must be done in secret. If Lu Olan went back and reported them to the Lion King, they would all be exposed. At that point, Nanny might not necessarily help them. But my Jing had another idea in mind, that what's there to be afraid of? We're not the only ones who want to deal with Tung Xiao. We can totally use someone else to do our dirty work. If you transmigrated to a primitive society, what would you most want to do with modern knowledge? This transmigrated woman's mind was filled with hot pot. Just a moment ago, Lu Olan, having understood Tung Xiao's heart, decided to set off for Beast King City. Before leaving, she gave the unique species for the planes that she had brought with her to Inju, asking her to try planting them in the hope that it would help them. After bidding farewell to Lu Olan, in the days that followed, everyone in the tribe was enthusiastically farming and hunting, preparing for the coming winter. The Pugwa fruit, under the careful cultivation of Inju and Baikuan, also had a bountiful harvest. Their round and plump appearance looked very delicious. Amidst the busy preparations, the weather grew colder and colder. Winter had finally arrived. On this day, after hunting, Tung Xiao hurried home. Even he found the cold weather a bit unbearable. As soon as he pushed open the door, he was drawn in by an alluring aroma. He saw Inju, Baikuan, and Xiao Nua gathered around the large table inside. In front of them was a spread of rich food and a strange, large pot. Tung Xiao was intrigued by this strange, large pot. This pot looks so strange. Why is it divided into two sections? Speaking of this, Inju was very proud. This is the hot pot that Baikuin and I succeeded in firing after many attempts. The two sections are for mild and spicy flavors. Everyone can cook whatever they want to eat in the corresponding section according to their own taste. Then they can dip it in a little of Inju's secret sauce. Inju demonstrated how to eat hot pot. He took a bite himself and was moved to tears by the delicious flavor. Although the ingredients and dipping sauces weren't as varied as in modern times, the fact that he could eat hot pot in the Beastman world was more than enough for him. The three men, however, were a bit skeptical. Is it really that good? Tung Xiao was the first to try a bite. He was immediately stunned by the complex layers of flavor. It's so spicy, yet so fragrant. Baikuin felt like his soul had left his body. He had never tasted anything so delicious. The texture was completely different from roasted meat, incredibly rich and juicy. The dipping sauce also had a unique flavor of its own. The appetites of the three Beastman natives were whetted, and they began to furiously add more food to the pot. Inju had to stop them repeatedly. Wait, finish what's already in the pot first. The meat will get tough if you cook it for too long. The men just grunted in agreement and continued to eat voraciously without even looking up. Baikuin took a tasteful sip of the broth and found the soup base to be exceptionally delicious as well. Inju said proudly, "Of course, I made this soup base by simmering several types of lean meat and spices." Xiao Nua and Tung Xiao nearly came to blows over a piece of meat. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Inju ate until his belly was round. Hot pot and winter truly are the perfect match. Tung Xiao wiped the sweat from his face, not knowing if it was from the heat or the spice. Xiao Nua was full of praise for the hot pot, remarking, "The only thing is, making the soup base is rather troublesome, and it consumes a lot of ingredients. If the recipe could be simplified and introduced to the tribe, it would make winter much more bearable for everyone." While clearing the table, Baikuin was still reluctant to let go of the hot pot's flavor. What a shame. If only we could have hot pot for the entire winter. Inju comforted him with a smile. Even without hot pot, we still have cured meat, bamboo shoots, and white radishes. So many delicious things to eat. He lay down with a contented sigh. It's a shame he went to find a place to hibernate. Otherwise, he could have joined us. Just then, Tung Xiao noticed the snow outside had stopped and asked Inju, should we take Tung Shi and Tung Ching out to get some sun? Since they were all at home looking after Tung and who couldn't go out, Inju also thought about how the little ones hadn't been outside for a long time this winter. He decided to take the two of them out for a walk. He bundled the two little ones up warmly. As he passed a corner, he saw a group of females gathered together, faintly discussing something. A little curious, Inju walked over. When the group saw it was him, they couldn't help but look a little guilty. "Oh, Inju, you're here." Inju exchanged a few pleasantries before asking what they had been discussing. The others avoided his gaze and nothing much. But Gina, standing to the side, couldn't hold her tongue and blurted out, "We were just saying that Tung and was born so long ago, yet none of us have seen him. We were thinking of visiting your home to see him. Can we, Inju?" Inju was inwardly startled, but immediately refused politely. Tung isn't in the best of health, so I'm afraid it's not a convenient time. Before Inju could finish, Gina closed in on him aggressively. "We just want a quick peek." "Why would you refuse, Inju? We're all just concerned for Tung and out of the goodness of our hearts. Or is there something about Tung and that you're trying to hide?" Gina then dropped a bombshell. "Inju, we've all heard that Tung is a half-beastman. That's why you've been hiding him away and refusing to let us see him." Inju immediately retorted, thinking to himself that she couldn't be very bright to believe such a baseless rumor. Inwardly, however, his heart sank. How on earth did the truth about Tung get out? Gina, showing no signs of backing down, continued, "It's because you won't let anyone see Tung and that we're all suspicious. As for proof, it's simple. Just let us all see Tung. If it turns out to be false, we will of course apologize to you." She grew more agitated as she spoke, rallying the others to corner Inju. "If Tung really is a half-beastman, I'm sure you know what consequences he will face." The others began to agree with Gina. Even a female who is normally on good terms with Inju started to waver. Inju, maybe you should just let us have a look. Otherwise, Gina will never drop it. Seeing Inju's grim expression and silence, Gina became even more arrogant. See, he's guilty. He doesn't dare take us to see Tongin. Since he won't cooperate, we'll just go to his house ourselves, find that half-beastman mongrel, and throw him out of the tribe. After saying this, she gave a grand wave of her hand, preparing to lead the crowd straight to Inju's home. But Inju was not about to let this treacherous woman get her way. There are plenty of cubs in the tribe with poor health who can't receive visitors. Does Gina demand to see every single one? And if she's refused, does she slander them as half-beastmen? You want to see Tingen? Fine. But if his health fails and something happens to him because of this, then all of you will be murderers. I will make you pay for it with your lives. Gina was momentarily taken aback by Inju's fierce threat. She glared at him venomously, but dared not make a move. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, the tribe leader rushed over. What is all this shouting about at a time like this? Seeing the leader, Gina thought her moment had come. She grabbed the leader's arm and started tattling that we heard Inju's cub is a half-beastman, and we want to go see for ourselves. The tribe leader was shocked. How did the rumor about Tung and being a half-beastman spread? This couldn't get out to the rest of the tribe. Having made his decision, the leader's face immediately grew stern. He scolded Gina for spouting nonsense. Tung and is perfectly fine. I held him myself right after he was born. They still have the energy to spread rumors. The beast tide is here. Those beasts are about to attack. Why aren't you all finding a place to hide? Everyone was suddenly shocked. The beast tide had actually arrived. It turned out that every winter, when the beasts in the forest couldn't find food, they would collectively attack the nearby tribes. Under the threat to their survival, the beasts would fight to the death. Many small tribes had disappeared because of this. Even the Days tribe had almost been wiped out several times. The chieftain pointed to the dense horde of beasts below the city wall. These cunning creatures are now waiting for nightfall. They will attack when the people of Days are most tired and their vision is at its worst. Ingju felt that with the city wall blocking them, the beasts shouldn't be able to attack the tribe. If worst came to worst, they could also use bows and arrows to kill the beasts outside the walls. The chieftain shook his head. You underestimate them. Once too many beasts in the horde are killed or injured, the remaining ones will pile up the corpses and climb over the city wall. That is the most terrifying part. Unless we can hit them hard all at once, they will never leave. Hearing this, Ingju became very uneasy. Can the tribe hold out? The chieftain didn't have much confidence either. This year's beast tide has come too early, and the number of beasts is several times greater than in previous years. We were completely unprepared for this. So, it's possible some beasts will break into the tribe and wreak havoc. But as long as one person remains, the Days tribe will not fall. For safety, the chieftain told Ingju to take the children and hide in the cellar immediately. With a heavy heart, Ingju nodded in agreement. The cruel side of the beasts was beyond her imagination. While Qiao Nuo and the others fought on the battlefield, she had to protect the children and not let them be a distraction. But she felt something was wrong. Rumors about Tung and it suddenly started spreading in the tribe, and right at that moment, the beast tide arrived. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Ingju turned back to the city wall and touched it. Smelling the scent of beast blood on her hand, her hair stood on end. How could something like this be on the city wall? Recalling the chieftain's words, this year's beast tide was very strange. It came early and in extremely large numbers. She suddenly understood that someone had deliberately used blood and flesh to lure the beast horde to the Days tribe. And the only ones who would resort to such a vicious method were the Juk tribe. Meanwhile, in the Juk tribe, the Juk chieftain was respectfully telling a visitor that everything had been arranged. The rumors had been spread, and he had also sent people to lure a horde of tens of thousands of beasts over. Even if the Days tribe's walls were high, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The envoy opposite him was Mai Jing. He praised the Juk chieftain for a job well done. Once the matter was settled, Prince Nanti would surely reward them. The Juk chieftain was about to arrange the next step. Mai Jing told him not to rush, as he had one more big gift to deliver. The girl saved everyone with the divine tree. But after the divine tree disappeared, she was framed and accused of being divinely punished. They not only wanted to kill her child, but also to banish her from the tribe. Just now, the males of the tribe had gathered and were rushing towards the city wall. They had thought they could have a peaceful winter this year, but the beast tide came so early and was so overwhelming. In the chaos, Ingju noticed two unfamiliar males. They looked furtive as they ran off in the opposite direction. Ingju watched carefully from the side. She realized she had never seen these two males in the tribe before. Suspicion grew in her heart. Could it be? Just then, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder. Being on high alert, Ingju jumped, her hair standing on end. She turned to see Xiao Nua looking at her with concern. Ingju, why are you still here? Hurry and hide in the cellar. It will be dangerous if the wolf pack breaks in. Ingju told Xiao Nua that she had just spotted two suspicious people and pointed in the direction they went. Xiao Nua looked closely and saw it was the path to the storehouse. He found it very strange. Why would anyone be running to the storehouse at a time like this? Chieftainess AMU had clearly already assigned people to guard it. However, the situation was urgent. He told Ingju to go back quickly, preparing to follow them himself. After speaking, he turned to leave but was pulled back by Ingju. Ingju, what's wrong? With a worried expression, Ingju urged Xiao Nua to be careful. Since using the divine art last time, Bei was still in a deep sleep. She couldn't help at all. With the beast tide being so dangerous, she could only watch helplessly. The anxiety in her heart was almost crushing her. Xiao Nua smiled faintly. He said to Ingju, "Don't worry, I will come back safely." Ingju was still uneasy. "You better not be lying to me." Xiao Nua looked at Ingju seriously. "When have I ever lied to you? For you, Ingju, and for the tribe, we will win." Ingju kissed Xiao, and you O.MM. "I believe you." As night fell, the beast horde could no longer hold back and launched a massive attack. The people on the city wall released countless arrows. This rain of arrows killed many beasts, but as the bodies of the beasts piled up, the beasts also gained a foothold. The city walls gradually became unable to hold back all the beasts. The tribe's line of defense continuously fell back. Xiao Nua and Tang Xiao led the tribe's warriors in a desperate fight. This brutal war lasted the entire night, until the sun slowly rose. Finally, the beast horde reluctantly left after daybreak, leaving behind numerous corpses. Watching the retreating beast horde, the warriors of Days couldn't help but cheer. "We won. We are victorious." The females who had been hiding in the cellars also ran out one by one, pleasantly surprised to find the beast horde had retreated. They were safe. Ingju anxiously searched through the crowd, seeing Xiao Nua's battered and exhausted state. She couldn't help but throw herself into Xiao Nua's arms. "This is wonderful. Xiao Nua is back safely." Xiao Nua also held Ingju tightly. The warm atmosphere between them didn't last a minute. Ingju began to meticulously check Xiao Nua's body from head to toe. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" Xiao Nua reassured Ingju that he was fine. The blood on him was from the beasts. Just as Ingju was bustling about like a little sparrow, Bai Kuan, who was standing to the side, started crying, "I'm not okay." Ingju became nervous. "Bai Kuan, where are you hurt? Let me see." Bai Kuan clutched his heart with both hands, looking utterly dejected. "Ingju, you only care about Xiao Nua, not me. My heart has suffered a heavy blow." When Airhead, Tung Xiao, and Xiao Nua each took an arm and were about to drag Bai Kuan away, Bai Kuan struggled desperately. "Let go of me. Let go of me. I need a hug from Ingju to get better." Ingju could see that he was perfectly healthy. The boisterous Bai Kuan was mercilessly dragged away. Ingju watched him go, then began to survey the battlefield, her heart growing heavier. Although Days had fought off the beast horde, they had paid a terrible price. And all of this was because of Ju Kei's scheming. The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. "I have to quickly explain the reason for the beast tied to the chief, Amu, and warn him to be careful of Ju Kei's future schemes." She had just spotted the chief when she heard him harshly scolding someone. Ingju had rarely seen the chief so furious. It turned out to be Ji Na's mate. Junshan was accusing Ingju. He claimed that it was because Ingju had sheltered her half-beast cub that she had incurred the beast god's wrath. The myriad beast forest had never before experienced such a large-scale beast tide, and it had come far too early. This was clearly a divine punishment. The chief could no longer stand it and finally exposed his despicable motives. He was deliberately using Inju and the cub as an excuse to undermine Qiao Nuo and Teng Zhao's status. With his petty scheme revealed, Junshan was momentarily embarrassed, but he quickly became smug again. Whether it's divine punishment or not, why don't we just ask Inju herself? He firmly pinned the blame on Inju, waiting to see how she would defend herself. Only then did the chief notice that Inju had been watching coldly from the side for some time. The girl never lets anyone see her child, because one look at the child would be enough to kill them. Not long ago, due to Junshan and Jina's instigation, the people of the Days tribe had begun to waver. Some firmly believed that Inju had received the beast god's revelation and couldn't possibly be the subject of divine punishment. Others argued that it was precisely because Inju had sheltered the half-beast that the beast god had unleashed the beast tide to punish her. For a moment, the debate was fierce and inconclusive. Inju started to feel that things were taking a bad turn. Although she didn't know how Junshan and Jina had found out about Teng'an, she couldn't let them keep pressing the issue. Otherwise, if Chang'an's identity were to be exposed, she feared nothing could be explained. At this thought, she immediately defended herself. The beast tide didn't appear because of some divine punishment. It was because someone deliberately scattered the flesh and blood of beasts at the city gate to lure the hungry horde. Hearing this, the tribe chief flew into a rage. What? Who would be so unscrupulous? Inju gritted her teeth. The only one who bears such a great grudge against us and would resort to such means is... The chief blurted out Ju Quebec. The other tribe members were in an uproar. It's Ju K again. They're always hounding us. We shouldn't have let them off so easily last time. Nearby, Junshan was seething with hatred. Damn it. The plan was perfect. I was going to use that half-beast cub to make Inju take the blame. Now everything is ruined. While the chief was instructing the tribe members to strengthen their watch, Junshan quietly pulled Jina aside. Are you sure Teng'an is really a half-beast? Jina was certain that a powerful figure from the Beast King city snuck into Days to investigate. He also found that Inju is indeed hiding the child very carefully. That's highly suspicious. After receiving Jina's confirmation, Junshan decided to take a risk. If he could truly suppress Teng Xiao and Qiao Nuo, he could win over more supporters and seize control of the tribe. With this in mind, Junshan began to question Inju. You claim Ju K used flesh and blood to lure the beast tide. Do you have any proof? Inju started to answer without thinking. For something like that, you just need to go to the city gate and look. She suddenly froze and given the current state of the city wall. Junshan seized the flaw in Inju's words and retorted. The area near the wall is now covered in blood and corpses. You're the only one who has seen this so-called evidence. We have no idea if it's true or false. However, it's very easy to prove whether the beast tide was a divine punishment. Just hand over Teng'an. The group leader was furious. Junshan, are you trying to force Inju's hand? Hand over Teng'an? Do you need to inspect every cub in the tribe before you can be at ease? Junshan claimed he didn't mean that, but at the same time, he felt that only by confirming Teng'an's identity could everyone feel safe, right? After all, no one wanted to live in a tribe that harbored a half-beastman. Junshan's pressure, however, calmed Inju down. It seemed he was determined to have a complete falling out with them. The truth about Teng'an could no longer be hidden, but she could never abandon Teng'an. If it really came to the point of becoming enemies with her own tribe, Inju, don't be afraid. A warm hand grasped her wrist. Inju turned to see that Qiao Nuo, Teng Xiao, and Bai Kun were all standing behind her, ready to support her. No matter what happened, they would face it together. Looking at the three faces full of trust, Inju felt a surge of warmth and suddenly found infinite courage. At that moment, Junshan continued to press further. He believed Inju's resistance was a sign of guilt. He even pretended to be magnanimous, saying that all she had to do was bring the child out. Seeing Inju's silence, he began to incite the other tribe members. A half-beastman is a cursed abomination of the beast god. Even though it's Inju's cub, she hid it from everyone, ultimately attracting a beast tide that caused many tribe members to die. He grew more fervent as he spoke, ordering Inju to throw the child out and demanding that Qiao Nuo and the others hand over their authority. Qiao Nuo and Teng Xiao were so angry they clenched their fists, ready to punch him. Just then, Inju suddenly announced that she would let people see Tung and to confirm his identity. The group leader, who knew the truth, couldn't help but be surprised. Even Junshan hadn't expected Inju to actually agree. But Inju immediately added that Junshan had repeatedly spread rumors that Tung was a half-beastman and claimed he brought disaster to the tribe. This was an insult to her. Therefore, her condition was that if they saw Tung and found he was not a half-beastman, then Junshan must get out of the Days tribe. She asked, did Junshan dare to accept this price? Junshan hesitated for a moment. Was she bluffing, trying to make it back down? The group leader also took the opportunity to tell Junshan that as long as he agreed to Inju's condition, he could see Tung, and gritting his teeth, Junshan took the bet. In front of everyone, he agreed to Inju's condition. If Tung was truly not a half-beastman, he would leave the tribe. In his heart, however, he believed this was Inju's trap. Tung must be a half-beastman, and he wouldn't be fooled. Inju turned to leave, then follow me. Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao were worried. Inju, are you really going to let them see Tingen? You know his health is poor. Inju smiled confidently. Trust me, I will protect Tung. I won't let anyone harm my cub. Inju was making a power move, successfully protecting her half-beastman cub. Just moments ago, a crowd had followed Inju to her doorstep. As they arrived at the door, Inju suddenly stopped. Wait. She paused her hand on the door. Junshan looked at Inju smugly. What, you want to back out? It's too late now. Inju turned and stared at him coldly. I've said that Tung is not well. It's inconvenient for so many people to go in. Choose 2 or 3 representatives to go inside and confirm Tung's identity. Junshan gave a sinister smile. He wanted to see that half-beastman brat with his own eyes to prevent Inju from having any opportunity to collude with others and deceive the tribe. Inju retorted, I should be the one saying that. Junshan, you must go in, lest you twist the truth later or coerce and bribe someone to give false testimony for you. While they were at a stalemate, an elderly, disabled beastman stepped forward and asked to go see Tung and with Junshan. The other tribe members were overjoyed to see this. It was the honest and decent Uncle Jiaming. He would definitely not lie. Moreover, Uncle Jiaming's leg was crippled by a half-beastman. Even if Tung really were a half-beastman, he wouldn't be soft-hearted and cover for Inju. Hearing everyone say this, Inju agreed to let the 2 of them enter. Follow me. The 3 of them turned, entered the house, and shut the door tightly. Outside, the group leader's heart was filled with anxiety. He quietly asked Xiao Nuo, what exactly is Inju planning? Xiao Nuo shook his head. He didn't know either. Inju said she has a way. We can only trust her. Tung Xiao walked over with a grave expression. Group leader, if the time comes when the tribe truly has no place for Tung, I will leave with him. The group leader was shocked. What are you saying? Inju has helped the tribe so much. I won't let them drive Tung out. Bai Kuan spoke calmly. Inju wouldn't do something she's not sure of. I think she might have used. Just then, the 2 men emerged after seeing Tung. They were stern-faced and silent. As Inju closed the door, someone impatiently asked Uncle Jiaming, is Tung a half-beastman or not? Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao looked anxiously at Inju, but she just winked at them as if to say, don't worry. At that moment, Uncle Jiaming spoke. Tung is a pure beastman cub. The tribe was instantly in an uproar. He was actually a real beast man. But Uncle Jiaming didn't look happy at all. He told the crowd that Tung's condition was not optimistic. His body is just too weak. It's uncertain if he can survive the winter. This astonished Xiao Nuo and Tung Xiao. How did Inju manage to make Uncle Jiaming believe that? Uncle Jiaming sighed. He held Inju's hand to comfort her. He told her to take good care of Tung. If she had any difficulties, she could tell them. They would all help her. Inju nodded in thanks. Nearby, Junshan was furious and ashamed. He couldn't believe Tung was a beast man. He felt that the cub just now wasn't Tung, and Inju must have found a random cub to impersonate him. But Uncle Jiaming mercilessly refuted him. Tung has the very distinct bloodline features of Sky Master. He didn't think the cub was an imposter. Uncle Jiaming had a high reputation in the tribe. Everyone immediately believed his words. Inju looked at Junshan. According to their previous agreement, he had to get out of the Days tribe immediately. Seeing that the situation was lost, Junshan could only leave in disgrace. Before he left, he pointed at Inju resentfully. Fine, I'll go. Inju, You can't fool me. Sheltering a half-beastman will get you punished by the beast god. I'll be waiting to see what becomes of you. Seeing Jun Shan leave, Ji Nai could only hurry after him. Inju sighed in relief. She was finally safe for now. After the tribespeople dispersed, Qiao Nuo and Tung Xiao couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer. They asked Inju how she managed to fool them. Tung Xiao even guessed that Inju might have disguised Tung Chung or Tung Shi to impersonate Tung, and Inju smiled faintly. She had used the illusion magic she learned before to deceive them. Although the illusion couldn't be cast over a large area, dealing with a few people was no problem. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Kuan was overjoyed. Yay, I knew it. I guessed right. Looking at the smug Bai Kuan, the other two immediately ganged up on him. What's there to be so happy about? Bai Kuan's talent for stirring up trouble was as sharp as ever. This just proves that Inju and I are on the same wavelength, that we have a better connection. Inju watched with a deadpan expression. The chieftain was still very worried. Tungyan's crisis was temporarily resolved, but Inju's illusion could only fool people for a while. His half-beastman identity was ultimately a hidden danger. It was impossible for all the tribespeople to genuinely accept Tungyan. Living in the tribe, Inju was also very aware of this. She had already made arrangements. When spring arrived next year, she would hand Tung an over-delay he to be taken to the City of Darkness. The chieftain nodded. That was the best arrangement for Tungyan. Just then, a tribesman rushed over to report, "Chieftain, this is bad. Jun Shan has incited many people to leave with him. That group also went to the warehouse and robbed our grain." The chieftain and Inju were stunned. What happened? The girl cleverly used magic to eliminate the traitor, directly saving the tribe a winter's worth of food. A short while ago, Jun Shan led a group of tribesmen to attack the warehouse. Because there were so many of them and the attack was so sudden, the guards were caught completely off guard, and Jun Shan's group succeeded. They also set fire to the warehouse. The guards were too busy putting out the fire to chase after them. Now, the entire tribe was in a mess. The chieftain was furious. That bunch of ungrateful wretches. Even though they joined the tribe later, I have always treated them well. To think they would go this far for power and profit. Qiao Nuo suddenly remembered what he had told the chieftain before about seeing suspicious people near the warehouse. Jun Shan might have been planning this for a long time. It was possible the giant sparrow tribe was instigating this from behind the scenes. The chieftain thought back on everything and was suddenly horrified. If that was true, it was too terrifying. The giant sparrow tribe first lured the beast tide, then used the situation with Tung and to incite our people to betray us. If they had truly succeeded, the Days tribe would have probably fallen into the hands of the giant sparrow tribe. But there was one thing she couldn't figure out. The giant sparrow tribe suffered heavy losses in their previous battle with Days. They might not even survive the winter. How could they still have the energy to cause trouble? Inju comforted the chieftain. Tung Xiao and Bai Kuan have already taken people to hunt down Jun Shan. As long as we catch them, we'll find out what's going on. But the chieftain wasn't optimistic. It's the middle of winter with wind and snow. It's not easy to catch people. Besides, Days just survived a beast tide, only to be betrayed by our own people. This is a heavy blow to the tribe. Not to mention that so much of our winter food has been stolen. Inju, however, wasn't worried at all. Pointing to the animal carcasses left by the beast tide, she said, "AMU, don't forget the big gift the giant sparrow tribe sent us. With so many beasts, and without Jun Shan and his group of traders, we have more than enough to get through the winter." The chieftain's eyes lit up. That was a great idea. Besides, meat is easy to preserve in the winter. She immediately went to arrange for it to be made into cured meat to ensure the tribespeople would have a good winter. Qiao Nuo walked over and gently rubbed Inju's head. "Thank you, Inju." Inju felt a little embarrassed that I'm also a member of the tribe. It's what I should do. Qiao Nuo suddenly cupped Inju's face to encourage you. I've decided to give you a reward. Inju was still a bit dazed. What? Qiao Nuo gave Inju a sweet kiss. Are you satisfied with this reward? Inju's face turned bright red. Who gives rewards like this? But her heart was filled with sweetness. Just then, Qiao Nuo skillfully picked Inju up and flew into the air. You're not satisfied? Then tonight, Inju hurriedly covered Xiao Nua's mouth. Don't say any more. She really couldn't handle the enthusiasm of these primitive people. In the days that followed, the people of the Days tribe threw themselves into the tense work of reconstruction. The chieftain was worried. Sigh, everyone has been rushing to work for days, but the repair progress is still too slow. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fix all the houses before the next big snow. At her side, Inju seemed a bit absent-minded and let out a tired yawn. Just then, the chieftain saw Xiao Nuo running over, his face beaming with joy. He was a little confused about what was wrong with Inju. She seemed so happy these days, not even getting tired after doing so much work. Inju rubbed her waist. Why would he be tired? I'm the one who's tired every night. Now that Tung Xiao and Baikuan are gone, she's incredibly happy. Last night, the group leader was completely baffled. Inju, what are you talking about? Inju suddenly realized and quickly changed the subject. It would be great if Tung Xiao and the others could come back sooner. With more people, our progress would naturally be faster. Right, Emu? The group leader nodded. That's right. We're really short-handed right now. Junshan took too many people with him. I'm afraid a lot of the tribe's work will be delayed. Seeing that the group leader didn't probe further, Inju breathed a sigh of relief. She had made it through safely. But the group leader was sent into a reverie by Inju's words. If only another tribe like Baikuans would come to us. They have many females, and their people are easy to get along with. Although the Black Moon Chieftain has ambitions, he is open and straightforward and handles matters with fairness. Not like Junshan and that pack of ungrateful wolves. Before he could finish his daydreaming, Xiao Nua appeared silently behind the group leader, I think. Amu, you could ask Baikuan if he can introduce any tribes. Have him act as a go-between for you. He's traveled to so many places and knows many tribes. Maybe there's a tribe that's having a hard time and would want to join us. The two were startled by the ghost-like Xiao Nua. Inju, in particular, screamed in fright. Xiao Nua continued to suggest it would be best to send Baikuan himself to negotiate. Let them see our sincerity. If not, Tung Xiao would also work. He is the tribe's #1 warrior. The group leader nodded to himself. Not bad. That's a good idea. Inju said helplessly, Hey, your scheming is so obvious it's hitting me in the face. But speaking of which, Tung Xiao and the others have been gone for several days, chasing Junshan. Logically, they should be back by now, right? Just then, a panicked voice came from a nearby tribesperson. Quick, take them to the priest. It was Tung Xiao and Baikuan who had returned. The two were covered in wounds, so much so that they had to be supported just to walk. The tribespeople nearby saw their miserable state. They couldn't help but curse those damn bastards. They were too ruthless. Inju was especially heartbroken. Tung Xiao, Baikuan, what happened? Just because her child was glanced at, the girl demanded the other party pay in blood. Just now, Inju was supporting the heavily injured Tung Xiao, feeling panicked. How did they all get injured? Xiao Nua was also helping Baikuan and hurriedly asked him what had happened. Baikuan gasped with difficulty. It was the beast. It was an ambush by the Beast King city. Tung Xiao managed to force out the words before losing consciousness. Inju's eyes widened and she shouted Tung Xiao's name. The group leader also grew anxious. Quick, get them to the priest's place. The two were quickly sent to the priest's home. After examining them, the priest's heart was heavy. Their condition is not good. Their wounds are severe, and they've lost too much blood. Exposure to the cold wind has also caused them to have a persistent high fever. The priest took out his treasured medicine box. Luckily, I gathered plenty of medicinal herbs before winter arrived. I'll prepare some medicine for them later and see how they are. Inju thanked the priest. Thank you for your trouble, Amma. Seeing her worried expression, the priest patted Inju's shoulder to comfort her. They are both strong warriors. They will pull through. Inju nodded. She believed in them too. She turned and walked towards Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua had also heard that they were ambushed by the Beast King city, but they were pursuing Junshan. Even if Junshan was colluding with the Giant Sparrow tribe, they should have clashed with the Giant Sparrows. Why did they suddenly fight with the Beast King city? Inju pondered a point and suddenly remembered the question the group leader had raised earlier. The Giant Sparrow tribe was clearly devastated by their defeat in the war and couldn't even fend for themselves. So how could they still be setting traps for us one after another? Xiao Nua also understood. Inju, you mean the Beast King City and the Giant Sparrow tribe have joined forces? With the support of the Beast King City, the Giant Sparrows would have enough supplies for the winter, and also the bargaining chips to lure Jun Shan and the others into betrayal. But Xiao Nuo couldn't quite figure it out. According to what Luo Lan said before, the people from the Beast King City should have all gone back. Inju's train of thought began to clear up 8T that time. Luo Lan only warned them. They are afraid of offending Luo Lan, so they certainly wouldn't attack Tung Xiao directly. So they're hiding in the shadows, using the Giant Sparrow tribe to eliminate them. After all, bloodshed and sacrifice are common in conflicts between tribes. And Junshan was just bait they deliberately released to lure Tung Xiao away from the tribe, giving them an opportunity to strike. Inju sighed. This is all just my speculation. Xiao Nuo looked at Inju with concern. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just then, Tung Xiao struggled to sit up. Inju's guess is true. The ones who ambushed me and by Kuan were a group of totem warriors. Inju quickly helped him up. Tung Xiao, you're badly injured. You shouldn't talk right now. Xiao Nuo was also worried. That's right. Now that we know the Beast King City and the Giant Sparrow tribe are colluding, we'll be on our guard against them. The most important thing for you now is to recover. Tung Xiao shook his head, forcing himself to tell them, no, this is very important. I must tell Inju about this immediately. Inju sighed helplessly. All right, then speak slowly. It turned out that during their pursuit, Tung Xiao and the others discovered that the Giant Sparrow tribe was using the Beast King City's name and resources to wantonly annex and recruit other surrounding tribes, allowing the Giant Sparrows to expand rapidly. He and Bai Kuan had run into one such tribe that was heading to join the Giant Sparrows. After asking them, the group told Tung Xiao that they heard the Juke tribe was backed by Beast King City and would give them lots of food. So, some were led by their chieftains to defect to the Juke tribe, while others, whose chieftains disagreed, secretly took their people to the Juke tribe. This massive scene truly shocked Tung Xiao. He felt that if they weren't stopped, Dezay would be at a disadvantage when they started a war next spring. Inju helped Tung Xiao lie down, gently comforting him. We know. Tung Xiao, you should get some rest first. We will discuss this with Chieftain AMU. Seeing this, Tung Xiao could no longer hold on, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. After settling him in, Inju went straight to the chieftain and told him everything that had just happened. The chieftain angrily slammed the table. The Juke tribe and Beast King City are going too far. Inju's anger also maxed out. AMU, don't worry. Since Beast King City wants to fight us, we'll fight them to the end. The chieftain and Xiao Nuo looked at her. Do you have a plan? Inju slammed the table and stood up. She decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. She wanted to make them pay in blood. The girl, just for the man, made him fall head over heels for her with a single mouthful of soup. Not long ago, the chieftain gathered all of Dezay's warriors and made a solemn announcement. Although they had bravely repelled the beast tide before, there were still small beast packs harassing the nearby tribes. Now, the tribe has decided to rescue their trapped kinsmen. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Hearing that they were going to rescue their suffering kinsmen, the many warriors blood boiled with excitement, and they loudly proclaimed their willingness. The chieftain raised a staff and prayed to the heavens. May the beast god bless our kind and righteous warriors. May you all return safely. The crowd raised their arms and shouted, let's go. Inju also draped a thick coat over Xiao Nuo, urging him to be careful on this trip. Act within your capabilities. Saving people is important, but the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Xiao Nuo knew Inju was worried, so he held her hand and promised, don't worry. I will bring everyone back this time, without leaving a single person behind. He hugged the person in his arms tightly. Inju, wait for me to come back. In her heart, Inju also shouted, I will wait for you to come back. Xiao Nuo waved, then turned and set off with the group. Inju was still a little worried. AMU, do you think this method will work? Will tribes really be willing to join us? The chieftain smiled slightly. Why are you so unconfident in your own suggestion? When Xiao Nuo and the others save those tribes, if they are weak and can't hold on any longer, they will naturally choose to join Dezay, who saved them. Even if they don't join, with this debt of gratitude, we can still watch over and help each other. And once the story of Dezay saving people spreads, more tribes will come, drawn by our reputation. Inju nodded. But another worry arose. AMU, aren't you afraid we'll get more ungrateful traitors like Junshan? The chieftain laughed heartily. What's there to be afraid of? Tribes that are only after benefits wouldn't look twice at Dazay. The Juke tribe can keep its gates open for them. Only those who are like-minded and value gratitude will join Dazay. Even if the tribes are weaker, at least we can all live together in peace. Speaking of this, the chieftain couldn't help but sigh. Let's take it slow. Expanding the tribe too quickly is useless. My only worry now is that with so many people sent away, what if the Juke tribe stirs up trouble during this time? Inju said hatefully, they won't have time to make trouble for much longer. At this point, Inju thought of the people she had asked the chieftain to find, wondering if he had found them yet. The chieftain reassured her that he had already found them. All three are from Baikuin's clan. Just as you requested, they are good-looking, meticulous, eloquent, cautious, clever, and able to adapt to circumstances. But I don't know what you need them for. Inju gave a mischievous smile. Of course. It's to send them to the Juke tribe to fish in troubled waters and sow discord. The Juke tribe is a mix of different people now. Everyone wants to make an impression on the people from Beast King City to get more benefits. Their conflicts will only be more numerous than what Dazay had before. With such a good opportunity, Inju wouldn't be content to just let it pass. That day, Inju brought the medicine brewed by the priest to see Tang Xiao. She found that Tang Xiao had actually woken up and was clutching his head, struggling to get out of bed. Inju was both surprised and delighted. Putting down the medicinal soup in her hands, she went to help him. Don't move. You're still injured. Seeing that Tang Xiao still wanted to get out of bed, she carefully helped him back onto the bed. Just lie here. Tell me if you need anything. Then she issued a command. Now, you are to obediently drink this medicine. Tang Xiao looked at the pitch-black, unknown liquid before him. Even though he was the tribe's #1 warrior, he couldn't help but flinch. But with Inju's burning gaze fixed on him, he could only agree with tears in his eyes. But as soon as he reached out to take the medicinal soup, he pulled on his wounds and couldn't help but cry out in pain. It hurts. After a moment of panic and chaos, Inju picked up the soup again. Forget it. I'll feed you. Tang Xiao nodded obediently. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. Watching Inju gently blow on the medicinal soup to cool it to the right temperature, Tang Xiao's heart filled with infinite tenderness. As far as he could remember, this was the first time he had been cared for like this since becoming an adult, and it was by Inju, no less. Inju cooled the soup and carefully fed it to Tang Xiao. Time to drink your medicine. At that moment, Tang Xiao felt that all the pain from his injuries was worth it. The girl that two men were fighting over so fiercely, yet her heart was thinking of another man. Just a moment ago, as Inju fed him a spoonful of bitter medicine, Tang Xiao was deeply moved. This was medicine Inju had brewed especially for him. He vowed that no matter how bitter it was, but before he could finish his oath, the taste was so bitter he almost spat it out. Inju asked with concern if it was very bitter, offering to get him some sugar. Tang Xiao swallowed it with all his might, forcing himself to say, "How could it be? Oh, it's not bitter at all." But inwardly, he grumbled that a male can't admit he can't handle hardship. By the time the bowl of medicine was finished, Tang Xiao felt like he had lost half his life. Inju wiped her sweat. You finally finished it. It's good that you're awake. Should we get your clothes off? Tang Xiao blushed, his heart pounding. What did Inju mean by that? Inju scratched her head. No, I mean take off the bandages. It's time to change your dressing. The romantic fantasy vanished in an instant. Tang Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, so it was just for a dressing change. He tugged at the bandages on his body, trying to undo them. A slightly larger movement pulled at his wound, and he couldn't help but cry out. Inju quickly came forward to take over, feeling very guilty. Tang Xiao was injured and couldn't make any big movements. How could she let him do it himself? She carefully unwrapped the bandages for Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao felt surprisingly shy. He couldn't help but confess to her, Inju. Do you know? The moment I thought I was really going to die, I realized my mind was full of you. He gripped Inju's hand tightly. That I realized there are so many things I still haven't done with you. I haven't watched Tang and the others grow up with you. I haven't made you love me the way you love Xiao Nua. Tang Xiao became more and more emotional as he spoke. He didn't want to die just like that, without even seeing Inju one last time. Looking at the usually strong Tang Xiao, Inju's heart softened too. But you're back now by my side. We have a lot of time in the future to do all those things we haven't done yet. Tang Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion and pulled Inju into a hug. He, who had always been lonely, felt like a light had finally appeared in his life. He cupped Inju's face, about to lean in gently when a sudden interruption cut between them. Tung Xiao was furious. Which blind fool was ruining the mood? He turned to see it was the newly awakened Bai Kuan. Bai Kuan struck a weak pose. Hey, Inju, can I have a comforting kiss like that too? Why is this kid so infuriating? Tung Xiao immediately told Inju, I think Bai Kuan needs to drink some medicine to calm down. Inju sighed helplessly and turned to go brew medicine for Bai Kuan. Bai Kuan lay weakly on the bed. Tung Xiao, you're retaliating. Tung Xiao replied with a cold expression. You disturbed me first. As Bai Kuan turned over, Inju, who was heading out the door, let out a huge sigh of relief. This is great. Everything will be all right. Just as the priest had said, ever since Tung Xiao and Bai Kuan woke up and were out of danger, they recovered more and more each day. Tung Xiao, who was already able to get out of bed, even taunted Bai Kuan, saying he couldn't even stand up, which made Bai Kuan sit on his bed in a fit of impotent rage. Perhaps because he had almost died this time, Tung Xiao became a bit clingy. Before his and the Cubs' injuries were fully healed, he brought the Cubs back from the group leader. All he wanted now was to spend more time with Inju and the Cubs. And Bai Kuan, as always, would suddenly appear whenever Tung Xiao was sticking close to Inju, doing his utmost to ruin their private moments from every possible angle. Meanwhile, Inju missed Xiao Nuo more and more with each passing day, hoping he would return soon. On this day, Bai Kuan found another opportunity and began to whisper alluringly in Inju's ear, Inju, you see, Tung Xiao only knows how to make you angry. Unlike me, I will only dote on you. Tung Xiao, being clumsy with words, was furious. Inju was already numb to it all. She said, stop fooling around, but in her heart, she was screaming, Xiao Nuo, please come back soon. I can't handle them anymore. Meanwhile, Tung Xiao decided to teach this guy a lesson. He clenched his fists. Bai Kuan, I won't let you off today. The firefighter, Inju, could only helplessly try to calm him down. As they were bickering, she heard someone call her name. Inju, Xiao Nuo is back. Inju was overjoyed. This is great. A man returns home from war and brings his wife an unexpected gift. Not long ago, a wandering beast man stared at the walls of the Zay, dumbfounded. Is this the Zay tribe? Such tall walls. The beast hordes definitely can't break through. They look like they're living really well. Can I really stay in such a good tribe? It turned out that this group of beastmen's tribe had been destroyed by a beast horde. They volunteered to join the Zay, so Xiao Nuo brought them back. He was reporting to the group leader, hoping the leader could find someone to settle them in. Just as he was speaking, Inju rushed over. Upon seeing Xiao Nuo, he excitedly waved at him. Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up when he saw Inju too. He opened his arms to catch the pouncing Inju, lifting him up in one motion. Inju, I'm back. Inju was a little shy. AMU is still here. Put me down quickly. Seeing Inju, Xiao Nuo had forgotten everything else that what's there to be afraid of? We're mates. After everything we've been through, seeing that Xiao Nuo was about to say something outrageous, Inju hurriedly covered his mouth. The team leader, watching this public display of affection, didn't want to be a third wheel anymore. He quickly found an excuse to slip away. Well, I don't have anything else, so I won't disturb you too. But Xiao Nuo grabbed Inju and started running, looking back with a voice full of joy. Team leader, I'm taking a few days off. I want to stay home with Inju. The team leader sighed helplessly. That brat. Didn't he just seem to need arrangements made? Pulled along by Xiao Nuo, Inju was panting. Why are you running so fast? Xiao Nuo just wanted to get away quickly. Otherwise, he'd be dragged off by the team leader and AMU to handle clan affairs. He didn't want that at all. He hadn't seen Inju in so long and just wanted to spend more time with him. Inju touched Xiao Nuo's gaunt face. He had been gone for so long and seemed to have lost weight. Were you okay out there, Xiao Nuo? Were you injured anywhere? Xiao Nuo reassured Inju that he was fine. His only hardship was not being able to see him every day. Speaking of which, Xiao Nuo fumbled around in the bundle he was carrying. He had a gift he wanted to give Inju. Inju was curious about what it could be. Xiao Nuo produced a small wooden figurine from behind his back. The little figurine was the spitting image of a smiling Inju. Inju looked at the cute little wooden figurine, his heart starting to pound. Did Xiao Nuo make this by hand? Xiao Nuo nodded. Every night when he missed Inju, he would take a piece of wood and carve it while thinking of Ingzhu's face. That way, he could pretend Ingzhu was by his side. This little wooden figurine accompanied him, helping him endure the lonely times while he was away at battle. But now he thought he didn't need it anymore because Ingzhu was right here beside him. Xiao Nuo hugged Ingzhu tightly. "It represents my longing for you. Ingzhu, I'm giving my longing to you." Ingzhu was deeply moved. Although Xiao Nuo didn't say the words, he could feel that he was telling him he loved him. Ingzhu wanted to give Xiao Nuo a kiss in return. But just as he leaned in, an uninvited guest interrupted them. Xiao Nuo are finally back. Tung Xiao appeared right behind Xiao Nuo, breaking the spell. Bai Kuan also chimed in at the opportune moment. "Xiao Nuo, you must be exhausted from the rescue mission. It's a shame Tung Xiao and I were injured. We could only lie in bed every day and enjoy. Be forced to accept Ingzhu's personal care." Ingzhu screamed internally. Why, at a time like this, are you two so perfectly in sync? It's just absurd. Beside them, Tung Xiao and Bai Kuan were still chattering on and on to Xiao Nuo about the tribe's affairs, completely ignoring his darkening expression. Ingzhu sighed. It seemed he would have to give Xiao Nuo his reward next time. Lately, things haven't been peaceful in the Juk tribe. The Juk team leader was reporting to Mai Jing. The newly joined tribes were frequently fighting with them, all over the females. Mai Jing impatiently cut him off, that if they want females, then give them females. What's so hard to solve about that? The Juk team leader was inwardly displeased. It was easy for him to say, those were the females of their Juk tribe. How could they be so casually paired with those outsiders who just came a freeload? But he respectfully said, the most important thing is that the Juk tribe is running out of food. With so many new people suddenly, do you think Beast King City could help us out again? Mai Jing flew into a rage. You take me for a fool. He looked coldly at the Juk team leader. I'm helping you to deal with Tung Xiao. What does your tribe's food shortage have to do with me? Do I look like a sucker to you? The Juk team leader, trembling with fear, quickly explained, No, that's not it. I heard that many surrounding tribes have gone over to the Zay side recently. I'm worried that if this continues, we won't be able to eliminate the Zay and kill Tung Xiao. I was afraid of delaying your mission. Only then did Mai Jing release the Juk team leader. Indeed, the Zay had grown stronger. Given the current situation, even if the Juk tribe launched a war next year, victory was not guaranteed. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. In this world, children can walk as soon as they are born. At the age of 6, they go out to hunt alone. Not only do the adults not stop them, they strongly encourage it. One day, Ingzhu pushed open the door and was pleasantly surprised to find that the ice and snow had begun to melt. The weather was gradually warming up. Winter was finally coming to an end. He was admiring the beautiful scenery before him. Suddenly, he felt a small, warm presence beside him. Looking down, he saw it was Tang, who had toddled over. Tang and stretched out his little hands, babbling about wanting to go outside and play. Ingzhu picked up the restless little cub, coaxing him that it was dangerous outside, and asking if they could just play in the house. He then pointed to Tung Shi, who was toddling inside, and said, Look, Afu and your big brother are here to play with you. With that, he put Tang down, encouraging him to go play with his brother. Watching the two lively cubs, Ingzhu marveled the cubs grow up so fast. It's only been a few months, and they're already walking. In the modern world, babies usually don't walk until they're a year old. Tung Xiao was unconcerned. After all, the cubs have to learn to hunt at the age of 6. It's better for them to grow faster and stronger. Ingzhu was astonished. Learn to hunt at 6? They're so small. Are they going to hunt beasts or be hunted by them? An image of a little cub hunting a bear alone flashed through his mind. The education in the Beastman world is way too advanced. Just then, he heard a whooshing sound. The Lord turned his head to look. It was Bai Kuan in his fox form, carrying a cub on his back as he leaped up and down. The cub looked very happy. As Bai Kuan ran, he comforted Ingzhu, Don't worry. We'll definitely stay by the cub's side and won't let them get hurt easily. Ingzhu's heart nearly stopped in fear. You're the biggest danger to the cub. He hurriedly ordered Bai Kuan to stop. He grabbed the fox by his tail, scolding him. Don't you ever play like this again. What if the cub loses his grip and falls? Bai Kuan was a little indignant. The cub is so strong. He'll be fine, right? Just then, someone pushed the door open. Ingzhu was pleasantly surprised. It was Lei He. Has Lei He's hibernation ended? Lei nodded. He gently took his hand. Yes, I'm back, and I could be with you again. Tung Xiao, holding a baby, forcefully interjected, Too bad. Ingzhu has to take care of the cubs now. He has no time for you. Bai Kuan also came over holding a cub, frantically hinting to Lord Lei He, You haven't been back to the Dark City all winter. Shouldn't you go back and check on things? To their surprise, Leahy readily nodded. I do indeed have to go back. His willingness to leave so readily left Tung Xiao and Baikuan baffled. They couldn't have misheard, right? This guy was actually leaving on his own accord. Yingzhu was a bit reluctant. Are you leaving in such a hurry? Leahy bent down to pick up Tung in. He was going to take Tung and back to the Dark City with him. Yingzhu was still a little confused. Why are you taking Tung in? Suddenly, he was startled. He had been living too comfortably and happily lately. So much so that he had actually forgotten that Tung couldn't live in the Beastman tribe. Only the Dark City could accept his kind. Leahy patted Tung and Yingzhu reassuringly that we agreed on this before. We would send Tung into the Dark City in the spring. After all, you can't keep him cooped up in the house forever. He needs to see the outside world too. Yingzhu's heart was in turmoil, but Tung was still so young. He had just learned to walk, and now he had to leave him for a strange place. Leahy smiled faintly. Don't worry. I will treat Tung as my own cub and dote on him. Although he had Leahy's assurance, as an AMU, he couldn't be there to watch his own child grow up. Yingzhu's heart was filled with bitterness. He blurted out, Leahy, I want to go to the Dark City with Tung. Tung Xiao and Baikuan were instantly stunned. What? Leahy was overjoyed. Yingzhu, are you serious? At that moment, Xiao Nuo, who was about to enter the house, heard that Yingzhu was leaving. His hand went limp, and all the food he was holding fell to the ground. He looked at Yingzhu in shock and asked urgently, Yingzhu, are you leaving? Yingzhu had wanted to go to the Dark City without Xiao Nuo knowing, but little did he know that Xiao Nuo was also hiding some secrets. Just now, Yingzhu was comforting a dejected Xiao Nuo. He explained that he only planned to stay in the Dark City for a while. Once Tung got used to life there, he would come back. Tung Xiao and Baikuan reacted strongly that you're going to stay for a while. They had thought Yingzhu would just accompany Tung and return immediately. Yingzhu felt a little guilty. Well, about that, Baikuan raised his hand. Yingzhu, I'll go with you to the Dark City. He secretly praised himself for his cleverness. Tung Xiao, coming to his senses, also hurriedly declared he wanted to go with Yingzhu. He and Baikuan were determined. They absolutely could not let this snake, Leahy, take him away. What if he ended up having to walk back alone? Leahy said leisurely, Why are you looking at me? It's not like I can decide. The two immediately turned to Yingzhu with starry eyes, their faces screaming, Take us with you. Unhurriedly, Yingzhu dropped the first bombshell on Baikuan. Have you forgotten? You've already merged with the tribe's totem. You can't go more than 100 meters away from the tribe. Then he dropped the second bombshell on Tung Xiao. You are the tribe's strongest warrior. If you leave, it will be a great burden on the tribe. You must stay. The two of them sulked in a corner, heartbroken. As for Xiao Nuo, although he said nothing, he certainly knew that, as the tribe's young chief, it was impossible for him to leave with Yingzhu. Xiao Nuo remained expressionless. He just turned and said flatly, The food has all been spilled. I'll go make a new batch. Yingzhu watched Xiao Nuo's retreating figure, a little worried about him. After a busy day, Yingzhu silently watched Xiao Nuo making the bed. He walked over and gently hugged him. You haven't spoken to me all day. Are you angry? Xiao Nuo sighed. What is there for me to be angry about? Yingzhu was a little confused. Isn't it because I'm going to the Dark City? Xiao Nuo shook his head. Yingzhu, what I'm angry about is that you made such a big decision without discussing it with us. Aren't we partners? When something comes up, why can't you talk to us about it first? Yingzhu felt very guilty. But didn't I tell you all today? Seeing him still trying to argue, Xiao Nuo got a little angry. That wasn't telling us. You directly informed us. There was no room for discussion at all. If Leahy hadn't happened to mention it today, would we only have found out after you and Tang and had already left? Yingzhu knew his rash decision was indeed wrong. He immediately and obediently admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Xiao Nuo. In the future, for things like this, I'll definitely discuss it with you all before making a decision. Seeing Yingzhu like this, Xiao Nuo also spoke his mind that I know you. You've always been very independent with your own ideas, and you always manage to do what you set your mind to. I'm not against that. It's just, before he could finish, Yingzhu playfully gave him a sweet kiss that you're just worried about me. I know. Me too. It's because I know you all will always stand behind me as my support that I have the courage to take risks. The favored one is always fearless. Xiao Nuo smiled dotingly, sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. Yingzhu continued to sweet-talk Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo, I know you the best. I love you the most. Xiao Nuo pretended to be angry. Even if I don't let you go, you'll still love me? Inju nodded repeatedly. I'll still love you. I love Xiao Nuo the most. Xiao Nuo was completely won over. I'm telling you, convincing me alone is useless. You still have to explain it to Tang Xiao and Bai Cohen. Seeing he had gotten away with it, Inju grinned, and no problem. I'll go convince them tomorrow. Leaning against Xiao Nuo, he felt very reassured. Drowsiness washed over him. He mumbled, "Don't worry. Leahy is the city lord. He'll take good care of me. I'll be fine. Once Tangan gets used to life there, I'll come back right away." His voice grew softer and softer until he fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Nuo sighed. It might be good for him to leave the Days tribe for a while. After all, he also had something he was hiding from him. It turned out that after Xiao Nuo returned this time, he felt his strength was lacking and was determined to go to the ancestral land to improve his power. The tribe leader was worried. Going to the ancestral land can certainly grant great power, but it is fraught with danger. He advised Xiao Nuo to go back and discuss it with Inju first. However, looking at Inju's sleeping face before him, Xiao Nuo strengthened his resolve. "Trust me, when you come back, everything will be better." Xiao Nuo would never have dreamed that Inju had actually kept the small wooden carving he had given him back then. At that moment, Tang Xiao was looking after the two cubs as they played. Inju suddenly called out to him, "Tang Xiao, what are your thoughts on me going to the City of Darkness?" Tang Xiao sighed helplessly. "Actually, I don't want you to go to the City of Darkness." Just as Inju was about to explain, he was interrupted. "I know that I can't prevent what you've decided to do. Besides, Xiao is my child too. For his sake, I have no reason to stop you. I just can't bear to part with you all. I can't bear to part with the days we've spent together. This winter has been the happiest time of my life. And yet, it was so short." Hearing these words, Inju's heart ached. "I'm sorry, Tang Xiao. I neglected your feelings." Tang Xiao shook his head and smiled. "You silly goose, it's okay. The children and I will always be waiting for you to come back." Bai Kuan, holding the two little cubs, suddenly shouted, Hey, are you two done with your public display of affection? Didn't you see the cub almost fell to the ground?" Inju and Tang Xiao immediately separated, embarrassed. Tang Xiao immediately took the two little cubs from Bai Kuan's arms, then told Inju to have a good talk with Bai Kuan. Watching Tang Xiao's back as he left with the cubs, Inju seemed a bit reluctant to see him go. He only snapped out of it when Bai Kuan reminded him, "Stop looking, he's already far away. You don't have to say it. I know. You want to ask my opinion on you going to the City of Darkness." Just as Inju was feeling uneasy, Bai Kuan readily agreed to let him go. After all, Leahy is powerful and can protect you. Inju was instantly thrilled. He didn't expect Bai Kuan to be so considerate of him. But Bai Kuan then said half-jokingly, "I'm not as important as Xiao Nuo in your heart. What right do I have to stop you? Anyway, you only married me because I risked my life to save you. It's good enough that I can stay by your side. How could I ask for more?" Inju took his hand and said gently, "That's not true. You're also very important in my heart. Although I made the decision on my own, I still hope to have your understanding and support." Bai Kuan was initially very moved, but the next second, he pouted. "Then what if I never agreed?" Inju reached out and pinched his blushing cheek. "You wouldn't do that. You already agreed just now." Meanwhile, in the Divine Palace, the Divine Master was furious. The people from Beast King City are a bunch of fools. They've been searching for so long and still haven't found the Flying Master who stole the Jade Stone. The maiden, Wu Hen, quickly offered a suggestion. "Divine Master, please calm your anger. You are merely looking for the heir left behind by the Beast God. Why must you rely on Beast King City? The half-beastmen of the City of Darkness were left behind by the Beast God for his successor. You could send people to infiltrate the City of Darkness to look for clues." The Divine Master's eyes lit up. "That is indeed a good idea. However, aside from the half-beastmen, that place only has females who are nothing but slaves. Are you perhaps planning to sacrifice yourself to help me find this person?" Wu Hen was instantly frightened and knelt on the ground. "Divine Master, you jest. This subordinate still wishes to serve by your side. I will arrange for someone immediately." Seeing that the Divine Master seemed a bit skeptical, Wu Heng immediately expressed his loyalty. Only then did the Divine Master nod in satisfaction and give the order, "Find the one with the inheritance and devour them immediately." After all, since he couldn't get the Beast God's inheritance, no one else could either. Night fell, for figures appeared on the outskirts of the Days tribe. Leahy, holding Tungin, couldn't help but twitch his lips. "I'm telling you, it's the middle of the night. Hurry up with your goodbyes and go back. Inju and I still have a long way to go." but they were still in the middle of their sentimental farewell and completely ignored him, making him feel like he shouldn't even be there. Inju was very worried that Xiao Nuo and Teng Xiao would be discovered sneaking away at night. Fortunately, Xiao Nuo had already discussed it with AMU beforehand. Only then did Inju feel at ease. She then handed the small wooden figurine she carried with her to Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo looked surprised because this was the very same little wooden figurine he had given to Inju before. It turned out Inju wanted Xiao Nuo to look at the little figurine whenever he missed her. She hoped the little figurine could accompany Xiao Nuo in her place, so it would be as if they had never been apart. Teng Xiao looked on pitifully, wanting a little wooden figurine from Inju as well, but Xiao Nuo wouldn't give it to him, telling him he could only make one himself. Lei couldn't wait any longer and pulled Inju over. All right. You two should get back quickly. When Teng Cheng and Teng Shi wake up, Bai Kuan won't be able to handle them alone. Xiao Nuo and the other man could only watch as his wife left with another man. Inju also kept looking back, extremely reluctant to leave. It wasn't until Inju and Lei were far away that Teng Xiao spoke faintly, hoping Inju wouldn't stay there for too long. Xiao Nuo nodded. Tomorrow, I'm going to the ancestral land. AMU will tell everyone that Inju and I want to find a priest to save Teng, and I'll leave the tribe's affairs to you and Bai Kuan. Teng Xiao was shocked. Have you really thought this through? I've already decided. The ancestral land holds the remains of all the deceased beastmen of our tribe. My ancestor, the golden-winged eagle, is also among them. As long as I find their beast cores and refine them, my bloodline can be purified, and I will gain greater power. But the success rate of refining beast cores is too low. And if you fail, you will lose your sanity and become fully bestial. At that time, you will completely forget us, forget Inju. Xiao Nuo, this is too risky. Why don't? Before Teng Xiao could continue, Xiao Nuo interrupted him that we don't have any more time. Gaining strength through daily training is too slow. Don't forget the plan we made. For the tribe, for Inju, I must take this risk no matter what. Several days later, Inju and Lei arrived at the City of Darkness. Lei first had Inju go to her room to rest. He then took Teng and to get familiar with the surroundings. Suddenly, an angry voice called out, Lei, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I'm afraid the Half-Beastman rebellion in the South District would have been impossible to suppress. Inju finally met the Lord of the City of Darkness. Just as Inju and he had arrived in the City of Darkness, Lu Yuan told them that the Half-Beastmen in the South District were plotting a rebellion. He also hadn't expected Lei to actually bring Inju back. He was even more surprised that the two of them even had a child. Lei told him to stop chattering and that he just wanted to know the situation in the South District. It turned out that because Lei had been away for too long, a group of rebels wanted to take the opportunity to seize his position as city lord. Right now, Morrison was negotiating with the rebel leader. Lei looked disdainful about this. He didn't give a damn about a bunch of rabble. Inju was a little worried that it would be dangerous for Lei to go, but Lei reassured her. Here, there was nothing he couldn't handle. After all, he was the lord of the city. At this moment, inside the priest's temple, the rebel leader asked Morrison doubtfully, Morrison, I remember the great priest was always at odds with Lei before he died. Why are you helping him against me at a time like this? Morrison shook his head that I'm not helping him. I'm helping all the Half-Beastmen in the city. Moer, you're no match for Lei. You will only lead the Half-Beastmen to their doom. Hearing this, Moer was instantly furious. What a joke. How could I be no match for him? It's because of him that we are stuck here, living in hardship. Morrison's tone grew cold, but we cannot be enemies with all beastmen, so we must be restrained. Moer retorted sharply. Do you want to be bullied by beastmen for the rest of your lives, hiding in this desolate northwest desert? These words immediately resonated with many of the people present. Seeing this, Moer smiled smugly. Did you hear that? Everyone supports me. Just as the words fell, Lei's majestic voice was heard. Why don't you have them all stand out? Let me see clearly who dares to betray me. Moer's face instantly showed panic. Lei, why are you back? Lei stepped forward. If I hadn't come back, wouldn't I have missed this great show? As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him straight up. You should know the consequences of betraying me. Moer's minions rushed over at once. With a flick of his snake tail, Lei sent them flying. Then, Lu Yuan and his men immediately subdued them. But Moer, facing death, actually dared to threaten Lei. Lei gave a domineering, cold laugh. On this continent, there is nothing I, Lei, dare not do. Just then, Morrison suddenly stopped him, telling him that Moer's betrayal was likely instigated by the Divine Palace. If you kill Moer now, the trail will go cold. Seeing Leihi's surprise, Morrison continued to explain. They are all rebels captured during the Battle of Beast God Mountain. These people are all our enemies. Leihi hadn't expected there to be enemies from the Divine Palace. Morrison had never told him any of this. Morrison simply said the time wasn't right before, and it would have been useless to say anything. Leihi finally loosened his grip. He handed Moer over to Morrison to be dealt with. Before leaving, Leihi gave a special instruction. Inju has come to the Dark City this time. I will absolutely not allow anyone to threaten Inju's safety. On the way back, Lu Yuan reminded Leihi that Morrison wasn't very trustworthy. Leihi was naturally aware of this. He instructed him to secretly send more people to gather information about the Divine Palace. Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Seeing Leihi looked a bit clueless, he exclaimed in exasperation, "Inju, of course. You've already brought her back with you. Have you two made it official?" Leihi blushed and nodded that I guess so. Lu Yuan instantly sighed like a proud father. That it wasn't easy. Finally married you off. So when are you holding the wedding ceremony? The Dark City hasn't had a happy occasion like this in a long time. I'll definitely make it a grand event. But Leihi waved his hand that I won't hold a wedding ceremony. It would be too high profile and expose Inju's identity, attracting danger. Lu Yuan was a bit confused, but you're the mighty city lord. Wouldn't she be without a proper title? Leihi just said lightly, it doesn't matter. Because in his heart, as long as Inju accepts me, that's the greatest happiness. Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly pushed him into Inju's bedroom, and then actually locked the door. Obviously, this was to get his good brother to consummate the marriage ahead of time. Just as Leihi was anxiously trying to open the door, Inju, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. Leihi, you're finally back. Is the rebel problem solved? Leihi cleared his throat in embarrassment. It's all solved. It wasn't a big deal. Inju saw that he didn't look right and thought he was injured and didn't want to tell her. She pushed him down onto the bed, which made Leihi panic. Only then did Inju say she wanted to check if he was injured. But as she checked and checked, it turned into their wedding night. The next morning, Anzai suddenly started crying loudly. Inju knew the little one must be hungry, but Leihi said he would take care of it. He then picked up Tangin, ready to take him to get something good to eat. As soon as Leihi stepped out, he saw Lu Yuan, who had been waiting outside for a long time. Lu Yuan casually teased, "You look quite the part of a father." Leihi raised an eyebrow. "If you're so idle, go find something for Tangin to eat." Lu Yuan chuckled. "I've already prepared that kind of thing for you." "Then why were you waiting for me so early in the morning? Do you have some news for me?" Lu Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. "That I just received news. Moer escaped from prison last night." Inju would never have dreamed that her 3-year-old Nzai would have to start learning to hunt. Just now, Leihi was extremely shocked to learn of Moer's escape. Lu Yuan said someone snuck into the prison last night and took him away. From this, it's clear that Moer is not the kind of cannon fodder that can be easily discarded. After listening, Leihi couldn't help but ask, "So you deliberately let him go to lure out the person behind the scenes?" Lu Yuan didn't expect Leihi to guess it so quickly. Leihi just said lightly a plan this simple. I bet even Tang could see through it. However, he still instructed Lu Yuan to keep a close watch, ensuring not a single enemy plotting against the Dark City was spared. Just then, Inju walked out of the room, stretching lazily. Tung was crouching up ahead, playing, while Leihi was teaching him how to catch butterflies. First, use your tail to steady them. Then, wait for the right moment to pounce. But when Anze did as he was told and pounced, he still couldn't catch it. Instead, he used too much force and fell to the ground with a thud. Leihi quickly helped him up and sighed, "You acted too soon. Let's just forget it." Inju stroked his little head, comforting him. "Our Tung is already doing great." The little cub finally stopped crying and smiled. Watching Tung start practicing again, Inju told Leihi not to be so harsh, as the cub was still young. But Leihi replied that half-beastmen must start learning to hunt at the age of 3. Right now, Tung doesn't have enough strength, so it's the perfect time to learn methods for capturing prey. Inju couldn't imagine a 3-year-old child having to start hunting. Is the world of half-beastmen really this competitive? Leihi explained that it was because the physique of half-beastmen is different from that of beastmen. Moreover, if half-beastmen cubs don't learn survival skills early on, they won't be able to survive in this cruel world. After all, not all half-beastmen parents are like you, Inju, who would protect their own cub. Most of them upon discovering their child is a half-beastman, abandoned them in the forest to be fed to wild animals. Ingju immediately guessed that Lei he had likely been abandoned himself, forced to face countless dangers alone as he grew up, ultimately becoming the feared lord of the Dark City. However, now Tung had her, his kind mother, and this awesome, protective city lord for a father. He wouldn't have to suffer the cruelty of abandonment. Although he had his parents' protection, Lei still insisted that Tung learn these skills early so that he could stand on his own when he grew up. Soon, the family of 3 was strolling through the city. Along the way, Lei mentioned that this place wasn't actually that different from the Beastmen tribes. It's just that there were fewer females, and food and clothing were relatively simpler. Just then, 2 playful children nearby caught Tung-An's interest. Watching the cub run overexcitedly, Ingju was a little worried. But Lei just smiled and said, "Let him go play. Nothing will happen. The Dark City embraces every half-beastman. It's just that some of them have bad tempers." Suddenly, Tung-In bumped into something and cried out in pain. What he had bumped into was a tall man who was half horse, half human. Tung-In was instantly frightened to the point of tears. Seeing this half-beastman reach his hand towards Tung-In, Ingju cried out in fear, "Don't." However, the man simply lifted Tung-In up gently and soothed him. "Don't cry, little cub. You have to be a strong warrior." Only then did Ingju breathe a sigh of relief. Lei said softly, "Don't worry. Although half-beastmen have bad tempers, they are very tolerant of cubs." Ingju's heart couldn't help but feel warm. It seemed the half-beastmen weren't as impulsive as Lei he had described. She then took Tung-In from the man. "Dad, I'm so sorry. Our cub is just too mischievous. It's all right, it's all right. Your cub being so lively means he's healthy. That's a good thing." After the man finished speaking, he saw Lei and froze. "I didn't expect the city lord to be here." Watching Lei take Tung-Un from Ingju's arms, the man realized that Ingju was the city lord's wife and the cub was the young lord. This scene was witnessed by a black-robed figure hiding in a corner who also discovered Lei's weakness. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Ingju reminded Lei that the food in the city was too monotonous. She wanted to go nearby to find suitable crops to plant. Lei didn't approve because the environment around the Dark City was harsh, with too many wild beasts, making it dangerous to go out. He could only send people out to bring back plants for Ingju to identify. Ingju thought about it and agreed, not insisting on going out anymore. At this moment, Tung-Un, who had been playing all day, was still full of energy. But Ingju was having a hard time keeping up. However, Lei explained that this was how half-beastmen cubs were. Their innate energy was greater than that of ordinary beastmen. Seeing the child so happy, Ingju was happy too. If they were in a beastman tribe, Tung-Un might never be able to play like this. Only here could the cub not have to suppress his true nature. But he was so lively that it was a bit exhausting for Ingju. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Lei casually picked up the cub. "Tung-Un will sleep with me in another room tonight," he said. "That way, you can get a good rest." Ingju was taken aback, but before she could finish speaking, Lei suddenly leaned in and cut her off, saying, "Or is it that you can't bear to be without me?" Ingju's face flushed red. She immediately pushed him away. "I'm just worried Tung-Un won't be used to it." Lei stroked Tung-Un and said softly, "Ingju, Tung-Un will be with me from now on. You're with him every day now. How will he get used to it after you leave?" Ingju sighed helplessly. "You're right. Tung-Un has to get used to this sooner or later." Lei didn't continue the topic. He just said, "Good night. I hope I'm in your dreams." Late at night, Ingju was sound asleep. Suddenly, an uninvited guest snuck into the room. Ingju was actually kidnapped. Can Lei successfully rescue her? Just a moment ago, Lei, holding the cub, knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Lei thought Ingju was still asleep and was about to leave, but Tung-Un was making so much noise, it was impossible for Ingju not to hear it. Thinking of this, Lei pushed the door open. Sure enough, the bed was empty. Lei never expected that someone would actually abduct Ingju in the middle of the night. At this moment, Ingju was tied up in a secret room. The one who tied her up was the rebel, Emoer. This disgusting villain naturally wanted to use Ingju to threaten Lei to make him hand over the position of city lord. He even fantasized about making Ingju his maid. After humiliating Ingju, Emoer left with a loud laugh. And Ingju also recognized that this person was the rebel leader, Emoer. Meanwhile, Leahy had already guessed it was Mo-er's doing, because only he was extremely familiar with the layout of the city lord's mansion. Filled with rage, Leahy immediately roared at Lu Yuan. Didn't you say you had people monitoring Mo-er? How could you let him take Inju away? Lu Yuan explained guiltily. Our men were following him secretly before, but he suddenly disappeared last night. Leahy also gradually calmed down that Mo-er must have sensed something was wrong. Lu Yuan nodded. They probably want to use Inju as a threat. In that case, Inju should be safe for now. That's right, he's targeting me, and he doesn't know Inju's identity as a goddess. He will definitely make another move. As long as we wait for him to show himself, we can rescue Inju. Suddenly, Morrison's voice came. No, we can't act so rashly. Don't you forget, the person behind Mo-er hasn't appeared yet. Doing this will only alert the enemy. Leahy gave a cold smile. Are you suggesting we leave Inju with Mo-er? Morrison, have you forgotten? As he spoke, Leahy grabbed him by the neck. That I warned you before. Never plot against Inju. Just then, Mo-er sent a secret letter demanding that Leahy release all the rebels imprisoned in the labor camp, and also those families who were imprisoned in the dungeon for causing trouble. And these people were all Leahy's fiercest opponents. Mo-er's plan was to unite with this group of villains to force Leahy to give up his position as city lord. But Leahy couldn't care less. As long as he could get Inju back, nothing else mattered. Lu Yuan disagreed with this approach, because they all realized this was just Mo-er testing Leahy. Once Mo-er saw how important Inju was to him, he would take the opportunity to kill him. Leahy didn't care about this at all. In his heart, Inju was more important than anything. He didn't dare to gamble and couldn't afford to lose. He then had his subordinate send a message to Mo-er, saying he agreed to his conditions. But you must guarantee Inju's safety. The scene shifts to a remote house. Mo-er was seen kneeling before a woman, and this woman was from the Divine Palace. I told you clearly. Leahy is cautious and cunning. We need to lay low for now to avoid exposing more of our identities. Did you think I would save you a second time? Without you, I can still find others to cooperate with. Facing the woman's scolding, Mo-er was terrified. Lady, I plan to use this female to take down Leahy. Once I control the Dark City, you can obtain the secrets of the sacrificial temple. Hearing this, the woman became even more furious. You take me for a fool? Leahy has always been cold-blooded and ruthless. How could he be threatened by a mere female? It's true, my lady. Leahy agreed to my conditions without a second thought. This shows this female holds an unusual place in Leahy's heart. The woman immediately showed a cunning smile. Since the plan is going smoothly, why did you come to me? Do you have a favor to ask? Mo-er nodded blindly. It turned out he knew he had only seemingly agreed. To be completely safe, he wanted the woman to use a secret art to control Inju. Meanwhile, Inju had already untied the ropes and was looking for a way out. But she found the place was airtight with no escape. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open. Inju immediately tied herself up again. The person sitting on the ground was the same woman with divine skills from before. She then cast a secret mind control spell on Inju. Inju, I am your master. Inju's eyes immediately glazed over as she called out, Master. Mo-er was unexpectedly killed by Inju in a counterattack. What on earth is going on? Last time, Inju's mind was controlled by the woman from the Divine Palace using a secret art. Meanwhile, Leahy instructed Lu Yuan to take good care of Tung, and he was to personally lead a team to ransom Inju. Lu Yuan strongly advised against it, because it was definitely a trap, but Leahy had already made up his mind. He would brave it even if it meant a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. However, he wasn't going to rush to his death blindly. He had already arranged for the guard team to accompany him. Morrison was also setting up surveillance in the shadows. No matter what tricks Mo-er tried to pull, they wouldn't succeed. Even so, before leaving, Leahy still instructed Lu Yuan to take good care of Tung, and if he didn't return. Lu Yuan could only pray in his heart for his safe return. Before long, Leahy brought the prisoners to trade with Mo-er. Mo-er looked at him with a cunning smile. That I didn't expect you, Leahy, to be so persistent, to make such a great sacrifice for a mere female. Cut the crap. I brought the people you wanted. Where is Inju? What's the rush? I'm very curious. How far are you willing to go for this female? What if I wanted you to give me the position of city lord? Hearing this, Leahy sneered in response. I might dare to give it, but would you dare to take it? The position of city lord can only be held by the strongest who can overpower all the beastmen. You? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes to hold on to this position. At these words, the guards also began to mock Emoer for overestimating himself. Emoer just waved his hand and shouted, Men, bring me that female. Seeing Inju, bound and covered in wounds, brought before him, Leahy couldn't help but cry out in anguish, Inju. Inju also called out emotionally, Leahy. Emoer pulled Inju towards him. What's the rush? Such a fragrant and beautiful female. Even I can't bear to let her suffer anymore. If you want me to release her, you release the people I want first. Although his subordinate reminded Leahy not to release the prisoners first, for Inju's safety, he had no choice but to comply. After all the prisoners had walked over, Emoer finally untied the ropes on Inju. Just as Leahy was about to take her, Emoer suddenly whispered in her ear now. Inju quickly pulled out a sharp dagger. Leahy was stunned by this scene. The guards were also startled and shouted, Be careful. However, the one Inju stabbed was actually Emoer. Emoer had a look of utter shock on his face, Inju's lips curved into a triumphant smile. I know. You wanted me to plunge this dagger into Leahy's heart. But unfortunately for you, this was all just me turning your own plot against you. Emoer clutched his wound, still in disbelief. How is this possible? That was a secret art from the Divine Palace. How could it fail? Leahy immediately pulled Inju into his arms, turning his plot against him. Inju, are you all right? What did he do to you? Don't worry, I'm fine. He originally wanted to control my mind and make me stab you. Leahy was shocked. What? Control you? Then you now. Inju shook her head. I'm just glad his method didn't work on me. It turned out that last night, the secret art had stimulated Baina, waking her from her deep sleep. She then woke my consciousness in time and broke the spell. Otherwise, I'm afraid my hands would have been stained with Leahy's blood. Suddenly, Emoer gave an order, Quick, seize them. Leahy scoffed. Don't bother with a desperate struggle. Emoer, you've already lost. Just surrender. Leahy, don't celebrate too soon. I have more tricks on my sleeve. What other tricks could you possibly have? As soon as Leahy finished speaking, he felt a wave of dizziness. Seeing this, Inju frantically supported him. Leahy, what's wrong with you? Leahy clutched his forehead, but I've suddenly lost all my strength. Inju immediately looked at Emoer. This is your doing. You poisoned him. Emoer nodded smugly. That's right, it was me. How did you do it? Where was the poison? Before Emoer could answer, Leahy suddenly said, It's the scent of your hair. Inju sniffed her hair. But why am I fine? Because this is a poison specifically designed for beastmen. The more powerful the beastman, the more severe the poisoning. Eventually, they will die a slow and painful death. Where is the antidote? Hand it over, and I'll let you go. I'm not a fool. This is my only chance to turn the tables. How could I possibly give you the antidote so easily? You should know, Leahy's life is very valuable. Inju asked him what he wanted, but Leahy stopped him from making a deal with Mu'er. Mu'er started to persuade Inju again. You'd better think carefully. This is a secret medicine from the divine art. No one can produce the antidote except for me. Inju's heart was thrown into turmoil. Although he knew Mu'er must be plotting something again. But with Leahy's strength, he could only last for 2 days at most. In the end, Inju did not agree to Mu'er's demands. Because Leahy still had an ace up his sleeve, Morrison. Meanwhile, the poison had already begun to take effect. Seeing this, Inju was about to go to him. Leahy, in extreme agony, clutched his head and roared. Don't come any closer. Inju, stay away from me. He was afraid he would hurt Inju. Lu Yuan also advised from the side, don't go near him. The more pain a person is in, the less they can control the violent desires in their nature. They will not only harm others, but also themselves. So it's best you stay away from him for now. Seeing Leahy suddenly start banging his head against the wall, Inju's face filled with panic. Is there no way to stop him? Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. His power is too strong. None of us can restrain him. Right now, we can only lock him in a room alone and wait for Morrison to bring back the antidote. But Inju wouldn't listen and shook off Lu Yuan's hand. He couldn't just stand by and watch Leahy suffer alone. In a situation like this, he was determined for them to face the hardship together. He then shut Lu Yuan out of the room. Lu Yuan didn't insist any further. He simply remarked to himself that Leahy had found a good partner. Inside, Leahy had scratched himself until he was covered in wounds. Inju reached out his hand to soothe him, telling him not to hurt himself anymore. Leahy was surprised that Inju hadn't left him. Inju said he would stay with him no matter what. Even if Leahy hurt him, he would willingly accept it. In his heart, Inju only wanted to share this pain with him. Leahy nodded and pulled Inju into his arms. Although he knew he might hurt Inju, the moment he held him, he inexplicably found that he seemed to have more courage and strength to fight against the excruciating pain. Just then, Baina's voice rang out. Inju, can you not be so impulsive? If I hadn't lent you my power to suppress the poison in Leahy's body, he would have torn you to shreds 800 times by now. Inju chuckled and said, "Thank you." And indeed, Leahy was doing much better than before. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. It was Morrison who had brought the antidote. The two of them awkwardly separated. Inju immediately took the antidote. He then poured all of the antidote into Leahy's palm and told him to eat it quickly. Just as Leahy was about to swallow it all in one gulp, Morrison frantically told him to wait. But it was too late. The next moment, Leahy violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Inju, terrified, screamed, "Leahy, what's wrong with you?" He turned to Morrison and questioned him angrily. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening? Lu Yuan also grabbed him by the collar, asking, "Isn't this the antidote? Why does Leahy look even worse?" Inju, having lost his composure, even thought this was another conspiracy. Just as he was preparing himself to lose Leahy, Morrison, having collected himself, finally explained, "Leahy is fine. He did take the antidote, but he took too much. It caused a surge in his chi and blood. He should be fine after spitting out that blood." Inju was taken aback. There are only 2 pills in total. How can that be an overdose? 1 pill of this antidote needs to be cut into 4 pieces and taken in 4 separate doses. But you were all in such a hurry just now. You gave it to Leahy before I could finish explaining. Inju's anxious heart finally settled. Sure enough, after spitting out that mouthful of stagnant blood, Leahy began to gradually recover. As for how Morrison got the antidote, it turns out he had secretly captured that woman from the divine art. Seeing Morrison arrive at the dungeon, the woman showed a hint of excitement that I've already given you the antidote. Are you going to let me go now? Morrison chuckled, "My dear lady, you're too naive. You incited Mu heir to rebel and nearly got Leahy killed. How could I possibly let you go so easily? You clearly said you'd let me go if I handed over the antidote. You lied to me." Hearing this, Morrison grabs her face. "You want me to let you go? Fine. Tell me everything you know, including why the Divine Palace sent you to the Dark City. I was just accidentally captured by you all. Everything I've done was just to escape." Morrison laughs at her words. "You think I believe that? A handmaiden of the Divine Palace would be captured and made a slave girl for the Beastmen? Exposed, Miao Ling is rendered speechless." Morrison continues, "You'd better think carefully before you speak again. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is a dead end." Miao Ling is finally frightened, but she still seems hesitant. Seeing his chance, Morrison speaks again. "You're an abandoned pawn now. You can't possibly still be hoping your master will come to save you, can you?" With these words, Miao Ling's psychological defenses instantly crumble. I'll talk. My master sent me to investigate news of the beast god's successor. He said this person has already appeared, and it's very likely they're right here in the Dark City." Standing outside, Ingzhu can't help but frown, wondering how the people from the Divine Palace found out. Morrison asks again, "So, have you found that person?" Not daring to hide anything, Miao Ling honestly replies, "No. The original plan was to work with Mo to take control of the Dark City, but unfortunately, he failed." Hearing this, Ingzhu can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having said everything, Miao Ling immediately begs Morrison to let her go. Morrison slices his hand through the air, cutting her ropes, just as she's thinking about how she'll get her revenge when she returns to the Divine Palace. Morrison turns around and locks her back in the cell. She's so angry she starts screaming, "What are you doing? Didn't you promise to let me go?" Morrison gives a cold smile. "I'd let you go, but I never said I'd let you leave the Dark City. Seeing as you've been so cooperative, I'll be sure to treat you well." Walking out of the prison cell, Ingzhu says with a serious expression, "If no news of Miao Ling's capture gets back, the Divine Palace will probably notice quickly and might send more people." Morrison waves his hand dismissively. "Impossible. People from the Divine Palace won't be showing up anytime soon, because the Divine Palace is in the land of the weary gods. Cannon fodder like Miao Ling can't get out that easily." Hearing the words, "land of divine punishment," Ingzhu is stunned. Isn't it a dangerous place where criminals atone for their sins? Why would the Divine Palace be there? because the land of divine punishment is where the divine mountain used to be. It's just that the beast god, in order to suppress Qing Ling and the others in the flying domain below, set up multiple dangers and seals on top of it. Over time, the divine mountain became the extremely dangerous land of divine punishment. And after that battle, the divine mountain collapsed, leaving only a small part of its base. The original servants from the divine mountain and the surviving rebels couldn't escape, so they could only stay there and re-establish the divine palace. King Zhu finally understands. No wonder the civilization of the Beastman continent regressed so much, and no one from the divine mountain came to spread knowledge. Suddenly, he seems to think of something. Wait, the divine palace still has servants left from back then. That means not everyone in the divine palace is our enemy. Morrison smiles dismissively. In theory, yes. But back then, Qing Ling slaughtered nearly all of the beast god's loyal servants. And most of the servants who survived have likely already betrayed him. How could they possibly be friendly to you, the beast god's successor? Zhu feels immense pressure. Fortunately, Morrison says that they beastmen will always help him. But even so, the time left for Zhu is running out. While Zhu is dealing with the aftermath of the rebellion, Xiao Nuo is already in the ancestral land, fusing with the beast core. The clan leader has been watching over him the whole time. Seeing the pained look on Xiao Nuo's face, the clan leader can't help but worry, praying in his heart that he must succeed. Just then, Tang Xiao walks over. Xiao Nuo has been fusing with the beast core for over half a month. I was too worried, so I can't have a look. The clan leader sighs. Unfortunately, at a time like this, none of us can help him. He can only rely on himself. Suddenly, Xiao Nuo lets out a blood-curdling scream. It's clear that the fusion of the beast core has reached its most critical moment. However, the scene suddenly cuts to Zhu, who has returned to the Days tribe. He is seen happily walking into the house with his bag. Xiao Nuo, Teng Xiao, I'm back. But Xiao Nuo says apologetically, Zhu, I'm sorry. Zhu is taken aback. What's wrong? Did something happen? Xiao Nuo's expression suddenly darkens. I can't be with you anymore. Zhu is aghast. Wait, what do you mean by that? But Xiao Nuo's figure begins to blur. Zhu tries to grab him, but can't catch him. Just as he's panicking and calling out Xiao Nuo's name, Lei is suddenly woken up by the noise. It turns out Zhu was having a nightmare. The dream was so realistic that it frightened Zhu. Afterwards, she told Lei what she had just dreamed about. Lei quickly comforted her, saying it was nothing. Generally, dreams are the opposite of reality. Xiao Nuo and the others will be fine. Zhu was still a little worried, but this dream was too real, like some kind of omen. I'm afraid the giant sparrow tribe is plotting something again. Lei immediately covered her mouth. Don't worry. The people I arranged before I came back are specifically monitoring the giant sparrow tribe's every move. Even if they try to send a message to contact Beast King City, it will be intercepted. Even if something really happens, someone will come to inform us. Hearing Lei say this, Zhu finally felt at ease. The next day, Zhu was playing outside with Tung and watching her son gradually get used to this place. Zhu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Perhaps it was time for her to go back. Although Lei said he had people watching the giant sparrow tribe, for some reason, last night's dream still gave her an uneasy premonition. Just then, Lei suddenly handed over a few fruits. Zhu, try these. They're a special fruit from the City of Darkness, and they're particularly sweet. Zhu took a small bite, and a sweet fragrance immediately rushed to her taste buds. She had never eaten such a delicious fruit before. Lei smiled as he looked at Zhu's adorable expression. Although the weather here is hot and resources are scarce, for some reason, the fruits that grow here are always very sweet. Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately analyzed that it was because the City of Darkness is located in a desert with a large temperature difference between day and night, plus ample sunlight, which maximizes the retention of sugar in the fruit. Although some plains crops couldn't be grown here, growing fruit was a good path for development. So, Zhu proposed this idea. Lei shook his head. Even in an oasis with plenty of water, these fruits would probably be difficult to grow. Besides, we don't have any planting experience. But Zhu showed a look of excitement. An oasis is a great place for planting. Quickly, take me to see it. Maybe we can find other suitable crops to plant. Before long, the two arrived at a nearby oasis. Seeing this scene, Zhu appeared particularly excited. Lei said there was very little prey here, so they rarely hunted here. Only when they really couldn't find food would they come here to find something to fill their stomachs. The lake in the oasis was called the Lake of Divine Grace. The city's residents usually get their water from here. Inju looked surprised. Then does this lake have anything to do with the beast god? Leahy waved his hand. Who knows? This lake has ample water all year round. And during the hottest part of summer, not only does it not dry up, but the water level actually rises. Therefore, the beastmen believe it's a gift from the beast god and gave it this name. However, I don't think the beast god who punished us would have such a merciful heart. Inju didn't seem to be listening. Instead, she was wondering why this was the case. Generally, deserts have abundant groundwater. And since this area is low-lying, it's highly likely that groundwater converges here. Ample water, and even more water in the summer. That must mean there are high mountains nearby. Thinking of this, Inju quickly asked Leahy if there were any high mountains nearby. Just as Inju thought, Leahy said that not far from here, there was a mountain so high you couldn't see its peak. This completely confirmed Inju's speculation. High mountains usually have snowpack. In the summer, the snow melts and flows into the ground. Because this area is low-lying, the groundwater flows and gathers to form a lake. After her analysis, Inju was a little smug. Luckily, she hadn't forgotten her geography knowledge. Leahy hadn't expected that this lake really had nothing to do with the beast god. Inju, on the other hand, became even more excited because the water source here was completely sufficient for them to carry out large-scale planting. Immediately, she pulled Leahy along to look for other things they could plant. After a while, the two of them found many edible plants. The sky gradually began to darken. Inju and Leahy had also harvested a large pile of fruit. Moreover, the seeds of these fruits could all be used for planting. But Leahy said that fruit couldn't be a staple food. Although it could fill the stomach, meat was the best way to replenish energy. Inju immediately suggested they could trade. She planned to have the Days tribe, like the giant sparrow tribe, establish their own caravan. Then they could transport the tribe's specialty products to the plains to exchange for supplies. The fruits grown in the City of Darkness could then be given to the Days. This way, Inju could help Leahy and his people exchange for food. But Inju would still need to take a small commission. Leahy agreed without a second thought. Just as the two were discussing it, Morrison's voice suddenly came from behind them. No, I disagree. I can't believe this woman actually wants to grow an oasis in the desert. Just a moment ago, Inju and Leahy were planning to plant crops around the Lake of the Divine Thorn. However, they were met with strong opposition from Morrison. Leahy frowned, somewhat displeased. Why do you disagree? Planting fruit will not only enrich our food reserves, but also allow us to trade for more supplies. Inju also nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is clearly a highly beneficial endeavor. Morrison explained with a serious expression. The high priest once said that the oasis is the jewel of the desert. Once it disappears, the desert will become hotter and the environment will worsen. Then, the City of Darkness will slowly vanish into this yellow sand. So, no matter what, the oasis must not be touched. He snorted coldly. Is everything the high priest said necessarily correct? How can one oasis determine the life and death of the City of Darkness? What I'm saying is true. Before Morrison could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Leahy. Morrison, don't always use the high priest to pressure me. Don't forget, I am the city lord. As the two argued, Inju fell into deep thought. He felt that what the high priest said actually made sense. An oasis can regulate the humidity and temperature of the desert. Excessive cultivation would indeed lead to soil desertification and damage the ecological environment. In the long run, it would be difficult for the beastmen to survive here. Just as Inju was about to discuss this with them, he found the two of them arguing heatedly, like children. Inju had no choice but to pull them apart and mediate. Can you two stop arguing? Perhaps we can find a solution that works for everyone. But the two still wouldn't back down. One insisted on planting fruit, while the other was resolute against it. Just then, Tungin ran over. The two arguing men instantly fell silent, then vied with each other to play with Tungin. Seeing this, Inju smiled faintly. My little cub is truly amazing. On the way home, Inju began to voice his idea that we can select some suitable crops and try small-scale planting first. As long as we ensure it doesn't exceed the oasis's environmental capacity, it shouldn't have a significant impact. Morrison shook his head, but you can't ensure that. Some effects aren't visible in the short term, By the time they are discovered, it will be too late. For a moment, Inju didn't know how to respond. Leahy suddenly said, "These things might not happen in the future. Our current problem is a lack of food. Are we to sacrifice so many of our people for the sake of some unknown consequences? Although we have food reserves, they are far from enough. Every year, many of our people starve to death. Is that what you want to see?" At this point, Lu Yuan also cast a dissenting vote. I side with Morrison this time. The oasis must not be developed. Because in recent years, I've noticed that the water level of the Lake of the Divine Thorn has dropped and the frequency of sandstorms has increased. If we cultivate the oasis, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind blew. Inju was blown so hard he couldn't open his eyes. At the same time, the city's residents began to scream and flee. A sandstorm is coming. Everyone, take cover. Tung Un, who was running ahead, was so frightened he trembled and started crying loudly, just as he was about to be swept away by the sandstorm. Lei picked him up in time. Then, the group quickly looked for a nearby place to take shelter. Soon, they found a house. After entering, they blocked the door with objects. Now, they were finally safe. Based on past experience, the sandstorm shouldn't last too long. Inju hadn't expected Lu Yuan's prediction to come true, and this sandstorm was probably equivalent to a modern-day dust storm. At this moment, Lu Yuan spoke up. "This is why I cannot agree to your plan. If the oasis is developed, then the City of Darkness will have even less of a future." Morrison chimed in to persuade him. "That's right, Leahy. You should really reconsider." Just as Leahy was caught in a dilemma, Inju suddenly made a suggestion. "Have you ever thought that perhaps we could grow an oasis?" As soon as these words were spoken, the others were greatly astonished. After all, no one had ever had such a bold idea. Inju continued, "Yes. Although it might take a long time, as long as we work together, it's not impossible to achieve." But Lu Yuan and Morrison said he was daydreaming. After all, even the high priest couldn't accomplish it. However, Leahy trusted Inju without reservation. "Inju, tell us what we need to do." Inju's heart warmed instantly. "Thank goodness I still have you who believes in me." After speaking, he officially began to explain his method. Actually, the key to growing an oasis lies in those plants that can prevent wind and fix sand. Hearing the new term, the three big men all had bewildered expressions. Inju continued to explain, although vegetation is sparse in the desert, it is basically resistant to drought and high temperatures. Moreover, their root systems are well developed and can absorb more water. This way, it can grip and hold the sand well, preventing it from being blown away by strong winds. Lei's eyes lit up. "In that case, we can plant these plants over a large area in the desert." Although Morrison was somewhat convinced, he was still worried that not many tribe members would be willing to undertake such a large project. Inju had already thought of this. "We can select some plants that are both valuable and can prevent wind and fix the sand. This way, we not only get a harvest, but also prevent sandstorms. It balances both economic and ecological benefits. A true win-win situation." The three men were instantly impressed by Inju's wisdom. Suddenly filled with motivation, they all went to make the necessary arrangements. And next, it was time for Inju's identification system to perform. Inju never would have dreamed that there were actually over 10,000 types of plants that needed to be identified. But Beina said this was a good thing. The more that were identified, the faster the system would upgrade. But Inju didn't think it would be that easy. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out. "Successfully identified 5,000 species. System upgrade reward, alloy smelter." Inju was overjoyed. She didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. The rewarded alloy smelter could refine minerals and create any item. This was simply incredible. With this, Inju could create all sorts of new weapons, making Dezay even stronger. But on second thought, she felt something was off. "Beina, didn't you merge with the system? How could you not know what the upgrade reward is? I always thought you were the one giving the rewards." "No, my soul does reside within the system, and I can control it to a certain extent. But the original settings for issuing tasks, upgrades, and rewards are things I cannot change." After hearing Bei Na's explanation, Inju began to understand. "So, you're just a user with slightly higher permissions than me, not the system's backend administrator." Bei Na nodded and changed the subject. "Something like that. Don't overthink it. There are still many things left to identify." Inju then got up and walked outside. "I remember Lei, he, and the others are going to the high mountains today to check the terrain. I could go identify the nearby plants along the way. I'll leave things here to you." Worried that Ingzhu might encounter danger, Bei Na insisted on going with her. She also suggested that Ingzhu travel more around the Shuo continent. Only by identifying new species would the reading system continue to upgrade, provide richer rewards, and enhance her strength. Ingzhu understood this principle, but the cubs were still too young for her to leave them. Besides, her own strength was insufficient, and she still needed protection. She would have to wait at least until the children were a bit older. Then she could go out with Xiao Nuo and the others without worry. Bei Na suddenly interrupted her thoughts. I think I know what the next upgrade reward will be. Do you think the system can upgrade again before we return to the Zhe? Ingzhu pouted. It's not that easy. The last upgrade required 500 identifications. This time it was 5,000. Who knows? The next one might require 50,000. Bei Na immediately felt a headache coming on. 50,000 was no small number. But Ingzhu had a strong premonition that the next upgrade would bring earth-shattering changes to the system. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuo, having finished fusing with the beast core, was tied up. Xiao Baijizi was in the middle of treating him. Suddenly, Xiao Nuo let out a beastly roar. He then broke free from the ropes, his hands already transformed into claws. Just as Xiao Baijizi was about to be attacked by the frenzied Xiao Nuo, Tung Xiao rushed over. Grabbing his hand, he allowed Xia Bai to narrowly escape. Tung Xiao tried desperately to bring Xiao Nuo back to his senses, but was clearly no use. Chief AMU, seeing Xia Bai escape, asked with concern, Xia Bai, how is he? How is Xiao Nuo? Xiao Bai shook his head helplessly. I can't save him. Xiao Nuo's consciousness has been completely destroyed by the violent power within the beast core. There's nothing more I can do. AMU couldn't help but sob. That foolish child. I warned him not to pursue power by doing something so dangerous. But in the end, Xiao Bai cut him off. Have you notified Ingzhu about this? Seeing the chief shake his head, Xiao Bai grew frantic. How can you hide something this important from her? Even if she's in the Dark City, she'll have to come back eventually. The chief shouted, we have to hide it, even if we can't for long. This is what Xiao Nuo wanted. When he first chose this path, he made an agreement with me. If he failed, they must never tell Ingzhu the truth. He didn't want to break his beloved woman's heart. Therefore, Chief AMU planned to lie to Ingzhu when she returned, telling her that Xiao Nuo had gone to visit another tribe. He hoped that with Tung Xiao and by Kuen's companionship, Ingzhu would slowly forget Xiao Nuo. Meanwhile, on the other side, He was directing the tribe members to pay attention, to keep a proper distance, and leave enough room for the saplings to grow. When he noticed Ingzhu at his side, seemingly with a lot on her mind, he walked over. Ingzhu, what's wrong? You seem so distracted lately. Haven't you been resting well? Ingzhu gave a slight smile. I'm fine. I was just thinking that at this rate, we should be able to complete the first phase of the planning plan very soon. In reality, she felt very uneasy in her heart, because lately, she had been waking up startled from her dreams in the middle of the night, as if something major had happened. He didn't think much of it. He was very grateful to Ingzhu for helping them find so many new species. Not only could they harvest fruit, but they could also serve as windbreaks and stabilize the sand. In the long run, the Dark City could have a bright future. Ingzhu's expression, however, couldn't help but dim, because it was time for her to return to the Great Marsh. This man actually wants to have Ingzhu all to himself. If Xiao Nuo and the others found out, wouldn't they tear him to shreds? The moment he heard that Ingzhu was returning to the Great Marsh tribe, Leahy panicked. He couldn't understand why, when the Oasis project had just begun, Ingzhu was in such a hurry to leave the Dark City, to leave him. But Ingzhu was already prepared. She had written a book on the characteristics and cultivation experiences of all the various crops. Leahy sighed. It seems you've been planning to leave for a long time, to have prepared so thoroughly. Just as Ingzhu was about to explain, he interrupted her. What about Tungin? He's still so young. Can you bear to leave him here all alone? Ingzhu had him look at Tungin, who was playing, and then continued to explain. Tungin likes it here very much and has fit in quickly. Everyone is very good to him. Even if I'm not by his side, he can grow up healthy and happy. After speaking, she gently held Leahy's hand and added, besides, I believe that under your strict guidance, Tung will never become a naughty child. Leahy blurted out, unable to resist retorting, but you are a bear. Although Tungin shows more of the vine's characteristics, he is literally a bear child. Ingzhu scratched her head in embarrassment that we're not talking about the same thing. In any case, I trust you. Leahy immediately fell silent. He didn't know if Ingzhu was reluctant to leave him, or if he had never been within her considerations at all. Ingzhu looked at his dejected expression and was about to offer a few words of comfort, but he suddenly relented. Since you've already decided, then do do as you wish. But you have to wait for me to arrange the matters at hand. Let me personally escort you back to the great marsh tribe. Inju didn't seem to notice Leihi's concern for her. Actually, you can have your subordinates send me back. As soon as the words left her mouth, Leihi instantly became furious. And no, the journey is too dangerous. I don't trust anyone else. Realizing he had lost his composure, his tone softened. Besides, I promised Xiao Nuo I would get you back safely. How can I, the great lord of the Dark City, go back on my word? After speaking, he couldn't help but tease. Or is it that you missed Xiao Nuo so much you can't even wait a few more days? Inju immediately retorted, that's not it. I just think you're too busy and don't want to trouble you. Really? As he spoke, he pinned Inju against the wall. Are you really worried about me? Inju nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. She just felt that Leihi was acting very strange at that moment. In truth, it was because Leihi couldn't bear to let her go. Inju had to use the excuse of taking the cub out to play, to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Leihi still couldn't understand. If she was really worried about him, then why couldn't she stay for his sake? After Inju went out, Lu Yuan suddenly walked into the room. I heard Inju is going back. Why don't you make her stay? Leihi turned his head away and said against his true feelings, you overestimate me. Inju won't stay in the Dark City for me. Lu Yuan said with extreme displeasure. So you're really not going to do anything? You're just going to watch as you send away the woman you love? The Leihi I know. When did he become so timid and cowardly? Leihi suppressed the irritation in his heart and asked hoarsely, then what can I do? Forcibly imprison her by my side? Or threaten her with tongue and to make her stay in the Dark City? Lu Yuan was silenced by his words. Leihi couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Inju's heart has always been with Xiao Nuo. Even if she stayed, it wouldn't be what I want. Hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly spoke up. What if Inju could forget Xiao Nuo? It turns out he had asked Morrison. In the ancient books of the temple, there's a spell that can make people forget their past. As long as it's cast on Inju, she could be kept in the Dark City for good. However, this made Leihi furious. Enough. This is not something you should interfere in. Go back. I will handle it. Lu Yuan wanted to persuade him further, but seeing that Leihi's mind was made up, he could only sigh helplessly, because this was completely unlike the domineering lord he used to know. In reality, it wasn't that he didn't want to keep Inju. But what was the difference between using such despicable methods and the previous Mu heir? He only wanted to protect Inju. He never thought he would become so greedy. Just then, Tung An's crying interrupted his thoughts. Just as Inju was comforting Tung In, Leihi walked into the house. What's going on? Maybe I was too loud while handling the herbs on the side. Leihi was a bit confused. Why are you still working on this so late? Inju explained that this was a newly found herb that could calm the nerves and relieve fatigue. He wanted to prepare it and send it over to him, but didn't expect to wake the little one. During their conversation, Inju finally got Tung into sleep. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Leihi suddenly pulled him into his arms. Only then did he realize that Inju's words of worry for him during the day were genuine. Inju touched his face and smiled gently. What's wrong? Have you been too tired lately? I don't have to leave in the next few days. Don't wear yourself out. Leihi's heart instantly warmed that I was wrong. Inju, don't worry. I won't be like this anymore. I'll just throw the word to Morrison and Liu Yun, so they stop meddling all the time. Inju chuckled. If you exploit them like that, be careful they don't go on strike. 3 days later, it was time for Inju to leave. Before he left, Lin, still not giving up, tried to persuade Leihi. Can you really bear to let him go? It's not too late to change your mind. Leihi shook his head without hesitation. There's no need. As long as I have a place in Inju's heart, that's enough. I just want to protect him, not become a burden to him. Liu Yun wanted to continue persuading him, but Leihi couldn't be bothered and directly took Inju's hand, leaving the Dark City. After a few days of travel, Inju finally returned to the Days tribe. Leihi only escorted him to the city gate before turning back. He just didn't expect the package to be so heavy. It seemed so light when Leihi was carrying it. Inju had no choice but to go inside to call Tong Xiao and the others for help. But the moment he stepped into the tribe, he was stunned by the dilapidated scene before him. Can Inju bear the pain of losing Xiao Nuo? Seeing everything before him, Inju felt nothing but panic. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the side. It was the chief, Amu, and the others. Inju instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Amu simply said that before the tribe was invaded by enemies, the chief had led everyone to hide in a cave. Inju asked him if it was an expert from Beast King City. Hearing Amu say no, he then suspected it was Ju, but didn't notice the helpless sighs from Amu and Xiaobai opposite him. Just then, Baikuan walked over, supporting an injured Teng Xiao. Seeing this, Inju was startled. How did you all get injured? Baikuan's explanation was the same as Amu's. But listening to their conversation, Inju felt they were being strange, as if they were speaking in riddles. As if he thought of something, he quickly asked, "Where did Xiao Nu go? Why don't I see him?" Amu immediately signaled for them not to say anything. Then, forcing a calm expression, Mu told Inju, "Because we need to form a trade caravan, the chief sent Xiao Nua out to visit a few allied tribes." Only then did Inju feel at ease. Seeing that Teng Xiao was injured, he remembered that he had brought back a particularly effective healing herb and went to find the medicine for Teng Xiao. Xiaobai sighed again. "It seems you really plan to hide it from him until the end." Teng Xiao nodded. This is what Xiao Nua would have wanted. If he were told the truth, he probably couldn't take it. For now, they can only hide it one day at a time. Afterwards, Inju returned to his house. Luckily, it wasn't affected. Otherwise, Teng Xiao wouldn't have a place to recover in peace. Teng Xiao suddenly said, "Xiao Nua built this house for you with his own hands. It's your home, right?" Inju showed a sweet smile. "Yes. This house is Xiao Nua's heart and soul. If it were really destroyed, he would probably be very sad when he comes back." Actually, Teng Xiao knew that even if Xiao Nua had lost his mind, he would never destroy Inju's home in his subconscious. At this point, Inju asked again about the day's invaders. But Teng Xiao didn't know how to begin. Inju noticed something was wrong and quickly asked Teng Xiao, "Do you know the person who invaded?" Hearing this, a flash of panic crossed Teng Xiao's heart, which he immediately covered up. "How could I possibly know the person who invaded the tribe? Why would you ask that?" It turned out that Inju had discovered that Teng Xiao not only held no animosity towards the person who injured him, but even seemed very guilty. Even the chief and the priest were the same. Although no one in the tribe was killed or injured, that person did, after all, destroy their houses and various facilities. The impression they gave Inju was that they were actually worried about that person. After analyzing it this way, Inju came to believe that Teng Xiao and the others knew the intruder. Most importantly, they must have been very familiar with that person. After hearing Inju's speculation, Teng Xiao was hesitating whether to tell the truth when he heard Inju suddenly say, "It was your father who did it, wasn't it?" Teng Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected Inju to actually think of his father. Inju began to lay out her logical analysis for him. Someone close to you with sufficient power and someone Amu and the others wouldn't dare to hate. The only one who fits is your father. Or maybe to save that half-brother of yours. Teng Xiao had no choice but to play along and confirm that it was indeed his father. My goodness, is this what you call filial piety? The son has made his old father the scapegoat. Watching Teng Xiao's look of constant self-blame, Inju's heart ached for him again. She told him to rest and recover well, saying she was going to Amu's side to help out. After Inju left, Teng Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he had still underestimated Inju, because Inju didn't believe he would confess after just one test. Clearly, she knew Teng Xiao was still hiding the truth. Soon, she ran over to Amu's place to probe. However, Amu and Xiaobai also just brushed her off with vague answers. But Inju had no intention of giving up just like that. She was determined to get to the bottom of it. Several days later, the tribe was gradually being rebuilt. Amu gathered Teng Xiao and Baikuan to discuss matters. After the discussion, Amu asked about Inju's situation. Teng Xiao said she didn't seem to be paying attention to the invasion anymore. Amu couldn't help but sigh in relief, thinking they could keep it hidden this way. But Baikuan didn't think so. After all, Xiao Nua's rampage and destruction of the tribe had been witnessed by many tribe members. No one could guarantee they wouldn't tell Inju. Amu had already thought of this and had instructed the tribe members not to discuss the matter privately. Besides, Xiao Nua had appeared in his beast form at the time, so not many people could recognize him. Even so, Baikuan was still worried, because Inju would find out the truth sooner or later. Right now, AMU had no better solution. They could only hide it together one day at a time. In the end, Inju could not bear the pain of losing her beloved. Just when Teng Xiao and the others thought they had gotten past it, they never imagined the day would come so quickly. On this day, Inju was playing outside with her two little ones when a conversation of two people up ahead caught her attention. And what they were talking about was precisely the matter of Xiao Nuo attacking the tribe in his beast form. Inju instantly panicked. The two people talking also noticed her. They had intended to keep it hidden, but under Inju's repeated questioning, they told her the truth. Inju looked as if her soul had left her body. She finally understood why Tang Xiao and Bai Kun had always been so secretive. Stumbling all the way back home, her abnormality was immediately noticed by Tang Xiao. Inju suddenly rushed forward, demanding loudly, "Tell me, where on earth is Xiao Nuo?" Teng Xiao was about to make up another excuse to deceive her. AMU suddenly walked over. "There's no need to hide it anymore. Let me tell her." She then recounted the ritual of how Xiao Nuo fused with the beast core and had his mind consumed. After hearing this, Inju's heart pounded wildly, and her face turned deathly pale. Seeing her remain silent, Bai Kun was just about to try and console her. Inju suddenly grabbed AMU's shoulders and screamed hysterically. "AMU, Xiao Nuo clearly knew the risk of failure was so great. Why did he still do it?" Seeing AMU didn't respond, Inju already understood that Xiao Nuo did it all for her, that her own weakness had harmed the one she loved. The next moment, unable to bear it, Inju fainted completely. The Hu clan chief was immediately summoned to treat her. However, they were unable to wake Inju. It turned out that her spirit had suffered a massive shock. She had sealed off all her senses, immersing herself in the depths of her own consciousness. If she couldn't be woken up, her body would slowly weaken until she died. Now, the only way to save Inju was to find someone she cared about, have that person's soul enter her spiritual world, and finally, wake her up and bring her out. Teng Xiao and Bai Kun both volunteered without a second thought, but it could only be one person. The two immediately started arguing. Seeing them refusing to back down, AMU and Xiaobai didn't know how to persuade them. It was Heiyu who stepped in and broke up their argument. After all, this was too dangerous. If they couldn't bring Inju back in time, both of their souls would be lost. But Teng Xiao and Bai Kun didn't care about their own safety at all. As long as they could save Inju, they were willing to do anything, even sacrifice their own lives. In the end, AMU and Xiaobai decided to let Teng Xiao go. Bai Kun immediately protested, even thinking that he wasn't as important as Teng Xiao in Inju's heart. At this, Heiyu grabbed his ear and huffed irritably. "Have you forgotten? Most of your soul has already merged with the Tawading clock. Only a small part of your soul is supporting your body now, so you can't go at all." Bai Kun didn't insist anymore. He just told Teng Xiao that he must come back, or he would throw his two cubs away. Teng Xiao naturally understood his good intentions. Then, Xiaobai took out 2 stalks of soul grass, lit them, and placed them on either side of the head of the bed. Teng Xiao lay down beside Inju and held her hand. As the fragrance from the burning soul grass filled the air, Teng Xiao's soul gradually merged into Inju's spiritual world. Priest Xiaobai's words echoed in the room. "You must remember, before the soul grass burns out, you must bring Inju back. Otherwise, you'll never be able to return." Soon, Teng Xiao's soul appeared in a blank world. He began to shout Inju's name loudly. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Teng Xiao rushed over to see that it was Benna. Benna immediately grabbed his hand. "Quick, come with me to save Inju. Will Teng Xiao be able to rescue Inju successfully? What is Inju's inner world really like?" At this moment, Teng Xiao was following Benna closely to find Inju. Benna said that Inju was completely bewitched because she believes that all the problems were caused by her. Even Benna couldn't wake her up. Now with Teng Xiao's help, Benna had a little more hope. Teng Xiao, in turn, reassured Benna that he would definitely bring Inju back. Soon, the two of them stopped. Benna pointed ahead and said, "This darkness is the projection of Inju's negative emotions. She's in there." Without a second thought, Teng Xiao walked in. Poor Inju was crouching in the depths of the darkness, constantly muttering that it was all her fault. Suddenly, a hand reached out like a ray of sunshine. "Inju, don't be sad anymore. I promise you I will definitely find Xiao Nuo and bring him back." Hearing this, Inju slowly raised her head. "Bring Xiao Nuo back." After saying this, she couldn't help but start crying. Xiao Nuo can't be found anymore. It's all my fault. I'm the one who harmed him. Tung Xiao wiped away her tears and said gently, Inju, this isn't your fault. This was all Qiao Nua's own choice. How can you be blamed? But without me, Qiao Nua wouldn't have gone to fuse with the beast soul. He was never one to eagerly pursue power. And by Kuan, he's also suffering inhuman pain to save me. I also failed to protect Tungin and could only leave him in the City of Darkness. Being so weak, I only bring harm to everyone. Hearing this, Tung Xiao held her face and said, but without you, the tribe wouldn't have the good life they have now. Without you, Tunga might have been abandoned long ago. As for Qiao Nua and by Kuan, protecting you is a male's duty. How can you be blamed? Even if Qiao Nua's partner wasn't you, with his personality, he would still. Before he could continue, Inju interrupted him. Nonsense. I am Qiao Nua's partner. He would never like another female. Unexpectedly, this sentence actually spurred Inju back to her senses. Tung Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He then continued to persuade Inju earnestly. Inju was finally relieved and followed Tung Xiao out of the darkness. Outside, Inju also opened her eyes. Bai Kuan suddenly rushed forward and hugged her tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. Chief AMU was also crying with joy that it's good that you're okay. Inju, don't you ever scare me like that again. This old man, if something had happened to you, how would I explain it to Qiao Nua? I'm sorry, Chief. I made you all worry. I won't be like this again. Although Inju had recovered, she would not give up on Qiao Nua so easily. She swore that she would definitely bring Qiao Nua back safely. The next day, Inju had just stepped outside and yawned when she found a lively scene in front of her door. It turned out that the tribe members had brought a lot of food. Tung Xiao and Bai Kuan were busy receiving them. One of them saw Inju and immediately smiled and shouted, "It's Inju. Inju is out." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd surged forward. Inju, this is today's fresh lean meat. Take it and nourish your body. This candy, my family's dried fruit, is delicious. Let your kid try some. Inju felt a little embarrassed by everyone's enthusiasm. Tung Xiao then stepped in to smooth things over. Inju, everyone was very worried when you were unconscious, but they didn't want to disturb your rest. That's why they're bringing you delicious things, hoping you'll get better soon. Bai Kuan added, see, so many people care about you. You have to get well quickly, you know. For a moment, everyone offered their blessings. Inju nodded happily, her heart filled with immense warmth. She understood that everyone was silently supporting her. In that case, she couldn't continue to be willful and only consider her own feelings. Seeing Inju return to her former self, Tung Xiao and Bai Kuan finally breathed a small sigh of relief. However, Tung Xiao still seemed somewhat worried. Bai Kuan, do you think Inju is really okay? She's much better than before. Although she hasn't completely let it go, she has at least pulled herself together. It's a good sign. He then leaned in and asked in a low voice, by the way, I heard you had the search party expand their range. Have they found any trace of Qiao Nua? Tung Xiao nodded. Yes, there. But before he could finish, Inju suddenly walked over. What are you two whispering about over here? Bai Kuan instantly put on a dramatic act. Tung Xiao said he has too much to do and can't handle it, so he wants to dump all the cubs on me to raise. Inju, you tell me, how can there be such an irresponsible Afu? After his performance, Bai Kuan became all serious again. However, if it were to take care of you alone, I would be more than willing, no matter how hard or tiring it gets. Understand. Inju gave an awkward smile. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take Ting Shi and Tang Chung from here. I will take good care of them. Afterward, Bai Kuan and Tang Xiao went to the group leader to pick up the cubs. It turned out that Bai Kuan had been deliberately acting earlier. He wanted the cubs to accompany Inju to distract her, so she wouldn't have so much time to let her imagination run wild. Actually, Inju had seen through his intentions long ago. She just hadn't said anything. Just as she was returning to her room, Xiangyi was standing behind her, having appeared at some point. Although Xiangyi was also there to see Inju, her expression was particularly tense. Inju noticed something was off about her. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, Xiangyi said she had something to tell her about Qiao Nua. The small wooden figure meant for her was back in her hand. It turned out Xiangyi had come to return it. Inju remembered clearly giving it to Qiao Nua when she left days. So she hurriedly asked Xiangyi where she got it. This way, perhaps she could follow the trail to find Qiao Nua. Xiangyi couldn't help but fall into recollection. On the day the tribe was attacked, Qiao Nua and Tang Xiao had transformed into their beast forms and were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, something fell from Qiao Nua's body. Xiang Yi, who was lying on the ground, happened to see it. When she opened her hand to look, it was the small wooden figure of Yingzhu, so she quickly put it away. After hearing this, Yingzhu was a little disappointed. The clue to finding Qiao Nua was a dead end again. Still, she expressed her gratitude to Xiang Yi. After all, the small wooden figure symbolized Qiao Nua's love for her, which was very important. Xiang Yi smiled and waved her hand, telling her not to be so formal. Seeing Yingzhu's worried expression, she began to console her again. Look, this little wooden figure has returned to your hand. You two will definitely be reunited. A sweet smile finally appeared on Yingzhu's face. Thank you, Xiang Yi. I understand now. At that moment, she believed that Xiao Nua must be waiting for her. One day, Yingzhu called for the group leader, Amu, wanting her to instruct everyone to bring back some stones when they went out hunting. The stones she spoke of were not ordinary stones, but iron ore and copper ore. Amu was confused for a moment. Yingzhu then took out a small knife and explained, Amu, look, after these stones are smelted, they could be used to forge weapons like this. Amu's eyes instantly lit up. I remember your dagger is especially sharp and durable. But didn't you say before that it was impossible to make more? Yingzhu immediately summoned the alloy furnace. She explained, Amu, look, as long as you put the ore into this furnace, you can directly create the things you want. This furnace is called an alloy furnace. Not only can it make all kinds of weapons, but it can also forge farm tools and daily necessities. This way, our strength will be greatly enhanced, and our lives will become much more convenient. After Yingzhu's explanation, Amu was instantly filled with motivation. Soon, under Teng Zhao's leadership, the tribe members had gathered a lot of ore. It's just that many people couldn't understand Yingzhu's purpose for the items. They felt that being asked to look for stones was a complete waste of energy. Even the chief was going along with his nonsense. Teng Zhao immediately stood up to vouch for Yingzhu. What do you all know? Yingzhu is the wisest person in our tribe. If he says it's useful, then it's definitely useful. Although the crowd didn't continue to complain, they were still very curious about what these stones were for. Teng Zhao chuckled. Stop your wild guessing. The results won't disappoint you. In just a few short days, Yingzhu had forged massive blades and other weapons. Although he had successfully made the weapons, Yingzhu said there was too little usable ore because most of what everyone had brought back these past few days were just ordinary rocks. There was far too little iron ore for making weapons. If they could find a large iron deposit to mine, this problem would be easily solved. Thinking of this, Yingzhu proposed to lead a group out. Just then, Bai Kuan was passing by and overheard their conversation. Both Amu and Bai Kuan objected without a moment's hesitation. Yingzhu hadn't expected such a strong reaction from them, but Amu and Bai Kuan's worries were justified. After all, the giant sparrow tribe had always been eyeing their day's tribe menacingly. If any trace of Yingzhu was discovered outside, he would very likely be ambushed and killed by them. Amu went so far as to directly order Yingzhu not to go out, telling him to stay safely within the tent. After Amu left, Yingzhu sighed helplessly that Amu is treating me like a fragile porcelain doll, terrified that something might happen to me. Bai Kuan stroked his head and said, That's because you have a history of frequently disregarding your own safety to do dangerous things. Yingzhu couldn't help but retort, but it's not like I'd be alone. Besides, I have the ability to protect myself. Bai Kuan's tone suddenly turned cold. So? Is that what gave you the confidence to go find Qiao Nua? His thoughts seen through, Yingzhu hurriedly tried to explain himself. Bai Kuan, you've misunderstood. I just want to look for metal. Amu and I plan to replace the tribe's weapons and daily necessities with iron or copper ones. So we need lots and lots of ore. Bai Kuan knew these were all excuses. He couldn't help but lean in close and ask in a cold voice. And after that, I see you just want to get everything done here, so you can leave alone to find Qiao Nuo with a clear conscience. Seeing Yingzhu unable to find any more excuses, Bai Kuan continued to press him. For Qiao Nuo's sake, you'd abandon me, Teng Zhao. And the cubs, is that it? Yingzhu said, I'm sorry, with a crestfallen look. But Bai Kuan said there was no need to apologize. Then what did he want? Was he just finding new ways to torment Yingzhu? Bai Kuan actually kissed Yingzhu forcefully, but Yingzhu instantly pushed him away. This left Bai Kuan incredibly dejected. So, it's true, Bai Kuan thought he only married me because I saved him. Yingzhu quickly tried to explain, it's not like that. But Bai Kun wouldn't listen. Xiao Nuo is the only partner you truly love. For his sake, you would abandon all of us. After speaking, he suppressed the pain in his heart and hugged him. Ingzhu, maybe you don't want to hurt any of us. But do you know, your reluctance to hurt us is its own kind of cruelty to us. As he spoke, tears began to stream down Bai Kun's face. Suddenly, Ingzhu punched him. You idiot! What kind of tragic supporting male lead drama have you been imagining all day? And you say you're smart? You're completely foolish. Use your brain for a second and think. With my personality, if I was only acting out of pity, would I have accepted you all? He looked at Bai Kun's confused and helpless expression. Ingzhu caressed his face and sighed softly. Perhaps I didn't give you enough security before, which led to this misunderstanding. But you have to believe me, I will never, ever abandon you. Because we are partners. No matter what happens, we will always be by each other's side. It finally dawned on Bai Kun. The happiness he had been searching for had been right beside him all along. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something that, oh right, Ingzhu, does that mean you'll take me and Teng Xiao with you to find Xiao Nuo? Ingzhu nodded that's right. As for Teng Shi and Teng Cheng, we'll have to temporarily entrust them to Chief A Mutant. In truth, Ingzhu didn't want this either. But for the system to upgrade, he had to go to other places to identify new species. Besides, people from Shenggong were also looking for him. His leaving would actually make the tribe safer. Bai Kun also sensed Ingzhu's reluctance to part with the cubs. So he suggested bringing the cubs along too. We can just treat it as a grand adventure. Ingzhu felt completely speechless and rejected the idea outright. If Bai Kun really dared to bring the cubs, Teng Xiao would probably beat him to a pulp. Meanwhile, Wei Shi, the chief of the giant sparrow tribe, was flying into a rage. It turned out his subordinates had been unable to find out how the Days tribe's new weapons were being made. But I did bring back some useful news. The Days tribe's weapons are extremely hard. Plus, they've been gathering a large amount of stones recently. Wei Shi quickly guessed that this was the Days' secret. Meanwhile, Teng Xiao and Ingzhu were leading their tribesmen to find ore. After assigning the tasks, the tribesmen dispersed. Just as Ingzhu was about to leave on her own, Teng Xiao grabbed her. Don't wander off. Stay by my side. After all, this is the wilderness. There are many hidden threats. Little did they know, danger was gradually approaching. Two dark figures were hiding in the grass behind them. They were the renegades from the Juk tribe. Before long, Ingzhu discovered a lot of hematite. What excited her even more was that there was a huge mine nearby. This way, the tribe wouldn't have to worry about its daily needs. Teng Xiao couldn't help but hug her excitedly. Ingzhu, you're amazing. Suddenly, a discordant voice was heard. Why so happy, Ingzhu Teng Xiao? Did you find some kind of treasure? The speaker was none other than the leader of the Juk tribe, Wei Shi. Teng Xiao immediately stood protectively in front of Ingzhu. Wei Shi, what are you doing here? I should be the one asking you that. This is the territory of our Juk tribe. Why have you trespassed? This immediately angered the Days tribesmen. This is clearly the wilderness. When did it become your territory? Wei Shi revealed a mocking expression that we, the Juk, need to specially inform you Days of our decisions. You'd better leave at once. Otherwise, none of you will be able to. Teng Xiao's expression instantly turned icy. He felt that a fight wouldn't be a big problem, but he didn't know if they had reinforcements. Seeing that Teng Xiao seemed ready to fight, Ingzhu immediately stopped him. Teng Xiao, let's go. Teng Xiao wanted to insist, but seeing Ingzhu shaking her head, signaling him not to, Teng Xiao struggled for a moment before giving up. Watching the Days tribe's retreating figures, one of the Juk's subordinates suddenly spoke up. Chief, isn't that Ingzhu your biggest threat? Why don't we just take this opportunity to eliminate her? Wei Shi snorted coldly. Killing her would be easy, but the Days tribe would fight us to the death. Besides, if word got out that we killed a precious female from another tribe for no reason, the other tribes would probably attack us all at once. What's more, we have a more important treasure now than that Ingzhu. After speaking, he gave an order to go. Take these stones back for me, and bring the best craftsmen over. Meanwhile, the Days tribesmen were complaining indignantly all the way back. Ingzhu had to comfort them. It's all right. We can look for iron or elsewhere in the future. Teng Xiao asked with some worry. Is it really okay for those or to fall into their hands? You know, the Juk not only have excellent craftsmen, but also help from Beast King City. Ingzhu smiled confidently. Don't worry. let's just wait for a good show. Who would have believed it? The great goddess of the Days tribe was actually proven wrong. Although the Juk had shamelessly stolen the mine before, a month later, Inju found another small mineral deposit. Moreover, this new deposit was extremely rich, more than enough to meet the tribe's daily needs. At the furnace's production rate, in just a few more months, all the males in the tribe would be able to get their own weapons. Then they could continue making iron armor, iron pots, and other items. In that case, Inju would be able to leave without worry. Suddenly, Mu asked worriedly, when the Juk tribe snatched the ore, will they also be able to make iron tools? Don't forget, the envoy from Beast King City is still with them. Maybe he'll help them. Inju confidently wagged her finger. AMU, don't worry. Making iron tools isn't that simple. Not to mention, they don't have tools like a blast furnace and bellows to extract iron from the ore. Even if they get pig iron, it still needs to be repeatedly forged. This is not an easy task to accomplish. But before she could finish, Baikuin came running over in a hurry. Inju, we just got news. The Juk tribe has already forged iron tools. Inju felt as if she had just been slapped squarely in the face. However, AMU and Baikuin didn't seem nervous at all. Inju seemed to have thought of something and immediately put on a confident look. Actually, it doesn't matter even if they forge them, because we don't need much cost or time, but they have to invest a lot of time and resources. It's not something they can accomplish in a short period. Indeed, it was just as Inju had expected. Weishi was very dissatisfied. They had only managed to make a single weapon. He believed that since the Days tribe could make so many, they should be able to as well. But the subordinate explained, although the emissary from the royal city had given them instructions, the production cost was too high. Not only did it consume a massive amount of resources, but it also required the males to constantly hammer away, which lowered their hunting efficiency. Weishi wouldn't listen at all. After all, he was the clan chief. He had the final say in all clan matters. But the subordinate said that the elders all disagreed with him, continuing, and had already rejected the weapon-making plan. Weishi immediately trembled with anger. If he offended all the elders, his position as chief would be nothing but an empty title. It seems that compared to Inju losing face, the chief of the giant sparrow tribe had it much worse. Meanwhile, AMU said that once all the people of the Days tribe were outfitted with a new equipment, their final battle with the giant sparrow tribe would be imminent, and he was confident that Days would surely win. Seeing that AMU had made all the arrangements, Inju said she could finally go find Xiao Nuo with peace of mind. But AMU was still worried and tried to persuade her to give up. Inju immediately promised that she would definitely find Xiao Nuo and bring him back safe and sound. AMU knew he couldn't dissuade Inju, so he could only tell her to be careful on her journey. Even if she couldn't find Xiao Nuo, she had to return safely. Before long, the day of Inju's departure arrived, but Inju only took Ting Xiao with her. This made Baikuin feel very resentful. She had promised to take him along. He said that Tung Xiao was all brawn and no brains and couldn't take good care of her at all. Inju had to quickly console him. It's not that I don't want to take you. You know that most of your soul is trapped in the totem room. I can't take the totem room with me. In Presiab, I still needs to perform the totem ritual every month. Baikuin could only act like a wronged little wife, redirecting his anger towards Tung Xiao. You really lucked out, you guy. Poor me can only stay home and take care of the kids, while you two are out there in your own little world. Just then, Inju gently kissed his forehead. Baikuin felt his heart melt, and all his resentment vanished without a trace. Then Inju said gently, Tung Xiao, and I will find Xiao Nuo and come back as soon as possible. We won't make you wait too long. Baikuin nodded with satisfaction. I'll wait for you obediently at home. After speaking, he gave Tung Xiao a warning. You must take good care of Inju, or else you'll have it coming when you get back. Tung Xiao sighed helplessly, seeing that this guy Baikuin still wanted to cling to Inju. Tung Xiao directly revealed his true form, swept Inju up, and then soared into the sky, officially beginning their search. So, will they be able to find Xiao Nuo? As it turns out, Xiao Nuo has been captured by the master of the divine power, who is forcing him to be his mount. However, Inju and Tung Xiao are still on their journey to find him. Seeing that it was getting late, the two prepared to make camp right where they were and get something to eat. Tang Xiao started setting up the tent on the side, while Inju gathered some branches from the ground, preparing to start a fire and cook. Suddenly, she noticed a cave not far away. She immediately walked inside, originally planning to spend the night there. After all, it was warmer and safer inside the cave. Unexpectedly, two pairs of bright red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Immediately after, two enormous brown bears charged towards Inju. Terrified, Inju let out a scream. She hadn't expected to stumble into a bear's den. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, who had just finished setting up the tent, heard Inju scream and his heart lurched in panic. At that moment, Inju was fleeing for her life while shouting, "Tang Xiao, help me!" The next moment, Tang Xiao came flying over, long sword in hand. With a flash of cold light, the giant bear right behind Inju was decapitated. The other bear behind it was stunned. However, Tang Xiao didn't press the attack, because the other bear was already scared out of its wits. It immediately turned tail and fled the cave. Inju couldn't help but ask joyfully, "Tang Xiao, that was amazing. Did you have another breakthrough?" Tang Xiao stroked his long sword and smiled faintly. "This is all thanks to the iron sword you made. It would have been impossible with a stone sword." Inju was also amazed. So a good weapon could boost one's combat power so much. Putting away the iron sword, Tang Xiao reminded her, "From now on, you must not leave my sight. There are many wild beasts here. Even I might not be able to escape unscathed every time." Inju nodded. "I understand. I won't do it again." Tang Xiao sighed. The commotion just now scared off all the surrounding beasts. "We should be safe for the night." Hearing this, Inju was a little confused. "Didn't we just scare off one bear?" Tang Xiao shook his head with a serious expression. "It's not that simple. There were many beasts around, waiting to take advantage of the situation. They would have rushed out to pick up the scraps if they saw an opportunity. That's also why the other bear ran away so quickly." Inju suddenly felt a lingering fear. She had originally thought the bear was scared off by Tang Xiao, not realizing there was another reason. Afterwards, Tang Xiao began to butcher the large bear he had taken down, a perfect addition of meat for tonight's dinner. But Inju was in no mood. The outside world was so dangerous, which made her worry even more about Xiaonhua. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Xiaonhua was fighting for his life against a wild beast. Just as he was about to finish it off with a single blow, a white silk ribbon suddenly flew over, instantly binding him and rendering him immobile. He looked up to see a blonde woman appearing before his eyes. This woman was none other than the Lord of the Divine Palace. She reached out and lifted Xiaonua's chin. "How interesting. You clearly failed to absorb the beast core, yet your body wasn't destroyed by its violent energy." After speaking, she pointed a finger at the spot between Xiaonua's eyebrows. "Well then, let me help you. As it happens, I'm in need of a mount. From now on, you will be my mount, little Jean, and I will be your master." Time passed to the dead of night. Tang Xiao was sitting outside, keeping watch when he saw Inju walk out of the tent. He was a bit surprised it's so late. "Why aren't you asleep? I already woke up from a nap. You've been on watch for most of the night. Let me take over. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to travel tomorrow." Tang Xiao shook his head. "There's no reason for a female to keep watch. Go get some more sleep. I'll keep an eye on things." Inju simply sat down next to him. "Then I'll just stay here with you. I'm not going back anyway." Tang Xiao didn't insist further. Inju then spoke with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Tang Xiao. If it weren't for my willfulness, you wouldn't have to be wandering out here with me." "Don't say that. I'm your mate. No matter what you want to do, I will be by your side. Besides, Xiaonhua is my brother too. I also want to bring him back to the tribe." Inju's expression dimmed. "Do you think we can really find Xiaonhua? I'm actually so scared that we'll never find him." Tang Xiao gently stroked her head. "Don't worry. We found his trail a long time ago. As long as we follow this route, we will definitely find him." As they spoke, Inju drifted off to sleep again. For the next month, they followed the traces Xiaonhua left behind, asking for information and traveling day and night. Along the way, they encountered attacks from beasts of all sizes, but thankfully, they always managed to escape unharmed. However, Tang Xiao had to take care of Inju while also traveling urgently, which took a huge toll on his energy. Finally, during a siege by a pack of beasts, he was injured. A worried Inju asked, "Tang Xiao, how are you feeling now?" "I'm fine, just got scratched a bit. It's nothing serious. We should run a bit further to be safe. Those beasts can track by scent, so they might catch up to us." Inju nodded. "But we need to find a place for you to recover now." After walking for a while, Inju spotted a tribe not far ahead. But the guards of this tribe wouldn't let them in. Inju immediately explained, big brothers, we just want to borrow a place to rest for one night. My mate was injured in a beast attack. Please help us." Hearing this, the two guards were moved with compassion, but they were afraid the two might be spies. Just as the guards were about to refuse Ingju, a voice suddenly called out, "Let them in. If we can save a life, why wouldn't we?" The speaker was none other than Xiangxing, the priest of the Hechuan tribe. Xiangxing's arrival resolved Ingju and Teng Xiao's crisis. It turned out he had been observing the two of them from the shadows. After confirming they were not lying, he revealed himself to help them, allowing the two to enter the Hechuan tribe. Just then, Teng Xiao, whose injuries were too severe, finally couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground and passed out. He was quickly taken to a house within the tribe. Ingju touched his forehead and found that he didn't have a fever, but his complexion was terrible. Several hours had passed, and he still hadn't regained consciousness. At that moment, Xiangxing walked in from outside carrying a bamboo basket that I think has been poisoned. "If you don't mind, let me see his wound." After getting Ingju's permission, he began to examine Teng Xiao's injury. The moment he unwrapped the bandage and saw the wound, he was certain that Teng Xiao had been poisoned by a scorpion-tail beast. Anyone stung by it will at first only lose their strength. When their stamina gives out, they fall into a coma. Once the poison spreads throughout the body, it was almost impossible to save him. This made Xiangxing suspicious of their identities. After all, an ordinary person attacked so severely would have no chance of survival. And this male actually managed to escape with his mate. It was clear they had an unusual background. Suddenly, Ingju's anxious voice interrupted his thoughts. "Lord Priest, since you know what this is there a way to save him?" Xiangxing smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. I brought some herbs that can counteract the poison. He'll be fine after he takes them." Ingju finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Xiangxing turned around again and took something out of a bamboo basket. He had noticed that Ingju had been so busy taking care of Teng Xiao that she hadn't eaten, so he had prepared food for them. He even teased, "If your mate wakes up and finds us letting you starve, I'm afraid he'd tear our tribe apart." Ingju's heart warmed instantly. "Thank you, Lord Priest." Xiangxing quickly placed a finger on her lips. "Lord Priest is too formal. Just call me Xiangxing. And what's your name?" Ingju, feeling a bit awkward subconsciously, "My name is Ingju." After speaking, she immediately moved to Teng Xiao's side and introduced him. "This is my mate, Teng Xiao." Xiangxing didn't press Ingju further, just gave a few instructions and left. As for Ingju, she felt that this male seemed like a good person and could probably be trusted. Meanwhile, outside, Xiangxing spoke towards a certain spot that I've already tested them. For now, there's nothing suspicious about Ingju and her mate. A bald man emerged from the shadows that I know, Lord Priest. You've worked hard. I'll have people keep an eye on them later. This man was Qi Bei, the captain of the Hechuan tribe's guard. Xiangxing sighed softly that it was my willfulness that created more work for you. But I don't think Ingju and her mate are bad people. At least, they weren't sent by that side. You don't need to be so tense. Qi Bei shook his head, his expression serious. You know the chief's condition. We must be careful about everything right now. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Hearing this, Xiangxing's tone also grew cold. Then listen carefully. If you discover they really are enemy spies, you must not let them leave here alive. The next morning, Ingju was strolling through the Hechuan tribe. She discovered that although it wasn't large, its resources were even more abundant than Dezay's. The standard of living was also much better than in Dezay. Perhaps it was because they were located on a plain. However, the people here were extremely wary of her. Ingju guessed that perhaps the tribal conflicts in this area were too intense, which was why their defenses were so severe. Just then, Ingju heard someone call her name. She turned her head and saw it was Xiangxing. He had come to bring Ingju food again. Ingju quickly said that she still had plenty of food and that he didn't need to bring more so often. After all, she was already very grateful that he had let her and Teng Xiao stay. But Xiangxing said that in this weather, food spoils quickly if not stored properly. In truth, he was still testing Ingju, because if Ingju had a way to store food long-term, he could confirm that she and her mate were not from that side. Seeing that Ingju was about to refuse again, Xiangxing interrupted her. Helping a female is what every male should do. If you really feel bad about it, then wait for your mate to wake up and help us hunt some game. As soon as Ingju agreed, he took her hand. Then let's go check on Teng Xiao's condition now. so he can get better sooner and repay his debt to me. Along the way, Inju talked about the reason why she and Teng Xiao were wandering. But after listening, Xiang Xing fell silent. Inju quickly asked him what was wrong. Xiang Xing explained that he was trying to remember if he had ever seen Qiao Nuo. So, had he seen Qiao Nuo or not? Qiao Nuo is a great golden eagle. Teng Xiao is a great lion. Lehi is a giant python. Bai Kuan is a great fox. Then what species is this red-haired Xiang Xing? Originally, Inju had hoped that Xiang Xing would know of Qiao Nuo's whereabouts, but he said that he rarely went out, so he had never seen Qiao Nuo. Inju could only sigh helplessly. Seeing this, Xiang Xing quickly comforted her. I believe you will definitely find him. Inju nodded blankly. Then, Xiang Xing began to check Teng Xiao's injuries, although there was still no sign of him waking up. However, the poison was no longer spreading. He would recover after a few more days of herbal medicine. But Xiang Xing discovered that there weren't enough detoxifying herbs left. When he was about to go out to gather more herbs, Inju insisted on going with him. Xiang Xing was stunned and a little confused. Inju explained that she felt bad for always troubling him. Besides, she had a hard time identifying herbs herself. Perhaps she could help lighten his load. Xiang Xing thought for a moment and agreed. But he told Inju to remember one thing: never leave his side, because there were many poisonous plants nearby. After leaving the tribe, Xiang Xing was explaining some precautions to her. But Inju was looking around excitedly, full of curiosity about the new plants here. Just as she was about to touch a red plant in front of her, Xiang Xing was suddenly alarmed. He leaped over in a single bound and immediately stopped Inju. It turned out this plant was called the itchy flower. If touched, it would cause one's entire body to itch and fester. After hearing Xiang Xing's warning, Inju was so frightened she immediately backed away. Xiang Xing then took out a piece of linen cloth and demonstrated how to pick it. As long as you don't touch the petals, you can just pick the root and leaves of the itchy flower, because these parts are very useful for external injuries. Inju didn't expect him to know so much, while she had to rely on her identification system. Xiang Xing said that this was knowledge passed down from generations of priests. As the current priest, he naturally understood it. Inju couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed the transmission of knowledge in the outside world was much better than in Dezhe. Was it because this place was close to Beast King City, or had the surviving divine craftsman also played a part? Before long, Xiang Xing found the detoxifying herbs. The two of them were busy crouching on the ground, collecting them. Suddenly, a foot stepped on the herbs. Isn't this Xiang Xing? Why do you have the leisure to come out and pick herbs today? I thought you were wholeheartedly keeping watch at Xiang Yan's sickbed. The speaker was Yi Man, the younger brother of the Tsang Mu tribe's leader. Xiang Xing stood up and replied coolly, "My brother's fine. Don't trouble yourself." Yi Man let out a smirk. What are you talking about? We're neighbors, after all. As the clan leader, it's only natural to be concerned about Xiang Yan. Xiang Xing snorted coldly. Well, thank you so much for your kindness. After speaking, he immediately pulled Inju and turned to leave. Yi Man waved his hand, signaling his men to surround the two, then slowly walked over. Xiang Xing, what's the hurry? I haven't finished speaking. When Xiang Yan was fighting that mad golden winged Yao, my brother happened to be there too. He's always regretted not helping out at the time. Hearing this, Inju's heart skipped a beat. She immediately shouted at him, "Wait a minute. The mad golden winged Yao you just mentioned, where did you encounter it? And where did it go afterward?" Xiang Xing immediately pulled Inju back, telling her to calm down. But Inju suddenly remembered something. If Xiang Yan was injured by Qiao Nuo, then Xiang Xing's earlier claim of not knowing Qiao Nuo was a lie. Being questioned so intensely by a female, Yi Man felt offended. He pointed angrily at the two of them. "Seize them for me." As his words fell, Xiang Xing grabbed Inju and broke into a run. As they ran, Inju's stamina gradually began to fail. At this rate, they would likely be caught by Yi Man. So, Xiang Xing instantly revealed his true form. It was a golden leopard. I wonder if you guessed it. Xiang Xing immediately had Inju get on his back. Then, like a whirlwind, he disappeared from Yi Man's sight. Yi Man didn't continue the chase. He knew Xiang Xing was a speed-type wind leopard. They couldn't possibly catch up. But he quickly came up with a plan. After all, for a male to let a female ride on his true form, their relationship was clearly not ordinary. So he planned to use Inju to threaten the Heichuan tribe. After completely shaking off their pursuers, Inju jumped off Xiang Xing's back. Looking at Xiangxing, who had returned to his human form, Inju showed a face full of apology. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive and provoked him. Xiangxing shook his head. It's not your fault. Yi Man and his Tsangmu tribe have always been at odds with us. He was targeting me. Even without you, he would have found trouble with me sooner or later. Besides, I was the one who hid the news about Xiao Nuo first, which is why you clashed with him. Inju was a little surprised. Although she had guessed it, she never thought he would admit it voluntarily. Xiangxing suddenly grabbed her shoulders, looking very emotional. Can I trust you? Inju knew he most likely had his reasons. She smiled and nodded. You saved me and Tang Xiao. No matter what happens, I will help you. Only then did Xiangxing reveal the truth. It turned out that his brother, Xiang Yin, had fought with Xiao Nuo, but he was severely injured by Xiao Nuo and had been unconscious ever since. And the real culprit was Yi Man's brother, Yi Shan. It was Yi Shan who deliberately led Xiao Nuo to attack Xiang Yin and then launched a sneak attack from the shadows, causing Xiang Yin to be gravely injured. So, ever since then, their Heichuan tribe had been on full alert. He also mentioned the matter of having watched Inju before. After all, he had to be responsible for the safety of the entire tribe. Ingju expressed that he understood completely. Even at a time like this, Xiangxing had helped him. He praised him openly, calling him a very kind male. This made Xiangxing blush with embarrassment. Xiangxing's demeanor suddenly shifted. Given our current relationship, it's only right that I do these things. Because you were just riding on my back. Hearing this, Ingju's heart pounded. He remembered Xiao Nuo once telling him that a beastman's true form can only be ridden by their mate. Doesn't that mean he has to take responsibility for Xiangxing? Ingju never would have dreamed that he would have to take responsibility for a leopard. Although Xiangxing knew the situation had been urgent, it was only for Ingju's sake that he let him ride. If it had been any other female, he never would have allowed it. Ingju also explained that he wasn't thinking much at the time and apologized to Xiangxing. Xiangxing turned his head away in disappointment. Oh, that's what you think. It seems I misunderstood. Just as Ingju breathed a sigh of relief, Xiangxing suddenly chuckled. Ingju, everything I just said is true. Only you can ride on my true form. Ingju said, a bit flustered, I'm just a very ordinary female. There's nothing special about me. Besides, I already have a mate. Xiangxing pressed his finger to Ingju's lips again. You're the bravest female I have ever met. You never abandoned your mate in his time of need, and you're willing to wander alone, searching for him endlessly after he went missing. Ingju did indeed have favorable feelings for Xiangxing, but with Xiao Nuo's whereabouts unknown and Teng Zhao's body not yet recovered, he was in no mood for romance. Even though Ingju made his position clear, Xiangxing still had no intention of giving up his pursuit. He said he could wait. Ingju quickly changed the subject. By the way, Xiangxing, how is your brother's injury? Can I go see him? After all, this all started because of Xiao Nuo. I want to see if I can help in any way. Afterwards, the two arrived in front of the Heichuan tribe leader's room. Xiangxing opened the door and said, my brother's injuries are all external, mostly scratches. The deepest wound is over his heart. I've been applying medicine to it constantly, but strangely, the wound shows no signs of healing. It's even starting to fester slowly. If this continues, Xiangxing didn't know how much longer his brother could last. Ingju noticed the medicinal herbs behind him and asked casually, are all of these for your brother? Xiangxing nodded. That's right. I gathered them all myself. The moment Ingju picked up one of the plants, a system notification sounded. New species discovered. Never fall leaf. A poisonous herb, not for consumption. He quickly told Xiangxing that this herb was poisonous. But Xiangxing said it was impossible because he had checked all of them when he was gathering them. Ingju paused as if he had thought of something. Then could someone else have touched these herbs and mixed the poisonous plant in? Hearing this, Xiangxing's face filled with rage. That means someone has betrayed us. After Ingju changed Xiang Yan's dressing and bandaged his wound, he turned to look at the dazed Xiangxing regarding the poisoner. Do you have anyone in mind? Xiangxing nodded. At a time like this, the only people who could get close to my brother and secretly switch the medicine without being noticed are a select few. The ambitious third elder, Lin Yu, who has been taking care of my big brother, Fanning, who is always at odds with him, and also Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qi Bei at the door. Xiang Xing, what happened? Before Xiang Xing could reply, he suddenly aimed the spear in his hand at Ing Zhu. I just got word that you brought this female in. Did he do something to threaten you? Xiang Xing quickly pulled Qi Bei aside to explain that it's fine. I guarantee you, Ing Zhu can be trusted. He's not some spy from the Tsamu tribe. However, Qi Bei didn't believe him at all. What kind of guarantee can you give? I think you're just being naive and are infatuated with his looks. If something really happens, you'll regret it when it's too late. Just as Xiang Xing was about to defend Ing Zhu spoke up first that I can save Xiang Yan. Qi Bei snorted disdainfully. Just you? That's right, just me. Otherwise, why would Xiang Xing have brought me here? Qi Bei turned to look at Xiang Xing and asked, is that true? Xiang Xing instinctively glanced at Ing Zhu. Seeing Ing Zhu's confident nod, he immediately replied, that's right. If Ing Zhu says he has a way to save my big brother, then he definitely does. Qi Bei shot him a piercing glare. What way could he possibly have? Ing Zhu casually picked up an herb from the table. That's where you're mistaken. I can use a dozen types of herbs to concoct an incredibly precious wound-healing medicine. Not only can it clear blood stasis and reduce bruising, but it can also heal wounds quickly. My mate, Teng Xiao, was seriously injured several times, and it was this medicine that pulled him through each time. At this point, Xiang Xing's expression was full of admiration. But Ing Zhu suddenly said that the medicine was used up and they needed to find more herbs to replace it. The next moment, Xiang Xing grabbed Ing Zhu and rushed out, giving Qi Bei no chance to question her further. They didn't stop until they were outside the tribe. In truth, Ing Zhu understood Xiang Xing's intentions. Xiang Xing was indeed afraid that Qi Bei would question them endlessly. However, he was very curious why Ing Zhu didn't reveal that Xiang Yan had been poisoned. After all, Qi Bei is in charge of the tribe's safety. Knowing about a betrayal would allow him to strengthen their defenses. Ing Zhu shook her head. A poisoning cannot be announced publicly, because right now, everyone is a suspect. If we alert the culprit, it could cause internal strife. Don't forget, the Grasswood tribe is still eyeing you covetously. Xiang Xing was suddenly struck with fear. He had almost blurted it out himself. Ing Zhu told him not to overthink it and pulled him along to find the herbs. Little did they know their movements were already being reported to the mastermind behind the poisoning. Although this mastermind didn't think much of Xiang Xing, they were somewhat wary of Ing Zhu. After a moment of contemplation, they made a decision that I want Xiang Xing and that female to never return. Ing Zhu actually eloped with Xiang Xing? What on earth is going on? At this moment, the two of them had been searching for herbs late into the night. Suddenly, Ing Zhu pointed to a spot halfway up the mountain ahead. That purple plant is the antidote herb. She remembered this plant. It was identical to the one in the illustration Bei Na had once shown her, which is why she could identify it so accurately. However, the mountainside was not only steep, but the ground was also loose, making it very difficult to climb. Ing Zhu decided to try climbing it herself first. After all, she was much lighter than Xiang Xing. Xiang Xing watched nervously from below, reminding her to be careful. Just then, a rock under Ing Zhu's foot suddenly crumbled. Losing her balance, she plummeted downwards. Fortunately, Xiang Xing acted as a human cushion and caught her securely. But due to the force of the impact, they rolled a long way while holding onto each other. When they came to a stop, their positions had switched. Ing Zhu, realizing the extremely intimate scene, immediately got up and pushed Xiang Xing away. Changing the subject, she said, the rocks here are too loose. It's hard to climb. What should we do? Xiang Xing seemed to see through her. Actually, you don't have to be so guarded around me. I know you and your partner are very much in love. I know you don't like me. Hearing this, Ing Zhu immediately retorted, it's not that I don't like you. Xiang Xing was overjoyed. Really? Ing Zhu nodded. But the way I like you isn't what you're thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, an ecstatic Xiang Xing hugged her. That's enough for me. Thank you, Ing Zhu. Ing Zhu found him to be quite endearing. She subconsciously stroked his cat-like ears. Xiang Xing's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. He quickly turned his head and whispered, don't touch there. Ing Zhu froze, then quickly apologized. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Xiang Xing, remembering their task, immediately suggested a plan, right? I'll turn into my beast form, and you can ride on my back. I'll use my speed to rush up. Ing Zhu hesitated, but given the urgency of the situation, besides, it wouldn't be the first time. In the end, she climbed onto the back of the large leopard that Xiang Xing had become. With a roar, Xiang Xing shot up the cliff like an arrow. However, after Ing Zhu had collected the herb, the rock beneath her feet cracked again. Inju let out a scream as she fell with the loose stones. In the nick of time, Xiangxing leaped down, shielding her from the falling rocks with his body. He then held on to Inju as they both crashed to the ground. Although Inju was saved, Xiangxing was covered in injuries and had several broken ribs. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared before them. Inju had just asked who they were when one of them charged at her with a knife without a word. Luckily, Xiangxing reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Then, enduring the pain, he transformed back into a large leopard. If you want to touch her, you'll have to kill me first. Faced with Xiangxing's threat, the men in black were not intimidated at all. Xiangxing told Inju to run back quickly and get help while he fought the group. An idea suddenly flashed in Inju's mind. As she ran, she shouted, "I'm not with him. I'm just a weak female. Please let me go." Upon hearing this, both the men in black and Xiangxing were completely stunned. Inju kept talking as she ran that I won't be a snitch. I'll pretend I didn't see anything here. She didn't stop until she reached the foot of the mountain from before. A person in black followed closely behind, blocking her path. The person in black slashed down at Inju. As she ducked to dodge, she yelled out to Xiangxing, "Now!" Xiangxing was seen leaping forward to protect Inju, sending the attacker flying with a kick. He then sped up again, rushing towards the mountain. The immense force caused countless rocks to fall, which happened to hit the pursuing group in black, incapacitating them. Just as the two had narrowly escaped death, Inju said they shouldn't rush back yet. She guessed that these people must be from the tribe. Otherwise, how would they know their whereabouts? If they went back now, they would be in danger again. After hearing Inju's analysis, Xiangxing knew they must have been sent by the traitor. For now, he could only follow Inju's advice and stay in the wild temporarily. The next day, just as Qibei finished giving Xiang Yin his medicine, Elder Hugh Eyes walked over. He sighed helplessly. "I thought it was bad enough that something happened to Xiang Yin, but I didn't expect Xiangxing." Hearing this, Qibei was taken aback. "What happened to Xiangxing?" Hugh Eyes immediately looked shocked. "You don't know? The whole tribe is talking about it. They're saying he eloped with that female named Inju. What a disgrace. To abandon the entire tribe for a female." But is the truth of the matter really as Hugh Eyes claimed? The real culprit is about to be revealed. Faced with Hugh Eyes' accusations against Xiangxing, Qibei didn't believe a word of it. But Hugh Eyes said he had already sent people to capture Tang Xiao. He planned to use this to force Inju and Xiangxing to show themselves. However, they were stopped by the two guards outside Tang Xiao's door. These two were close to Xiangxing and naturally wouldn't let them act recklessly. Soon, Hugh Eyes arrived at the scene with his men. One of the guards braced himself and said that Hugh Eyes had no right to deal with Tang Xiao since he wasn't the chief. This, however, gave Hugh Eyes an idea. With Xiang Yin still unconscious, he proposed electing an acting chief to handle matter. Many tribe members agreed and supported him for the role, but Qibei argued that electing a chief was a serious matter and could not be decided so hastily. A tribal assembly had to be convened for the election. Hugh Eyes thought about it and had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, this scene was witnessed by a person in black hiding in the distance. Shortly after, the person in black arrived at a cave. This person in black turned out to be Tang Xiao. As it turns out, he had been secretly observing the tribe for days. Who would have thought that someone was not only spreading rumors about him eloping with Inju, but was also making him the target of their anger? Combined with seeing Hugh Eyes trying to become chief today, he concluded that Hugh Eyes must be the traitor. However, Inju didn't think so. After some careful thought, she told Xiangxing her plan to expose the traitor. The next day, the election assembly began. Hugh Eyes spoke eloquently and at length. Just as he was saying they needed to elect a new chief, he was suddenly interrupted by the third elder. "The chief is only unconscious. On what grounds are you electing a new chief?" Hugh Eyes replied with a grim expression, "Xiang Yin is dead. I went to check on him this morning and found that he was no longer breathing." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their sorrow, and the third elder also believed his words. He therefore strongly supported him to be the new chief. Suddenly, Qibei pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Hugh Eyes cannot be the new chief because he is the one who murdered Xiang Yin." After speaking, he waved for a witness to come forward. This was the female, Ling Nu, who had been in charge of caring for Xiang Yin. She said that last night, she saw Hugh Eyes sneak into the chief's room. By the time she went in to check, the chief was no longer breathing. But Hugh Eyes denied having been there last night. Ling Nu then added that she saw him go in with a type of medicinal herb. Qibei Bei immediately ordered a search of his house. In a short while, the herb they found was brought forward. Lingnu took one look and confirmed it was the same herb he had brought in last night. At this, Hugh Eyes instantly panicked. Facing everyone's accusations, he was at a loss for words. Then, as if realizing something, he whipped his head around to look at Chibei. It was you. You framed me. You conspired with this woman all along. Chibei couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly ordered his men to seize him. Just then, Xiangxing finally appeared. I know who the real culprit is. These past few days, I was actually helping my elder brother find an antidote, because Ingzhu discovered long ago that elder brother couldn't wake up because he had been poisoned. But just as we found the antidote, someone ambushed us. Hearing this, all the tribesmen were in an uproar, demanding to know the culprit's identity immediately to avenge their chief. Just then, Chibei suddenly asked, Xiangxing, are you sure you know who it is? Do you have concrete evidence? Xiangxing nodded. Everyone, don't be anxious. The real culprit who betrayed the tribe and harmed the chief. With the great beast god watching, he will have nowhere to hide. After speaking, he signaled for Ingzhu to begin her performance. A golden glow emanated from Ingzhu's palm, and immediately after, a vase appeared out of thin air. Xiangxing continued, although Ingzhu and I escaped the pursuit that day, we were heavily injured. At the brink of death, I prayed to the great beast god, and unexpectedly, my prayers were answered. Not only did he heal our wounds, but he also bestowed upon us this treasure that can distinguish good from evil. Any evil person who puts their hand inside and touches the bottom will be devoured by divine power, leaving only their bones. Do you dare to accept the beast god's test? Huizhe was the first to respond. Why wouldn't I dare? I haven't done those things. Chibei also extended his hand, indicating he had no problem. So, who is the culprit behind the scenes? Huizhe was the first to put his hand into the vase, but his hand showed no change at all. When Chibei put his hand in, he was also completely unharmed. But Xiangxing said, the beast god has already given his guidance. With that, he grabbed Chibei's hand. The real culprit is you. Chibei guiltily pulled his hand back. You clearly said that an evil person would be devoured into bones, yet I am perfectly fine. Why are you slandering me? Xiangxing smiled and asked, then do you dare to extend your hand again and compare it with Elder Huizhe's? The two immediately held out their hands. It was just that on Huizhe's hand, there seemed to be a layer of something white. Suddenly, Ingzhu smashed the vase bestowed by the beast god. Then she finally explained, this isn't some treasure from the beast god at all. It's just an ordinary vase with white powder spread on the bottom. The reason Elder Huizhe's hand has white powder on it is because he has a clear conscience and touched the bottom. But you have a guilty conscience, so you didn't dare to touch the vase. That's why your hand is clean. Chibei was speechless for a moment, which was a silent admission that he was the real culprit. Xiangxing was furious. Why would he do such a thing? After all, they treated Chibei like their own family. Chibei let out a loud laugh. Ha ha, you're asking me why? Then let me ask you, in what way am I inferior to you brothers? Why should the position of chief belong to you? I've done so much for the tribe. This position should have been mine. As for you, Xiangxing, you're completely infatuated with an outsider female, making you even less qualified to be chief. Ingzhu directly retorted, it's clearly you who is blinded by greed, yet you blame others. Chibei sneered, it doesn't matter what you say anymore. Men, seize them for me. However, there was no response at all. Seeing this, Ingzhu couldn't help but mock him. It seems your men have all fled. I thought they were so loyal to you. So this is all they amount to. Chibei was thoroughly enraged and lunged towards Ingzhu, but he was firmly grabbed by a strong hand. The one who acted was Tang Xiao. He stared coldly at Chibei and said, if you want to harm Ingzhu, I'll send you on your way immediately. As for Chibei's men, they had been taken down by Tang Xiao with a paralyzing drug. That's why he had become a leader with no followers. Just then, the chief, Xiang Yin, actually walked out from the crowd. It turned out that Ingzhu and Xiangxing had discovered that night that it was Chibei, disguised as Huizhe, who went to feed Xiang Yin the poison. So they played along, precisely to make Chibei walk into their trap and reveal his true colors to the entire tribe. Subsequently, Xiang Yin ordered him to be imprisoned, to be tried on a later date. Seeing the concerned look his younger brother gave Ingzhu, he walked over and expressed his gratitude to her. Then he actually said that next, he would hold a proper mating ceremony for his younger brother and Ingzhu. Ingzhu was instantly dumbfounded. She had never thought of becoming Xiang Xing's mate. Ingzhu wanted to explain, but was directly interrupted by Xiang Yin. He forcefully took both their hands and held them together, stating that his younger brother would definitely take care of her. This made Teng Xiao, who was standing aside, burn with rage. If not for the fact that the person opposite them had saved them, he might have torn them to shreds the very next second. Ingzhu hurriedly said, "Big brother Xiang Yin, you've misunderstood. There's nothing between me and Xiang Xing." Just as she finished speaking, Teng Xiao stood in front of Ingzhu to declare his claim. "Ingzhu is mine. No one could take her from me." Ingzhu added that she would never be with another male again. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Xiang Xing also started to explain, "Big brother, it's not what you think." When Xiang Yin tried to say more, Xiang Xing covered his mouth. Why brother is still a bit confused. "I'll take him back to have some medicine." After they left, Ingzhu, afraid Teng Xiao would get angry, insisted that she really had nothing to do with Xiang Xing. Teng Xiao pouted and huffed, "But you looked very close to me." Ingzhu grew anxious. "Teng Xiao, please let me explain." And so, Ingzhu explained all the way back to their home, but Teng Xiao still looked unappeased. Would Ingzhu be able to placate her man? Teng Xiao was now overcome with jealousy. Ingzhu's hours of coaxing had no effect. Pushed to her limit, she had to resort to her secret weapon. Unexpectedly, Ingzhu gave Teng Xiao a kiss. Although Teng Xiao still put on an angry face, his anger had actually subsided long ago. He just felt somewhat useless, unable to protect his partner when she was in danger, and even needing another male to take his place. Ingzhu told him it was only because he had been poisoned, and that in her heart, he was the best. With that, the two of them reconciled. Meanwhile, Xiang Xing was being lectured by his older brother. "With such an exceptional female, how can you expect to keep her if you don't take the initiative?" Xiang Xing shook his head helplessly. "I couldn't keep her anyway. We only met by chance. Besides, she already has a partner. If it weren't for Qiao Nuo, she wouldn't have stayed." This, however, gave Xiang Yin an idea. In other words, as long as she couldn't get any news of Qiao Nuo, she would have to stay. And so, when Ingzhu came to ask him for news of Qiao Nuo, Xiang Yin did everything to avoid her. Ingzhu was completely baffled, with no idea why Xiang Yin was avoiding her. One day, while outside, she happened to run into Xiang Xing. When she asked about Xiang Yin, Xiang Xing lied that his brother had just recovered and was likely very busy. He said this because he had been swayed by Xiang Yan's plan. After all, he truly liked Ingzhu very much. Although he didn't know if this plan would make her stay, he still wanted to try. To stop Ingzhu from asking more questions, he had no choice but to change the subject by asking her to teach him how to identify new plants. But slowly, the atmosphere between them grew ambiguous again. Just then, Teng Xiao suddenly appeared, pulling them apart. He glared at Xiang Xing with dagger-like eyes. "That you're the tribe's priest, and need to learn this from someone else? No wonder the Salmu tribe is closing in on you." Xiang Xing retorted, "Ingzhu is very knowledgeable. I see no shame in learning from her." Teng Xiao, not tolerating his attitude, immediately lashed out. As their argument grew more intense, Ingzhu quickly tried to intervene. Suddenly, Teng Xiao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The two of them quickly carried him back inside. After examining him, Xiang Xing said it was likely the poison hadn't been fully purged. After being fed some medicine, Teng Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Although Ingzhu was extremely worried, Teng Xiao insisted it was nothing serious. He then thanked Xiang Xing, seeing that his help was no longer needed. Xiang Xing left. Then, Teng Xiao gestured for Ingzhu to lean in, having something to tell her in private. It turned out he had pretended to be fine in front of Xiang Xing because he was afraid that if he collapsed, Xiang Yin and Xiang Xing would make a move against her. He explained that when he went out earlier, he noticed someone secretly following him. He suspected it was very likely arranged by Xiang Yin. Therefore, he told Ingzhu to leave this place the moment she got news of Qiao Nuo. Shortly after, Ingzhu went out into the wild to look for herbs for Teng Xiao, all the while thinking about how to find Xiang Yin as quickly as possible. Xiang Xing approached her at some unknown point, but Ingzhu was in no mood for idle chatter with him. She made a quick excuse and turned to run away, only stopping when she was sure he hadn't followed. Ingzhu felt helpless and conflicted. If she didn't get close to Xiang Xing, she would have no way of finding out Xiang Yan's whereabouts. That meant she couldn't get news of Qiao Nuo, and she and Teng Xiao would be stuck in the Heichuan tribe. Just as she was feeling distressed, a swarm of pink butterflies suddenly began to dance gracefully around her. It was followed by the melodious and graceful sound of a flute. It was Xiang Xing, who was nearby, summoning the butterflies with his music. The man had caught up to Yinzhu long ago. He had summoned this flock of colorful butterflies just to cheer her up. It seems he hasn't given up on Yinzhu after all.